Game's up, guys.
Shit, what?
They get a depth charge all the way to Edward and Alex East. The crowd control is just too much, as well as the area of effect. Look how big Satan is going into this fight. Edward's going to be forced to turn around. He tries to get an execute down, but it's not going to work. It's going to be Doublelift only focusing on the Nexus turret, and the Nexus, North America getting backdoored, but they go right through the front door, and they bring it back to the European LCS All-Stars.
Welcome back, everybody, to the All-Star weekend here in Shanghai. And I'm here on the floor. There are tons of fans here, and we've got an awesome signing wall, and all the fans can sign their names and which team they are rooting for here. And there's also a very special and a very popular person signing the wall right now. It is Stanley. And we're going to have a little chat with him. Yeah. Now, Stanley, you must be used to writing autographs by now. Of course, you were catapulted into fame with the Season 2 championships, and you got your rings in the ceremony. What was that like, being up on that stage, being honored?
这感觉让我像是回到当初赢了 Season 2的那种感觉一样。
It feels like it's like going back to when he won the Season 2 World Championships, so that's a good feeling.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you, is there a lot of times that you think about that moment, the moment you win that game and you realize, oh my God, we are the Season 2 champions?
我们尽量让自己不要回到那个时刻，因为我们如果一直往前看的话，就会怠惰，所以我们希望能就是把这个东西存在心里面，然后继续向后看齐。
He said that like they tried their best to not always go back to that moment, because they feel like if they always go back to that moment, they can't make any breakthroughs or improvement. So what they do is they keep that feeling into their hearts, and then they will look for new ways to improve and move on to the next one.
Amazing. And finally, you're here at the event. You seem to have tons of fans. How is it meeting all of them and interacting with them?
I like them.
I think that is clear. Thank you very much, Stanley, and much luck, of course, in your upcoming match. And for now, we're going to go back over to Jat and Riff to dive into our next match.
Thank you very much, Shax. And we're getting ready to head into our second game between North America and Europe. And after an incredible Game 1 full of huge team fights and backdoor base invades, how do you see this next match going down, Cat? Because this is chaotic as well as like just a perfect waltz for these teams.
I feel like Europe's really going to have to come out in the early game if they want a chance in this one, because you only get one miraculous comeback opportunity. I don't think if they fall behind early in the second one that they're going to be able to come back again like they did in the first. So maybe we'll see a bit more focus on the early game picks, or maybe a little bit more focus on shutting down Doublelift of all things, because people just kind of forgot about that guy, and then he ended up getting 400 mini kills and taking over.
Well, what do you do when he's like, no, I haven't played this one? How are you going to counter that? Because if you try to ban this one, I'll play that one.
That was the thing. So Graves was the wave clear guy in that situation, and they picked the double AP composition and then relied on him to get all the free lane farm. And it's very difficult to shut down someone getting the free lane farm unless you pick a really amazing duelist for them. Even though they had Jace and Twisted Fate, neither of those guys could actually beat Graves in a fight. So it's going to have to be early game and then also have someone who can win the kind of free lane farm battle.
Looks like the focus is still the same for the bans coming out. North American LCS side as well. The TF actually going out because it can be forced this time by North America.
And that's still a fair amount of respect given to Skara. They used a Twisted Fate ban directly on him.
Oh.
So that's good stuff.
It's one hook or the other. Nautilus is still open, and St. Vicious' Nautilus was off the hook, as we were saying. We'll have to see what they can choose to do, but they do decide to go with Xpecial's Fresh. And we have been saying Xpecial has been playing out of his mind this week.
From the Lulu play last game, where pretty much every polymorph was just a perfect counter to Let's Bounce, perfectly timed. His Janna stuff yesterday was also amazing. Now it's time for Thresh plays, because you don't actually think of Janna and Lulu as playmaking supports, even though Xpecial was making plays on them. I can't wait to see what he does with Thresh.
And we have to consider that would probably put Edward on the Sona that Alex also loves him to play. But as we go to lock in for Soaz, he does feel like Jace was that comfort, but we may see that go somewhere else.
Yeah, they locked him in early, I think mainly to make sure that Dyrus didn't get a hold of him, since they used the Rumble ban on Dyrus and they didn't want to let him get Jace, because Soaz did not have a great game on Jace last time. He very much struggled, and Diamond is a... Jarvan being picked, if that's actually going to go in the jungle, is a very strange pick for Diamond. That's not really his type of jungle.
and maybe leaving that top lane out. MadLife's still there for Dyrus, and he did have a good game. It wasn't able to actuate the win for them when it came to the team fights, but that's open. We see a Zed being hovered over as well here for EU.
And the Zed hover here for EU could just, they're not going to have to worry about the Lulu interrupting it again, but as we've all seen in MadLife's Thresh, you can still interrupt the Let's Bounce if you time things properly from XSpecial's side. And I just want to talk about the Nautilus again. That was such a solid pick for St. Vicious. He had it from start to finish, and being able to get that again will give them a lot of kill potential in their lanes.
And something that we've noted throughout St. Vicious's career in the LCS is he was one of the junglers to have the most hands and first bloods for his team. So having the impact of Nautilus again is huge for him.
And he will always try to make impact early. That's one of the reasons that North America did so well in against China, even though they weren't able to win, and why they did so well in that last game. His early presence was all over the place. It was the late game that was always the issue for North America.
You see that Karthus, like you said, being locked in still, but we'll have to see if they decide to swap the lanes this time around as Yellow Beat blocking in the Varus, and they do actually block in that Zac.
I love how the giant Nautilus just locking
so good
portraits, but the Varus pick is just Yellow Pete getting back to his even more comfortable champion. He played a lot of Misfortune and a lot of Varus here, so it gives them a little bit more crowd control so they don't lose necessarily those fights so badly. It's strange that even a Misfortune or Varus, both those guys have the power in fights, but they really need the shutdown.
Also going for the double lift. Possibly this time, it got him into an antsy situation of trouble last time, where, as you said in the replay, double lift focused a little bit faster than Dyrus could, and he took turret aggro, so
whoa,
they're gonna go, no, safe
up
the other way.
They're just, no, we're not gonna be diving in, we're gonna be diving out.
That also depends on who you play like.
It does depend on who he plays like, but at least he has the option to. When he
got the Dyrus dive in.
That's a very comfortable team for North America. They got the double hooks, a huge amount of damage from Scarra. This could be one of those fights where they might, games where they don't want to give all the farm to double lift to make sure a bit more is on Scarra, since they need Scarra actually to bring their magic damage to the fights rather than just their AD, since they can get some of that from Renekton as well. So I like that composition overall for North America.
I have to say, two perfect picks there to finalize that out against a Jarvan. Not going to keep any of those guys blocked out.
Doesn't seem like it. Maybe a Scarra. Everyone else is going to be hopping around.
That was just the last two picks.
But even if we look at Thresh and Nautilus, they can find their ways out of that wall as well. It's actually just Scarra who Diamond can 100% keep in there.
Wow.
So seeing these last few picks, unless they do some kind of lane swap and throw Jarvan into a lane, it does look like we're going to be seeing Diamond on Jarvan, which will be a new experience for me.
I'm very, not confused, but interested to see that they didn't pick Sona. That's an all-in initiation. Karthus walking into you, Nautilus, Thresh. A Crescendo would be perfect for that disengage, but it's only going to be safety for one person. Maybe a Let's Bounce wild go?
And
I don't know.
North America knows something we don't know, because they picked Lulu before any supports and denied it essentially from Europe if Europe is able to pick it with their last pick. A lot of it could just do with the Let's Bounce again, because they can all knock people aside and then Lulu can knock them up for these team fights, but I do definitely favor North America's composition here.
It looks good. Scarra still being able to kind of that press R composition, not as much, but its presence if they need it. We'll have to see if this composition maybe gives EU a little bit more roam, more safety in their lanes for just that surefire mid-game to late-game pressure of objectives.
Yeah, I feel like EU is definitely going stronger for the lane with the jungle Jarvan. He wants to be able to make the impact right away. He got shut down on Zac last time. So the biggest thing we're actually going to have to keep track of is where the AD carry and support go for North America. Are Double Lift and X Special going to be shutting down Diamond plus Alex in this game, or is Europe going to have a totally different plan to try to stop that from happening?
You know what's interesting to consider as well as we talk about the junglers a little bit, a lot of the North American LCS in the end, or even the European LCS, we saw the junglers hugging lanes in the 2v1s for quite some time to soak up experience, but we've really not seen any of that.
That is a very good observation, and that could just be the fact different regions coming together, not as much time together, and we got to remember that was also the LCS promotion, so it could be a whole different cast of teams trying to pull off that strategy. And I also got to say, there's been more 2v1 mids, and the ganks there are much less successful or pressuring than the 2v1s that we'd see in the side lanes.
All right, we'll have to see. All the stops do have to be pulled out by Europe in this next matchup. The best of three so far underway. One game in the favor of North America as we are onto the Rift, ladies and gentlemen, and into the match.
So now we see Europe coming in. How many wards do they have? They actually picked up a pink on Soaz. Nothing but wards and potions for him early on Zac. A lot of Zac's actually starting with rejuve beads to just stack with his crazy health regeneration in lane, but it's actually Dyrus who's went for the rejuvenation bead if they, in some crazy world, actually laned against each other.
Oh my gosh, yeah. looking at the wards as I get my chance to eyes on. We're going to see a lot of safety coming in. No, not even semi-deep wards. There was NA all over the Wraith ward right off the bat, as well as Pink warding things out to make sure there wasn't vision in the beginning.
And they don't want to get invaded early here.
There.
North America is actually looking to press a little bit, and they have more pressure early because if they land a Thresh death sentence, it might give them an opportunity to make something happen.
Able to walk it all the way in on this one to make sure they're safe. Actually put it out on the side to make sure they can see a little bit more.
But North America doesn't have everyone here. Look out, Scar!
Oh, he walks into the bush. The Ignite goes down. The flash is out. No, the Ignite did not go down. It was very kind of slow reaction there by a few.
That was a little bit touchy.
It's like Scar didn't know and you didn't know. They both were kind of surprised at the situation.
There was no reason for Scar to walk into that brush either. It was one of those ways where you're saying, I wonder what's in this brush. If I find people, I'm probably going to die. If I don't check the brush, not much bad is going to happen. Do you check the brush?
The coin
Don't do
flip.
it! Don't do it!
So he should be all right, but he is going to have to use a few of those potions to keep himself in the lane. But he's just going to be happy farming. Gives Diamond over to the Wolves and the blue. Orthodox starts for the junglers, and it looks like the swap coming in for EU as they're going to hug down to the golems in the top lane, but their AD carry up top.
And I actually wonder if before that flash, Scar was going to be going to a different lane, because now without the flash, he is so vulnerable. He has to be in mid lane to even have a hope of surviving against a Jarvan gank, so they're not going to be able to pull off a 2-1 shut on Alex, whether or not that had something to do with Scar having to burn flash over.
Soaz down to the bottom lane after giving a good assist to Diamond as he's making his way through the jungle. Like you said, Scar being very hurt in that mid lane without flash, his love of CS can really get him in trouble in that situation.
And he's got to be super careful without the flash to not let Alex completely punish him. We know how well Alex and Diamond can work together. Diamond's rushed this level 3 very early on here. He got the smiteless blue pull, and if I were him, I'd be running mid lane almost immediately, and he might take the long way around too to try to avoid a potential ward.
He's going to stop for those Wraiths right quick. Nah, he is actually, like you said, quickly ahead of Saint here. Saint still working on that red, going to the Wraiths just now, but it's going to be Diamond's activation in middle of the gank if he decides to go for it.
And it looks like Diamond is just cruising through the river. He may have avoided the ward. He actually didn't. He's going to be instead going for the 3-man dive up top early season 3, but Saint Vicious is on to Diamond.
Wow, sniffing that one out. And it looks like they will be able to counter this. And Diamond isn't even really wanting the situation either. They kind of haven't seen each other coming through this.
No, Saint did not see Diamond here, but now he does. And do they decide to go in? He's burned his shield early.
There we go. They are going to be able to just kind of pressure this one out. No movement from anywhere else here, so it's just 2v3.
It's a lot of poke going down, and this is that jungler support we were literally just talking about before the game, coming back in this one. LCS habits coming back into this match, and they just decide to back away because Saint arrived to protect.
Still, the push is going down. It's normally what you see, the AD carry and support on the 2v1 lane, getting the damage down onto that turret. Last time it was different in mid. It was all about the roaming presence, but here it's about that global presence and pressuring down those turrets.
And North America did not get many turrets early in the last game. I don't think they had one down about 14 or 15 minutes in the game. This is probably going to be a lot different this time because it looks like X Special and Double is priority in that lane rather than killing Soaz is to get damage on that turret.
And once again, Saint's going to kind of hug this top lane. He feels that Diamond 6th sense as well, but it's not going to be much. And Alex on a quick roam here, maybe trying to draw in something from Skara to feel like he can all in him.
And he knows Skara has no flash. Alex has also got an early point in a W, so if Skara would have went any closer, Alex would have gotten him, but he's still sneaking in behind him. And look out, Skara, those minis look tasty.
Oh, he wanted the CS, and he got himself out there. Alex, shock blast just off to the side was a good warning shot.
Yeah, if that shock blast would have landed, I feel like he would have tried to all-in him a little bit more. Knowing Skara still has that exhaust, he decided to not even worry about it, not waste too many resources, and just continue to farm that way.
We have a little bit of attention from Diamond in the bottom lane here. He did decide that he might back. He could have said Soaz says, I'm all right, you don't have to worry about it, and the minions aren't pushing that fast as they're somewhat freezing us.
But if X Special and Doubleth get a little bit too aggressive here, they could very well get ganked. Has his buffs ran out yet on Diamond? He just has the red buff. It just expired, so if he ganks, it's without many snares.
X Special is on the move for a hook. He's hugging the right side of that minion wave, making sure he has the activation on it. But it looks like they're going to hold Diamond here, and this may start to affect him.
Yeah, Diamond's spending a lot of time here while St. Vicious is off farming his wolves, so if nothing happens with this camp by Diamond, it's going to give St. Vicious maybe a little edge here.
Saints still down in CS on that. They do jump in for the one. It's only going to be Diamond coming in. They get some extra damage here as they poke back and forth, but nobody can really act on anything.
even though there was a lantern burned early, they just weren't able to get into range. No red buff, no real threat from that gank, and Soaz wasn't confident enough to try to 2v2 jump in because he himself didn't have any knowledge that Saint wasn't just there waiting.
Saint back in the top lane, actually looking to help push this wave as well, as Yellow Pete and Edward have cleared the lane. They're both going to go back on this one. So some of our first buys in the matchup, we see Diamond leaving with the Spirit Stone. And again, the supports going straight for these Sight Stones.
Good call by the supports, knowing that really the early game is so key in this matchup because North America has dominated it in the last game, and also in North America's game against China yesterday, whereas Europe has fallen behind pretty heavily against Korea yesterday in game 2. So really trying to feel each other out here. Dead even gold once again.
Dead even gold there, but the 2v1 lane, the help from Saint, maybe helping a little bit here, 20 CS to 10 CS, as Soaz having a bit of trouble down there at the bottom, and he's really got the harass from that Ezreal and the Thresh. That's a hard lane to 2v1.
And it might just be more than that because, I mean, Diamond's just back in the brush again, so he's really 2v2ing this lane.
That's true.
And an interesting thing of note, too, just based off of jungle pressure, Saint is opting for Boots of Mobility instead of a Spirit Stone. But look out, they're going because Lulu's around the back as well.
Knocking it in, they put the Ignite down quite early, they play back. Can it be the flag toss execution? He flashes out of the bump up, and it looks like it's gonna be Edward on the right side. The support carry coming in for the kill. Really fine shot, XiaoXiao gonna get the kill for himself. Oh my gosh, 1 for 1, the Requiem comes down. It's gonna be the True Shot Mirage just on the tail side of Diamond, but not enough damage.
X Special trading support for support, mono e mono, pulls him into the turret, makes Edward pay for his Flash Ignite. So that gank was good for Europe because they were able to trade the kills, but it was better for North America because they didn't expend as many resources to get that happening.
Tiers being stacked up as we see some of these inventories now starting to fill out. They're able to get out of these lanes, which have been so much more aggressive back and forth, and they're not getting the momentum they had last game. Europe able to finding a way to stall this out, and Yellow P winning a little bit of a 1v1 there, even with Soaz on the right.
That was a very safe trade for Yellow P to take because if Doublelift would have decided the all-in hit, Soaz could have definitely decided to cancel his back and go in and kill Doublelift. So really good opportunistic harass there at Doublelift. Luckily didn't decide to harass back.
The Giant's Belt very quickly coming in for Soaz here. At that, those are a lot of longswords. Sail on longswords, aisle 5 right now for ELCS.
Oh dear, so maybe that is we could see a Lizard Spirit coming out from Diamond on Jarvan if he decides to transform into those, and probably a Brutalizer coming out from XiaoXiao. I don't think those are actually building towards the same item.
The Special giving Edward a call there, saying hi. Soaz taking a little bit of harass from Dyrus in the top lane. Dyrus is 40 CS, and Soaz is 19.
That is a huge difference, and maybe it just has to do with the way the junglers were deciding to camp the lanes. When Saint came up, he just showed himself, and he kind of tried to scare them back and maybe let Dyrus farm, whereas Diamond was hiding away and trying to bait in a kill, and I feel like that cost him in farm.
Very well played by Doublelift and Special in that bottom lane to pretty much freeze it just outside of that turret range as well, taunting Soaz to ever so slightly step out of line when he needs to. Yellow Pete now taking hold of that lane as Soaz says, it'll be all right. I'll be all right in the top lane. And he really isn't taking too much damage.
No, and they're back to brawling right now. Giant's Belt's a great build here for Soaz right now since he's getting percentage or max health back from his Bloblets when he goes in. And Dyrus really hasn't shopped in quite some time, so for now, even though he's down in minion kills in that lane, he's going to be able to hold his own and maybe catch up.
Alright, facing an activation in mid here. Move up could be going over to Skara. Nice hammer back. Alex keeps himself safe.
And in this mid lane, Scars actually went for Catalyst first instead of Tier first because he was worried about the kill potential of XiaoXiao. It's one of the reasons he's been able to kind of keep pace and farm despite losing that flash early and getting beaten up a bit. So slow down in the late game transition for Skara, but survival in the lane.
And without North America kind of having a go-to strat here to start, it's an orthodox, you know, kind of laning up. Everybody's in the same lane you would be. They're not as far ahead in CS as they were last game.
This game is completely even. 1 kill to 1, no turrets taken, and the gold is just 200 apart. Really, we're gonna see a breaking point, maybe at some point, whether it's a backfire dive, whether Diamond actually gets one of these camping in brushes ganks to pay off, or whether we see a dragon fight. I'm not sure what's gonna happen.
They're still focusing on Alex here. He's still one of the guys they want to continue to pressure, but it's the bottom lane that finds a bit more. 100-0, right quick.
Well, there's the wait for a while and go. They had a pink ward in the brush that Diamond was waiting in, so he waited for the recharge of his flag jump combo because he'd come over the wall in the sneaky way. And with that, they might be trying to take down this dragon. They didn't really burn that much in that fight, so if NA wants to defend this or contest this, it could be a dangerous fight.
That is huge. They have the area of effect to really take this one in. Skara coming from the backside. Requiem is up. Can initiate or end this fight. Saint just on the outside. They aren't going to pressure, but he is going to lead them into this brawl. May hook back. No, they decide to completely go away.
Yeah, Saint was thinking of walking up and maybe getting a smite steal, but then he realized they didn't have enough people there, and the team was definitely not going to be backing him up. So once he got polymorphed, it really just burned a flash, and he didn't get close enough to try for a smite steal. So that was definitely a great play for Europe because they forced NA to waste a bunch of time at Dragon and got no reward for it.
We look at the inventories here after our first Dragon on the game. The Lizard Elder, yes, going into the hands of Diamond. Yellow Pete farming that wall. Bottom there, played up. Yellow Pete could go down. He gets barriered on as well. He's not going to get out of this one alive. Double it picks that one up.
I believe X Special led that off with a death sentence that just caught Yellow Pete off guard. Still had a flash. Yellow Pete didn't even flash away. He was just overextended and got hooked.
Came around from the lip of Tribush. That Fog of War gameplay really helping out with that kill. So 12 minutes into this one, already seeing the Dragon down. That really didn't happen until 18 or so minutes before. The first Dragon fight last game left both teams crippled. And right now, EU is saying, you know, we don't need momentum to start this game. We're just going to start from the ground and go up.
And they've been farming away pretty well in all of these lanes. You can see 116 to 101 to Skara. XiaoXiao been sitting on that tier that got us for quite some time, whereas Skara just got his. So that's going to be a much later transformation for his tier that goddess item that Skara gets into. And XiaoXiao, finally, I think this is the first game he's had in this All-Star event where he's gotten going a bit early.
That didn't do for him. He's still sitting at that 1,000% on kills, deaths, and assists. So let's see if we can get under his belt here. He's been pressured, so we'll have to see.
Picks up the Manamune, and we could very well see a bunch of people converge to bottom. There are 2 people of Europe in the base right now, so if North America forces this, they would have the Requiem to assist in their 3v3.
Special puts the pink ward down, allows Nautilus, that Snake Vicious, to come in from the backside. Chain of Corruption is on. He's going to see Jarvan right next to him. Says, whoa, it's going to be a 3v3, ladies and gentlemen. They go in as well as the Requiem. They lock down the Cataclysm. It's Special staying in front of Double It, but Double It, Arcane flashing into the fight, and it looks like he's going to be able to pick up Diamond.
Diamond, the sole death in that fight, and there was actually a big lack of focus by North America in the start of that fight, with Double It focusing most of his early damage onto Edward, but St. Fish is trying to lock down Yellow Pete, and who would have guessed it? Diamond's the one that ends up dying at the end of it because he cataclysmed in to try to save. That was just the advantage from NA because they knew they had the Requiem, and they baited that Varus ultimate in for a fake engage.
See how the lanes are still faring. You see the bottom are going very well for Double It again, a 2-0 in one game for him to start off. Looks like they're going to try to get him going as well.
Scar.
0 mana Scar. He's got the blue, but he's not going to have enough to maybe get away from this one. Alex hits him away, dodges the shock blast.
Really having to wait for that flash until Alex burned his Q, because if he would have flashed early, he would have just been sniped. He was overextended, getting hungry for some of those minions. Scar tends to do that sometimes. Alex punishes him for it by burning both of his summoner spells.
Alex also played that one smart. He did not flash, so he may have the second engagement when Scar comes back. Scar used everything to get out of that.
Still Rod of Ages finally completed by Scar, though. He is slowly but surely farming up. This is not the clip you'd expect from a mid lane Carthus. I still think some of that happened because of the flash he had to burn early, and also because this is the first time XiaoXiao is really free to do what he wants. He's on an AD champion. He's really excelled on those since the start of Season 3, and if Europe wants to win, coming into the tournament, we thought they were going to have to play like Gambit, which meant XiaoXiao is going to have to just farm up a storm and then flank it in team fights, and they're actually on their way to doing that.
And you have to give a thumbs up and a hat off to Alex so far. How many times has Saint bed mid to give him trouble, and he's still up about 30 CS on Scar?
Yeah, we've been talking so much about Diamond sitting bottom lane. Saint's done that equally as much to Alex, but the ganks haven't even been close. That's why we haven't been showing it on camera necessarily, because every time Saint's in the wings, Alex is ungankable.
Just pulls it out, makes himself safe. Looks like he's going to head back to lane. Now going up against the Rod of Ages here. It's he himself trying to fill up that Muramana. Almost there. Has the blade of the root lead coming out into Yellow Pete. Looks like he's going last. Whisper once again for his second spot.
So that is A pretty good build actually on Varus. The Blazer King gives you enough attack speed that the Last Whisper is actually pretty critical to be able to get later. Plus he's going to want to kill Nautilus very early as well with percent health damage. I do like that combination from Yellow Pete. It's actually difficult to transition past that. So he's going to be hitting a pretty big spike when he completes Blade King plus Last Whisper, as opposed to a regular conventional AD carry build.
Well, you see kind of a movement on the blue build here coming in from Ezreal. Definitely goes for the Bloodthirster to start that off instead of Lizard.
And that's exactly what Doublelift did in the North American qualifiers. The Bloodthirster first into the tier. That is my favorite version of the Iceborne Gauntlet's Muramana Ezreal, because you get so much power in the lane just off the Bloodthirster, and then you get to transition into the annoying thing, so you never really have that weak point.
See how he utilizes it throughout the game. Right now he's got himself a good 10 CS up onto Yellow Pete, who had Soaz here. Give some Dyrus some trouble in the top lane. But they back off. A little bit of a lull in the game for everyone as they just get their farm on until the next fight.
And the last we checked of that top lane, it was really Soaz sneaking up there at 20 mini kills to 40 with an item advantage and then just kind of farming it out. Looks like it's been more of the same. These guys have not necessarily been fighting each other too much. They're farming up Dyrus, extending his lead by a little bit, about 14 more than previously, but still, those guys are going to be all about team fight tanking rather than fighting against each other.
Zara gets it up once again. Nice dodge there. Big exchange by Chase. Alex keeping himself safe. A lot of aggression in that bottom lane, though, as they may try to go in for this fight.
Europe really wants to dive in, but the fight is bottom, and he is gone.
Yellow Pete gets obliterated on that one. Chain of Corruption is going to help Edward walk out of that, but that was big for them. 3 assists now.
And it's even bigger because the Dragon just spawned, so if North America can repel this push mid, they're going to be able to trade Dragon for Dragon with Europe, who got it earlier.
Dyrus coming down to focus his bottom lane. Like you said, that focus now being put down towards the bottom side of the map. Edward may lose his turret, and they may lose his dragon with this amount of pressure. 6 seconds on Pete.
Very least, this is probably going to be the first turret of the game for North America, and a 17-minute turret really shows to the laning that's happened in this game and how neither team has really overextended. All the ganks have been about killing rather than pushing lanes. We saw a lot of early in Season 3, but first turret down, North America gets a slight gold lead.
There was a ping on Dragon just now. Saints making his way out there, but it looks like bottom is backing. So they say we at least need focus, we at least need vision. They're going to attempt.
And Yellow Pete's made it all the way back since dying, so North America didn't really use that window to try to get the Dragon. Both the top laners meandered their way back to the top lane to just start fighting up there, and it looks like the Dragon is completely deprioritized in this game.
See Diamond and Saint now in these inventories. Diamond still building up. Looks like it's to be team-oriented in that bulwark fashion. Saint going for fight. Not selfish, but the cooldowns, the armor, the regen, and really getting himself to help engage with the team.
And the boost mobility was the rush. He's only been able to get 2 kills off of it since, but he could rush forward quickly. Europe, though, good ping forward timing, good back timing. Specialist not there. I think Europe's got it.
Take it down. It may still be an engagement, though. No, the gate is going to get them out safely, and nothing comes back to bite them.
With the way Europe is playing this one, kind of in and out, getting the Dragon, not wanting to fight, not even forcing a Dragon fight, I feel like they think they're going to have a window in this game where they can win team fights, and they're just working towards that point.
Well, from last game, it was like their positioning and not team fights won it. So it almost looks like they have 2 avenues. But this team, like you said, bringing to the table, it's going to be pretty good fight teams.
I think they're really looking for Alex to farm up and become an unstoppable beast. They're going to get that Muramana transform, I think, in a couple minutes. His Muramana is actually sitting at 720. So in about a minute, he's going to have that, and that's where they might start forcing their team fight. Maybe at the next Dragon. They're waiting on the Aegis from Diamond Props. Soaz is waiting on probably a Sunfire King, because he just completes it right now. The Aegis goes in, and as soon as that last Whisper comes in on Yellow Pete, I think it's go time.
Here you see the Iceborne Gauntlet coming out. We have the Glacial Shroud onto Ezreal, almost charged up there and built up. Around the last Whisper, not finished on Pete. It's like these guys haven't gone back to buy too much, but wards always in the inventory. He knows they have a bit of an advantage. Keep those wards out. The advantage is pressed. We'll be able to pick up this blue. This means Alex is going to start that poke game with Jace.
And it is a devastating poke game as he finally transforms his Muramana, because at this point in the game, Jace doesn't necessarily have a weakness. A lot of times, if you're going the full AD Jace, you're very squishy. If they close in on you, you can't necessarily kill someone off. All you have is the hypercharge gate shot. But now, with the Muramana, if they come in, he can use his W, 3-hit people for the full Muramana damage on every hit. That's not reduced, by the way, with his triple shot. So it is devastating when they go in.
Alex looking to do some powerful damage here. If they brawl, Dyrus trying to push the top lane, and it almost looks like they are avoiding the fights as they know there's been a huge surge in power coming in to EU right now. They kind of got to take it slow.
And Scar is waiting to stack up his tier as his double lift. Even though I said there wasn't much weakness in double lift's Bloodthirster first build, when you get that Glacial Shroud in, that item by itself isn't protecting him that much aside from a bit of armor.
Right.
Glacial Shroud in itself is a very inefficient item. It's efficient once you put it into its upgrade. So if he gets his Iceborne Gauntlets, he's there. But since he's not there yet, it's really not giving him a huge amount of benefit.
It's all about playing that mid section of the purchase. Weird to think about, but it makes a difference. So they're kind of playing it slow. Like you said, the tier getting charged up. Double lift, looking for that core item out of the Glacial Shroud. Dyrus, a little bit of harassment here, trying to figure out if Soaz is playing different. It looks like Dyrus' Sixth Sense paying off here. He's not engaging whatsoever.
And even though Diamond hasn't had the most successful ganks this game, it seems like for how much we've seen him waiting in rushes, he has an amazing amount of farm. Maybe that Spirit of Lizard Elder plus just him sweeping through the jungle very fast is making up for it. I don't quite know how he's done it.
30 CS ahead of Saint. Looks like there is some movement up in that top lane. Soaz goes in, and he's trying to bait Dyrus
Really
into
trying to
using
bait.
that slice and dice. There's the slice, there's the dice, but he used it to get away. Sixth Sense.
Dyrus is a patient man.
Wow.
He knows how to top lane, and he definitely senses something is a little bit up right here. I wonder if North America is going to try to counter this one because they've been up there for a while, and finally they dive in!
Oh, Dyrus, you got too antsy in the fancy. I don't know if you're going to make it out. He does. Still has the ultimate to throw down, and he did. A few more caster shots coming in. The auto attack there from Diamond. Oh, the flag toss. Run darts. That's why they're illegal.
Style points there with the kill from Diamond. Support is rolling in from him, but actually Nautilus is on the chase. North America might try to turn something around here yet.
There they are. The wall goes down, so they have vision on the other side of the wall. It looks like Saint is going to dive into this. Scar flashes. They get a good depth charge onto Diamond. He goes back to the fight, dodges it, tries to get some damage onto Double Lift, but he puts himself in for the safety of his team.
And surprisingly, the red buff actually fell off Diamond right before he died to Double Lift, so there is no red buff that Double Lift gets to have. Makes the dive actually successful for them since they not only got a 1-for-1 without transferring a red buff, they were also able to pressure the mid turret when North America roamed up to support.
I was going to say Alex hadn't been back to buy in a while. Looks like he picked himself up a nice last whisper after the Muramana finished. Looking for a lot more items and Infinity Edge to come out of Yellow beat this game.
Huh, so the pickaxe is actually going for Infinity Edge. Makes my whole speech earlier a little foolish, but I still think that's more of a late game transition build. It means that his last whisper is actually going to be very slow. So if he's ever dueling Double Lift while Double Lift has the Iceborne Gauntlets, he's going to have a hard time actually breaking through that damage.
Oh my gosh, he's going back. Alex D says, I'm getting out of here, but he meets a St. Vicious. Oh, the 2v1 in favor of Alex right now. He's actually fighting 3 people with Requiem coming in. Now into 1v1. A 4th person fighting Alex in this fight now with 2 top rounds coming across. He may not make it out. 4 is 3 too many.
As impressive of a fight that was for Alex, it doesn't actually give his team an edge. He gave up assist pool gold essentially in that fight. He is such a powerhouse at this point in the game with his channeled farm, his last whisper, and his Muramana transform that he can take on 2 people at once and come out ahead. But if he dies, it's not necessarily worth it unless Sauce can get the turn.
So we're going to go ahead and say this game is a bit closer than last game. 6-4. The gold still within 1,000 now at 24 minutes. The turrets within 1. Pressure to the top lane still coming from Skara. See if he can do anything to hold this off or get the team to bolster up with him. It looks like he's just going to be there. Wrap it up.
And we have to keep track as well of Double Lift's power this game. 4-0-2, and for as much as Alex Each has been farming on Jace, Double Lift is right behind him here. 9,100 gold on Double, 8,500 gold on Alex Each. So the battle of the biggest carry right now is to Double Lift, and with that Iceborne Gauntlet build, he's actually going to hit his max item build a little bit sooner than a regular AD carry. So NA will be able to have really a max item Ezreal quite quickly.
Two-shot barrage going top lane. They look to save this turret. That will be fine for now, and it looks like they are going to try and focus down Dragon 2 seconds from now. Skara still going to the top side. He's going to be at blue while they do this.
Scar's got to hurry up getting this blue buff because they just keep giving up dragons to Europe, and Europe has been on top of it. North America has not been in position. This looks like dragon number 3 for Europe.
They're actually on both sides. They are trifecta around the dragon happening, but didn't want to go in for it.
So with that dragon, Europe has the gold lead. They actually haven't been winning that many fights. 6 kills to 4. Really the only one who's been powerful on his own has been Alex Each. And since they're getting the dragons, we actually haven't seen the team fights getting generated by these guys.
They know consideration for power of both of these teams is coming in. Last game we saw North America dictating a lot of what was going on. The play
this could be the fight.
bouncing out. There's the box. The initiation comes in after this. Dyrus is still there to help Special. It was going to be Doublelift coming in on the side, so that could have been scary for them, but each team backing off.
Really interesting disengage, I'd have to say, because Soaz was the one caught out. He used his Let's Bounce just as a way to get tenacity and escape out of this fight. Good play by North America, burning the Let's Bounce, but we'll see who capitalizes.
Let's see what they can do. 25 minutes in, it is 64. But it is going to get a lot more hairy with these turrets going down. They are pressuring down the mid now for North America. This was North America's turret on the other side for EU, so a definite momentum push for Europe as we come into the mid game.
And this game is not even close to being decided yet, but it will be decided soonish, if that makes any sense, because they've been farming up for so much, and the team fights just haven't met the right conditions to happen. We need to have the Dragon fights. The Baron fights could actually happen fairly quickly. You got to keep in mind, Skara is on Karthus, who can kill Baron incredibly fast. Doublelift finally picked up his Iceborne Gauntlets. They could power through a Baron here, or they could just look to force a fight, as Europe is actually trying to split push two side lanes.
There goes Soaz from the side of the fight. Will they be able to actuate on this one? It's at 26 minutes. The core items have been had, and it's not EU pressuring that turret. It's North America pressuring down. Their health bars aren't even moving. Soaz dropping very quickly. The passive across the pop for him. The True Shot Barrage actually not hitting the blobs, but they are able to clean this one up. It's going to be the 4v5 in front of the turret and a very healthy North American squad.
So XiaoXiao is actually still in the bottom lane, pushing these turrets down. North America knows what happened last time when they were getting split push, and they only get the one kill for the turret. Good trade for Europe, I have to say.
They start backing this one up. Looks like Alex still trying to pressure that bottom lane. Doublelift is going to be the one to stop here. And Alex, realizing that he cannot see everyone on the map, is actually staying here.
If Doublelift gets a single hit on Alex, there's a chance he'd be able to kill him. Alex has to be very careful here because the chase potential of Doublelift's Ezreal is immense. Dyrus coming up behind.
Dyrus almost in range. That is going to be a shock-gated chase. Not going to be able to catch that guy. EU trying to make some moves, trying to now pressure every part of North America's side of the map.
And they're really just trying to execute the split push strategy and ain't not letting it happen.
North America back in the face of EU, and St. Vicious says we can do it too. Thresh getting a kill, actually. Special comes up with one for himself in this matchup. Diamond going down, Diamond hitting up as well by Doublelift.
And now with Diamond out of the way, no smite steal is potential for North America, but there are still the two solo lane damage dealers from Europe who might try to harass this one. North America going for this Baron. Wards are being spammed in from the outside. Let's see if they can get this one down or how Europe tries to contest it.
Diamond not in this one. They're not even going to pressure. The True Shot Barrage coming across. There it goes to Saint. And it's a 28-minute Baron for North America.
For all the split pushing, that one mistake may cost Europe. After that Baron, they are still up in gold, which shows you how much map pressure they've actually been able to attain throughout the rest of this game. But a very critical mistake by Yellow Pete and Diamond getting caught out in this one. We have to wait to see how North America presses this Baron advantage.
Blocket of the Iron Solari coming out for Special, and why? Because he's 2-6 along with his 6-0 and 280 carry. So pulling out the strength of the team right there. And on top of that, does that Locket protect the Nautilus shield from breaking?
It depends, I think, on the order of the shields when they're applied. They'll kind of stack on top of each other, so if they do, it will work very well for them. I really like Locket, particularly on X Special, because Thresh in himself, his Lantern is almost like a Locket.
Yeah.
So he'll get a double Locket in some of these team fights and really frustrate a Shock Blast or any type of Let's Bounce. You can almost completely
Does that Locket, does shield consider the Locket cooldown of not being as much next time?
Not sure what you're going for, but Doublelift getting caught by Alex.
All right, well, let's see if Doublelift gets it up here. Alex, yeesh. Wow, that was quite quick. The Requiem not really facing him too much.
Yeah, Doublelift has got to keep his distance from Alex right here. That was an absolute crush, and that's what they're trying to do to stay in the game, is just keep up Alex's split pressure.
Let's see what they do at 23 minutes. EU kind of gathering in middle here, saying, power in numbers, buddy system, let's hold this one out. But North America is doing the same as well. You cannot not move as a pack right now. There's just too much strength to go around. 3 core items and the Muramana finished. Is Alex even able to build into that Hex Drinker for personal safety? And these guys are coming out. The Bulwark now, so Skara get a little bit hit up on that.
Yeah, and Skara got the transform even though he had the really late tier, so he's managed to kind of reach that late game target potential. No kills, he's definitely not the same threat as Alex. And we did talk about potential split push threat in the pregame and how Europe really needed to have someone who could solo any potential split push that NA throws at them. And the battle between XiaoXiao and Doublelift could actually happen a couple times throughout this game. That last fight was a great sign for Europe if they want to continue to split.
Like Kessler, somewhat close to finishing that item build for himself as well. The Boots of Lucidity coming out now. We do see the Bulwark on both sides. Cyrus picking up a War Mines for himself, and everything just says fight, fight, fight.
The Dragon coming up pretty soon, but those have all went to Europe. North America hasn't really done much with this Baron. Their lanes from the sides are still pushing up. This is a fantastic hold from Europe so far.
Side to push, it's really up to the next move. North America trying to pressure a little bit of the jungle, still take away these buffs. Looks like they don't want it. The pink ward is going to keep them safe. There's the toss into Diamond. Could get up pretty good here. Piercing area coming from Yellow Pete. Depth charge to the back line. Chain of Corruption locks up just about the entire team. But look at Double It on the outside. Dyrus is able to finish the kill. They continue to dice in here. It's going to be Saint Vicious. Let's Bounce was completely used on Saint. Soaz is now going to be chased by 3, but it is going to deter them from an engagement with the rest of the team.
And he is out, so a 1-for-1 was a very good fight for Europe, considering they seem to be the ones to get cut out. North America was not able to get in position to deal their maximum amounts of damage, and that really wasn't that amazing considering how the fight started.
Yeah, it looked like it was going to be pretty grim. The ward coverage was, for both teams, was really the saving grace there. They knew what to do and what not to do. Now the top pressure on the turret here, 32 minutes in, 10-6. They only get a few shots on. The siege clear, quite good coming from EU.
And it looks like North America's Baron is about to be spent. They have maybe 10 seconds left on it, so nothing really gained. They were down 1,000 gold after they picked up the Baron, and they're still down 1,000 gold. So this game is still yet to be decided, even after North America seemed to have that big break in the Baron.
Leandri's being finished up onto Soaz. They can get that percentage damage down, and that's going to help. Got a pretty tanky Saint. Tanky Dyrus coming in there. Infinity Edge finished up onto Yellow Peak, and we saw instant depth charge onto Yellow Peak that fight. Really all he did was piercing arrow, so it's scary for him to get close in these fights.
He also got that Chain of Corruption, which held North America
the 45, that's
place. And it spread to pretty much anyone, which forced North America, or actually made them incapable of chasing all the way through. And wasn't that bad of a play by Yellow Pete after getting depth charge straight off the bat.
Saint pushing the top lane, so they can get a little bit of pressure on the Dragon. Pick that up for themselves as well. So backing off, there's
Alex
go! Vicious just absolutely getting bit down by Alex. There's a shot blast. Oh, but he gets the shield down to save himself.
That is such a scary man coming out of the jungle. Makes Saint burn all of his spells. Alex did burn his Ignite though, so he can't do that as quickly to Saint in the future. And even though that was an amazing show of strength by Alex, it doesn't give them a big edge.
Double Locket now coming out for North America here. Now, those double Lockets degrading on W's. That's what I was
Those
getting at
definitely
earlier.
degrade on W's. You will refresh the duration of your own locket. Full circle, we're back to there. Is Alex gonna go kill Double Lift again? Probably not, he's not.
Maybe not. And really, Alex Ish, at the point in the game where he loves to be, I can 1v1 anyone on your team. Now finishing the Maul of Mad Warriors.
This is a lot of the Gambit Gaming playstyle. You can't send a man for Alex, and he team fights when he chooses and then decides to destroy you. And if he can pull it off in this game, Europe's going to probably come out on top, but North America has been forcing some really good team fights. If they catch someone in the right spot and don't get kind of re-engaged around by Soaz, they're going to be able to push through for something pretty powerful soon.
And we see that power coming kind of to a bridge here as all the items at max capacity for Mirror Mana charges up. The Void Staff now on to Skara. It's going to help greatly with that Bulwark damage as he gets into Defile the fight. And he's been using Flash to engage quite a bit. So with that up, these guys have a great engage on this fight.
And even without the Death Cap, Skara is sitting at 400 ability power, so he is still hitting quite hard. It's crazy to think, Riv, that we're 34 minutes into this game, and there's about 80 goals separating both teams, maybe less.
Yeah, even numbers at the top of the screen, even turrets on each side of the map. 10-6 is the kills. Just about what separates these two teams besides the mindset. 35 minutes into this one, a push down the mid lane for North America. As we have Diamond on the top trying to pressure or push out that lane.
And Double Lift is actually only 1 item completion away from being a 6-item bluish Ezreal, since he's got the red Bloodthirster in there. It's North America's time to actually press a little bit. They haven't been able to press the last 6 or 7 minutes since they were able to pick up the last Baron, but they might force something big here since they've got Void Staff, Last Whispers, and a very strong Double Lift now, 341 mini kills.
Special with the Oracles, they're trying to gain control of the map and really put Europe into an uncomfortable position here. Alex Ish actually taking quite a bit of damage from that shot on Double Lift, so they're trading Shock Blast damage for Mystic damage at just about the same amount.
They're just really poking back and forth. Neither team wants to engage too hard since they know the damage potential of both of each other. If you engage into a Karthus, the rest of your team is kind of cut off from yourself. But if North America tries to dive in, Zach's probably just going to jump through their entire team and start bouncing all over the place. So very difficult situations for both.
There's so many things to focus on in these fights. Who does Diamond Cataclysm? Is it Dyrus? Does he get out? St. Vicious just anchor toss out. Where's it going to be? Are the AD carries focused? There's so much to watch, and it looks like it may be all over a Baron.
And North America is actually trying to bait around a corner and get a catch of some kind, but Europe is really not taking the bait. They're poking safely. Edward's been back to base. They were not trying to see that one right there, which means they're actually in a bit of danger of letting North America take a Baron.
They are in on it. They have a pink ward in, so it's just going to be a pink ward to ward battle as they try this one.
And it's going to peel out.
Smite is up. St. Vicious starts to peel off. Do they have it? The flash? Oh, he gets the terrain. Alex Ish with the fast flash as well.
But that means the flash is down, so the next time St. Vicious tries to ultimate, even though he doesn't have a flash to engage, they might be able to lock down Alex Siege. It will be a very touchy positioning battle for Alex, since he has taken so much of that farm that he cannot get caught out.
Alex now going over to the blue buff. They need the poke to stay there. True Shot Barrage to the top lane so they can keep the focus exactly where it is. They do not want to leave the pressure they have. They know they have EU in an uncomfortable spot, like I said.
And EU is definitely on the back foot. They're the ones worrying about getting poked at Baron, but it's definitely not overly detrimental. They're feeling somewhat comfortable here, but a little bit uneasy.
Pressure now still at Baron. We've been here for 2.5 to 3 minutes. It's been tagged. It's been walked away from. This dance is becoming a grand waltz for these teams as they start to engage it once again. We're going for possibly the final dance. They got the depth charge pops up too, but they dive to the back line. Cataclysm gets everybody it needs to. Dyrus can't even get out of it. He's trying to fight Diamond. Requiem comes down to the top. A double kill for Yellow Beat on the Infinity S5 for him with the blade of the Rune King. Scar picks one up. It's going to be so far a 4-for-1. EU coming out on top, but it looks like the poke is still continuing. Double lift on one side, and it looks like they finally give up.
A 4-for-1. So many people flashing red. 3 there for Europe, below 25% health by the end of that fight. And that was an amazing counter-initiate by Soaz and Diamond. Even though Alex got hit by the depth charge, no one on North America could actually follow through. Scar couldn't quite make it into the team fight, and the backline got wrecked by bouncing Soaz and Diamond's Cataclysm.
Locked up and knocked up in that fight. Such good crowd control use. They stacked it one on top of the other instead of right on top of each other. Looks like they're going to be able to grab a nice Baron off this, walk it down mid lane, and start to give a little bit of help to the Baron.
Because we're really 38 minutes into the game now, those death timers after that 4-for-1 fight for really long. So normally after a really close Baron fight like that, you get to see no one have it because they're all alone, they have to go back to base. But they actually went back to base and then came all the way back to Baron, and North America was still dead. So they were able to take the Baron for free, which is great. Not for free, because of the fight.
Indeed. Because they fought valiantly and kept themselves alive. We were talking about it a little bit last game, is you fight something and you don't have enough health to do it. But Gambit's kind of finding themselves on, we have more than enough health to do things after these fights. And that, after being so uncomfortable, has to be a boost of confidence.
And they were playing this whole game up until where Yellow Pete could be a real threat when they're in these team fights, sitting in the back and just cleaning up. It's working for Europe right now.
Alex sitting at 100 CS per 10 minutes right now. Got that 400. He's looking to give Double Lift a run for his money on that. And Guardian Angels being picked up more on the EU LCS side.
Hey man,
very Gambit-y.
That's a, back when they were a Moscow 5 strategy in Season 2, when they wanted to end the game, everyone would build Guardian Angels and they'd make their final push. With the Baron buff, with double GAs, even though they're not as strong as they were in Season 2, that could be Europe's play here.
Extreme farm coming out on a lot of these guys. 300s, 4 of these players on the Rift right now. 2 for each side, another 200 in those top lanes as Dyrus and Soaz have been going at it back and forth. And again, credit to Soaz, he went to that lane 40 CS behind to really help his team in these fights. And we heard what Shai said, you may be down, but you gotta keep your head in this.
And that's exactly what Soaz did, because he had a very rough game 1. He has not been having a great all-star series, but he is showing up in this game despite having the early disadvantage.
Brand new Zoman trying to be finished up onto St. Vicious. His flash almost coming up, still with Alex Vicious from that last flash engagement. This Baron buff keeping them on their heels. Double Lift trying to get some damage. Whoa, that's a good chunk onto Diamond there. There's the initiation, and it's not going to be too much. Oh, he's got Diamond. That's a for sure. Edward with one more shot. Gives himself the seal. RT shifted. Double Lift going for another kill. He's going to be able to get that one. This is going to be double-licious, and he looks like he picks up Yellow Beat as well. 1, 2, 3, that's going to Scar.
And Europe was so confident because they had double GA and a Baron buff that they let Double Lift sneak up on him, and these are very long death timers. 50 seconds on Yellow Pete, 40 on Diamond, 35 on Edward. They might try to end with these 2 Baron buffs still sitting on Europe.
The Death Chamber putting the sweat on the European LCS All-Star team right now. The first inhibitor turret to be hit, battered, and beaten down by North America as the inhibitor now lies in their eyes.
20 seconds still left on the shortest death timer. They got 40 seconds on Yellow Pete. Alex and Soaz have a bunch of damage. There are no creeps for North America. They're going.
They have the pump. There's the Zack attack. Let's bounce. There's a race for Scar. They're going to fight this one out right at the Nexus. The front door is being beat down, but Europe is doing everything they can to clean up the doormat. Dyrus left alone in the turrets. He may be able to walk out, but that was a big, big stop for Europe.
And now Europe is on the offensive. Alex still chasing it. We know how much damage he does.
Homeguard not doing special. Fighting it beautifully. The shock blast hits. The changes in the gate to come out. He will continue to chase. The jump on to the skies. Dunks him down.
And now we're throwing the gauntlet back around the other way. That is 4 death timers for North America. And everyone alive on Gambit. I mean Europe, they're going now for the Nexus.
The supercharged Gambit. There's a lot of Europe calls, but they are the European All-Stars, hailing from many regions, coming together here for this spectacular play in the Shanghai Grand Stage.
15 seconds on Skara, 17 on Double Lift. I feel like they're going to res to get to the final edge, but this inhibitor is definitely going down, Riv.
Inhibitor for inhibitor. I don't know if they're going to be left fighting the Nexus turrets. EU says it's a little risky. We'll back out for this one.
Let's take a break.
Yeah.
I feel like we should take a break right now because that was unreal. All said and done, there's 4,000 gold lead on Europe. They are a little bit stronger than they were before that fight, but they have lost their Baron fight, and now they have the appropriate fear of Double Lift, I feel like. They focused him super hard when they were trying to take down those Nexus turrets, and they were within an inch of losing that game if they did not play that fight at their Nexus turrets exactly right.
4,000 gold, 2 turrets, and 0 kills separate these teams now as they have been pretty much neck and neck. And with this gold lead, 4,000 this late in the game, it's distributed so smallly, or so little between these players, it's not an item for them. It means nothing.
Yeah, the later you get into the game, the less a gold lead really matters. It's kind of about the percentage, and especially when you start hitting 6 items, sometimes the gold lead doesn't mean anything, because Double Lift is sometimes using his ultimate to clear a quick wave off the side, or just push it back from the base, because he's been maxed items for a while. It's not like his farm is actually netting him anything right now. It's just all about the team fight.
Double Lift, Captain Boots.
Home guard boots.
Those are, no, they are. This screen
Colors
just kick
trick
face.
man. I wish they were Captain Boots, because he is...
I was like, he's got the slow, he's got the gauntlet. Nope, screen protector, thanks. So 43-25 into this game, 14-14. We do have that 4,000 gold lead, but it could be not even there. Obsolete, as we said before. Blocking the Iron Solari coming out, 2 members for each team as they mirror that up. Guardian Angel's not up for Europe right now, so I don't expect them to be too crazy with anything.
No, and this is exactly where they almost lost the game the last time when Double Lift poked down Diamond and Edward pretty much by himself before the record came in. So they got the 1 turret and they're skedaddling out of there. The Baron is coming up very soon, and that may be where we see the next thing. But since teams have exposed inhibitors, they got to be extremely careful with where the back doors can be coming in, because both of these teams have experienced that in the last game.
I cannot believe the CS in this game for the amount of fighting as well. 2 people over 400 now and still more cresting. And we're only 44 minutes in. We see this in 60 minutes.
You gotta do. That is a little bit absurd. We could very well see 500 mini kills out of these guys, but if they're smart, they're going to be channeling farm into Yellow Pete. And North America is going to be channeling into Scar, because Alex and Double Lift are maxed. They have to get more people to maximum power.
Right, we'll have to see how they coordinate this one, where the next fight goes. Bases are open. Inhibitor in the mid lane for EU, Inhibitor in the bottom lane for Europe, as they were able to grab the Baron and get the map objective free. They're going to have to work on other inhibitors, though, if Baron is up.
This is potentially it. I thought the game was maybe over a couple of times so far, and there is a gargantuan creep wave actually creeping up the bottom lane for North America. And NA can't bait around Baron because Europe could very well just run into the base if they did, but we might see a team fight in this mid lane. If anyone gets a catch, there's a flash!
It's on to Edward, the flash did come up. That means Alex has his as well. Soaz right to the back line. Diamond, the Cataclysm, but he jumps out of it with a flash. Leases everybody in the back line. Soaz very hurt. Just gets himself out with beautiful play. It's a kill from Alex onto Skara. Diamond now falls in the matchup. The Requiem comes down, but I believe it's Boblets. He could be alive in this one. He will be. And it looks like they may not be able to save him. Doublet pressuring on. Jack, we said these are long timers, and those are very low health bars.
And even though they're long timers, that was a 2 for 2. And everyone is actually going back to base now. Such a aggressive initiate there by St. Vicious, and it looked like that fight was actually going to go to Europe's way until Scar threw out that Requiem at the end. Here's the risk play though. Double if next special, we're thinking about Baron. That would have been a bad idea.
Jack, it's almost like both teams knew they had to have that. We have to blow some of the summoners on each team. Then the next fight will be the pushing. Oh no!
No, you gotta watch out.
Catching onto that, pokes to him, but whoa, they are still going on to this. Alex East through the wall. He is gonna keep going. The flash comes out. He gets the shift. Oh, he tries to turn it around, but whoa! Throws that two-stepper out to the side.
And because North America went to check the Baron after the fight and let Europe just run back up with home guard boots on a bunch of them, and the gate from Jace, they made it there in a flash. That was almost a disaster, and what a crazy chase there by Alex and Double.
What a crazy everything right now, chat. This is absolutely ridiculous. Still, even in kills, it just goes back and forth. The Guardian Angels are now up. Again, what EU was waiting for this to happen. And Guardian Angels aren't even being considered on the side of the North American LCS. They did go for a Thornmail on St. Vicious, but it's all about power, fighting, and staying in that fight for the one time.
And Sage is really just trying to run at Yellow. He knows he's going to sacrifice himself in these team fights. That's why he's flashing in for the initiation. It's about really double lift and Skara for North America. Dyrus and Saint are kind of just distractions. And for Europe, it's really about Alex Each and Yellow Beat's damage, but Soaz is a much bigger distraction than Renekton just because of how much he's bouncing around. I feel like, I can't even agree.
You can't. These fights are ridiculous. Like we said, you watch Diamond, but Diamond Cataclysm.
Here they go, though.
Out of it, they are going for the Baron again. It does not look like they have a way to walk out of this one without taking damage on the backside. The wall goes down. They pressure him in. There's the first locket to stop some Baron damage. They begin the fight. Big special. The Cataclysm to the backside is right on to Skara. He is shredding Soaz and Diamond right now. The first kill coming out. Full house to Soaz. They are still going. Double up with full health in this fight as Requiem comes down and crashes into safety. And a kill on the Yellow Beat. Here comes that Guardian Angel. The 1, 2, 3. No, he missed it, but he shifts back in. Another 400 gold down.
Just getting a penta.
Full kill for this. The 1 kill. Penta for Double. Penta kill. Double up.
Wow, what a way to get an ace at the end of a 48-minute game. Looks like North America is just cruising down for this Nexus.
There is no way they're going to take 60 seconds to take down the inhibitors. You can see the cams. Double it with a pentakill in the All-Star game. He may be the only one to go, though. Everybody has to back.
Oh, no.
Will they actually have enough?
Maybe not. I called it too early. There's 20 seconds left on Soaz's death timer. There's still Nexus turrets up. The game isn't over yet, Riv.
Oh my
Are you
gosh.
kidding?
The pentakill coming in. He was 9-2-6, now 14-2-6. And we said, man, they might want to channel some different stuff onto people. They just channeled everything onto Double Lift. But that puts a fear into the European team.
And the craziest thing about the pentakill is that doesn't actually help North America in the grand scheme of things. It shows that they can win fights, but Double Lift can't buy anything with those items. It's not like he's a more fed Ezreal now. He is just more of a realized threat here. The Baron wasn't even taken. The only thing they got out of that was a refreshed inhibitor. We're gonna get to see that fight again.
Absolutely. Like we said, they wanted to blow the Summoners. They wanted to get back in, and it has to be considered that 2 Guardian Angels went down over the entire fight for EU. And it looks like Baron, at 50 minutes here, will be challenged once again.
Diamond might try to run in for a steal, but they're way scattered and way behind. I feel like North America can get this, maybe the steal. Alex is running at full speed.
Here we go. They are going to lock it in. Alex just on the outside. The Baron goes down. Saint locks it up for the team. This is a very big NA. This is a very big EU on the thread of a victory.
The thing is, the last time it looked like Europe had the power hand was when they had the Baron buff, and it was overconfidence that cost them the momentum in the game. They got killed and chased back to their base. North America is going to be so confident off of this, they have to make sure they don't over-push, because these fights are on a hair trigger with how they could turn in either direction.
you said, Jad, that goal difference not meaning much anymore. The kill difference not meaning much anymore. It comes down to the late game fight, the positioning, what can be done by these teams. It almost says the past 50 minutes have only tried and tested you to see how good you are now.
It's an all-star game. These guys, the true test of skill, the best players from every region here in North America and Europe, really giving me the best games I've seen all season. This is unreal right now. Scar with the death cap, how much ability power does that dude have? He's got 775. Alex has been max items for about 95 minutes right now. Almost everyone is getting to the max items. Yellow Peach G is down, obviously. I don't know how this game is going to end.
It's gonna have to end with a fight, Chad, and it's gonna be bloody and brutal, but it can't be called. There's no one that has the good initiation over the other. You have anchor tosses, you have Diamond, who has had amazing cataclysms. Soaz has always been there to capitalize with Diamond on crowd control lockup, and it looks like, once again, they'll be here, a 5-on-5 in the bottom lane.
And there's still a turret up in this push. They're gonna have to poke it down and risk getting initiated in on. There goes Soaz!
There's one, Soaz goes in, elastic shot, but that means he stays behind in a Jarvan ultimate now.
And look at that bounce plus shot, got Scar to half, which means if he tries to move into a team fight, it's gonna be very careful. North America is very confident with this Baron buff. They're getting the turret, but they still are getting risked at for maybe initiation.
That siege pressure. Look where Diamond is standing. He wants the diagonal entry. I thought he was going for it. They are going to hold off another inhibitor, which means lane pressure to come in on EU.
2 inhibitors down is a huge breaking point in a lot of these games, but this is not your regular 2 inhibitor advantage because it's not like they're even up in gold at 51 minutes into the game with 2 inhibitors down. They're going to try to sweep around for the third one. They have about 2 minutes left on the Baron buff, so they can still get this next push in with the Baron. And if Europe was scared to fight at number 2, they're going to be scared to fight at number 3, but they can't give up number 3. They're going to have to fight.
These guys are reading the same book right now. It said top lane, both are representing right now for this turret. And it looks like with the push we just saw, NA should have this one as well. Will EU let it happen?
They have to go in, I feel like, unless they're giving up. That turret's falling fast. There's the Varus ultimate, he gets hooked!
Chain of corruption onto his special. His special is locked out, but he did get the box down right before. Double lift to the back line, not taking any damage. Dire is doing some great peeling. Skara damaging and lowering the fight. It's double lift still alive. The Requiem to come down to the fight. Oh my god, it hit him as soon as he came up from Guardian Angel. Amazing. Diamond gets taken out for a few shots. Will they be able to take this down? Diamond looking very grim. 1, 2, 3. Ezreal to come in.
4 for 2
to get the Nexus turrets. Can anyone
Just
get it?
I think NA has it. They're going to finish off the Nexus.
It's going to be the Nexus. It's going to be double lift pentakill. They're going to carry this one on, and it's going to be North America moving on.
Those games were incredible. The energy for North America after that one. Just listen to the crowd. Amazing.
Come on, guys! Go! Baby! America! We're not last!
The community themselves is at 53-47, and it couldn't have been any closer for you guys to our thoughts.
And you can hear the Chinese crowd now giving a mostly standing ovation to a North America versus Europe game. That was just out of this world.
I gotta let my heart settle down here.
Gotta catch my breath a little bit.
That was a superbly played game. Did we see a flaw from either team? The engagements were there. They couldn't get to double lift. That's not a flaw. That's great play by both teams and just hard luck.
I'm gonna be honest with you. A lot of that game I don't remember, so it's kind of hard to analyze right now. But I remember the pentakill. I remember Europe having Baron buff and trying to push down mid lane. It seemed like they have it, but then double lift killed a couple of them they chased down. They couldn't finish the Nexus, they could turn around. But the thing is, there was like 35 minutes of awesome game before that started happening. It just cleared away from my brain.
There was 35 and another game of awesome game before that.
Yeah, it's not like the first game was bad. It's amazing. We almost saw Nexus steal.
Yeah. To see
Love it.
The innovation from each team to come out. For EU to go from ground up in that game with no momentum from game one and almost destroy North America after having such a good lead. Anybody's game through the entire time.
I can't wait for the rest of the tournament because now we get to see North America take on Korea, who Europe actually got beaten fairly badly by it. Like I still feel like all 4 of these teams have a legitimate shot of taking it, and we only have 3 games to figure it out.
And these guys brought out different stuff, somewhat different stuff for each game. They were able to switch it up. They figured out what bands mattered, and they really caused each other to play in an uncomfort zone and have to bring out their best all-star play.
I feel like all these guys, even though Europe lost this game, they got to walk away with that with their heads through the roof at the time and just always went for the play. That's the thing that I like most about that game.
Never stopped, the adrenaline drip still going right now. But to take us through the big plays from that amazing game, let's head over to freaking D-Man.
Thank you very much, Riv, and wow, what a game. I'll tell you what, all the other casters, we were all sat here, it was like, get double lift, get double lift, get double lift. You were like, no, get away from double lift, don't touch double lift. And well,
I wanted a game 3.
It seems they didn't touch double lift.
They really didn't, and I gotta say, that game was ludicrously hectic. You know, I'm trying to set up replays for the post game to talk about stuff.
That one. No, they used that one.
I think about 15 times it was, all right, this fight. No, never mind that fight. We want this fight. No, never mind that fight. We want, like, the entire game is a highlight reel of, like, amazing team fights.
Fantastic, fantastic match. And really, and you know, Jack really just hit the nail on the head. It's like there was this back and forth action, but there was 35 minutes before that, before the craziness really began. And honestly, probably 20, 28 minutes, I think it was still 4-2, so it was a real slow starter, but boy, did it boil up to an epic.
And it was funny as well, sort of how each team accrued their advantages as well, because you actually saw that same North American early game of doing a great job in lanes, of getting, I think, superior ganks overall. The Requiems were a really big impact, but the European squad actually controlled Dragon straight for a while, and they were winning in gold, I think, actually a large portion of that game, even though it felt like they were losing every fight.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic stuff. So let's check out really some of the key matches, key parts really of that match. It's hard to pick a singular one, but when there's a pentakill involved, it kind of speaks for itself.
All right, so let's actually take a replay of that big pentakill. Of course, the European squad is starting up on Baron, and because the North American team has the luxury of coming in and starting the fight sort of on their terms. I mean, they're under some time pressure, but because they get to start the fight, they get the positioning advantage. They get to fight with the walls in their favor. So let's run the clip, let's start it out, and watch how the North American team choose this. So Baron's getting taken down, that takes a little bit of time, but watch the positioning when the fight finally begins. The European squad realizes, okay, Wall of Pain is here, Baron's too healthy, we have to disengage. St. Vicious and Dyrus are completely in the front. Diamond and Soaz jump on the back line, but they're only getting Skara. Skara hugs the front of Cataclysm, gets a little bit into the team, and no one is still hitting double because he has the entire team in front of him. He jumps the wall to pick down Yellow Pete, and now he says, okay, I'm gonna wait for cooldowns, I'm gonna wait for Arcane Shift, and wait for Yellow Pete to revive, jump on him again. Alex can only do so much because he was not nearly as well protected as really Doublelift was, and he doesn't do nearly as much while dead as Skara does. And so you had kind of a positioning win there of the front line being in there for North America.
Amazing stuff, honestly. I mean, if you could put your finger on it, really, anything that Europe could have done to change the outcome there, what really would it have been? Because it seemed that the good old protect, the double lift, seems to work well. And actually, to be honest, he didn't need protection there. He was that mobile himself. He was getting around and attacking him from every action.
I think what they should have done is sort of realized their team fight priorities a bit better, because you're not going to catch Blue Ezreal, right? He's going to Arcane Shift away. You've got the Iceborne Gauntlet. You're not going to catch Blue Ezreal. It will not happen. And if you go and send Soaz and Diamond to dive Skara, you'll eventually kill him, but do you really care about killing a Karthus while all of your frontline was sitting in Defile? If they said, you know what, we'll kill Dyrus and Saint, right? And both those champions have percent health damage. Both those champions can actually kill Dyrus and Saint. Then they say, okay, we'll just break down the front line and push forward and do it more as a 5-man team instead of dive buddies, and well, good luck against Renekton.
So, unfortunately, of course, that means that Europe are now out of...
I believe the Korean teams back in Season 2, where, I mean, they did okay, right? Frost and Sword both made it out of their groups, and Frost made it to top 2, so heck, maybe you don't need it, but even still, I think the competition, I mean, as we saw here, the competition is getting stiffer, right? Everyone trusts on North America. Well, North America's stepping up now, finally.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic stuff. Of course, coming up, we'll be joined by the Pentakiller himself. It will be Doublelift and North America's All-Star Support X Special, and actually finalists themselves already. Maybe they're going to go all the way, who knows. Don't go anywhere though, the 2013 League of Legends All-Star Weekend. We'll be right back after this. The 1, 2, 3, no, he misses it, but he shifts back in. Another 400 gold.
Double just getting a Penta!
Triple kill for this, the 1 kill, Penta for Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2013 League of Legends All-Star Weekend. And right now, I am very excited. As a European, I'm not sure I should say I'm very excited, but I am joined by the dual lane pairing of Doublelift and X Special, who have just knocked out the European All-Stars. Welcome, guys, firstly. How did you guys approach this matchup? Because, you know, after yesterday's pretty heavy defeat, it's something that you guys have practiced so heavily for the Chinese game. How did you approach this European match?
We saw that they played a bunch of unconventional stuff, and we singled out the stuff that we were scared of and the stuff that we wouldn't be able to deal with. And so we just banned that stuff and let them run whatever the hell they wanted.
Yeah, so, I mean, obviously the game one, it was pretty hectic, let's be frank. There was moments you guys had full control. You had 10 3-upping kills for a long period of that game. And then suddenly, you went for Baron, they went for backdoor. What was going through your guys' mind?
One thing we're not really good at is just coordination in team coordination and where we should go late game. Because a lot of teams that we've been scrimming against, they never let us hit late game. We always beat them early, mid, and in the All-Stars, we've been always winning late game. So it's something that we haven't gotten down to T, and it's really showing. But every game we're playing, we're getting better and better, and hopefully we can carry this into tomorrow's game and just do way better.
And then obviously, let's go through the second game. Sorry, when it came to picks and bans, they kind of let you have pretty much what you had before. I saw you hovering over Urgot and going, oh, we could do this again. Was that actually a legitimate thought that was going through?
But like, Ezreal's generally just like an all-around good pick, and I've practiced him a lot.
Yeah, and the mobility that you had, obviously, if you looked at the team com you had, it was essentially a CLG, protect the double lift, but you didn't seem to need a lot of protection. You were so mobile, you were getting around the sides of the team. Was that something that you guys as a team have worked on? It's like, okay, we need to just be highly mobile as a team this time around?
We try to get as much done in the quickest way possible, and honestly, like, everyone that game was just like, it was like a gun, like just ready to shoot. Like, people were just flash hooking all day. Like, Special carried me in lane, like with 2 flash hooks, and Saint's not afraid. He just like flash hooks anytime he wants to.
And I heard during the game, obviously from our production guys, that it was actually Saint Vicious that was calling a lot of the matches there.
Yeah, Saint's our dedicated shot caller.
So, I mean, is there anything particularly different? Was he doing China as well? Was it simply a call nip? Because obviously he was at 7-0-3 against China at one point.
Honestly, a lot of the fault goes to me. I usually feed him a lot of information, but yesterday I kind of choked, I shut down, and I didn't give him the information that I should have. And today, I stepped up my game, and I gave him all the information he needed, and everyone else stepped up too. And it showed we played much better, and we're only playing better as this tournament goes on.
Well, I mean, that's big of you to say that, because honestly, a lot of the people yesterday were saying you would have been MVP of North American team yesterday.
Well, it's a lot easier to play mechanics when you don't worry about team calls, and it's something I've learned from just playing professionally, and it's a team game. It's not 1v1, so I didn't do my best.
Okay, so Europe, they had the Baron. They were pushing against you. How the hell did you guys just suddenly turn it around and get them on the run so quickly?
Me and Skara saw a catch on the right side, and I ended up chunking like Lulu and Jarvan both down to like 20% HP. And then that's just like, we're like, go, 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 go. Like, let's kill these guys.
Was it nice, calm, cool communications?
I think I said more expletives than like normal words that game. I was just like screaming at the top of my lungs. Like, I'm sweaty and disgusting right now, and there's like so much adrenaline. This game was just like insane.
And finally, how good is it to get a pentakill at the LCS All-Stars? LCS All-Stars, it technically was, because it was Europe versus North America.
Everyone else is trash. Right here on the show.
Everyone else is trash. Well, full-on CLG comes in. Thank you very much, Doublelift and X Special, and congratulations for making it through against Korea, which will, of course, be happening tomorrow. Now let's head over to Freak, who is waiting with more from the huge plays from the North American exciting win.
Thanks very much, D-Man. So I've got two great plays I want to show you guys, one from game one, one from game two. Let's show the first clip because it's one of these crazy fights right in front of the European LCS's base. And what I kind of want to point out is, just as you kind of heard it from Double, he said, you know, Saint is not afraid to start fights, not afraid to flash hook, just goes in, finds an easy pick. So they started out, and at this point, Europe's like, shoot, it's a 5v4 against Baron. We could lose our base. We need to make something happen. They wait for Alex to respawn, and they're going to all-in double lift here. Soaz puts on a freaking ton of damage, flashes out, Double gets low, Alex teleports just a screen away to stun him, but look at that, the smoke screen from double lift keeps Alex from hitting him basically the entire time. It's only the Ignite that finally brings him down. But now without an AD carry, North American team can't pick up anything else. They have no damage left, they have no damage dealers left in this squad. So they actually have to just take the inhibitor and leave instead of taking the base. So really good clutch decision making to all in the AD carry from the European team. Let's go to the second clip because we've got another crazy thing to show you guys. So right in front of the European LCS's base, North America wants to close the game out here. They've still got a little while of death timer. Let's roll the clip out because it takes a little while to get started. So, all right, kill the minions, go face tank the turret. They're backdooring it, but Saint's tanky. They don't care too much. They start things off, and here you're just seeing Alex be patient. He's trying to poke down, trying to deal damage, biding time until Edward, Yellow Pete, and Diamond can all revive because they basically just gotta like basically start the fight here, which is more or less a 2 versus 5. So it's just Soaz just diving in and finding the right people. Skara and Double Lift drop immediately. They kill them so incredibly quickly that, you know, they fight. Dunking squishies with bruisers is so incredibly important. Chasing people down with the acceleration gate is so incredibly important. But that's sort of what happens when you're actually allowed to initiate on the back line. That's what dive buddies are for, killing squishies off in a fight. That's the end of that clip. Of course, an amazing showing by both these teams in this best of 3. North America did 2-0 it, but it certainly wasn't without trying their hardest to make it happen. Of course, great competitors, and of course, we'll see NA later on in the weekend. But before we do, let's send it back to you guys at the desk.
Thank you very much, Freak. And, you know, I'm still trying as well, like Double Lift said, you know, there's a little bit of sweaty, obviously. Definitely got a little heated in here for everybody. I mean, you heard the crowd in that replay after the pentakill. In some amazing games. The adrenaline finally calming down.
Yeah, the adrenaline drip is working through the rest of the body and a little bit out. We're calming down. The games, we don't even need to recap them again at this point. I'm going to watch them again because I need to, because it's awesome. And I think that's it. We're going to get to see it again tomorrow.
Absolutely. So let's go ahead and check out the updated All-Star team bracket so you guys get an idea of what's happening.
Yeah, with their win, the North American LCS team moves into the semifinal round where they'll face the Korean LCL squad with a trip to the tournament finals on the line.
Absolutely. All right. Now it's time for some more awesome, a little bit of sit back, grab some popcorn. Last year there was one video that took the world by storm. Then there was a sequel. Those are pretty cool.
I like sequels.
And now it's time for the third installment in an epic series. And I like thirds. So it's the moment you've all been waiting for, presenting the world premiere of the Stick Figure Spotlight Part 3.
I always wanted to be a baker.
You want some of this?
Escape their shadow. Silent but deadly. Shed. We meet at last. Said. Challenge me, Shen. You're already dead. You couldn't even protect your father. I have unlocked the ancient forbidden art. You have nothing, Shen. I still have the element of surprise. After all these years, balance is finally restored.
I can follow all of that goodness. So guess what? I'm gonna make you guys do it. Let's take another look at your Twitter questions, and they better be awesome.
So
you can read.
I'll go for it. At Normandy Jaden asks, what rarely played champion would you like to see played? And who would you like to see play it?
Well, if it wasn't this season, I could have said Kennen, but
I want to see Victor played. This is a personal opinion.
Victor.
Because I like Victor. Because I like vector targeting, and I think he's actually really strong.
I really want to see Cassiopeia play. I like some good Cass play.
Yeah.
So we're going to move on to the next one. Jeremy Lee, 2008, back in the day. Which region brought the most impactful strategy to the weekend?
Wow, so the most impactful strategy for this weekend, I'm not sure yet, because there's been, does Rivington carry wisdom in his beard? Because it's fabulous.
Yes, I absolutely do. It's where I keep all my questions for Jat and all the preps.
It's a good, awesome question.
Indeed, that was an awesome question. I'm glad we left it up to these guys. So keep those questions coming. We're at LOL Esports, and remember to use the hashtag AllStar because we're at this amazing event. All right, we've got to go to take a short break, but don't worry, because I'm not worried. We have a lot of awesome. The 2013 League of Legends All-Star Weekend live from Shanghai, China. We'll be right back after this.
Welcome back to the 2013 League of Legends All-Star Weekend live from Shanghai, China. It's just about time that we start our first semi-final team tournament match featuring the Garena All-Stars taking on the China LPL All-Stars. So let's meet the teams.
Well, starting in the blue corner, it's the 2013 Garena Sentinels is Chawi. And at support, former TPA, now from the Snipers, is Mistake.
So let's have a look at their opponents for this one. They are the Chinese LPL All-Stars, including the top lane from Invictus Gaming, a man who shaved his head today, apparently. And that came up on the screen here is, of course, PDD. The jungle from World Elite is Tro. Mid lane, also from Team WE, is Misaya. The AD carry, also from WE. Three of them, of course, in this lineup. And the support from Invictus Gaming is XiaoXiao.
I suppose it wouldn't really be... if there's only one, you couldn't say we, it would be Team I. So I'm glad that there's more than one.
Never mind, they've got two. All right, we've seen enough and we've probably heard enough as well from us. But the members of the Garena All-Stars in our skills competition have been doing really, really well. But we haven't seen them perform as a full team yet here. And what can we really expect from them? Because they have 3 world champions, technically, on their roster. We saw them earlier on getting their rings. Of course, Mistake no longer with the Assassins. He's now with the Snipers. But that fact still stands. He's a world champion.
He absolutely is. The individual skill here is incredibly, incredibly high. And this is interesting because really both of these teams have, you know, a core of 3, right, that have played together for a long time, right? It's Team WE, former TPA. And then you've got 2 other guys thrown in there that hopefully can keep up and do very, very well. Now, the interesting thing is, of course, so we've actually seen them individually do incredibly well as I think they have the teamwork too.
Not sure that if we do see Oriana from Toys that it will be AD this time, though.
Not likely.
Probably sticking with a more traditional AP. And their opponents for this one, China, looked fantastic yesterday, but do they really have what it takes to beat the Garena All-Stars?
Well, PDD, I think, is going to be the big factor here. So if you kind of go back and say, look, the core of 3 are going to do well. How about the ringers? Well, PDD has been freaking phenomenal. The guy has been on point, absolutely. He had a 5-1-9 Rumble game. 3 of his 5 kills were in 1v2s.
succeeded in 2 different 1v2 scenarios and won both of them. And their teamwork seems to be actually pretty good. They've had a couple of falters, sure. You know, they've had a couple of rough games against NA, but really speaking, they've been on the same page. They've been making good calls.
Coming off their dominating victory over North America in the first round, China's hopes to use their teamwork and a top secret strategy, apparently, to earn another win against the Garena All-Stars here today.
The China team is really scary. It consists of 4 really strong players.
下一场我们将面对来自于东南亚的 GPL， 怎么样打他们？用尽全力的打他们。
China has been coming up with a lot of interesting strategies.
其实说实话，战术
China is really good. Every rules, every lanes, they are very strong at it.
他们是非常强的对手，我们会合理的利用我们的个人能力和战术的调整，去赢下这场比赛。我相信我们可以获胜。
All right then, guys, before we get into our first game, let's check out who you think is going to take this best-of-3 series and earn that spot in the team tournament finals. According to lolesports.com, which, by the way, the voting is still open, so you should definitely get yourself over there and check that out. 55% of you think that the Garena All-Stars will win this match. And I think the difference is, you know, that 15%, the 55 to 45 right now, are the 8,000 people in this stadium.
But what's great about this as well is, like, the audience has been pretty good at calling close matches, right? You had an incredibly close between NA and EU, and even though it was a 2-0, the games themselves were incredibly close. Even North America versus China was stupidly close. Well, that game 2 is a ludicrous comeback here. And at this point, it's people saying, well, you know, last time we had a big international tournament, TPA slaughtered people. So I think it's a good place to start, honestly.
Yeah, I do as well. But the problem is, right, China are on home soil. Yeah. And the stadium today, I can, not with statistics to back that one up, but my feeling is that today it's fuller than it was yesterday. It certainly seems that way. It's definitely louder than it was yesterday, or has been. Now, just at the side of the stage, and a huge crowd of people actually rushed over to him. So that just shows you that, you know, the fans, whilst obviously rooting for China here, they do have a bit of love for the Southeast Asians as well.
And that's kind of what I'm holding out for, is they've been so supportive of every player here. Yeah. Right? I've heard yells for Dyrus and Scar. We've seen the mobs for the TPA players and whatnot. And they've been deafening. Like, the double lift pentakill was pretty well deafening. I don't even want to know what a PDD pentakill sounds like, but we might not have ears afterwards.
No, I think this place would just turn into chaos. I think they'd be mobbing us here on stage and, you know, having a celebration with us here, because that's really how passionate these guys here are, and I can't really say that enough. I mean, you guys at home, obviously, you've seen the pictures on the stream. You've seen, or heard, I should probably say, through the microphones that are placed around the crowd. You can see there just a small portion of this incredible crowd here in Shanghai there on your screens. Not sure what they're all hankering for a look at this time, but there's been numerous occasions where we've heard commotion that spread through the stadium, and we've been kind of, okay, what's going on now? Who's walked out from backstage at this point? And they are so into their League of Legends here. It's just, honestly, as a League of Legends commentator on the side, but a League of Legends fan, this is so great to see.
It's amazing to be here. It's fun when, you know, we know the camera's going to turn on, and I just have this grin that just sits in my face, and I can't get rid of it. I'm like, I'm here at the All-Star games. I'm here at the All-Star weekend. These are really good games. I get to cast them.
They all have been as well. That's,
oh my God,
that's a great thing. Even the 1v1s, the 2v2s, you know, we weren't really knowing what to expect from them ourselves, you know, as a caster team, I guess we can call it. We talked a lot about how that's going to go down, what we can expect and things like that. And I think we can safely say that all our expectations have been met. We've seen some incredible stuff from there. The team tournament as well, even though 2-0, 2-0, 2-0 is what we've seen so far.
True.
Those games have been so good.
Yeah, almost. I think every series has had at least a comeback. Every series I can remember has at least had one of those games have a comeback there, if not both of them. That was the least number of games possible. Like, that could have gone 50% longer, and we're like, man, that's just 2 BO3. Like, these guys are so good at putting on a good show, of, you know, dragging it out as long as they can if they're on the losing team, of saying, hold on, look, we can do this, really. And that's fun to see the fighting spirit that, you know, and Chat said it in the very beginning of the weekend, where unlike most All-Star games, these actually matter. And you're seeing it in the players, in their attitudes, and how they're approaching the games, and what they're accomplishing here. Because, you know, they're putting on those great individual performances you expect from an all-star game, but they're fighting so hard to turn it around and keep themselves in the running that you know everyone is trying super hard here.
So there are basically, we should talk about this a little bit as well. Two major things for the teams, at least, on the line here.
Yeah.
The first of which, of course, is for the winner, an extra spot for their region when it comes around to the World Championships. The other thing, which has already actually been decided, was, you know, the one team that doesn't reach the semi-finals, in this case, of course, we've just seen that is Europe, will have to play, their first seed team will have to play. Got kind of thrown off there. There was a crowd cheering for PDD's freshly shaven head. I'm not sure why that is. Maybe we can find some information.
I feel like he would have lost a bet saying I'd beat Soaz 1v1.
Yeah, I think so too. I think that's how it went down. I mean, I know all about, you know, losing bets and
losing bets. So I heard you were going to do that anyway. And that scumbag Joe was like, I'm doing this as a ploy to get Twitter followers. Confirm or deny?
I'm not confirming or denying such rumors on air, Freak. I think we all know that my integrity is there. You're just spreading terrible rumors.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it. I am following you. I'm one of your legion of followers.
I am also one of your legion of followers. That's good stuff. And what Freak said yesterday was something about 100,000 followers and losing the chin strap.
Sure.
There we heard it, everyone. Once Freak on Twitter hits 100,000 followers, we are going to shave off that chin strap. In fact, no, we're going to wax it off because that sounds like more fun for everyone involved.
Didn't sign up for that.
But let's talk about the game a little bit more in depth here. We will be getting things started in just a second. The admins and teams just working together there down on stage to make sure that everything's running smoothly for this one. Who do you favor in this? Because for me, it's really hard to call, simply because we've not seen the Garena All-Stars, you know, as a team in action.
That's really the thing. It really, really is that it's not that they're unknown. Clearly, these are very, very well-known players. The GPL season has actually played more than the other seasons. So we're into the playoffs, the semifinals in Korea, right? We just had the spring splits end in North America and Europe. China will go into their spring split playoffs after the All-Star game. GPL has actually already started their summer split. They're 8 games into it now. So they've actually technically got sort of more games to watch. They're actually seen as gone on a little bit longer. So you can look at Singapore Sentinels, right? You can look at TPA. You can look at what they've been playing. And TPS as well. They've been playing matches in their respective leagues. So it's not that you can't look at them. You clearly can research them, but we see them play outside their region so rarely. Chaui in his interview said, yeah, it's like us, Saigon Jokers, and TPA are like kind of the only really strong teams there. So you only actually get to watch a few of those matches as ones that matter, right? Where you're going to really pull out your A game. So it's kind of a mix of, do you really trust the picks that have come out?
I honestly don't know what to expect, and that's almost the beauty of this game, because it should be, or it could be at least, a bit of a curveball thrown our way, and I hope so, because I love those kind of games where, you know, we're like, we can expect this, this, and this, and then it's completely different. We're coming in to this one with almost no expectations, other than the crowd is going to be really, really wild throughout. We've got a lot of signs coming up here in the crowd. I'm sure you guys have seen them already on some of the shots. The World Elite signs, the IG signs, there's some individual player name signs, all in the LEDs, which look great here in the darkened out stands. When something happens, the signs all come out, and just a fantastic atmosphere in Shanghai here today.
And they even have these wristbands that have accelerometers or something in them, where basically if they start applauding, they light up and flicker, and you can. This is why we commentate.
I'm just going to say it's the heat. I'm going to blame the heat for that one. But the players on the stage, as we said, will be ready to kick things off here in just a little while. First time that we're going to see the Garena All-Stars in action, and they're making us wait for it. The Chinese guys, you know, they know what to expect here on stage. They've played already. A lot of them have played in those skill games here on stage as well, so they know exactly what their home crowd has got for them, and I just expect it to be a notch above when they're playing what is essentially the World Championship region, or the World Champion region, I guess we can call it.
It's true, and it's fun to sort of look at what could be for these regions, right? So Season 2, everyone was everyone who I sort of was like in the know and watched the international games was like on the Korea hype train. It was like, yeah, like a Zubu Frost or like the 50% favorite, like just at the start. 12 teams, it's probably Zubu Frost, right? And of course they made the finals, sure. And so a lot of people had them as that heavy favorite. It was like, Korea's awesome. And coming into the All-Star weekend, a lot of people said Korea's awesome. And well, they've looked really good so far. But at the same time, you know, we so rarely get to see China internationally do very, very well, but we saw Invictus win Stars War, and WWE took second there, and you had teams like TPA and TPS be there, and you know, the Chinese did amazingly there. IPL 5, TWE won that above Fnatic, above M5, above Blaze, teams like that, right? Like, we, every once in a while, see the Chinese come out and obliterate everyone, and we know that they can be the best teams in the world, and then they're like hit and miss sometimes, right? Like, dear God, you almost lost early game to the North American team. What are you doing, guys? And, you know, maybe it's because North America's catching up, but, you know, right, here's another big true test. How good is China?
How good is China? That's the question we're hopefully going to find out after this one. And we can actually touch a little bit while we've got some time here on North America versus Europe, because something that I've not got a chance to comment on here. What did you think to that game, first of all? I was actually so impressed with how North America came out there, and if I'd have had to pick one team, honestly, before the All-Star tournament started to finish last, I would have said North America, sadly, but they've proven me wrong, and I am really happy that they have.
I'm really glad as well, because North America's gotten such a heaping huge portion of hate from the scene in general, because you know, they did really poorly in the Season 2 regionals, right? Like, you had M5 and CLG take top 4, and then you had North America win cumulatively 1 map. And it was like, okay, well, that wasn't very good. Shoot, maybe we do suck. And it's cool to come through, right? Season 3, LCS, teams that practice a lot more, and guys looking pretty sharp, right? They almost beat the Chinese mixed team. They came out to Europe. It's like, all right, guys, you actually are a good team. It's nice to see that my region is doing a little bit better, right? You know, the players that come from where I come from, and that's good to see. And they did look impressive. I didn't think NA was going to do well either, and it turns out they're actually looking pretty strong.
Just shows you what hard work and practice, and, you know, really having a strong schedule with the right managerial team behind you as well. They've had a manager in there and also an analyst to help them go through the game, so they've prepared hard for this one, and that's what you get. You reap the rewards after a while. They're going to play Korea, which is going to be a tough one. They looked formidable yesterday against Europe, so we'll have to see how that one all goes down in the future. But Europe going to be rightly disappointed. They've come out and quite openly said, we haven't done much practice for this tournament, which, I don't know, as a European, I'm a little bit disappointed in, because at the end of the day, it means an extra spot, however many that will be, when it comes to the winner of this tournament for their region. So it is an important factor in things. And also, the point which I made a joke halfway through it in the last time I tried to explain it, is the team that finishes last, they don't get their first seeded team into the playoffs directly. They will have to play through the groups.
Yeah, exactly. And again, when you looked at what happened with the Season 2 regionals, right, or the Season 2 finals, I should say, the playoffs, right, when North America cumulatively wins 1 map, their top placing team, TSM, they only got there because they won NA and got a bye. And you know, Europe, certainly they looked really good in Season 2, but I mean, this could be a everyone bottom 12 placing, and that's a rough thing to kind of consider for yourselves. So this needs to be motivation for really all the teams here, right? For, well, shoot, we're fighting for fewer and fewer spots here. You know, only one region gets that extra spot. Guys, some of it's going to be all on the group stage. Everyone's got to buckle down over the next, you know, however many weeks of games that are left before their regionals, and be ready to beat everyone else.
Now you can see the stadium here, the Shanghai Grand Stage, which is indeed a grand stage. And that's before this amazing stage is actually put in there. I don't think we've really seen much like that from esports. You know, I don't work for Riot technically, so I can praise what's been built here. It looks absolutely fantastic, and I'm sure that everyone involved in that, in the building process, which, by the way, those guys definitely deserve a shout out, because that is some hard work. But what we're going to do here while we've still got a little bit more time is actually go to a few more Twitter questions. You guys have been asking all day, and you can continue to do so at LOL Esports using the hashtag AllStar. The first one comes from, wow, this one's going to be interesting. Hesselhofer. I think it's David Hasselhoff,
yes,
actually in disguise, trying to get in there. What do you think is the most frightening team comp to face, Freak?
Ooh, the Demacian Commandos. Full commando gear, like that's pretty dangerous. I mean, Jarvan's right, hugely contested. Lux has been great overall. I just think when they all come at you with their dark green and their sunglasses, you just got to run and hide.
So a more serious answer, at least from my point of view, I hate knock-up teams. Teams with lots of knock-ups are just ridiculously frustrating. Obviously, when it comes to the pro scene, every comp has its counter. So it's never it's not too often that you see a full-out 100% certain type of comp. Never 100% poke, because of course that's got its weaknesses.
Yeah.
And everything's got its weaknesses in there. But for me, knock-ups are the most frustrating thing ever.
So Joe, you're afraid of a ring in your finger and of being knocked up. What are you not saying?
Nothing. I'm keeping that one a secret. You're going to out me if I tell you I know that one. The real Magros asks, which champion are you most excited to see played by an all-star?
Orianna and Twisted Fate, I think, are my two most favorite champions to watch, just because like it's great to see the mechanical plays from champions like Vayne and all those cool individual playmakers, but Orianna just can do so much.
Yeah.
There's so, like, I mean, we saw AD Orianna from Misaya earlier. She can just turn around fights. I remember, what was it, alternate, right, with the 3000 elo shockwave that clutched them a game. Like, there's just things like that are so fun to watch from Ori. And then Twisted Fate has that same sort of, like, out of nowhere things just happen. We've seen them, like the Misaya highlight reels with Zhonya's, where he'll port then Zhonya's, or he'll start the port and Zhonya's before it goes through, so he still baits a bunch of cooldowns. Like, there's a lot of tricks with that guy.
Yeah, I'm into that kind of thing as well, you know, the almost one spell that can change the game. The Shockwave, the Destiny, the hooks from Blitzcrank, from Thresh, even from Nautilus to some extent in there as well. Still got plenty of love for Soraka, Singed, and Nunu there. They're definitely up there with my top three, but I really love those spells that can really just change the game with one, if one lands out of 5 even in a game.
Yeah, it's a really, really fun thing to watch. We'll see if we get some more of those high-impact champions. So, next question for us. Chad asks us, Benieki? Sure. How do you feel esports has evolved compared with traditional sports? I think the phrase I'm going to say is catching up, right? I think traditional sports have been around for longer than computers.
Definitely.
So I think it's fair to say that esports is younger, but I think when you look at events like this, I've seen the outcry on the internet about how people feel about the stage setup and everything, and I mean, it's amazing to see how much it's grown, how quickly it's burgeoned and spawned events like this. It's a bright future.
Yeah, I could probably talk all day about this kind of topic because, you know, I've been around for so long and I've seen, you know, an event where just a few guys will be working and, more importantly, watching. Definitely not in a stadium like this full with 8,000 people right now, with a stage this big behind, with a crew that's worked for days and days and days and days to get everything into position. You can't really imagine how much goes into these kind of things. And then there's you guys at home. There's about 1 billion% more of you now than there was 5 years ago. And that's just it's really interesting, because you have to wonder, if we've come this far in this short space of time, what are we going to be like in 10 years? What position are we going to be in? And I think we can safely say for fans and, you know, for everyone that's working and involved in esports, this is the most exciting time that we're having right now.
Absolutely it is. I think we're all going to be going up and joining Snoopy in space for the next tournaments in the near future. And yeah, it is such a bright future. Like, it's hitting the same point, but it's just a point of happiness of, I've been around esports for 10 years or so, and I remember when all tournaments were like, yeah, it's like a side room at some other sort of venue and you rent out space, and now they're just for the tournament. And it's because of guys like you who are watching. It's guys like here in the stadium, guys like the ones on your screen who are going to be playing the matches here.
Exactly, and we are in Champion Select. We finally got around to it. It is, of course, going to be the Garena All-Stars versus the LPL All-Stars. China versus Southeast Asia. Bands coming out here, starting off with the Garena All-Stars. Malphite and Jarvan. So one for PDD there, one for Troll in the jungle. Lee Sin taken out, Kennen taken out for LPL, and a Twisted Fate finisher. Misaya, his favorite ever, and his most known champion, I think we can safely say. He's not going to have it today.
This is so smart. The question was going to be Rumble or Thresh, and this puts GPL under pressure because LPL is going to take Rumble and or Thresh if they can get it. They ban Sona because Stanley takes Rumble, they get Thresh, and then don't allow that sort of second pick support that we've seen them want so badly. And so they are going to take the bait. They're going to say, yes, we were going to take Rumble. That was their plan from the get-go to steal that from PDD. So now, I mean, I have to expect Thresh. I have to expect probably the Zac jungle as well, to me, is the likely pickup there. But we're going to wait around. We've still got a few more seconds for them to make their choices.
Well, Kazik's one that's been left open here in this one. And, well, you were close, but...
No, not at all.
For that one, Freak. Kazix and Karthus locked in here for the Chinese LPL All-Stars. And, well, that's off the bat two very scary champions.
Those definitely are, and those are just huge playmakers, right? They're champions. Karthus especially is a champion that both Misaya and Toys plays just exceptionally well. The Causes can come in there as a jungler, as a top laner. I'm trying to think, because IG is a team that will swap their AD carry in mid, like Zitai and Kid will swap. I guess neither of them are in this game, so it doesn't matter, but then one, like, Zitai will play AD carry and Kid will take Kha'Zix. So it just depends on who's the expert there and who's going to play as a champion. But I guess like it's probably going to be PDD on that Kha'Zix.
Well, we did see the Thresh and the Varus locked in there, as you can see on the monolith behind the players. Now that support and AD carry role locked in for the Garena All-Stars. On the other side, it looks like we're going to be seeing a Caitlyn.
This is really funny because the GPL picks, half of them are big-time GPL picks. They're champions that are super common. Their Thresh is up there, Varus is up there. Rumble is like almost never banned. Out of 120 games, he was banned only 8 times in the whole like GPL 1.5 seasons. But they grabbed it so quickly, they're trying to pick LPL champions.
On the other side, LPL going for Hecarim, another one that's very popular over here in China. And of course, the support locked in for that one was Lulu. Over on the other side, we are going to see an Orianna here for Toys. Not going to be AD this time around. And a Zac there locked in for the final pick.
I really love this GPL lineup. It's so well put together. They got a nice mix of stealing picks from GPL. And the thing is, Stanley plays so many champions, there's no way he doesn't know how to play Rumble. You've got the Toys Orianna. You've got Hallelujah. It's interesting because Harla is a supporty jungler. He's not a farm stealer like inSec or Diamond or Troll. And so you'll see kind of a more low econ Zac, but Stanley, Toys, and Xiaowi can all take lane farm. That's okay. Having a support jungler works here because they're all playing carries otherwise.
Well, it looks like that last pick is going to be coming in for Weixiao, and his support player, XiaoXiao, of course, from Invictus Gaming, is going to lock him in that Caitlyn. So final pick there for the LPL All-Stars will be Caitlyn. So a Caitlyn Lulu bottom lane. That can be a scary lane in itself.
Yeah, that's one of the best, probably literally the best 2v1 lane in the game of traditional picks here, because they both have line nukes that can wave clear incredibly well. Lulu's doesn't even have fall off for hitting multiple minions. You've got the shield, the hex for disengage. Caitlyn can disengage, put traps down. They can poke enemy champions under their turret because they're both long range with their basic attacks. These guys will crush a turret so very fast. And Rumble does not have wave clear. He's okay getting 1v2 and he'll survive and he'll play through the game. But Stanley will have a really bad time in 1v2.
Yeah, and we shouldn't underestimate the wild growth as well from Lulu, which I think is something that is looked over a little bit. The fact that you do get that knock-up from it as well with the likes of Thresh in there. If someone you don't quite want to be hooked in there does end up getting hooked through, you can wild growth and knock the Thresh up, and all of a sudden you might be able to turn something around there. So a couple of great lineups here coming out for both of these teams. The bans that we really expected to come in there, the Twisted Fate in particular, did come down, but always interesting to see that the Rumble, the Thresh, Kha'Zix in this case as well was left open. Really heavily fought for between the teams.
And that's just, it's so funny because the Chinese teams, like, they're very secluded in a way. We don't see them internationally a lot, and they actually play a lot of the same champions. So a stat I want to bring out is the number of champions that are picked or banned more than half the time. So in North America it's 7, in Europe it's 8, in the GPL region I think it's also around 8, and in China it's 13. There's this group of champions that players will not let go of and will play over and over again and say, no, these are the ones that we want to play, and they just play each other over and over again. And so the Chinese teams are like, yeah, we want those guys. GPL steal a few away, and they made their own lineup here, and now they've got to work with it.
So here we go then, it's game number 1 of the Garena All-Stars versus the LPL All-Stars. Southeast Asia versus China. And the crowd getting behind their teams for the start of this one. But let's have a look here at level 1, because specifically over with the Garena All-Stars, you've got that hook in there from Thresh, which can be absolutely devastating. Nothing really similar to combat that or to really weigh up from the Chinese, though.
It's going to be just an interesting sort of setup here. So human line of scrimmage so far is where these teams have gone in the early game, saying, look, we don't want to risk anything too deadly just right now. Start the game out defensively. Stanley, so I made a mistake here talking about PDD with it before. Basically, he's opening up Flame Spitter and spamming it on cooldown to build his heat above 50. Once he's there, he's going to do 25% bonus damage with the Flame Spitter, and he'll actually gain heat by spamming it. So he wants to get to that 50 mark, and then just start messing with people with a lot of heat.
Start bringing the heat onto the Chinese side. We'll see if that can work out. We see there 2 wards down in the tri-bush. Right now, the Green All-Stars got 2 up on the top side, 2 on the bottom side. A similar scenario here for the Chinese LPL All-Stars as well. So a pretty defensive start to things. Neither team wanting to put any kind of risk. However, we can talk about lane swaps here because it looks like the one thing that we can see definitely is that Lulu and Caitlyn, Weixiao and XiaoXiao are going to that top lane.
They absolutely want to 2v1 this matchup. That was their goal from the get-go. Go mess with Stanley. He's the best equipped champion. You know, unless GPL 1 or 2v2, which they don't. I mean, it's way better than it's way better that it's Stanley than that it's Toys taking that for their lineup. However, the LPL squad have already set themselves up something nice. PDD's already got blue buff and level 2 going into this 1v2 lane.
Right now, Chowie and support, of course, Mistake going down into that bottom lane, so they are going to be sorted in that one. XiaoXiao just having a bit of a peek over towards the enemy blue buff there, getting wards down. It looks like Troll is going to be headed over, galloping into position with that Hecker in. Zach is actually just switching over onto that blue side of the map. I think there was a ping to retreat there, and this is going to be a blue buff stolen away by the LPL All-Stars.
This is so smart by them. They have that 2-on-1 in the top lane. They know they have the numbers advantage. Oh, was that smite stolen? Sorry, I lost.
No, it was Troll. It was Troll.
All right.
No problems just yet. That's why.
Sorry about that.
The Chinese crowd here can throw you off. They get loud about some small things for this one. But he was obviously able to pick that one up, and of course the blue buff went over on the other side, I believe, to Kazakhstan in that bottom lane there as well. So a little bit of an interesting start coming out. GPL All-Stars already starting off on the back foot there. You can see that blue buff for PDD, and that is an ideal start when you're going to run a 2v1 lane like this.
Absolutely, he's got a decent amount of experience. He can spam his ranged ability, that Void Spike, try to last hit, try to wave for a little bit, keep his turret alive. He's in way better shape than Stanley in this 1v2 situation. So now it's on what can Hallelujah do to turn that around and make this not as bad as it is for them.
Well, Troll is actually coming down here, and this may just be in the nick of time. He's going to try and force his 2v1 lane away, and may end up getting hooked in. The hook is going to land here. Troll will be able to get back to safety, though, and not too dangerous. One thing that we always talk about is the ganks through this tri-bush. Zach almost removes the need to do that because of his elastic slingshot. He can jump so far to underneath that turret that you almost don't need to take the tri-bush angle, and he is going to jump in right here, and PDD gets the safety.
Great reflexes by PDD. You can see, or I can see, because I can see the wristbands lighting up. You can hear the crowd cheering every time this Chinese squad makes a good move. It's gonna get loud when they do something even crazier than that, but we'll see what ends up happening with this one. Right now, though, Toy's not in a good spot.
Troll's coming in from behind here. They did get a wall of pain down. Toy's going very low, but he's forced to flash away, and that is flash burnt in middle. Can't really afford to be playing aggressive now when that horse is on the map and you've got no flash.
Very, very good job there by Troll overall, and that's going to make things risky for him. He's now looking for that top lane, maybe for a dive. Thing is, he has clearance to do it. They've got so much work from the top lane. He's going to choose to counter jungle instead.
He's actually got a level over Hallelujah here, and he's going to spot his position. Hallelujah just actually going in there, smites the big wolf down. He's like, no, Troll, you're not going to steal that one. Meanwhile, in this bottom lane, Mistake has taken a lot of damage here. They need to be careful, the Green All-Stars, that things don't get a little bit too hairy for them on that front. Troll has just taken the raid camp. Chowie is starting to push in there right now. The hook not quite landing on towards PDD, but that tower has taken a battering.
And the GPL team their AD carry is winning in minion kills as well. So Chowie, right, he's that ringer, right? I mean, Weixiao, everyone knows him. He's an amazing AD carry. Chowie's coming in here from SGS. We didn't even see that team in the Season 2 World Playoffs. And Xiao is doing very, very well, has the highest minion score, and he's very, very close to killing off that turret if it weren't for Troll.
Troll is in there. Are they going to start to push forward? Mistake is actually almost up to full HP after we said he was low a little bit earlier on. He is standing in that top lane, and there you see the danger of that Caitlyn Lulu. They can hammer you up from range, and especially with that headshot from the passive of Caitlyn as well, can become dangerous.
It absolutely is. And, you know, this is, again, 3.6. Caitlyn still triggers headshot by hitting turrets. This is going to be the turret right now for GPL.
Yeah, this will be turret number 1 of the game. They're going to leave the minions to finish that one off. And that may just be instantly countered here. Weixiao and XiaoXiao are still pushing that top lane. Stanley trying best he can with that flame spitter to stop it happening, but he will be finished off here. And that leaves us bang even on gold, bang even on turrets, and I suppose we could say on kills as well. Still no first blood.
So what I want to point out right now is make those comparisons to the top lanes and the AD carries. A small lead here. First, but here comes the fight on Toys. The counter against Hallelujah.
Wow, a shockwave coming down here. They're going to go in towards Misaya as Hallelujah comes around the side. Troll is chasing down Toys. Don't forget he's got no flash. Here comes the Requiem, and there is first blood coming out. The shield from Misaya, not quite enough to keep him alive. First blood for China.
Absolutely great play by them. Troll is making his presence felt and finding those places to gank. Of course, it is not hard to gank a mid laner who does not have flash anymore. Toys thought the counter gank would have worked with the shockwave, but Misaya did disengage and then say, guys, I have a global. Thanks for first blood.
And backing straight away to safety from that. But look at this, the Garena All-Stars. They are going to be grouping up here in that middle lane. They lost their man in the middle, but with the fact that they've got the AD carry support and the jungler there, they may try and put some damage down onto his tower. Or Troll may just go for them. He's got his ultimate up. Mistake going to go low. Troll goes low himself. Will he die? Yes, snapped off in the end by Chowie. Mistake actually still alive there. The ignite was not enough to finish him off. 1-1.
And I just gotta wonder, is there a Caitlyn trap and a random brush to steal that one away? It looks like not. Chowie did pick up the kill credit there, so right off the bat, it makes me think, look, who's gonna be the big carry? AD carry Chowie or mid laner Misaya? Because those are the guys with the kills so far. They're the ones with the quick early lead.
Weixiao, this is where Weixiao gets really dangerous. He's got time to farm. Free farm on his own. We've seen it time and time again. He almost disappears from the map for a while. He's not on the radar anymore. And then when you do notice him again, he's built up masses and masses of CS. He's obviously only a little bit ahead right now, but that's pretty commendable considering that Chowie and Mistake could force them to force that bottom lane out earlier than the LPL All-Stars in the top lane. They've switched that and come to this 2v2 at bottom.
So now I want to watch these matchups here because this is a 2v2 and 1v1 where both teams are pretty much equal. The items are identical for the AD carries. The farm heading into that top lane was identical for the top laners as well. So now it's kind of a rehash of the skills competition. It's, look, okay, Chowie and Mistake, you didn't do so well, you know, against Double Phoenix Special, but here's your chance to redeem yourselves in this matchup. Can you do it here?
There is blue buff for Misaya. Toys already got that one a little bit earlier on, and Toys is ahead there when we look at the creep score. Weixiao was just off to the side, and this is one of the beauties of Zachman. Now, similar jungle sim, the Jarvan, for example, that can slide through the wall. They're able to get a start on an early dragon.
That's such great play, but then part of that was due to that bottom turret being dead. They got to start the shove, push the minions all the way up. The pink ward has been down there for about 2 minutes. They had that pink ward and realized, look, the Chinese team just apparently doesn't care about this. All right, we can run for it.
That's the early push, and they are going to land the hook in onto XiaoXiao. He's going to go down. That was just destruction there. They actually used quite a lot to secure the kill. We saw the ultimate out of Rumble, out of Varus as well in there. So used a couple of ultis, but better to use them than to let that kill go.
It's actually really good for them because Dragon's already gone. There's no big team fight objective on the map in any amount of time soon before those ultimates come back.
Hallelujah, just diving over the side there, doing a lot of damage. Carpen's forced to flash away. Didn't want that shockwave to have the ability to knocking him down. And there is Weixiao again. Talked about it earlier on, constantly pushing. Is almost going to get himself back to a 10 CS lead here.
This is that Team WE play style, right? Caitlyn is self-sufficient. She can disengage very, very well. As long as XiaoXiao wards enough for her that she doesn't get jumped on by Zach out of nowhere. TDD on Kazu to do the same. He wave clears incredibly well. He scales so great off of items, and he can escape with leap and with his slows and with his invisibility. Misaya can just hold the mid lane and farm and just share globals. and then Troll can just make his presence known wherever he wants. This is WE playstyle right now.
Yeah, and PDD had managed, you know, in those 2v1 situations to get the better of things. Let's not forget he had a blue buff as well at the start, which definitely helped you out to spam those void spikes and what have you. He's currently 20 CS almost in the lead. This is going to be turret number 2 here for the LPL All-Stars. There's no one around currently for the Garena All-Stars. They're actually headed top to try and counter it.
This is actually a very, very good move by GPL. The funny thing is, the Chinese could have kept pushing bottom, but they don't have enough vision to know kind of where everyone was going. Turns out it's like a 5-man group top. That secondary bottom turret could have been killed by Weixiao if they wanted to.
Wow, Hallelujah diving in there, and PDD says, not today. Hits him with the void spikes. Hallelujah just backing away from that one. And that is a scary Kha'Zix, obviously. Hallelujah and Stanley saying, we can't really stick around. They're going to clear out very, very quickly, and it's not really worth being in trouble there whilst trying to get that turret down. Currently in gold, it's only a 200 gold difference, so it's not even that as you watch it tick over there. And it is, of course, the Garena All-Stars who have that very slim lead.
The funny thing is, that's a 100 gold lead with a dragon to their favor, so the actual minion farm is going the way of LPL. If the game just sits like this and they're allowed to just farm for a while, they'll probably keep growing this lead as well, which spells bad for GPL's late game.
And we can see the late waves coming out from Carp is already doing good amounts of damage. I mean, that's a catalyst and a tier in there for Carp. It's not like he's really got any power built up into that one just yet, Misaya. So something to keep an eye on that front. That would be for sure. Let's have a look at the CS now. It's developed again. In that top lane, or certainly the solo lane, PDD and Stanley, that's improved for PDD at this point. 85 to 55, 30 CS difference, and overall a 300 gold lead. That's with Dragon. We should again point that one out.
Yeah, exactly. There's actually globals in the favor of Stanley, and this is actually so it's funny because it doesn't matter a lot for Stanley, but it matters a lot for PDD. So none of the back line of GPL is all that safe, right? None of them have good, amazing disengage tools. Like, they have crowd control, and that's nice, but they're not Ezreal. They're not Karthus, where you could just blink away or you don't really care if you die.
Oh, there's a hook on towards XiaoXiao. He's in a lot of trouble. The box is going to go down, and he flashes perfectly timed there. There's a snipe from Chowie, but he flashed over. Oh! There's a lantern to save him. And that was a fantastic move, just at the point where I thought, oh, Chowie's gone a bit too deep. He's got the lantern to save him. Are they done? Yeah, Hallelujah. You're going to go in, but not too deep to attack Troll.
Dude, the forethought from Mistake there was amazing. He's like, XiaoXiao can only get away by flashing this wall. I'll lantern to reveal who's there that might protect him. Oh, nobody. Go flash the wall. By the way, when you're done flashing him, come hop back across, Chowie. Don't worry, I got you covered. He thought like 2 steps ahead for that one, and it paid out beautifully.
Garena All-Stars are currently, oh, look at that, because Chowie's coming down bottom. Weixiao was just doing the golems at the time, but there was a big pile of Garena players just getting up towards that top area. Weixiao now is going to, he's still pushing. He's going to have Ekka and Mia for a little bit of support. Charlie is going to start to back here underneath his own turret, but they're stealing away jungle as they go, and that is going to be a red buff. That's not something that the Garena All-Stars really want to be losing at this stage.
And the thing is, GPL has the same stranglehold on the top side of the map that LPL has on the bottom side of the map. The thing is, GPL's not realizing they can steal Lizard right now. It's up, if I'm not mistaken. I see the minion marker at the very least. Yeah, the Lizard is just there, and they're not realizing they have the control to just take that away. So, I mean, the Chinese team are sort of more aware of their advantages and taking control of them.
Look at Garena All-Stars just looking to get that turret finally, which they've managed to do. That's given them the turret advantage back at 3-2, and thus the gold advantage has climbed a little bit in their favor to now 500 being the difference. Look at this, Troll has gone back to that red buff, the lizard buff that we were talking about, and he's going to take that for free here, whereas it probably should have been stolen away considering how the patterns of vision and control were at that point.
So now it's up to what these teams do, because GPL has been the more, I would say, aggressive teams in terms of looking for fights, and you can see that by looking at the AD carries. That's actually really, really telling, because LPL says, look, Weixiao, go be your late game carry, keep running to a side lane and taking farm, we'll deal with the rest, we want a big Caitlyn. GPL, they've been pulling Chowie into fights a lot. Chowie's been in every single kill of theirs because they're looking for fights. He's not getting nearly as much farm as Weixiao, but he's farming champions, so he's still keeping up.
No, but we are going to be seeing the Green All-Stars going for Dragon, and they're going to take Dragon as the hook is landing here on towards Stroll, and they get everything down. The box is in there as well. Mistake gets the kill. The shockwave landed onto Weixiao as well. Misaya is going to be taken down in this one. He's going to get his ulti on view, which will take out the least Mistake, and that is one back. But right now, the kills are going to start raining down. Chowie is low. Stanley is super low. They're not going to keep chasing this one. Oh, what a stack from Chowie. Comes across the side there. They had a ward down in position to give them the vision. Great ending to a crazy fight.
Oh, Chowie, in an interview he said, I like playing caster AD carries. I used to be a mid laner. There's those mid laner caster carry mechanics right there. I mean, that's basically the AD carry version of a needly spear. Just like, and you're dead. Thanks very much. That was so impressive by Chowie. And you know, to go back a step as well, I can't believe LPL turned that fight around so well. They got their Hecarim killed for free and said, yes, fine, we'll run through it, we'll take him out.
What? Who do you give that fight advantage over to? I mean, Dragon was taken by GPL. It was an equal fight for all intents and purposes. And the kills, look at Chowie now. He's 4-0 to Bloodthirster, Zeal, got the Avarice Blade in there as well.
I want to say it's like literally exactly equal with one caveat. So Chowie and Weixiao each got 2 kills and 1 assist. And the difference though is that Misaya got one of the other kills. He's at 2 now himself. But Mistake, the support of GPL, has 2 kills himself. That's actually a bit of a detriment. They don't have gold completely on the right people.
Well, right now he does have an Oracle after that, and he's starting to clear things out. He almost walked into Troll and said, nope, I'm not going to be playing with that. I want to get myself away. There's a hook, nicely dodged by PDD. He's not going to fall into that kind of trap, but we see Green All-Stars talks about the stranglehold that they had on this top side of the jungle of the LPL All-Stars, and they seem to be continuing that trend here. As we hit 18 minutes, you know, we're not too far away from the stage where they'll start pushing those inner towers, and that's when that jungle vision really comes important.
Exactly, and you're seeing that the teams are already trying to prep for it. GPL still feels like the stronger squad. They're the ones pressing forward. They're the ones warding aggressively as well. That's where they feel comfortable, thinking that, look, we're still better than you. We can still take these turrets down. And heck, that mid turret's down to half. They're kind of showing it.
Yeah, that is important push as well here. Misaya taking a big chunk of damage. There comes the snap, and a 3-man shockwave comes out. They didn't follow up there too well, but they're going to keep going through. Troll trying to keep them away, but the Carter's ultimate will come down as well. They're going low. Only Varus is dead at this point. XiaoXiao is very low. Hallelujah, Stanley and Mistake all running for their life. Here comes Caitlyn. Here comes the Kha'Zix. Can he get those resets out? Choice is going to go down, and they kill Kha'Zix off there. And I think you would have hoped to do a little bit better from that one as he was backing away from, as he was running into them, I should really say. But either way, for the Chinese side, that's 3 kills for 2.
That was really, really impressive. The fight start there from GPL was so good. They caught Misaya, and they caught him outside of the Defile range. The Tendril Corruption went to him and helped finish him off, so there was no Defile damage. But the counter engage was just so good. PDD got enough early damage from Hecarim, from Caitlyn, and from Karthus that he could get the resets, jump onto people, and clean up that fight pretty well.
Lost their blue buff here now as well as Hallelujah and Chowie start to move out. They're paying off towards Baron, which, I don't know, less than 20 minutes into the game certainly would be a long Baron kill, that's for sure, and I don't think something that they necessarily want to risk at this stage. I think XiaoXiao and Weixiao just going to be headed back home on that top side of things. Let's have a look at where we are with gold. There's been a swing in that right now. The Chinese side actually have an advantage by around about 500.
They've equalized the turret kills to 3. They've been kind of, I guess I would say, winning teamfights just a little bit by a little bit over time, so they're scaling quite nicely. Chowie gets the blue buff there. And this is the scary thing, because Weixiao has been in rough spots a number of times during these fights, but refuses to die. He got nearly caught out at that Dragon fight where GPL took Dragon and fought them. Weixiao managed to escape anyway. He's got barrier up now, and it's a 5-kill Caitlyn with IH Phantom Dancer. Weixiao is huge right now. He's actually, out of these past Chowie kills, is going to have more gold individually by about 380. And if you can't remove a fed Caitlyn, he's going to kill your team.
See Chowie, who gone a bit of a different path this time around, going in for that static shiv along with the Bloodthirster. What do you think about that item, the static shiv, at this stage of the game, being so close?
So I like his build a lot. So he's basically playing as a caster. Bloodthirster Varus is not uncommon at all. It's stacking of attack damage to make your abilities deal more. Static Shiv I like on caster carries a lot as well, because you get that initial extra 100 damage burst on your first auto attack that even spreads in case you didn't quite hit the right guy. We look at what this GPL lineup is trying to do. It's group a bunch of people together, hit him with a Shockwave, hit him with the Equalizer, hit him with the Varus ultimate, and heck, for good measure, static shiv all of them on top of that. He's really playing into his team comp. He might have built the same thing anyway, but for what it's worth, it does build on the team comp here.
So right now, Dragon is coming up in just 20 seconds time. GPL All-Stars are just waiting here over on that south side of the river. A couple of wards being thrown over the top of the wall, so it's double buff, of course, on Weixiao as well, which, I don't know, just makes him even more scary than he was a little bit earlier on. Started to come out there. I thought they might try and get in after Hecarim. It's going to be an easy target to lock down with that speed that he can move. Going on a wall, being moved around there by Toys. Will he find his target? Weixiao was hit, but decided not to follow on through with that one. And that Dragon has now spawned, and the Green All-Stars have pushed LPL back, so they may have a chance to get in. There is a Shockwave coming down on towards Misaya. There is a Chain of Corruption as well. They've got the first one. Chowie picks that one up, but can they continue through here? Carter's ulti is going to take him 2 down, and we still have PDD alive. He gets one. Hallelujah. Not going to escape this one, and this will be kills left, right, and center for the LPL All-Stars. They've got 4 out of 5, losing just 2 of their own.
That is so brutal for this GPL team, and a lot of that is just that they don't have a good answer for Misaya, and they're healthy enough here they could even try for Baron, and it's only Chowie to defend that.
Yeah, they are going to be starting things off here. Chowie is over in that top lane, and he's actually recalling right now, so he's not actually going to be in a position to stop that one from happening. They've got plenty of time till, well, even Hallelujah, who of course has the smite on that Zac, is going to be even spawning. So this is going to be a Baron. It's taken them, as I said before, a long time to get it down, but long time or not, it's a vital pickup.
That's absolutely huge for them. Every member of that LPL squad had revived by then, so 5 people will have that Baron buff. Their team has about a 2,400 gold lead. Every single team fight has gone just barely their way. Hallelujah is still trying to get a runic bulwark. He's been trying all game, he's still not quite there.
So you had a great answer for the static shift there, Freak.
Yeah.
What do you think to the locket of the Iron Solari on Varus?
It actually kind of works is the thing, because their backline is getting bombarded by Requiems, right? They aren't surviving the AoE team. They just are trying to basically prevent resets from PDD. Like, Chowie doesn't get to kill anything if he's dead. So, yeah, he's losing damage output for it, but I understand the logic. No one had money. They needed a locket for Requiem. It's like, screw it, Chowie, it's on you. Sorry, dude. Good luck with that.
I'll give you that one.
I mean, it's the only thing I can think of. They need that item. They really do.
Makes a lot of sense, and that Requiem has been the thing that's been tipping the balance, I think we can safely say. They've been trying to back away into safety once they see that go down after killing Misaya. Right now, though, LPL All-Stars are pushing down this middle lane, and they've got Baron on, let's not forget, so they're going to be literally stripping as much as they can away from them, Wolves included. They try to starve Green All-Stars from any kind of farm. They're going to be on the defensive until this Baron buff is finished.
Definitely going to be the case. They can look for a hook right there, and we've seen them start fights off a Thresh hook or a Varus ult. Equalizer comes by and they kill one person, but almost every single time, the Chinese team has found a way to answer for it, either equalize in kills or go +1. So I'm not even sure what opening is even available for GPL here.
Yeah, I think it's a case of really sitting back on this. It's shown that they can't really do much. And this position, this inner turret for the blue side, you're very pokeable from a good few angles, and especially from a Kha'Zix who can void spike just into that tower range with those upgraded void spikes here with a spike rack on.
Yeah.
out. A couple of pot shots coming out from Weixiao, and that's simply the plan here. And that's all they have to do at this point. When the wave comes, few hits from the AD carry, and at some point it's going down.
Well, they have so much sustain with the Baron buff, and they have Poke with Farthest Wall of Pain and everything else. They're going to go in.
Shockwave actually landed onto Weixiao, but he's not going to be focused on. He's right at the back as PDD does decide to jump in there. His 2 kills coming down. Are they going to be able to clean things up? Here comes Carthus. Here comes Chowie from the PDD from the back, and he is going to be able to pick himself up too. Triple kill coming out for Weixiao as well, and that was an ace for 2 once again here for the Chinese side.
And this LPL squad is just so aggressive that their backline is free to do whatever they want. Misaya dives in with PDD, dives in with Troll. XiaoXiao takes part as well. Weixiao can sit there like, no one's even touching me, and cleaning up the fights every single time. Weixiao's getting the cleanup. He's 9-1-4, but I gotta say, the entirety of this LPL squad is making this team work.
And that's the interesting thing about it. So the shockwave went in towards Weixiao, which is almost the ideal start to a fight for them. Maybe if they got a little bit more than just the shockwave on Weixiao, but when there's no follow-up and there was no attention paid to him whatsoever, what are you going to do about it?
I mean, it's going to be hard to do much about it. Let's actually check a replay of that last fight, because you can see just how strong this LPL squad is. So Misaya runs in. Shockwave did not stop Misaya, and so you get the disruption in there from the Hecarim, and you just get to clean up everybody, right? They're just walking forward, dealing damage. Weixiao is just sitting there saying, hey, I got to make a last hit there. I got a last hit there. He flashes to steal away the triple kill onto Chowie, but just the amount of disruption from Hecarim into Kha'Zix into Karthus, it's hard to actually focus the right target. You're feared for half the fight anyway, and you just kind of get melted down.
I mean, they actually started to try and back out as well, I think, once they realized, all right, Shockwave did hit Weixiao, but that's all it hit. Yeah. Right at the back there. We can't follow through with that one. And the LPL All-Stars doing a great job of following right up on top of that one. They're currently 4,200 gold in the lead, 4 kills and 5-3 in turrets. Everything going to plan for them so far here on home soil, and if you can't already hear the crowd definitely behind them for this one.
Yeah, this is a hometown crew. We've asked if this was going to be too much pressure for them or if they were going to thrive in this environment. Right now, it looks like they are thriving. They're still undefeated on the weekend. They're going to go in on Troll, though.
They're going all out on Troll here, who's already had a couple of ultimates thrown his way, and he'll say, not likely. I'm just going to get myself out of there. Not really a problem. He's going to recall in the bush just underneath, and that will be, you see there that Green and All-Stars even using, or Equalizer went in there. We saw a lot used to try to take him down, and they didn't really do much to him. Just under half HP for that many players on him.
It's a very, very tanky Hecarim here. A lot of defensive items on him, and you can see just how difficult it was for this squad to break him down. So another turret goes down. That's 6 for LPL. What the GPL squad really needs to do right now is actually deal with the proper threats. They can't kill Weixiao because the team can't dive. It's not even a dive team. Like, yeah, you can initiate off of a pick with Rumble and Orianna and all that. You can do that, but in a team fight, this GPL squad doesn't get to reach the back line. Stop shockwaving Weixiao. You've got to say, we either pull Misaya back with a shockwave behind him and pick him out with no defile damage, or they wait on PDD, bait him out, throw so many shields at themselves that they don't take any initial AoE and be like, no resets for you, we're all still healthy, kill Kha'Zix, and then try to clean up the fight from there.
Let's have a look down the items here, because we've not done that for a little while. And we do see, actually, we'll forget that because they're going to try and close in on towards Rumble for this one. Let's see if that glitter lance from XiaoXiao can actually land onto him here and get him in. And there is the Thresh Lantern to pull him off to safety, but that sets them up nicely to push his top lane down. Look at Kayle, Infinity Edge, Phantom Dancer, Last Whisper, Quicksilver Sash, and those Berserker Greaves. Compare that to the Bloodthirst, the Shiv, a BF Sword, and that Locket of the Iron Solari. Certainly, in damage, you can't even compare them.
Not at all. The only way that Weixiao even dies in this fight is if he gets caught by a Thresh Hook or by Chowie's ultimate. So the only thing Weixiao needs to buy here is, well, I didn't bring Cleanse, so I'll bring this instead. I can't see Weixiao dying unless his team gets mopped up in a team fight and he sticks around too long. So it's a 9-kill Caitlyn who's very scary. It's not going to fall over. It's a hard thing to deal with.
Trying to have that wild growth as well if needed. Although Misaya going to be a prime target for that as well once he dives straight into the middle. And getting that defile range down. Toys here has to deal with super minions coming in the middle, which could actually cause him some problems over in this top lane because the push is coming in from the LPL All-Stars. You can see the wall of pain slowing them down. PDD trying to dig away from that side as well.
So right now it's GPL trying to catch up in items. The problem is they don't have a lot of time for this because Baron is being started by LPL. Problem is LPL has actually not enough vision control. They haven't swept the ward out.
You can see the void spikes and what they can do to Toys. Another wall of pain goes down. They are starting to clear things out. Are the LPL All-Stars here going to go for Baron because they see Toys coming away? Actually, the Requiem is going to come down straight away from this one. Is that going to be enough to force them back? That was Captain Obvious play in my book when you want to go for Baron, put that Requiem down and hope that they're going to be too low to even dare challenging for it. But right now, they're stood on top of a ward, and the Southeast Asian side know exactly where they are.
Yeah, well, the thing is, they had a minion advantage for a while. Just now, the mid inhibitor respawned. LPL wanted to say, look, lose your base or lose Baron, choose one. Turns out they actually didn't have to lose either one. Toys back, pretty much at the right time. Not enough pressure was made by LPL. Again, because that ward was there, GPL didn't get baited into anything. However, here comes PDD from the side.
Coming in from around the side. Green All-Stars. What was that? Where did those void spikes come from? Well, back away. We finally have Troll clearing out that ward, which is a welcome thing for the LPL All-Stars. Got that lantern to throw around as well, which will maybe make some difference. There's 3 traps down there by Weixiao on that ramp. That is a nice thing to do. The Troll is actually going to go in there. Gets a knockback onto Mistake. Misaya is right on top of him. And here comes PDD. Zonya's used by Toys, but it's not going to be enough. A decent shot wave comes out, but honestly, I'm not sure that it's going to change the outcome on this one. It's a double kill for PDD. Here comes the ace in the flash over the wall. There it is. It's a one-shot. Weixiao is legendary. Hallelujah. On top of a trap right now. Weixiao definitely doesn't want to give him that gold. Will go to middle and also attack himself back to hell.
This is very, very good for the LPL squad. Only Hallelujah is alive. Weixiao managed to win that duel in very impressive fashion, so this gives them control of the base. This is inhibitor for free, and I'm not sure if they can Baron off this. They're still a little bit hurt.
Still a little bit hurt. Troll does still, of course, have that Oracle, so we'll see if he decides to do anything with that one. The bottom side of the jungle of Green All-Stars is up and available for the taking, but of course that's not really the focus. Yeah, red buff would be nice, but they are going to go for Baron. Let's not forget that Caitlyn there, with that Bloodthirster in there, is going to be healing up very, very quickly on that one. Are they going to try and bait them in? It'd be a very risky play just because of how low Weixiao is. And the fact he's team 1-6 right now. It's a lot of gold to be giving over to someone if he does die.
LPL almost bit off a little bit more than they could chew there. I was actually trying to watch the movements. Weixiao went toward red buff, and they're like, no, we can do Baron, we can do Baron. So he turns around, PDD jumps on a Baron, they start that. No, wait, guys, they know about this, they're coming up to us, we gotta stop this. They pull back down, they jump in the brush. Okay, well, maybe they're gonna go for it, we can stop them. They start recalling. Well, no, wait, maybe they're actually going for it. We need to stop recalling. Just a word, okay, Weixiao, go to base.
Maybe a little bit of not so strong communication. Let's not call it bad, because right now these teams are not looking bad whatsoever. But there are the times where you do this. Misaya, of course, is looking very strong right now. Going to be moving up towards that death cap by the looks of things here shortly. Does have the Xerath Embrace plus that Rod of Aegis in there as well. Other side, Zonya's Hourglass for Toys. We saw that being used earlier on with the Athene's Unholy Grail as well.
Okay, so very, very powerful here. Toys does have a good, decent grasp of items here. He's going towards the death cap as well. He's really going to need that because they just need a bit more damage on their team right now. However, he's not going to get enough time to complete it as LPL are already starting off Baron.
Baron has been started. We are going to see the Green All-Stars come in. Hallelujah just starts to charge up there with the elastic slingshot, but it's not going to be able to be stolen with Smiter by Troll. There goes the shockwave. They managed to take down Misaya, but he's going to really bring out that Requiem. Is he going to bring the pain? Yes, but not quite as much as before. But look at PDD. He's on top of them. They're going to clean up here. That is an ace. A quadra kill in the end coming out. It was Weixiao who got number 5 there to stop the penta for PDD. What a fight from LPL All-Stars.
Scumbag Weixiao letting Double be the only penta kill so far. Dello have the only pentakill so far in the All-Star tournament. This could easily be the next year for LPL. They're diving into the Nexus.
Yeah, they're going to go for this one here. They've got those shields coming out, Lulu. And forget that, they've got super minions coming in. They're going to rip through this one. Weekend.
Absolutely great play by those guys. It was close for a while, but the end game, they really, really turned it on. And I got to say, the number one thing there was actually their team fighting. Maybe the number one thing was PDD.
He looks scarier without his little bit of hair that he had earlier on this morning. I actually saw him outside and was like, I'm not sure if that is PDD anymore. Oh, it is him, yeah. And then people came up to him and were laughing at him, you know, because of his bald head. But yeah, that doesn't seem to have really changed much. His Kha'Zix from this one was strong.
It absolutely was. He got into that 1v1 against Stanley, and I don't know where the minion lead came from, but when it went back to 1v1 and 2v2, they were equal at around, I think, 48 or so. And then suddenly it was like 96 to 54. And I was like, well, PDD's winning that lane. He's doing pretty well for himself. But I mean, you saw the cleanup at the end there, finished 11-2-9, had an incredible performance overall. And that's, right, that's that triple threat dynamic. They've got Kha'Zix, Karthus, and Caitlyn all putting out a bunch of damage. PDD was the cleanup crew, and he did it.
Well, we'll obviously be back here for game number 2 in a little while, but to take us through the major moments from China's game 1 win, we're going to go over to Jack and Demon here in just a moment. But as I said, game number 2 will be coming up in a little while. We should mention Weixiao just before that as well, because I mentioned him early on, once his tower had actually gone down, that he always creeps back into the farm. He's even snowballed out of control for him.
And it was well played by his team to make that happen. Certainly he was mechanically sound, positioned himself in team fights very well. Right? 11, 1, and 8, only 1 death. That's hard to do. But his team set him up for that whole thing. Set him up for the farm, set him up for the positioning in team fights, and he played his role perfectly.
Well, strong first game, the LPL All-Stars 1-0 up in this best-of-3 series. Let's head over to Jack and Demon to break down game number 1.
Thank you very much, Joe, and what a game. My God, this place is bonkers right now. They are absolutely loving the fact that China came back into that one, because the game started off and Garena were looking good. There were 4 or 5 1-up in kills. We saw that amazing skill. Chowie jumping over, flashing in, used the hail of arrows, spiked him down, jumped on the dark passage, back he went safety. That was superb play in this game.
And then from there, the game really just progressed to almost a standstill until we actually had a fight in mid lane that we're going to get into a replay of right now, where we had Garena and LPL just even, and it was really a decision of Garena to go in, because I believe they initiated with a shockwave. Let's actually roll the clip right now. So we can see they get Misaya in the shockwave, and that makes them think they can go in, but they actually missed the death sentence, and then Troll crushed in on top of Karthus. Really, since they went in on Misaya and didn't instantly kill him, it allowed PDD to close in after everyone had taken the AoE damage from Hecarim and Karthus. Really, just the team comp in general worked because they had enough upfront damage to allow the cleanup from Kha'Zix and Caitlyn to come in.
And it seemed like that was just a toys call. He's like, well, I've done my shockwave, I've caught Misaya. That's one of the targets we want, but everybody else was it's just like a one-man shockwave. I guess it's the same as a one-man crescendo. It's just it's like a mare wave, I think.
They carried a bit of a lead into a Baron fight.
Into the Baron fight, and what a Baron fight, by the way, because Weixiao stepped up his game a little bit. And I say stepped up his game because every time Garena were being aggressive, they were picking up kills, but he was getting double kills off the back of them every single time.
And Double had a pretty good game himself. Weixiao wanted
to pretty good one
by farming up. Let's actually roll this Baron clip right off the bat, because LPL gets the Baron, and then it looked a little grim for them right at the start of the fight. Keep in mind that it actually turns into a bit of a 3v5, but you can see Karthus goes down, Troll goes down, they're low enough. PDD's actually backing up, and at this point when he sees the Requiem going off, he changes his mind. It's go time. Amazing, hop, 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 Goomba stomps, Garena, Pro League, gets the quadra kill. That was awesome.
And the amazing thing there is that obviously PDD picked up the quadra, but 2 of them used Zhonya's hourglass on that Requiem. They didn't get hit by it. They were both there, but they just happened to all be clumped together, and just like, going in.
And at that point of the game, they had so much damage and so much confidence in their damage. One of the big things we noticed about PDD yesterday was his ability to assess the situation before it happened and just know when he can go all out aggressive, and that was a perfect example.
And the fact that he played Kha'Zix, and honestly, I don't remember him once going in and you're thinking, oh, he went too early, or oh, you're too late to get in the fight. He went perfectly every time. You even saw it on the tower earlier on.
There was multiple fights there where he either died as he got the last hit on Chowie or just finished him off with the sliver. So just amazing judgment throughout the game.
amazing judgment. So what are we thinking? What are they got to do? Garena mainly, because they started off so well, and China's teamwork just seems unstoppable right now.
I feel like Garena just kind of needs to do more of the same, but not get themselves into too many bad fights. It seemed like China really dictated the pace to them, because once we had that mid lane fight that changed the game, they were a little bit afraid to use Shockwave to initiate, and they just...
To the team tournament final. Who will they be facing if they get there? Who knows? But when they climb back into the ring against the Garena All-Stars, don't go anywhere, because it's going to be coming up in a moment. It's the 2013 League of Legends All-Star Weekend. We'll be right back after.
我打他一波够了。我马上时光了，我拆。好累啊。
There goes the Shockwave. They managed to take down Misaya, but he's going to really bring out that Requiem. Is it going to bring the pain? Yes, but not quite as much as before. But look at PDD. He's on top of them. They're going to clean up here. That is an ace. A quadra kill.
Welcome back to the 2013 League of Legends All-Star Weekend. And right now, we're happy to be joined by North American LCS All-Star jungler, Saint Vicious. Welcome, Saint. Now, you just come off of an amazing victory against the European All-Star. So, what was the key factor in winning that crazy game?
Hook City. I don't know. The honorary sixth member of all the other teams, Baron, didn't mess us up that bad that game, I guess. Even though he had a little hiccups at the backdooring and all that.
Yeah, I mean, we already talked to Double If Your Next Special a little bit about the games, but because they were so crazy, I feel like we can talk about them a little bit more. Even in the first game, when they started the backdoor you, what were you guys thinking, and did you have flashbacks maybe to the second China game yesterday?
Oh, I don't know. We were all yelling like at the top of our lungs. Like nobody could even hear because everybody's yelling. So we're like, oh my God, go back, do this. And they kept trying to stop us from backing. And luckily somebody, I don't even see who got it back in time, but they just ran up and mopped them all up. And I don't know. It's just like by the end of the second game, we're just so many people here. And like, I mean, they really get into it. It's crazy. It's like actually like a football stadium or any other like a sporting event you'd see.
And I know coming in, you guys said you had a lot of practice against the Chinese team. Were you able to get research on the Korean team? Because it's a strange thought to say, okay, we're going to lose to China, win the losers bracket game, and then face who? This has to be a difficult matchup for you guys from a preparation standpoint.
I mean, all we really have is OGN to look at, and of course the game's here. I think we should just look at all the players individually and see what they prefer and their play styles, and just try to beat them early. Like, Korea has really good team play and really good team fighting, so just try to take them out early.
I want to ask you as well, do you think, as a last question, do you think this is the best possible All-Star lineup for NA, or did you just have the best possible preparation?
That's such a trick question. I think it's
huge win by China in game one. What does Garena, the Garena All-Stars have to do to turn this one around for it? Because it was so very, very close. It must have been a knock to the confidence of the GPL All-Stars.
It was really, really close, and something like that, like, you kind of come at it and say, look, let's just try a different strategy. I don't think there's any one person who like didn't step up or had a terrible game and threw it or anything. They had the right ideas. They had an early gold lead. They ganked well. They fought pretty well. It was more like a good strategy from LPL kind of broke them apart. Like Misaya just got a little bit too big. Maybe they ban out Karthus saying that's too big of an impact for this game. Yeah. But that's kind of it. It was like Misaya just did a little bit too much damage to let PDD clean up. But a comp like that is on a razor's edge for if it can take your team apart or not.
Well, one thing's for sure, we can see on the bottom right-hand side of the screen that they're not going to let him have Twist of Fate, even if they do decide to ban Karthus in the future. Lee Sin and Kennen taken out, and there is the Karthus ban from the Greener All-Stars.
So that actually breaks apart a lot of the LPL strategy there, because it was, look, we have guaranteed initiate with Hecarim and Karthus. Guaranteed damage will chunk you to half health, and then Kha'Zix will clean it. I'd be surprised to see Kha'Zix return here, just because I feel like unless they can show another mid that can do the same sort of thing and soften everyone up, you don't have the same sort of setup here. Now, what's interesting about the LPL squad, though, is they've actually never picked the same champion twice so far this tournament. They've actually, every single one of them has played something different every time, which kind of just shows to me, actually, their depth of champion pools and their depths and strategies.
So Jarvan 4 was the final ban here from the Green All-Stars. Sona, of course, was banned out by the LPL All-Stars, and there is the Rumble.
Him going to first pick Rumble is not surprising in the slightest. It's a really, really big pick for him. It's one of his most played champions, actually, throughout the LPL season. And of course, yeah, he broke the streak of not playing the same champion twice, but it's Rumble. yeah, you're going to pick the guy up and get the chance.
It's fine to play him twice, I think, especially when you're PDD, and we've seen how strong he can be on it. That, of course, leaves the Kazakhs open at this stage of things, and it looks like the Garena All-Stars will decide to go that route for this one. But what will they add in here with him?
Well, at this point, they've really got to make their decision on strategy. They've got to figure out what they actually want to run here, or if they're going to start out safe and say, well, we'll run the Varus, we'll run things like that, and adapt from there. So Kazakhs, I'm interested by the pick of where it's going to go, because Stanley or Toys could play it, even Harley could play it, though he's not a huge carry jungler. But, you know, like Varus went well for Chawi. They're picking comfort pick there. Kazakhs, I want to see where it goes. But, again, we're seeing a different lineup here now for LPL. Misaya can hardcore engage. Rumble can follow up afterwards. It's actually a little bit reminiscent of GPL's lineup last game.
Misaya's Diana is another one which doesn't sneak through too often.
No.
He is a monster with this Diana. So, I don't know, 2 very strong picks already for them. But they do have that Varus. They do have the Kazakhs as well. They're not all what you call second rate at this stage of the game.
Diana is, I think, the #1 mid laner in China right now. If it's not Rumble going to the mid lane and someone else topping, it is that mid lane Diana. So it's just a hugely important pick for these guys, and it's that hardcore engage. Of course, they got that favorite Thresh back as well. So Misaya's got 4 unique champions for himself, but the rest of the LPL squad is saying, dude, great, you're giving us, as well as Misaya both, have played mid lane Nasus. The thing is, this still fits to the lineup. Could be easily support Zyra, mid lane Nasus, jungler still to show, and the top lane Kazakhs. And that actually works. They play an AD heavy team. They've got Spirit Fire to break things down, a big frontline tank in Nasus to soak a bunch of damage, and they can all kind of get knocked up at Stranglethorns. It's a pretty good setup so far.
Well, could be a Zyra in the mid lane as well to stop that Diana, giving chase, knock her up, root her down. But then the Kazakhs in the top lane, Nasus in the jungle. Still a lot of possibilities here on the side for the Green All-Stars. Looking like the LPL All-Stars, on the other hand, are, I was going to say, going to go with that Hecarim here. But right now they're sat with Elise and Graves.
I mean, Graves makes a lot of sense. He follows up very, very well with his frontline burst. That's kind of what happened. It's sort of the other side of the LPL squad last time, right? So the first time around in game 1, it was, we'll soften everything up, and then it's time for cleanup crew. This time, it's find the dude, make him die, we'll go from there in a 5v4. Graves is the burstiest AD carry. Diana's hyper bursty in mid lane, Rumble equalizer, Hecarim. We saw how crazy Hecarim was before. This LPL team is like, guys, we're gonna jump on you. You're not gonna get away from us. We have such long range engagement. You're gonna have a bad time.
So what are we gonna see here then from the Garena All-Stars? Final pick of this one. They're 1-0 behind, so they have to win this game.
Yes.
Otherwise, their All-Star team tournament is over for now.
Yeah, and they didn't even win a single map here, which is maybe gonna turn some heads. You know, it makes you wonder just, you know, have they suddenly fallen short of where they were last year? And I don't think they are. They looked very, very good, you know, this time around. Yeah, it was jungle Nasus, freak you idiot. But like Toys legitimately plays mid lane Nasus sometimes. We could still see swaps come through at the end.
Well, Chase, as you said, is the final pick in there. We'll see here how these switches come around. Right now, it's looking like Stanley or Kazakhs with Jace with Toys in middle, and that Nasus in the mid lane. Everything is expected from the picks over with LPL, with Rumble up with PDD in the top, and Diana in middle with Misaya, Hecarim in jungle, and the AD carry support of Graves and Thresh. So, you know, 2 different team setups the last time, but I think the LPL team have, you know, they've got some very strong and very comfortable picks here in this game.
Hugely comfortable picks. Graves is one of Weixiao's standbys. I mean, everyone here, their champion pool is very, very large, but Graves is one who plays a fair bit. He's one of the more common Chinese AD carries in general. Like you said, comfort picks definitely through and through for LPL. And again, their lineup is about finding someone with death sentence, and they will die if it lands. Finding them with the Hecarim ultimate, the Onslaught of Shadows, and fearing them back into your team. Finding them with Diana, going for the Moonfall, and sucking them in, slowing them down, and the team follows up. No matter which one of those lines up, you've got Graves for collateral damage, and you've got the Rumble for the equalizer. That first target will fall over. So, single target pick, clean up from there. Now, the GPL squad is a bit different. They've got a different sort of setup here where it's very, very poke-based. Stanley is Jace in the top lane, Toys is Kazakhs in mid. They're going to be poking out from afar and trying to soften up the other targets. To be fair, there's no healer on LPL, and then when the fight starts, Zyra's got good disengage or counter engage, Varus has good counter engage, Nasus has crazy good counter engage, and you've got a lot of tools there to turn around a fight, or just run away if you really want with acceleration gate.
Well, one thing that we know for certain coming into game number 2 is that the crowd is behind the Chinese team right now.
And in front of them, technically.
Very well in front of them as well. I suppose you're right with that one. They've been on their side this entire time here and have been extremely loud there in game number 1.
Yeah, faded for it. The very first game they played, man, did they look stellar. And that is a scary thing to deal with there, is a fired up, revved up Chinese LPL squad. They certainly can have what it takes to close it out. So let's go through the early game ward and lane assignments, because right now LPL are saying, look, your blue buff is ours, we're going to ward it down. Might just set up a bit of a tent here and camp it out.
Yep, gone straight up in there. 2 wards already put into position, and well, you've got a Thresh in there. That hook is, if not a kill, then a guaranteed flash out of someone. If that lands, then someone's like, well, or if that goes near them, they're going to try and flash out of the way for it, that's for sure. So we'll have to see if XiaoXiao is on point with them, and what they will exactly do. And, you know, because of that Thresh and the looming threat that he is, they've pretty much just walked in there, and the Green of All-Stars have had to say, well, we just back off. They can't just stand there and force them out, and that's allowed them to get some good vision early on.
And it almost forces Harla to just be so hyper aware of his own jungle situation, because they know the vision advantage is here for the LPL squad. GPL has to be completely ready for any engage and ready to turn it around. Now, last time we saw LPL take 3 of the 4 buffs very early on with successful invades. I'm wondering if the same thing's going to happen here.
Oh, waiting here. They've gone over a ward, though. The position is known. Yeah, LPL All-Stars have stood on range of things to actually push out of there. So let's have a look down through the lanes then instead at this stage of things. Going to be Toys versus Misaya, Diana versus Kha'Zix in the middle lane. Bottom lane will be Thresh and Graves versus Jace, and Rumble in the top lane versus Zyra Varus. Talk us through those 2v1 lanes, because obviously Jace with his double stance is going to have a better time there.
Jace will have a slightly better time farming, but he is more gold reliant than Rumble. So you got kind of the champions in their right spots. Where again, Jace will farm better, but he needs the gold. That said, the pushing is going to be pretty close though. So, you know, both 1v2s aren't going to like life very much. The turrets are the thing I'm really concerned about. Graves and Varus both wave clear very, very well. Mistake will actually have a better time harassing and a better time pushing than XiaoXiao. He's got longer range, he's got more AoE. That feels like a slight advantage there. I feel like GPL will push faster.
See Misaya and Toys just going head-to-head. Toys got a slight advantage on him there in levels, and it is only a slight advantage. That should be pretty much okay for him there. And a little bit behind. Wants to make sure he gets that siege minion. Definitely don't want to lose out on that chunk of gold at this stage of the game. Interested to see how that one all develops. But of course the junglers, they're going to be absolutely instrumental in this one, with the Hecarim and the Nasus coming down into these lanes.
Well, here we go. Harla is going to show up and say, look guys, let's make it a 2v2. Hecarim from Troll is going to be doing the same thing. And this is actually, I think, a really, really good thing for the GPL squad, because getting Harla up to low good Trolls ganks were on Toys back in game 1, even without the ultimate. And so letting him soak a farm. Oh, but Stanley's in a harsh place.
Stanley's in trouble here. He's actually going to be forced to flash away. The Ignite won't have enough damage there to get the kill that came out of XiaoXiao. But just showing that they can definitely have him away with this one. Nasa's going to soak up some free farm in that bottom lane. Meanwhile, Chowie here, along with his support Mistake, he's going to do a lot of damage to PDD, but Mistake did take turret hits in that as well. So pretty even stuff in top and bottom in terms of how it's going for either side.
It's interesting because they're really choosing to put a lot of pressure on the champions more so than the turrets, not letting them sit there and get free last hits and catch up in gold. Stanley has already gone back for his tier. He last hit enough minions in the 1v2 to get to that point to say, well, now I have infinite mana, I can start charging tier. I don't care if I get Ignite quite as much because I can still spam. There's a GPL pushing that turret down lower and lower, but here comes Troll at the top lane.
Troll's going to come in. Mistake is going to have to land that grasping root onto. Does manage to land it, but is it going to matter? They're onto Mistake. There it is. PDD takes down Mistake for first blood, but can they take out Chowie here as well? PDD needs to be really careful as the barrier comes in, and he will get the kill, but he dies in the end, and it turns into a double kill for PDD.
Well, great couple of kill pickups there for PDD, but I'm not sure he needed to go for Chawi there. He was safe in the brush. The counter gank there at the bottom lane, not quite as effective. Nasus, not the same ganking power as Hecarim, to be fair. But again, I'm not sure PDD needed to show up there. I feel like Troll had him on his own, and Chawi didn't need to get a kill there.
Yeah, I think so. Why did he put the Spirit Fire in there? Is he going to go down to this one? XiaoXiao goes very offensive. Can he actually get the kill? He's going to put the lash back on towards Stanley. Here comes PDD around the side as well. An acceleration game will be able to get him out of there. And Stanley puts the damage back, and well, that was on a knife edge. That was an absolutely brutally close battle right there. Everyone putting the summoner spells. But PDD's looking to stop the recalls. Oh, and he's going to stop the recall for now, but can he go under the turret? XiaoXiao is going to be coming in from this bottom side, but it looks like they will be safe. That would be a big risk for PDD to come in as a mistake. Does get hit there by Misaya. Bit of a crazy start to this one that honestly could be tied up. It could even be a lead for the Green All-Stars right now. It could be very, very soon if they can take this turret down. They've got better turret pressure, right? This turret's down below a quarter health. Stanley's has not taken nearly as much damage because Harlow basically set up a camp right there and said, no, you're not going to take this down for us. An early pink ward comes down from mistake, though. They want to set up a counter gank at some point in this top lane. I don't know if it's going to work yet, though. Toys on mana as the pink ward does come down into that one, and we see the flash in there. Oh, Misaya goes straight in on top of him. He's going to get the kill. Lots of turret damage, and Nasus is just around the corner. He's seen Hallelujah come in. Spirit Fire goes down. Wither is there. You're not escaping from this one, Misaya, and it will be the turret that finishes him off. Hallelujah gets the kill. All right, so no assist does go to Toys, though. So this means that basically, as far as the lane is concerned, Misaya got a 300 gold lead. Bottom lane is starting to push on towards Chase very heavily. PDD's Rumble having similar troubles here at top, but look at this. Level 6 Nasus ulti on. Time for an early dragon. That's so good for Harla, you know, getting that side lane leech farm by camping in Stanley's lane, and then getting the very fortunate sort of counter gank, I guess, on Misaya. It's just completely clean. That's so big for GPL. They really needed that. Massive pickup for them. And there you see the love from the Chinese crowd. A big round of applause for them for that one. Move which, hinders the local team, but you see the appreciation for exactly how well Green All-Stars are playing this one. Let's have a look down the CS from this one. Rumble, compared to Jace, is an interesting one. 23 to 46. You'd expect that, though, from, Rumble and Jace being in that 1v2 scenario. Yeah, those lanes are exactly playing as we expected them to. The one thing that's not as expected, though, is how well Weixiao is doing in last hits compared to Chawi. Certainly, yeah, Chawi got ganked and killed off, but you had the similar crazy gank on Weixiao at the bottom lane a little while ago, but Graves is still kind of better for that whole encounter. And I'm getting kind of flashbacks to game one, Hyperfed AD carry. His team kind of makes everything happen for him. Yeah, very scary. And now both mid laners have got blue buffs under control as well. As you mentioned, Seeker's Arm Guard plus the Amp Tome and boots for Diana. On the other side, Spirit Stone and double longswords coming out for Kha'Zix. So not headed up yet towards that tier. Now, Lizard Elder is going to be the first item for him instead, which again is poke-based. It's cooldown reduction, it's mana regeneration, and his W waited for a long time inside of this brush to try and catch out PDD. There we see the Equalizer come down to try and stop that from happening. He's got no flash, gets knocked up by Stranglethorn, finished off by Chawi. 3-3, solid kill. Lot used for it, but a kill's a kill. And it's going to be worth it. They're going to get the turret off of that one as well. Again, worth it is the name of the game for that one. So they finally equalize themselves in kills, equalize themselves on turrets. Weixiao is still an unstoppable farming machine that has to be dealt with. And this is exactly what we talked about in that last game, that he can do this kind of thing, and well, does do this kind of thing on a regular basis. And we'll see how they try and keep him in check with that one. Varus now getting a BF sword in with that Vamp Scepter and the Berserker Greaves and the Doran's Blade. Right now, just see Vamp Scepter, Doran's Blade, and boots for Graves. Of course, Weixiao will be headed home to farm shortly. And that again speaks to the play style of GPL, right? They actually got the advantage of globals, but it's the fact that they are actually ganking for Chawi's lanes. He has 2 kills. He's been participating in champion combat, whereas Weixiao has just been split pushing minions. Just like last game, Chawi has the early game gold lead
because of this whole setup that's really, really big for him. See if they can contribute, though.
Oh, Toys is going to have to jump over the top there. Does manage to get that stuff. Oh, but the flash on coming in. Misaya going to explode him. And that...
Great play by Weixiao, and actually, for their efforts, LPL are rewarded with a turret. That is huge for them.
Yeah, and that's all because of that kill there. That middle outer turret going down, Toys going down. They've picked up the bottom outer turret in response, but you definitely can't put a comparison to losing that middle outer turret and everything else that offers you.
This game is so strange right now as well because Hallelujah is actually down, split pushing the bottom lane with Stanley. I mean, he's getting more levels, which is good. Nasus really scales off of levels well. Maxing out Spirit Fire, maxing out Wither, and getting a second point in his ultimate are so important. But here comes another fight into Toys!
Oh, Toys, he's going to be the unlucky man here. Surely as the equalizer comes down, Misaya's on top of him. Exhaust is down. That won't matter. They decide not to be greedy and leave Mistake to back off. They've covered the bottom tower with the AD carrying support as well. Xiao is going to be the man that tries to stop this top turret being taken down. Misaya actually got really, really low with that one. PDD's probably going to have to back off for safety reasons.
This is just a so crazy game right now. It's super interesting. Different things are happening really this time than last one, and it's just explosive. People are looking for fights all the time, diving constantly, and it's because both teams get to do that. Oh my gosh, PDD's so mistake at the top of it. Xiao's going for the counterattattack.
Yeah, Xiao is going to be pushing in for this one, gets the slow, pops a blind. There's a flash in as well. PDD is going to land 1-2 harpoons, but Xiao is showing that he can snipe. And well, we've seen harder snipes from him in game number 1, that's for sure. But nonetheless, good pickup. But again, PDD racks up a kill. That's allowed him haunting guys this shopping trip home.
And even still, that kill right there really speaks to Xiao's familiarity with his just will do enough damage to kill. Charged it up long enough, said, okay, this will do enough damage, sniped it out. Really great familiarity with this champion by Xiao.
And I tell you what, Toys, not really having the best of times of things here. They got that Kha'Zix early on since it was left open. Currently 0-3-0 is ahead in the CS, but that's not really to be compared to Diana's 3-1-0. Right now, it's actually only 100 gold difference, if that, in there. But now we do see the Dragon up in 30 seconds. Hallelujah, of course, did start it off just as he hit level 6 before. Let's see if they can lock that one down again.
They got some damage into XiaoXiao. Toys with a bunch of pain. He's got to leap away, though.
Yeah, put the box down there, and Toys decided not to follow through. I don't think they quite had vision of what was maybe waiting for them over the other side of that tri-bush. I decided not to go in. Toys is going to try and push that bottom wave out. Yeah. There is a ward there down for the LPL All-Stars, so they're going to be spotting Garena All-Stars when they start to move in. Stanley actually is trying to put some pressure on that middle turret, but we'll see what happens here to Dragon.
The Toy split push is the right idea here. He's 0-3 with no assists, which means he's not worth much gold. He's got boots mobility, so he just can get away from lanes whenever he wants. They're going to be able to take away the Dragon, and look at that! Beautiful play right there, right? Landed across the wall, you charge across, no smites, all right, back out I go.
That's the beauty of that lantern, you know?
Yeah.
We saw it in game number 1 as well, that you can put yourself in almost impossible positions and still manage to live from them. We did see a turret going down with that one. Not sure exactly which one it was. I think
top lane PDD,
top lane, yeah. That top lane finally dealt with. Let's have a look and down.
And it's interesting to watch sort of how LPL split up their farm, because 4 of the members on the LPL squad like to farm. Troll likes to farm, as well as the 3 sort of standard carry roles. And you see that. You see 68 on Troll, significantly higher than what Hallelujah has, who typically defers farm to his teammates. And so we'll kind of see them equalize out a little bit, but PDD has been split pushing the top lane for a very, very long time. That's how he got a little bit closer to Jace's score. Weixiao, of course, we know what he does. He takes the solo lane the entire time and gets the highest score in the game. The really big factor, though, is Toys, because he, like I said, a lot of deaths, not a lot of kills or anything, split pushing constantly. The actual pickup of the Elder Lizard lets him take away jungle camps quickly as well, which also contributes to his farm lead.
Also picked up the Hex Drinker and boots of mobility here as Toys, and he is going to be pushing this bottom lane out. Did take a little bit of damage earlier on. That was Jason Nasus that had started to push down that side. Well, things have hit that now kind of stale period, as they often do around, you know, between the 14 and sometimes 18-20 minute mark, where both teams feel that they've not got a big advantage and they're a little bit cautious of pushing out in the wrong places.
And this is certainly, you're seeing them try to find some places to go aggressively. Hallelujah's going to get caught out, though.
Yeah, Hallelujah caught out. Toys was off to the side. The box is down. Weixiao is there. Misaya gets the kill. They might not be finished just yet. They're going to go in towards Toys. He's forced to jump away from that. And just as I was saying, no team willing to be caught out in any place. Hallelujah almost face checking straight up towards those rays in that bush there. And they were stood on top of a ward as well, which didn't help scenario out.
It was a little too aggressive from that team. You can't make a lot of easy plays with Nasus and Kha'Zix because you don't have enough damage yet in a scenario where you've got big giant carries. And Xiaoi's not going to be able to live very long as a big giant carry. There's a Fed Diana on the other team.
They need to be careful on this middle outer turret here. 4 men. Oh, the GPL All-Stars are waiting. They've got good folk coming out of Varus and Jace. Actually, coming out of all 4 of them, and Zario can even throw things down for the Kha'Zix as well. So, you need to be a little bit wary. Weixiao goes in there at the side. You see the void spikes. There is that Q coming out of Jace as well, the shock blast. And Weixiao, all of a sudden, down to half health.
Weixiao's actually alternating points between Quick Draw and Smoke Screen. So he's actually playing, like, I remember KX used to always max Smoke Screen second on Graves. We've seen a lot of guys max Quick Draw. He's actually going sort of this halfway between attack damage carry and burst caster. He's not just going for the Smoke Screen burst here. So he's hedging his bets a little bit, saying, look, if burst doesn't work, I've still got cleanup power.
Another shock blast going through the acceleration gate. Troll just trying to get to the front side of the tower and push them back as Equalizer actually coming over from Rumble, and Misaya is going to dive in there. Oh, and look at the ultras that they've thrown at Misaya. After it popped that Sonya's hourglass there. PDD off to the side. Toys is going to be pulled back here. Surely finished off on the left there as they do go in. Troll is very low. He will die. Hallelujah will finally put his ultimate on from this one. And the Garena All-Stars walk away in the end. A massive fight, but only a 1-for-1.
There's still a couple of guys left around the sides, though. They could re-engage. XiaoXiao's there. The flash route does not quite land. They might keep chasing, though. Nope.
Weixiao did come back. He's still got full HP here, which could be a deciding factor. Still, the shock blast hits him. I think safer here for the Chinese side to back off.
And it's interesting to compare Toys. Oh my gosh, another fight. Xiaoi, you bit off a little bit more than you can chew right there. It's interesting to compare Toys, though, to the Kha'Zix played by PDD, because PDD would always come in at exactly the right time and clean everything up after his team engaged. The thing is, JPL Squad has some good early poke. They can bring things low and then turn it into kills for Kha'Zix afterwards. But Toys, he's waiting in the wings, but getting bound. Weixiao's landing death sentences and saying, no, Kha'Zix, I'm going to squash you like a bug. You don't get to clean up.
That was a ridiculously close fight considering what happened right at the start of it. The ultimate came out of Varus and out of Zyra on towards Misaya, who Zonya'd perfectly in that area so that both of them were effectively wasted. Quite surprisingly that they were so close despite that fact. 2 big crowd control ultimates.
And that's just because Diana dove in there. Misaya tried to start the fight afterwards. And, you know, they were positioned well. Xiaoi went for the Infinity Edge build, so he's got huge damage output on just an auto-attack basis. And if you don't bring that guy down, if your Fed Diana isn't assassinating an AD carry, then the AD carry is going to clean up your whole team.
Right now, the Dragon about to come into play at 10 seconds. Let's see how that's going now. Pings in there. Wards all put in position. Weixiao just going to be getting the red buff as Troll walks straight in towards Toys there on top of a ward and then turns back.
Yes, vision control means a heck of a lot here because of how easily these teams can one-shot somebody. You saw the ult chain a little while ago, I should say about 10 minutes ago, when you had Varus into Nasus into Zyra at the top against PDD, and they just killed them off with nothing to do. And of course, you've got a Fed Misaya Diana who do the same thing on the other side. Getting someone blindly is huge for these guys.
Here we go, and it's going to be taken by the Garena All-Stars. Another nice pickup for them, and they're 2,000 gold almost in the lead in this one. So despite being 8-5 behind in kills, they're tied on turrets, and they've got that dragon control nicely down in this game.
Yeah, that is the one thing that's keeping them in such great shape, because you can see that they are actually, I don't want to say categorically because it's not for everyone, but they're kind of down in minion farm. They are down in champion kills as well, but it's like the EU versus NA game, where the NA team was a little bit better at team fighting, but the Europeans always were able to pick up dragons, and that kept them into the game, and then to pull it to late. That could happen here as well.
What a hump from XiaoXiao. Sadly for him, the rest of his team weren't quite on the same page there. Took them a while to actually get involved, and
By that time, Mistake had already walked himself away from the immediate danger that was coming in. But let's have a look at that farm, because it's a 20 CS lead for Weixiao in the middle. Kazak's 40 CS in the lead. Jungle is a 20 CS lead for Hecarim. His top lane 146 to 140. Very, very even stuff. 1,000 gold here.
Yeah, there is an undeniable gold lead for the GPL squad, and a lot of it's on the right people. Even Kha'Zix's Toys is more farmed than Misaya. The only one where there's really a saving grace is the fact that PDD is gigantic. He is on Rumble. He had an amazing performance in the first game of the tournament, and I think it's really on him to make team fights happen unless Misaya can one-shot Chawi. That's really where the LPL team fight looks. You know, like, yeah, like they're up in kills, but they're not the team that's winning. They need things to go their way. They need to get the picks or get amazing equalizers to win this game.
Once Chawi would be out there, that would be a severe knock for the Garena All-Stars. We'll see what they can actually do with that one. Right now, they are just pushing constantly this middle wave out. XiaoXiao's pink ward is going to help them clear out Baron. Troll is carrying an Oracle Elixir right now. That's his Mistake. They've both already taken that and will be clearing things out as they go around. Ironically, there's that one there in the death bush, which no one has decided to walk over up till now. Mistake actually going to get hooked here. Is he going to go down? He flashes away, but it's not going to be enough. Troll comes over the wall. PDD's right in there. Chawi's been focused. Chawi is dead. PDD's going to get jumped on, but there is the Zhonya's going to be used. Can they follow in for any more here? Weixiao leading on the front line does get slowed. Troll takes a shot glass and they back off. That was a 2-for-1.
And Mistake had the opportunity to use his ultimate. He flashed out of the engage, but never cast it. Oh my gosh, Stanley takes a bunch of pain. The flash from Weixiao! Not enough. Nice try right there. Again, Mistake could have ulted in that fight, and that might have been enough damage to turn it.
Done a lot there. Weixiao through half a minion wave pushing up. This looks like it will be the first inner turret of the game. And the funny thing being that he missed that one on in the small death bush, as we call it here in Europe, that ended up actually costing them. That was giving them vision the whole time for that hook to come around.
And that's the funny thing about ward clearing, is that you clear wards by being near the wards themselves. You're actually visible while trying to deny vision, and that was where they actually got their hook from. It's where they found the engage onto Mistake, I should say, and actually started that fight. And that's the thing, is when you sweep wards out, you actually want to get wards deeper into territory to make sure your support isn't overextended, getting caught out trying to Oracle sweep. When you compare to what LPL did last game, at some point Troll was one of the Oracles, because you're not going to catch out a Hecarim.
No, that's for sure. He's going to be away before you can really blink from that one. We have seen some more items being picked up. I think the one that we didn't touch on was that Zhonya's, which was instrumental for PDD there in that fight, and the way that he popped it right at the last second.
That was absolutely huge. I mean, these Zhonya's pickups, they're easy to buy for these guys because the GPL lineup is 90% physical. All you've really got is like the passive and the W damage from Kha'Zix and from Varus, and then the ult Spirit Fire from Nasus. It's decent damage, but not enough that you like must go Runic Bulwark to combat. And you're seeing that there, right? The jungler here, Troll, he's gone for the Locket of the Iron Solari, right? He's getting armor for himself and an AoE shield. MR, not as much needed, don't worry about it so much. And of course, the rest of the team just buys Zonia. It's so convenient, and it works against this lineup.
Right now, there's a spot that Toys is actually down on that bottom lane. The Oracle will reveal that there are no wards on Baron itself. And this is something that the Garena All-Stars need to be a little bit cautious of. The plants are thrown down by mistake. A cheap way, luckily for Zyra, for scouting out if anything is actually going on down in that Baron pit.
One of the cool things about these two supports is both she and Thresh have ways of checking the fog of war with their W abilities, for what it's worth, and that helps them really. I mean, W still has those nightmares of the ward battles. Another engage though.
Mistake getting caught out, the box is down. Here comes the Strangled Thorns, but PDD have done an early Zhonya's to prevent all the damage. Misaya done the same, and here comes a big push around. Can they follow through? Already one man dead. That's just Mistake at this point, and the LPL All-Stars may go back around. Another hook lands, this time onto Hallelujah. Toys is going to have to jump away. His teammate not going to have the same available to him, and that is 2 kills from 2 hooks. Amazing play out of XiaoXiao.
Absolutely beautiful by him. Toys will not be able to clean up the closer buff either. PDD is going to want to control that one, and that's what that team does. They find a guy and they make him fall over. Great engagements there. Misaya finds another one. Stanley's just gone, And he flashed away from Chawi, but still now a 3 for nothing for this LPL team.
Such good play there from Misaya to get that one down. And that's the kills raining their way. There's a dragon available, and Chawi says, well, let's try and make the most of a bad situation here and get another dragon, which, funny enough, will keep them in the gold lead.
Yeah, they are right now tied. I'm surprised LPL couldn't find a Baron out of this. It was really because their kills were so far apart. Mistake died early, then he came back. As he was reviving, they got the kill. The first one onto Harla, and then as they went to go stop Baron, they got the kill onto Stanley. But again, they were so staggered that they never had the numbers advantage enough to take Baron down. So they don't get to cement anything out of that. You just got the 1,300-ish gold for 3 kills, which it's not that massive.
Not huge whatsoever. And 28 minutes into this game, which is a decent amount of time. Misaya is actually going to dive in here. There's the equalizer. Mistake's going to have to go around the side. It's the hook lands onto Hallelujah. He is a dead man. Then comes Jace from the side, but Mistake going to be knocked away by Troll. And now they turn around on towards Toys. Can they lock him down from this one? They see the snipe from Varusly. Shot blast from Stanley trying to ward them off. But again, he's 2 kills picked up. And again, XiaoXiao, so good with these hooks.
Absolutely beautiful play by him individually and by the LPL squad in general. They're snowballing a mid-game lead by saying, we want to fight, we swept your wards, you won't see us coming, we're going to keep finding you and making these happen. GPL are trying to stop the Baron attempt. Troll taking so much damage, Toys finds it! Wow. Beautiful play, now they can't Baron.
Yep, and right now LPL going to go in on towards Toys. There is the Zonya's used, but can they follow up? The hook lands again to allow Weixiao the kill. There's the acceleration gate down, but Misaya is still going to chase around. In the end, decides to leave both Stanley and Chawi to run away from that one. That's crazy few minutes here in that middle area.
Toys forgot that PDD had Zonias. He wasted leap thinking he could put the damage down and kill off Rumble. That did not happen. He got caught out. Again, great plays by XiaoXiao and the rest of the crew, but
incredible stuff. I mean, that one was slightly easy. Okay. Straight towards him, but nonetheless, keeping a good record up, that's for sure. No one there to follow up from the backside of him, though. They must be sitting on a decent chunk of gold here. I mean, look at the kills on them. Yeah, 1,300, 1,700 for Misaya, 1,400 for PDD there in the top. And look at Weixiao, over 10,000 gold, as is Chawi right now, who still actually has a minute gold lead over him.
It does, and you can just tell that that's what global objectives really do for you. When you've taken every single dragon, despite a kill lead or despite a minion lead, you get to be bigger than your opposition, and that's just so huge for a lot of these GPL guys. So, it still comes down to, because they're just looking for that one fight that works for them. Despite losing every fight, they're keeping themselves in the game, right? They're finding ways to stay equal, pick up dragons, pick up whatever it is. They're keeping themselves close here. They just need that one fight to go their way, pick up shutdown gold on PDD, shutdown gold on Weixiao, shutdown gold on Misaya, and suddenly, whoa, we just got 5 grand. We can win the game off that.
Yeah, could be a big item spike from that kind of scenario. Right now, the LPL All-Stars actually pushing through as Baron. It's going to be kicked off there by the plants, and XiaoXiao probably cursing Mistake there. Just did that with his Zyra. Again, in battle for position around this ward. I'd love to know exactly how many wards have been cleared out from that Baron pit and from the sides there, because they have spent a good 10, maybe 15 minutes up until now doing that.
Exactly. These guys are looking for ways. I think the LPL squad really looking for ways to close out the game, because, like, the fact that they're winning every single fight means that they're winning. The gold kind of lies to you and says, well, clearly they're equal in power, sort of, but the fights don't really lie. They tell you who's the more powerful team, who's better organized or better executing, and it's on LPL to turn those team fight wins into something real, because if they throw one out, again, it's shutdown gold. That's a rough thing. So, yeah, they're farming for now because they haven't found that real opening. They're playing the ward game. We see a lot of teams do that, but they haven't found their way into the base, or they haven't found their way into Baron.
One thing they have found is a lot of hooks, and that certainly with those wards down there becomes a lot easier. Mistake here, just on the edge. Needs to be careful. He's been hooked there once before. They start to move around Baron. PDD gets hit by the Void Spikes coming over. Very tense game. The LPL All-Stars know that they could wrap up position in the grand final if they manage to win this game. and of course seeing them going 2-0 over the Greener All-Stars, they naturally have a big uphill climb. They're 1-0 behind on the red side in China against China. Yeah, it's already stacking against them from this one, but they are going to go in onto XiaoXiao. He gets the box down. Surely will die from that one. It's Hallelujah that picks that one up, and LPL want to get out of here. They don't want to fight this one, and why did they back away? Will they go in towards the afterwards? Yes, they will, and they're all going to drop down. The equalizer is in such a good position. They're going to rip them to bits. That's an ace coming out for the LPL All-Stars, and look how quickly it can happen.
BDD is so good at judging fights. You hear the crowd cheering for that one. Misaya came in, stuck them all into a little ball, said, yep, you're all going to take that full damage. He said, guys, we know we've got it here. They were all lined up for it. And man, did they just capitalize on positioning. Lost one for free, doesn't matter. You're all in a little corridor, burned to death.
Yeah, and that the box actually coming in helped them out. But enough of my words, let's have a look at it again, because that literally was an amazing fight that could have just won the game for the LPL All-Stars.
All right, so watch this, right? They get the pick on a XiaoXiao, a lot of burst damage, great engage right here. But look, they all pile in. They think they can chase down Troll. They think they can maybe chase down Weixiao. And there they are in a little group, and it just gets every single person. There's the moonfall. They're stuck. They're completely trapped in there, and they all just fall over. XiaoXiao, they got too greedy. They thought they could pick more out of it. Got turned around.
I don't think that could have been in a more perfect position or had a more perfect outcome there. Well, it could have. XiaoXiao could have survived, but he got in there with the box to start things off. But the equalizer, such perfect and so perfectly played, and the moonfall, it becomes a lot easier when they're all bunched up like that right on top of you. Great stuff from the LLPL All-Stars. Let's see what they actually do with this Baron buff now, and something tells me that they're going to be trying to push it for a victory.
He's got both their ultimates back as well. Only XiaoXiao is missing it, and he's only 18 seconds away from having the box back. Not that they really even need it, to be fair. This is probably their turret. They've got so much sustain from the Baron buff. If XiaoXiao took him across the wall, they probably could engage it with Rumble and Diana, even on a turret dive, and it would work for him.
Well, Stanley is probably going to be one of their big hopes here of holding them off. The Stake will have to land those grasping roots and the Stranglethorns, which are back up. In fact, most of the ults are in fact now back up and array available for. In fact, they all are up and available for the play. But that is the turret gone down nonetheless. The GPL will start to say, no, let's not fight there. We're probably not going to win that one.
No, not really at all. So they're going to have to give up every outer turret right now. The top lane as well has a giant minion wave that's pushing for them for free. It takes basically just to look the wrong way, and LPL will knock that turret down as well and turn it into loose rubble. Maybe rebuild something for themselves, maybe statues or trophies from the rebels, because they're doing very well this game.
That turret is going to be going down here. Stanley getting the blue buff, all well and good, over the other side of the map, but he probably needs to be there to defend. We talked about how strong his shot blast is going to be in holding them off, but if he's not there, he's doing absolutely nothing here, as we are going to see them going in for it. Ulti comes out of Varus, but honestly, can't really see that being worth it at this stage. Toy's trying to back him off, but the thing is, if you do that kind of damage, they're just going to get it back in the next half a minute.
What's so funny about that is how afraid GPL was of the LPL counter engage. They got a Varus ult onto Graves with a turret hitting him. They're like, nope, can't go for it. They'll kill us if we do. That shows you how afraid GPL is right now. They need to wait out the Baron buff. They need to find some way to team fight, yet not get equalizer. I don't know if that can happen for him.
Hallelujah, trying his best there to wither down PDD. Weixiao, as we said earlier, did take a big hit when they were trying to siege up that inhibitor turret. Now he's back up to full. That's what the Bloodthirst is going to do for you, along with that Baron buff doing the work as well. But instantly taken down again to just 2/3 of his remaining health. So Greener All-Stars doing a decent job of holding on, but just a matter of time, at least for one or two of these turrets while that Baron buff is up.
This is going to be an interesting situation here. So these guys are going to go for this one. Baron buff, timer check, just about done. So this is kind of the opening for the GPL squad. If they want to make a move themselves and find a catch, This is kind of the point. The problem is, the last few minutes have built a 6,000 gold lead for the LPL squad. So on their side, all they need to do for the Chinese team, all they need to do is say, make it the 5v5. We're powerful enough that we can kind of just auto attack you to death if we have to. There's enough persistent damage from Diana, Graves, Hecarim, and Rumble that even without perfect ults, they'll probably just melt the GPL team anyway.
One thing is, there's like no vision down in that in the jungle there. They're trying to get as much down as they possibly can thanks to the improved side stones, and keeping the vision up will certainly help them here, the Green Roll Stars, and to be honest, over the other side for the Chinese side to see exactly where the Southeast Asians will be pushing out if they even manage to get out of their base at this point. Certainly a risky play considering how well those last couple of fights, the Baron, the gold that you get off all of that, and then the items that follow, which if one team fight goes that badly and then they pick up Baron, you can pretty much guarantee that the next team fight is probably going to be as worse.
Exactly, so this is going to be a rough situation. GPL needs to find a sort of fight where they don't get vacuum equalizer. That's the big thing. They cannot get hit by the Diana Rumble combo on everybody. They need to be able to spread out and play the poke game. And this plays into their lineup. None of them really have to go into melee grouped up, right? Jace can stay in the background. Varus and Zyra just will. Kha'Zix can wait and clean up and wait for the equalizer or wait for the Diana engage. And poke from the outside, they can keep dealing damage. Now that Baron buff is gone, there is no healer for LPL. Their health bars do not come back easily. So the poke game is the GPL move. You sit under a turret, you sit far enough apart, and the engagement's not there either.
The problem for them is that it's a minute, and we've seen now a second Guardian Angel being picked up by Misaya.
Yep.
Which means, well, 7 men, in theory, on the team.
They can just kind of fly through it.
See how that one all goes. Less than a minute to go. Hallelujah does have Oracle in play. She's probably actually going to get locked up here by the grasping roots of Zyra. Shock Blast not quite going to hit them. It looks like the LPL All-Stars are actually starting to push up towards this top lane. They noticed that Nasus wasn't quite home by the time he comes around here. They will have backed off from that one. Weixiao just trying to take a few minions and a bit of jungle farm as they go through.
LPL is using the time where they knew Nasus was far away. They said, look, we can power play this. 5 men in the jungle. Let's get some deep wards in because Baron is soon. We need the vision now far down so we can either pick up a couple of free catches with our long-range engagement tools, or we know you're not coming to stop Baron in time. They've now set up this playground where they can react to GPL freely.
The thing is, they had no vision there either as well, so Mistake is trying to keep that, trying to get a spot of what's there, but we've seen how crucial XiaoXiao's hooks have been, and they're the kind of scenarios where you can be fairly easily be pulled into them as well.
Exactly. He's been so on point with those Qs, those death sentences have really been proving their name here. See, the poke keeps coming out from GPL. They're trying. They're playing far back. They know the hooks can come, and so they poke and then leave, then poke and then leave. They just haven't quite found the damage here. LPL still have control over Baron.
Yep, and right now we do see that Thresh was wasn't Diana. One of them was waiting up on the top side. Yeah, it was Misaya here on Diana, just waiting up there. It's like red buff is going to spawn. XiaoXiao say thank you very much. Sorry, Weixiao will say thank you very much. That one is going to be mine. Toys here occupied by that top lane farm, and that is going to be the Baron started off. So difficult decision now from the Green All-Stars that they just leave it, which I think is going to be the case. Or do they risk going through the jungle? It's going to be Baron number 2 for the LPL.
Absolutely great moves right there. They had the vision control. They knew that. I mean, and think about what would happen, right? If GPL tried to fight that, they have to go in together through the jungle, which is eerily reminiscent of what happened in the last major team fight where they were together near the jungle and got destroyed. So you play the jungle game, LPL wins it. GPL knew that.
Misaya just going in there for that one. He's got Sonya's, he's got a Guardian Angel. He's pretty defensive in terms of that, but his damage is massive at this stage as well, especially with that Baron buff taken away. Here comes another wave. Let's see what the LPL All-Stars can do with it. Shock Blast not really hitting his target, and Misaya's going to go in. Stanley's going to die without anything to come down. The equalizer will pick up Mistake. Hallelujah, next target, but the turret's gone down. And the LPL All-Stars here will be quite content with taking turrets. And inhibitors, Xiao going to get locked up, and they take down 2 of them in a split inSec, and just like that, PDD is actually going to use his Sonya just underneath those Nexus turrets, and we are going to see the Chinese team going in for them. Misaya's Guardian Angel is going to get popped, Toys is going to die, they're tanking them up as they go, but this will be a win for China here. They are going to be going through into the grand final here of the All-Star Team Tournament on home soil, and you can hear the crowd absolutely loving it.
Just beautiful stuff by them. A very, very well-deserved victory. Honestly, the fight, every single time, every team fight, I feel like it went their way. The crowd loves it. You see PDD, so true for the rest of the team.
That one. It's such a great crowd, and well, we talked about it earlier on in the show that it can be a help, it can be a hindrance, it can be a massive help. Sometimes it can be a massive hindrance if you've not played in front of a crowd like this before, but they certainly are used to it, and you could see PDD, he's one of those players who loves that kind of attention, he loves his fans, and he loves to have that support behind him. They've shown that here going up against the Arena All-Stars. 2-0 victory, another 2-0 here, but a fantastic one again, despite the 2-0 scoreline.
Yeah, exactly, we've had such incredibly close games. You wouldn't believe it from the scorelines in any of these matches. Any of these matches, you'd be like, oh wow, the whole team is full of 2-0s. Don't let the crowd talk to me, honestly. The whole tournament full of 2-0s. People would have thought, man, we've got a lot of clear-cut victories here. Not at all. Every series had, again, at least one super comeback game. Most of them have been super hard-fought in general. These guys are definitely proving they're all incredible world-class players.
Yep, and China, of course, now just one best-of-3 victory away from claiming an extra spot for the World Championship for their region, which is a massive bonus to the league that they're playing, of course, the LPL, which is why they are the LPL All-Stars. But that's what we're fighting for here, really, in the All-Star Team Tournament, and they are now one step closer. Of course, for the Arena All-Stars, that's actually it for them. They're not going to play again. They had a bye through into the semi-final. They've bowed out 2-0, certainly not rolled over and died. They put up a great performance, but wasn't to be for them today. China reigning supreme in this semi-final. We're going to head over to Jat and Demon to walk us through the highlights from China's semi-final victory.
Thank you very much, Joe, and wow, just wow, this place is pretty lively right now. And that camera guy at the end there, he's had Dyrus and PDD jumping at him right now. He's loving it.
I could not believe how loud that was.
Yeah.
Especially even after the game when they just started cheering.
I'd have to say that the gauntlet's been thrown down because that's probably the loudest I've heard. I think when they were shouting China, I think that's possibly the loudest crowd I've ever heard.
Yeah, well, one of the things about this arena here is it's 8,000 people, but it's denser than I've ever seen. Just the way it's constructed, everyone is so close together. So when they go for it, it is just incredible. But we have a game.
We do have a game, and what a game it was. There was a lot of fantastic plays in that game, and it was hard to break them down, but we've had to. You just had to go with that one big move that PDD pulled off. And honestly, there was a 3-man triple threat.
Yeah, and let's actually just get into this right away, because even though we already replayed it, let's just roll it right from here, because what happened is GPL killed XiaoXiao, and Troll wasn't actually in the fight. He ulted out. So you can see that GPL was feeling pretty confident here, knowing that it was essentially a 5v3. But they kind of got equalized a little bit, because the equalizer went down with a Diana vacuum as Graves went in. That was essentially a 3v5 instant pentakill. So that really completely decided the game. Up until this point, despite all the kills that had happened, the gold was close. The whole series, the gold was close, but it was always China coming out with superior team fight.
Yeah, because it wasn't until Troll came around the corner, they seemed to be in the fight. Like, by the time he'd gone, I'm going to run through.
I'm here, guys.
I'm going for the Baron, guys. I'll see you there. See you there. Go for the Baron. Well played. But yeah, I mean, that's crazy. That just shows China really stepping up their game. Although North America gave them a very good run there for their money, which bodes well for North America against Korea. That will, of course, be happening tomorrow on day 3. But what a game. And honestly, you know, that's the Garena All-Stars swept aside. They looked so good in game 1, but game 2, They struggled to it. Toys' build, we questioned it a little bit for Kazakhs.
It's so strange. It's one of the first Kazakhs we've seen in a long while that didn't go for a Tear of the Goddess early and eventually build it into a Muramana by the end of the game. And even though the Lizard Elder gave him a lot of farming capability, he didn't have the team fight execution power. Aside from just getting baited by a lot of amazing Zhonya's hourglasses throughout the game, it just didn't seem nearly as potent as the Muramana. He did it for a bit of early game power because he knew he was going to get fed blue buff, but it did not work out for him in the end.
Yeah, and there's one thing we can learn from that, is the fact that China's pretty lively, and the fact that PDD is not going to be able to play Rumble, whoever they go up against.
Yeah, and all the noise right now is actually because soon we're going to be having an interview with PDD, so we'll see. We're pretty close to the crowd here, and he's kind of a big deal.
He's kind of a big deal. So coming up, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be the Chinese LPL All-Star. It will be PDD in the top lane. Will he be able to rumble over to the set to talk about his huge win? Well, yes, he is, but the question is, will the fans allow him to talk to us? The 2013 League of Legends All-Star Weekend will be right back after this. Stick around, guys. It's going to be a lively one. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2013 League of Legends All-Star Weekend. Right now, we are joined by China's effective All-Star. He is the top laner, PDD. Thank you very much for joining us to start with, and we're going to jump straight into it. How was it to beat Southeast Asia, the Garena Premier League All-Stars that had 3 members of the Season 2 World Final Champions?
PDD 你好，打败东南亚拥有一个上届冠军3位队员的队伍，你感觉怎么样？
感觉非常开心，这样会充分的证明在今年 S3 我们有非常强的竞争力。
I feel super happy, and this proves we are highly competitive in Season 3.
And talk to me a little bit about what it's like to play with 3 members of Team WE, who's a fierce rival of yours in the LPL.
你感觉跟你的宿敌 LPL 中的宿敌 WE 3个队员搭配感觉如何？
感觉非常棒，他们一样是非常强力的队友，我非常的信任他们，然后我们的配合真的是堪称完美。
It feels great. They are super good players, and our cooperation and the synergy is so great. That's why we are good.
And I have a question, a personal question. What happened with the hair? Well, he shaved his hair.
你的头发哪去了？
因为我今天在 solo 中输给了 SOAZ， 然后我跟我朋友一个赌约，就是当我在 solo 赛输的时候，我就去剃一个光头。
Oh, so he's like gambling with his friends, and if he lose in today's solo to Soy,
so
he's gonna cut all his hair, and he did it.
He lost to Nunu Soaz. Sorry about that one, Jack. I had to get that one in there. But who would you rather face? Okay, you're coming up obviously into the finals now. You've got the Korean champions in there, All-Stars coming through, or the North American champions who you've already beaten once. Who would you rather see? Would you rather have the stiff competition of the Koreans, or a tougher game with North America, because they took you guys all the way?
下一场的对手不是韩国就是北美，对吧？你更愿意面对哪一支呢？比如说挑战一下韩国队，或者是再撸一遍美国队？
我觉得2支队伍都无所谓，因为我们现在状态正好。当然，说实话，其实还是更想面对北美，因为我们在战术风格上现在觉得蛮克制他们的。
He says that's he don't care who they facing.
Actually get him over here on the couch. I thought he was going to be mobbed on the way over. You saw how popular he is. We're of course going to head back over to Freakin' Joe at the desk.
Thanks a lot, Demon. We've had an absolutely insane day of action here in the All-Star Team Tournament. Our first matchup was, of course, North America taking down Europe into incredibly exciting games. And as you just saw, it was the home team, the Chinese LPL All-Stars, taking down the Garena All-Star squad 2-0.
And after those 2 exciting matchups, let's take a look at the All-Star Team Tournament bracket. With their victory, the Chinese LPL All-Star squad is waiting in the tournament finals for the winner of Day 3's showdown between the Korean LCL All-Stars and the North American LCS squad.
But before we get to the team tournament matches in day 3, we'll start the show off with the finals of the skill competitions. Up first, it's the 2v2 game between North America's Double Lift Annex Special and Korea's Prey and MadLife. That's something you don't want to miss. And then, something you also won't want to miss is Europe's Diamond facing off against Korea's inSec in the Jungler finals.
And in the top lane finals, it's another matchup between Europe and Korea when Soaz takes on Shy. Then it's the mid laner's turn when Garena's Toys takes on LPL's Misaya.
And then when we're done with the skill matches, it's time for, of course, the team tournament. The North American LCS and the Korean LCL squads will battle it out for a spot in the grand finals against the Chinese All-Star side.
That's going to be a very fun one. But guys, immediately following that last match of the day 3, we'll have the world premiere of the League of Legends cinematic, A Twist of Fate.
Yeah, we want to show appreciation to the amazing League of Legends community, so we're excited to share that brand new cinematic with you.
And remember, the cinematic debuts immediately following the final match, so stick around for that.
Day 3 of the League of Legends All-Star Weekend starts on Saturday at 6 p.m. Pacific and on Sunday at 3 a.m. Central European Time. Well, that's it for this day 2 of incredible All-Star Weekend. On behalf of myself, Freak, Demon, Jack, Riv, Shox, and the rest of the entire Shanghai broadcast crew, thank you very much for tuning in, and we'll see you for day 3. Misaya needs to go to risk here. Alex actually jumps in towards him. There's the ball. Barrier used by Alex. Ignites it down. First blood, Misaya. Well, Shy taking a lot of damage there. He's the X1 juice. And they're going to go head to head. One more here. And Shy gets it.
He gets the anchor toss down. The crowd control after. Both blasters come in. The harpoon hits. It may be first blood. The hit goes to Saint. The 1, 2, 3. No, he misses it, but he shifts back in. Another 400 gold for double.
Just getting a Penta.
Triple kill for this. The 1 kill. Penta for double. Penta kill. Double it.
Wow, what a way to get an ace at the end of a 48-minute game.
Well, look at BDD, he's on top of them. They're going to clean up here. That is an ace, a quadra kill. Will they going in towards it afterwards? Yes, they will. And they're all going to drop down. The equalizer is in such a good position. They're going to rip them to bits. That's an ace coming out for the LPL All-Stars.
Each of the teams that participated in the NA All-Stars is going to have a big takeaway. And we shared a lot of knowledge and we picked each other's minds.
Больше всего мне понравились, безусловно, 1-на-1 матчи. Я думаю, им стоит заняться этим получше.
다른 지역의 중요한 픽들 아니면 선호하는 픽들을 되게 좀 신선했고요.
I learned nobody's infallible.
从光头我学会了以后不能轻易去打赌。
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to day 3 of the 2013 League of Legends All-Star Weekend, live from Shanghai, China. I'm Rivington Bislin III, and joining me is Joshua Jat Leesman and the one and only Joe Miller.
And today, 8 of the best players in the world will face off in the 1v1 skills competition finals.
And then it's time for the epic conclusion of the All-Star Team Tournament.
So let's take a look at today's schedule. Up first, it's the 2v2 duel between Koreans LCL's Prey and MadLife and the North American LCS All-Stars Doublelift and XPecial. Then it's time for the Rumble of the Junglers when Europe's
mid lane features the hometown hero, China's Misaya, taking on the Garena All-Stars Toys.
After the winners have been crowned in the skills competition, the All-Star teams will take to the Rift. Up first, of course, is the North American LCS All-Stars taking on the Korean LCL squad for a spot in the All-Star Team Tournament Finals, where they'll face the Chinese LPL team for the All-Star title and an extra spot, more importantly, for the region that they come from in the Season 3 World Playoffs.
But besides the title and the extra playoff spot, the winner of today's Team Tournament Finals, as well as the skill competition champs, will receive some sweet Alienware PCs as a reward for their awesome All-Star performances. And of course, you can try and predict the winners of today's team tournament matches at lolesports.com. Just click on the matches and vote away. It's that easy.
Plus, you'll also be able to check out exclusive behind-the-scenes photos, watch all the team matches via VODs, and keep up with everything else going on this weekend in Shanghai simply by visiting the site.
And to watch all this weekend's action, including the skill competition finals that are coming up in just a couple of minutes, go to youtube.com/LOLesports.
Then make sure to head over to Twitter and hit us up with all your All-Star questions. We're at LOLesports, and if you use the hashtag
#community, and we're excited to share this brand new cinematic with you.
The cinematic will debut immediately following the final match of the All-Star Team Tournament, so be sure to stick around once the final Nexus has been smashed.
Absolutely. All right, before we get into today's matches, let's take a tour around the Shanghai Grand Stage and introduce the rest of the broadcast team, starting with D-Man and Freak. We're hanging out in the interview lounge.
Thank you very much, Riv. I am Lee D-Man Smith, and joining me in the interview lounge is the propagator of the preposterous puns, David Freak Turley.
D-Man, would you say that they're punposterous?
What?
Yeah. And if you want to hear more from today's winners of today's matches, this is where you want to be. We've had the world's top players sitting on these couches all weekend long, and today it'll be no different.
Yeah, now let's send it over to Shox, who's hanging out on the stage.
Thank you very much, guys. I'm Evie Shox, the porter on duty, and it's here on this stage that we'll be crowning the winners of the 2013 League of Legends All-Star Tournament later today. And you know, I'm looking out on 8,000 people, and I have a hunch that most of those will be supporting, of course, the Chinese LPL squad, who did amazing yesterday. They did not disappoint by any means, and they'll have 8,000 people cheering for them to take home the tournament here today. It's going to be an epic day. But for now, let's head back over to the desk.
All right, thank you very much. 2013 League of Legends All-Star Weekend live from Shanghai, China. It's time for the 2v2 skills competition finals between the North American LCS All-Stars Doublelift and XPecial, the Korean LCL All-Stars Prey and MadLife.
So here's a recap of the rules. Each player gets up to 3 bans and then blind
play after 30 seconds. The first 2v2 squad to take down a tower, kill 100 creeps, or get 2 kills wins. It's easy as that.
All right, so officially, let's meet the players here in the blue corner, representing the Korean LCL All-Stars. At AD carry, it's Prey, and at support, it's MadLife.
And in the red corner, representing the North American LCS All-Stars, at AD carry, we'll have Doublelift, and at support, it's going to be XPecial.
All right, guys, what do you expect to see from these two duos coming into this match? We saw huge aggression from Doublelift and XPecial, and then, you know, Prey MadLife's game was still pretty aggressive, but a little more lax.
And it'll be really interesting to see if they want to really reveal too much coming in, if they're going to go with straight up AD carries and supports again, because they're going to be playing each other in the second semifinal right after the skills matchup, pretty much.
Yeah, that's the really interesting thing about this. It's a bit of a precursor coming into that semifinal of the team tournament. So I'm not sure. Obviously, it's a completely different kettle of fish at the same time, but I'm interested to see what they go for, whether we see, you know, the standard AD carry and a support lane, or whether they're going to go for something funky in this one.
We'll have to see if they can up.
Able to chat.
Yeah.
So that's pretty key. I don't know if we're going to see someone, if someone's going to break away from AD carry support, I think it's going to be Prey and MadLife. Just because Doublelift and XPecial had the fastest 2v2 win, actually the fastest first, like, Magma Chamber when we saw, winning on the second creep wave, I think, like a minute and 30
Varus
seconds
and
into the game.
Was it Varus Lulu?
It was definitely Varus something.
Yeah.
We should have known.
We could go for that one. But we'll see what comes out today. Obviously, we saw some strong performances yesterday in the 1v1s as well. How do you think, 2v2 is obviously a different game to 1 versus 1. Do you still see places for the likes of Nunu in there?
Maybe. If you could get something very similar to Nunu, like what would combo with that? Because we saw Nunu was just a giant jerk in the 1v1. Soaz made PDD shave his head. Not exactly. PDD was having that battle with someone else.
It was batted, yeah.
You can say that Soaz is what made that happen. Nunu with something else that had crazy sustain. I haven't figured out what it is yet. I don't know if there's anything as obnoxious as Nunu, though.
So, for example, a Nunu Caitlyn.
Probably the 2 biggest jerks, but the Caitlyn Nunu would actually be pretty good. But that's, again, a standard lane.
That's true. Go. We are in the picks and bans now, as you can see on your screen. Prey MadLife versus Doublelift and XiaoXiao as we enter in the Magma Chamber.
I wonder if they're messing with Doublelift there by banning Draven. Because this happened before against Doublelift as well. The other team banned Draven, and it's only because Doublelift called him trash so much during the LCS. I think that's a subtle troll.
Well, yesterday we saw a lot of Draven bans coming in. I think I'm going to go out on a limb and say that we've seen Draven constant bans here.
Yeah.
And that's just because, if he hits level 2 before you, you're in a lot of trouble right away.
Yeah, he would just run you down, catch his axes, and kill you. The only thing I actually saw once was when Draven was given up, and I think it was Link played a Vayne against it and just never let him catch an axe. Anytime he's running towards his axe, he just condemn him back. But the Draven ban definitely makes the most sense.
And the 2v2s definitely show us a lot of, not different bans, but there's no Annie here, there's no Elise coming out like there has been. The Quinn is going to
carry bans.
So yeah, mostly 80 carries and the thresholds. So Blitz is still there.
Wow, Jarvan and Twitch the possibility here. So we saw a Jarvan yesterday, which was
kill him. He's gonna do that.
2 flag tosses in a row and the death. We have seen Twitch a few times. It gives you a little bit of the element of surprise, but once you use that, it's kind of all in on the team fight. So it's only like a here or there. We'll see if they can use it accordingly.
Yeah, Prey is sat with teleport right now. We should mention that because you can use every summoner spell here. Some of them, though, are what we'd call, I think, useless at this point because teleport, no need for it. You can walk back to the lane, a barrier, ignite, and exhaust. Something else is what we'll see in that one. On the other side, it looks like we're going to have a Twitch and an Annie.
We definitely have the 2 Twitches locked in. Jarvan just got locked as well. So that is a super aggro game. This entirely is going to be a super aggro game now that XiaoXiao's picked Annie as well. So I love that these guys have both went for slightly unconventional teams.
Locking these in, we are going to be getting underway here on the Magma Chamber. Prey and MadLife versus Doublelift and XiaoXiao as we look to really dwindle down the 2v2 All-Stars.
Man. So who's going to get first blood? I don't know.
Well, don't forget those rules in there. First blood doesn't give you a win in 2v2. You need 2 kills that can be, one after the other, or 2 kills onto the same guy a little bit less. 42 seconds that they managed to record that in. 147.
Yeah, and we have to remember that the Prey and MadLife game went pretty much the distance. It was 11 minutes at 99 minion kills. They killed the turret. So there was almost every winning condition satisfied. But Doublelift and XiaoXiao went completely all in. And just based on the fact that we see 2 Twitches plus aggressive supports, I don't think this one's going to be that long at all.
And the Elixir buy to the Doran. So there's a bit of a safety in that all-in.
They're more powerful with those red elixirs right now if they got a level 1 or level 2 all-in.
And they actually took an interesting route here around the side, getting themselves early on into that brush. XiaoXiao has charged his stun up here, which could be crucial going forward. MadLife and Prey, though, are going to show themselves no early attack.
So flag toss first for MadLife. I don't think he really has aggression until level 2. XiaoXiao started with his W, so he's going to try to charge up a stun. He actually has it right now already energized. If he can get a stun, it would let Doublelift get like a huge early trade at level 1, and they might even try to kill
in that one. Jarvan was off to the left-hand side, and I think Doublelift a little bit wary about pushing it.
And he's taken so much harass, plus having no health potions. If he gets all in here, it could be a little bit sketchy.
XiaoXiao trying to still charge up these spells. He's already down to half. He didn't do that on the fountain. And it's just going to be MadLife straight farming it out right onto Doublelift. This could be the first kill. Barriers. Exhaust on both sides. Doublelift very low. There is 1 kill. Prey be able to walk out of this one alive. No, the auto attack and a 1-for-1.
And that's pretty much the sketchy play we thought, but he stuck it out long enough, and they're still going. This could be it.
Oh my gosh. MadLife's going in there, and XiaoXiao is going to go down. And well, overextend, you can see their XiaoXiao hand on face. bit of a facepalm moment for him. Went a little bit too far in there, and the Korean side able to pick it up. Prey and MadLife, the winners of the 2v2 skills competition.
We saw the
Very
Jarvan yesterday. It only took 2 flag tosses in that game. That was his next one there.
And
painless, maybe not.
I'm not sure.
What was the actual timer on it?
158.
Okay, so 10 seconds. They lasted 10 seconds longer than their semi-final opponents managed to do. So I suppose that's a bonus, if you can call it that one. But that, of course, is going to be the bottom lane or the 2v2 matchup that we're going to see in our next team game as well.
Yeah, and I don't think we're going to be seeing Annie and Jarvan. So maybe
I very much doubt that.
Maybe not. The Twitch is actually something we could see a lot of. I'm surprised both of them left it. Nice walk across the stage.
Great camaraderie. We've heard it from the players. We've seen it all around, the camaraderie, everybody learning from each other, and it is a good handshake after all these matches.
Well, we just saw them go back. I think the Koreans actually walked back off the stage there as well. So fantastic 2v2, and we're going to be moving here shortly into the Rumble in the Jungle. And this is one that everyone's really excited to see.
Yes. Let's see. The blind pick Lee Sin. They've promised it, but there are no official rules binding these guys into both picking Lee Sin. We could definitely see a little bit of tomfoolery if they decided not to go for it.
All right, we will have to. So now it's time to turn our attention to the second skill competition finals of the day.
First tower or first 200 CS.
Yep, so now let's meet the players on the blue side. Representing the European LCS All-Stars, it's Diamond.
And the red side, we're going to have representing Korea, it will be inSec.
All right, and everyone has been looking forward to this showdown because most people consider these guys to be the 2 best junglers in the world, and this is also voted by their region, so this really is the thought of the world.
And based on how inSec did previously, his Lee Sin was out of this world, which probably has a big say on why Diamond wants to 1v1 him against Lee Sin, because this is all Diamond has left in this tournament.
Well, let's talk about Diamond's Lee Sin, because when he first came into the spotlight all the way back in the day as before Moscow 5, then as Empire even, you know, he was an incredible Lee Sin player. It was banned so much against him that he actually stopped playing Lee Sin.
And if you let your Lee Sin mechanics slide just for a little bit, we've heard a lot of these players talk about it, you kind of just lose the groove that you get into. It's such a flow champion with really important skill shots to land. So Diamond's putting a little bit of his, if they go 1v1 Lee Sin, reputation here as Lee Sin on the line, because he hasn't played it much and it's by choice.
And this has to be getting under his skin because they allowed them to have it twice in the game.
Yes!
Come on, lock it in, Diamond.
Well, that was kind of easy, wasn't it? inSec's light straight in there, no problem. Diamond's still hanging around. I think the crowd cheer behind us kind of gave away what's going to be happening in this one. But as Rich said, they did agree to it. We did get him to sign a little bit of paper and say we promise to play Lee Sin to the best of our abilities in this 1v1 grand final showdown. Diamond, he's going to run the clock down here, taking a bit of time just to, you know, get himself mentally
Giving the viewers
prepared.
a sweat.
Yeah. I want to try to check out just randomly if they have different Lee Sin runes or masteries. I'm trying to find inSec because he's locked in. This is probably it. He's got random 3.8 armor pen, 12 AD, 13 armor, and then 7.5% cooldown reduction, plus 21 offense and 9 defense. And this is probably maybe why Diamond is just locked in as well. He's got way different 19 armor, 1 crit rune for 1% crit chance, 10% attack speed, 2 AD, and 6% life speed. And his rune page is called Troll. So maybe that's not the real one. And then his masteries are 14, 16.
The matchup everybody has been waiting for. We saw him with teams yesterday, but we'll take out all the extenuating circumstances. Now it's them.
Mano a mano in the Magma Chamber.
Yeah, it's getting hot in here.
This thing is going to be crazy. This is what we were all wanting to see. If we, you know, hands on heart, it was inSec versus Diamond that everyone wanted to see, and with Lee Sin, and that's exactly what we're going to get from this one. Summoners, Jack, run us through them.
So with the barrier, it's just the big difference between the exhaust. I think there's more baiting potential from Diamond, and he has gone for the Troll rune page. He does have the 1% crit chance in this game. It was legitimate.
Well, Troll has become the new name of some players if they don't like Clearlove, but we'll see how they can work it out. inSec versus Diamond as they begin. The minions have met, and so have they in middle. The cripple goes down. It looks like they will start with the same abilities.
Yeah, interesting that they're not trying to land any Qs early. I think they're just taking it a little bit slow. The red elixir versus the cloth almost tells me Diamond wants to hold out a little bit, or he just...
That first wave, that puts him 2 CS in the lead, which inSec should surely be bringing back from this one, and may even get a lead. So there you just see the CS from a wave apiece.
Missed one, he's got the lead. Come on now, 1v1 Lee Sin.
All right, this really proves if you have an edge of the lead, who can hold it. It's testing these guys to the top best of their abilities.
They're just punching each other right now. I'm waiting to see the skill shards start flying out, but they're just going all in right now. There's a Q.
Very exhaustic knife.
And it's going to go in for this one, not going to push in underneath the turret as Diamond walks back out here and decides, you know what, inSec actually hurts me right now. I need to be a little bit wary of what I'm going to go for as he goes back in there again. inSec's going to go back and forth, and this is going to be one of those, I've got a feeling, as one of those split-second games where it just all of a sudden all turns. They are going to go in once again.
This could be it.
There it is, Diamond in.
Oh, first blood at 2 minutes and 10 seconds.
It was the red elixir. It was the bully of the health, the bully of the damage. It didn't matter what they were.
And it was the skill order, because Diamond picked shield second, whereas inSec picked Q second, and he got...
The body language is great from like, well, you know, it happens sometimes. I'll be back, though, at some point in the near future to haunt you with my Lee Sin. That's it. Diamond's now going to practice up for his next.
They're going to go play in the back
They
a
end
few more
up playing
times.
against inSec. He's going to be like, I am going to be playing Lee Sin in that game. That is for sure.
And you can see that this was an absolute learning experience for everyone involved. Different things were leveled, different things were purchased. These guys have had times to go at each other. They're teammates in All-Star 1v1s. But for these guys, they went different paths, and it mattered.
Totally different paths. Not only items different, skill order different, runes and masteries different. So they all had their own theory on what Lee Sin was supposed to be building in a 1v1.
Yeah.
Apparently, inSec's theory wins the day. He managed to pick up, of course, that first blood.
Also mentioning that, you know, Lee Sin is, like you said, one of those champions you can kind of just pull out. You got to be fluent on him. He's a champion that flows. And inSec was hitting all of those Qs and really doing it. He'd cripple the minion and kind of sneak one in there, get a lot of poke damage to start.
Yeah, the slow range on the second activation of E is actually really long, and it allowed him to land some of those Qs on Diamond, but Diamond didn't even get a chance.
Battle for the top lane title. The 2013 League of Legends All-Star Weekend live from Shanghai, China. We'll be right back. Stick around.
2013 League of Legends All-Star Weekend. It's already been an incredible day of gaming here in Shanghai, starting with the 2v2 skill competition.
And that was North America versus Korea. Prey and MadLife made quick work of Double Infinite Special. It was a 2v2. They traded first kills, and then MadLife 1v1 Special at the end.
You gotta think, maybe if Special would have just stepped away a little bit, gone back to the turret, play it safe. You only got 2 deaths.
He got a little bit greedy, honestly. He's like, oh, maybe I can fight Jarvan. No, you can't fight Jarvan. We've seen that time and again. Jarvan's pretty strong.
But of course, they are playing each other, possibly, in the, well, no possibility about it, in the best of 3. So do you think they can get their own back? They're going to be back up against each other.
It's going to be interesting because after the Devil had an interview here saying, finally got the 2v2 someone, and of course I'm going to win in a 2v2 because we're that good. Double Infinite Special feel really confident in their lane matchups. And I actually want to see what happens in that semifinal. I'll be casting it with Riv, and you know, will they get the 2v2 or are they going to 2v1? And I think a lot of eyes are on Double for that.
A lot of eyes certainly are, and of course, and then it's the turn of our junglers. They went into battle, they had Lee Sin. Diamond Prox even spelled out Lee, but we didn't.
From inSec, he was more about the damage. Diamond thought he could play an economy game, right? Cloth 5, wait around, farm it up. He would shield. He actually was able to deny minions with shielding them, which was really, really clever by him. The problem was, when it was time to fight, he's like, well, I have a 40-point shield, and you have Q twice, and that's just too harsh to deal with.
And if you didn't notice, Diamond actually had his shirt on. This is my jungle. There was something else written below that I can't quite tell you what to say on air, but it was this is my jungle. He had his shirt ready. I think it was going to be unzipped.
Please get out.
Please get out. That was it. This is my jungle, of course. So, anything else we're expecting in these? I mean, Soaz and Shy coming up next.
They're going to be really, really fun matches. You've got top laners who are just so proficient at what they do. They 1v1 actually a fair bit overall. The mid lane matchup as well is going to be ludicrously fun.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, now it is time for the top lanes to take to the chamber for our 3rd skill competition, the final day. So let's send it over to Riv, Jat, and Joe at the desk.
Thank you very much, Demon and Freak. The top lane competition has been fierce during this All-Star Weekend. So let's take a look at our finalists and break it.
It is, of course, Shy.
All right, gentlemen, we are stepping into the top lane matchup. Who do you think has the stronger game?
Based on how they've been playing this weekend, at least, in the team games, Shy's been outperforming, for sure. So has definitely been slumping in this tournament. But, you know, he's been playing Ryze in the top lane, who's like this turtley, wait for late game farm champ. So it's not like he's been practicing the champions that are going to be brought out in this 1v1.
Yeah, exactly. And from what we saw of the 1v1 as well, Soaz, of course, with that pesky Nunu and these horrible snowballs and consume, I have a feeling that Shai is not going to allow Soaz to play Nunu. And if he does, then he might pick it himself as well.
That entire match, PDD just had a smile on his face, and he was like, yeah, that happened again. I'm just going to go ahead and walk back, and it's
it was a smile of sadness.
Yes.
He was saying, yeah, hate that.
I hate that.
Can't believe I let this through.
There's not even a love-hate relationship there, not even. So we'll see what these guys have in store for each other as we are in a champion select, a blind pick for the top lane.
Please don't ban Nunu. I think a Nunu mirror match would actually be fairly interesting as far as mirror matches go. I mean, I say that after just...
He's like, all right, man, Jason. Oh my gosh.
They're going to go
They leave it open. They are taunting each other.
This will be the saddest 1v1.
It's not sad.
We may have a 40-minute 1v1, ladies and gentlemen.
They will consume 100 creeps and we will have a victor. Unless Shy, are you kidding me?
Shy's
not going to
Shy's baited him, I think, yeah.
Really?
Surely Soaz knows that, though. Surely Soaz are going to realize, right,
there's no lock.
Like, there's a healing debuff on Varus' E if he wants to, like, try to get it while he's...
Every time you consume. You never know when he's going to.
He didn't even go... Ooh.
Wow.
Dunk
There's
master.
a mind game going on here.
Dunk master flex from Soaz.
He thinks Shy is trying to get a Nunu mirror matchup. So he picked Darius because he could beat Nunu straight up in the lane, but neither of these guys are going Nunu.
This is Vayne would be very good for Darius, but Darius.
This is fun.
A little more dangerous. Shy taking all the time he has. And
yeah, they've been on fire. People say the Koreans had a huge amount of individual skill, and even though this is just for fun and it's 1v1s, 3 out of 3 ain't bad so far.
Let's be honest, it's never just for fun. Everyone wants to win. This is like top lane against top lane. I want to be the master. I want to be the official master, which is, but I guess this is the closest you can really get to it, saying that. And we are going to see then that Varus locked in for Shy, so it's going to be Darius versus Varus.
I feel like Varus has a huge edge up in this one. It's going to be really, really difficult for Darius to even get in range for an apprehend, because the pull is actually 550 range, whereas the auto attack is 575. So if he keeps his distance just right, he's never going to get hit by that.
See how they decide to play it. Also, you're saying apprehend, that's a super high cooldown, so he's only going to be able to do that a few times.
Yeah.
If Shy knows he has a 24-second window to mess around, farm, and do damage, then it's going to be pretty bad coming in for Soaz.
And I wonder who's feeling the most confident. It has to be Shy from that one. As we said, lots of mind games coming down. Shy leaving Nunu open. Soaz hovering over it and thinking, well, has he done that because he wants Nunu?
To the Magma Chamber, Soaz versus Shy for the top lane matchup.
And again, we see the Red Elixir versus Dorn's Blade. The Red Elixir's been winning out in most of these cases, but that's when they actually get to fighting. I don't know if Shy's going to let himself get engaged on by Soaz.
I can't imagine that he'd let that happen.
Soaz, yep, hanging back for a pot. And they're going to return, not even return, head to lane for this battle. The top laners now picking a regular top laner for Soaz and the AD carry for Shy as we move in.
Yeah, we already see the first attacks being exchanged. Shy throwing out the hail of arrows, and Soaz gonna try and zone him out here, but that's exactly the point that Jack makes here. Look at that, look at the damage that he takes already.
Yeah, I mean, he got one decimate onto Shy, so the bleed got him for a little bit, but there is 4% lifesteal on Shy, plus the Dorn start. So look at how much Soaz just said, man, that sucked. I'm going back to base to heal.
Actually grabbing 2 mana pots to come in here. He's going to head back to lane. Also, every time he just spins, he's pushing the lane.
He's going for the long win rather than an engagement in this matchup.
Oh, he pulled under the turret! Under the turret, Shy goes, and this is a chance for Soaz here now. He's going to be going into this one, but can he finish it off? Shy going to be bleeding down. Is he going to be able to do the damage that he needs to do? Shy turning things around. Doesn't go after him, though.
Got him down to about 60 health, so if he would have been able to land one more auto attack during that entire combo, this would be already over. We would have another 2-minute matchup, but this is getting real tense here. Shy could potentially flash for a kill. Knowing Soaz has barriers, a bit dangerous though.
That last play was just edge of the seat. If Shy had gone back, he had a 3 blight proc, but Soaz was in his head. He says, I know your cooldown's up. And he kind of gives himself an upper hand here as now he forces Shy to go back.
And Shy knows how far up he is in minions too. 7 to 8. And he should not have been there to get pulled into the turret. That was a big mistake, and he didn't actually even have to burn his flash. So he's still probably feeling more cautious, but confident.
Farm obviously going to be a big part of this one. Even if you're planning on, now I've got to kill him. There's not really much of a chance that I can actually win this by minion or turret kills. You've still got...
So he did keep it pretty close there. Didn't realize the size of the minion wave when Shy was forced back. So Shy's got to play it a bit more smartly here, since I think he has the blind pick edge.
Soaz pull off as they both return to lane now. 2 Dorans coming in for Shy. Soaz looking to get in range. There's the Blight proc coming out, and it looks like Soaz forced back under the turret again. More poke damage coming for Shy.
Ouch. I mean, that's just half health before he can even close the distance even more. Shy's really good at just, some people call it orb walking. I like to call it attack moving, even though we already have another term for attack move. It's when you move in between attacks so Soaz can never close the distance to you. He does it a lot on Rise as well with his spell cast, and he's been practicing that, so he's showing his mechanics here in this 1v1.
Looking strong, 7, 8 CS in the lead of this one. As Soaz again going back home. We saw that, you know, stacking up the Blight, proccing it, throws in the snipe as well at the end. So now that's half of Soaz's health gone from, you know, going back home, coming back into lane. He can't afford to. Shy does have a level out over him. It's all about the damage that he can do. Shy actually going back into this one. This could be dangerous. There's the turret hit. Soaz in all kinds of trouble now. Using the barrier, and he's going to get the first blood. What a move from Soaz. Baits it in perfectly, and he picks up the victory.
And Shy never got to use his flash.
Oh my god, that was a max range Q from him. He got all the damage he needed, and you could see it took Shy by surprise. He instantly just dropped hand to head with both of these guys. Shaking hands, all in good fun.
So, Joe, at the end of the day, Europe did win the top lane matchup.
Oh, Jack. The burns coming out from that one. But yeah, I think as Europe, we can take that. You know, top lane, worldwide, the top lane is a very, very monstrously scary bunch of people, you know, and that's just before they get into game. These guys are absolutely incredible. So I think Europe can be proud of what Soaz has achieved with that one.
I feel like someone's going to be saying, like, Jack, talking about the counter matchup. That was a counter matchup, man. Like, closing the distance on Varus, especially bringing Flash, and almost just mind-gaming him into a way of getting a win like that was super impressive.
When you looked at, did he bring anything to the table to affect that? Or you were looking at their runes a little bit. Was there anything really to give him an upper hand on those engagements to just, I'm going to walk at you?
Not really. He didn't even bring extra move speed. Once he landed, Darius' base has 5 more move speed than Varus, which isn't really enough to close the gap.
Right.
Once he landed a spell, though, he could be able to chase him down a bit. Like, there wasn't anything huge that added to that.
All right, well, we do see the result of that one with more to come. Soaz going to be taking out Shy in the top lane, and really the versatility of Soaz in that champion pool has been huge in his wins coming into this week.
We're kicking through this pretty fast, too. We only have 1 final remaining. Got to keep in mind, we got all of our 1v1 champions except for Toys versus Misaya here.
Yep.
Yeah,
got a chance for
that one in there. But, you know, you talked about the whole champion pool thing, and I think that becomes even more prevalent here in these 1v1 skill matchups, you know, because, yeah, in the top lane, you can be able to play all.
Last 1v1 skill competition match of this All-Star weekend, the mid lane finals. Let's meet the players.
Yeah, so on the blue side, representing the Chinese LPL squad, it's going to be Misaya, who's going to get a huge cheer when they introduce him here.
There we go. His opponent for this one, in the red corner, representing the Garena All-Stars, it's Toys.
All right, guys, how do you see the mid lane brawl going down?
So, the Orianna that Toys played yesterday was really, really potent. 80 Orianna with attack speed runes, and he just auto-attacked down and completely negated any dot damage. I know we were totally wrong in our last predictions because predicting 1v1s is just foolish, but maybe we'll see an Orianna bet.
Yeah, I could well imagine that. I mean, we saw him playing it afterwards as well. Obviously, not an AD Orianna in their game against China, but I could imagine that they'd ban that out. He obviously knows how to play Orianna, and the fact is that even when it's an AD Orianna, you get the experience from playing that when you're playing in the lane as well, in a normal 5v5 game.
When we talk about the Orianna, we also were kind of wowed by Toys to bring out the mid lane Jarvan in execution of his win.
Yeah, that was probably the fastest 1v1 victory we saw from the mid laners. But the aggressive guys have seemed to advance to the finals for some reason.
Well, that's not a bad thing. I think it's a lot more fun than watching, you know, 100 minions, 10 minutes, 12 minutes into the game. I prefer these early fights, that's for sure. We're going to be getting into that one in just a little while. Interested to see what the bans have been. We've seen a lot of AD carries going out today. Not that it really mattered in the first one, or in the jungle matchup, I should say, because they were obviously very much set on picking Lee Sin. I think the bans were just... They just threw the bans out there to get them out of the way.
And you know what we've seen with the 80 carries down, there isn't really the turret pressure. It's the fights. They were always fighting with this many 80 carries out, so it goes to the fighting game instead of, hey, can we get 99 or the turret?
And it's a little bit crazy since the turrets in 1v1 have a really low amount of health, and they do fall pretty quickly, but it's more fun to fight and farm, I suppose.
It's more fun to watch.
Yeah. Misaya does not like that Jarvan or the Orianna, so both of them getting a bit of respect.
And that means they're not going to get to play what got them here. They're now going to have to bring up something a little bit new.
So Lee Sin taken out there. Not going to be seeing any more of him today, at least in the 1v1s.
There was a Quinn played in one of the play-in matches that happened before the 1v1s even started getting broadcasted that I believe we have odds available for, but that's really a potent choice as well. So this last ban, Choice has got to think about it a little bit.
I want to see a Red Elixir Gragas. That'd be dangerous.
Be awesome.
I'm not going to lie, I'd be excited to see that as well. That would be fantastic.
Huge. You just drunken rage and dive into the fight.
People don't realize how much AD Gragas gets out of this W.
Yeah.
And then you get the 1% crit rune and actually crit a person, and they just disappear.
Belly.
Where did that come from?
So there we go. Annie was the final ban, another one that we've been seeing pretty regularly banned or picked here so far in the All-Star weekend. But what are they going to go for?
I cannot even begin to guess.
They have over 100 choices.
Yeah. Well, they have 106 left.
Yeah.
So one of those 106.
That is, I think you're 100% right. I think you're 100% right on your prediction there, Jack. But
play it safe.
We'll have to see.
Still taking their time that neither of them are clicking in.
Yeah, what's going on here?
They are just waiting this one out.
Maybe they're thinking that if
you're not going to pick
something devastating from what we've seen.
Yeah.
At least when Diamondprox is playing it. And these guys as mid laners might even have higher laning mechanics than the junglers. So.
Let's see Caitlyn in there for Toys. Misaya is leaving things up. Twisted Fate Misaya. He's done that on purpose. He wanted to get this reaction from the crowd. I'm not sure if he's actually going to play it though.
Hometown boost right there. He does have 8 seconds to lock in. He has not chosen to do it though. Oh my God, we're going to get the real sheriff of mid lane.
Nice.
Second Caitlyn matchup.
Toys was hanging on Smite there. I'm guessing that he actually changed at the end. It's like, I'm going to get that 1 minion. That could be the one. Get to 99 Smite. I've won it. But that's going to be changed out. So it's going to be a Caitlyn mirror matchup, which we have seen before. Jungle semi-finals.
Yeah.
Where
don't take trap first.
Don't take trap first. Is I think the general idea that we've come with.
Toys has Smite.
He does have Smite. He kept it.
Yeah.
Like I said, it's going to come down to the farming battle. Both at 99. He's like, what up, Smite? I win the game.
The element of surprise. Ignite.
That's ridiculous, as far as I can tell.
Oh,
10
man.
extra.
Arena, All-Stars, Toys.
I have no idea what to expect here. Toys coming in with Smite has really thrown me off. And it's both Caitlyn's as well, we should mention.
It switched over to Misaya, and I was like, did Caitlyn just say welcome to the Magma Chamber? So here we are. We see Misaya put himself out. They know they're not doing any tricky stuff in the brush. And they begin to push both lanes. Peacemaker's out.
Yeah, and unlike the last time we saw this between Troll and Diamondprox, they both started with the Q instead of one guy putting in traps. The other one saying, what are you doing that for? Just running past him.
Another Peacemaker coming out. This I'm not connecting, and Misaya has now missed both of his Peacemakers that he's thrown into things. But they're doing a good job of keeping up with the farm here. Misaya, when he hits this one, has gone all the way, as we are going to see the Ignite coming down onto Toys. Barrier going to be used. Peacemaker does land. That's good damage from Misaya. No kill yet, though.
It's one thing that is weird is, are you pressured to pop the pot at the same time? Toys was
That's why a 1% crit can actually be, I think in 1v1 even more so, that you know, just that one time that you get lucky.
So you're saying they have a chance.
It's around 1%. It's not a big chance, Riv, but it is there.
Well, they both have the same chance.
Oh,
so we'll see if Toys gets it equalized here.
There we go. Hopefully it's one of the early 100 shots that he's going to put out here, or 99 if you will. Level 2 for each of them. Still potions just running out of Misaya there. He goes in with the caliber net.
Oh, Toys is trapped.
He may have a headshot to come up. Misaya's 4 shots off near the turret. They're going to be very close on this one. 100 HP each. Toys going back as Misaya stays in the lane.
I think he realized he was going to lose that one. That was a great Piltover Peacemaker dodge, and Misaya hadn't used barrier yet. So it would have been over if he didn't decide to go back. Actually, Misaya, I feel like, won the Rune Mastery Wars here. He has all armor. He didn't go, I'll come back to it. I feel like there was a way. I didn't remember all the runes. We'll get there.
Well, we are seeing Misaya going back home. Cloth armor and pots for Toys. Let's see what he's got. But Smite is also available for Caitlyn right now.
And he's, I don't think he's really maybe used it once or twice here. He's using it for that extraneous circumstance.
Yeah, I can't tell about that.
Got to do it when it's under the turret. Oh, Smite got it.
I feel like he should just smite the cannon minions to shove faster, but he's just smiting random minions just for fun. It isn't giving him a gold edge. He's about like 100 gold up, 6 minion kills plus the extra smite stuff. So if he doesn't die, Toys is technically winning this.
That is the whole strategy behind that good old Smite pick up there. Misaya is going to go in aggressive here on towards Toys. There's the net and the Peacemakers being exchanged as well. And with that wave down, 22-18 is how it stands in the farm.
And we can see the AD carries are allowing the players to put more pressure back onto the turrets, as we haven't seen through any of the first games. We saw more aggression here from Misaya. Toys up a bit in health though.
And I'm trying to apply logic where logic probably doesn't exist here. But if he has the Smite Mastery, which he probably doesn't even have, every like 3.5 smites would mean another health potion. As far as actually trying to farm out, the barrier's going to be up quickly for Toys, but the Ignite's going to be up quickly for Misaya. So the fact that he kind of just burned it willy-nilly before, a little bit interesting choice. Wow. He had it for the 5 AD Mastery as well, so he's had actually 5 AD up on Toys this whole time.
Well, he did it right after Toys popped that pot, so
yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And with that wave coming down, it should be level once again after this next wave gets cleared out here by Toys, or not, as he misses one and proves me wrong and misses two.
That wasn't good. I mean, we thought it was going to stay even, but has to shop after that too. Uh-oh.
He's actually going to be coming in here though with that Doran's Blade, so a bit of extra added in now for Toys, but Misaya just got that full wave. Toys needs to make sure they doesn't miss any this time around.
He's gonna miss one.
Two. Oh, I thought he got the shot off. So 35-32. Should see Misaya coming back out here, and with that Ignite, throwing that Ignite on, Toys is gonna have to run. That ace in the hole could be a lot more impactful if they can get a barrier out in the next fight here.
Yeah, I mean the items are straight, pretty much even. I can't tell. Let me see who has more health potions. Misaya has 3 more health potions than Toys, so if they actually do get into some extended trading, Toys is just gonna have to.
He decides to go aggressive, and it is level 6, so both players now having that ace in the hole available.
And these minion kills are getting increasingly important. Every time I see one go down, I just kind of, ooh, that hurts him in the end. And it's also interesting how Misaya is going in with his E, whereas Toys is right out. So Toys is actually always getting the damage out of his 90 caliber net. Even though it's just 80 magic damage, it still should technically be stacking up a bit.
It has to be noted that Misaya is dictating what Toys is doing. He has been on the aggression since the first second of this match.
Yeah, especially just, he ignited them as soon as he saw him.
Yeah.
Element of surprise.
And there it is again, it's so surprising.
Peacemaker goes in as well after the Ignite.
I didn't know that would happen, wow.
I thought I was missing something there. But we got an extra man on the round, Magma Chamber somewhere coming in for a sneaky gap on the side. But 49-39, and talking about those minions, they are starting to increase. And if it carries on like this, there's not been a massively clear winner when it comes to fights.
Toys trying to get himself back into this. We'll have to see what the buy is for Misaya. His barrier's still up.
So he's taking less damage from Toys hits. Every time he uses Ignite, he's got more AD. And then the Ignite on top of it is just exacerbating the situation.
And you can see he's feeling it. He's missing 3 CS there in the middle. Gets a good Peacemaker down. He's going to be able to clear the rest of this wave. But it's going to be in the favor of Misaya still. He's looking to be 5 minions up. And Doran's up as well to the red elixir of Toys.
The selling sign, and this one is Toys. Gonna go in there, decent damage done. And I wonder if it's going to get to the point where they start using the ace in the hole just to force them out.
Maybe a little bit. They're both stacking so many health potions, though, that they'd almost want to save it for a kill, and this does seem increasingly like a battle for farm, which Misaya's winning by about a wave.
He's playing a lot more passive every time that Ignite is down, playing it safe for the Caliber Net, getting the combo off very nicely.
That was really nicely done from Misaya there, off to the side, and running low on mana. It looks like he's actually going to be headed back home once again.
I wonder if Toys is going to be able to deny any minion kills here. He should shove this as quickly as possible, but look how fast. Like, if Misaya actually makes it back to this wave before he loses a minion, then it basically puts the pressure on Toys to have to kill. And yeah, he made it all the way back to base without missing a single creep.
It's going to attack that one, so he has the method to the madness of last hitting under the turret all to himself. That's a full wave for him, and Toys is going to have to back here, seeing more armor on Misaya with that Doran's. He's trying
back up. It's not like the turrets are that healthy. Both these guys are sitting at 1550 max health on the turret. There's only 1,000 health left on Misaya's turret, so if he were to go back there and, you know, want to last hit all his minions at turret, if somehow Toys could outshove the other Misaya, then he could actually get a few hits on the turret. But aside from that, I feel like he's going to lose the CS battle.
Further we go on here as well, the more traps are getting put down, and that always makes it that bit more dangerous. You step on one, it's a peacemaker, and definitely follow-ups from that. So we both need to be a little bit careful about that one. You can see it's like,
yeah, it's a bit of a minefield right there. And I'd personally be getting a little bit confused. Sure, they're color-coded, but I would definitely make at least one slip-up running through these.
See what they can decide to do. Looks like Toys has been holding the smite for when he pushes Misaya out of the lane to get the lane push to the turret faster, because he doesn't use it every time it's up.
Yeah, I think that's what's happening. Or he's just using it on the cannons every time they come, which is every third wave, unless they've changed it around for Magma Chamber. I'm not sure.
Maker going to go through. He's going to be smiting down, so he is going to push this one straight onto the turret. But in the end, Misaya is back just in time, and he's going to be taking them back in. We are going to see the Ignite used onto Toys. There is the barrier. He's going to go for the turret kill here. He's sticking around. He's going for that turret. He's managed to dodge the beat. He's going to win it. Toys takes down the turret as Misaya backs away. And look at the face of Misaya there. He can't believe what's just happened.
If he didn't smite that minion, I'm just kidding. That was amazing.
I think you're right. That was very close.
Yeah, but there's one minion left.
It pushed faster. It pushed the wave faster there. Cumulatively, the damage on the turret, because he got an extra couple shots earlier because of Smite. The fact that he didn't die to Ignite, the Smite worked.
Yeah, okay, it did. Yeah, I was making a joke, but we actually look at it. Yeah. And it was a huge play for him. And he only did it when he pushed the lane. He wasn't doing it to get up in CS. He was doing it to get an advantage on positioning the entire time. And he was kind of just saying, I'm reading you, Misaya. I'm just waiting for my moment.
You know, and one amazing thing about these 1v1s that we're seeing here is not just the individual skill, but the brains that these guys have. I mean, to put that plan into action,
turret. And we have to consider, guys, like we said, this is a learning experience for everyone. We haven't even seen the majority of the ways to win a 1v1 in a stressed situation. And now we're seeing here, sometimes it's just to all-out dive a turret by yourself.
Just tank a Caitlyn, hit a turret. He punished the extra cloth armors by the end that Misaya had accumulated, because Misaya was definitely in the farm mode. He's saying, I get my last hits, I'm going to make sure he can't kill me. Wasn't worried about the turret.
Such an incredible play, and I wonder how much of that was done on the fly up here from Toys, or whether that was kind of the plan all along. That's my game plan. That's what I'm going for. I'm not sure how much they've discussed this one as a team. Like, what about if you try this? This might catch him out. Really interesting stuff.
These guys are amazing, right? Toys played with Mistake. Mistake has diagrams on his wall when he had played Blitzcrank all the time. How fast are you at this level, this level? These guys calculate things mathematically, and he said, if I can stand here, do this much damage to the turret, and you're not going to kill me, easy peasy.
If I can just smite that minion, I'll win. Like, all right.
Well, it makes sense. I mean, if you calculate the minions in there to tank the turrets, how many hit math?
He was breathing easy. Everybody thought it was like, whoa. Toys is like, don't be scared. Don't be scared.
I got this, guys.
All right, everyone. So coming up, the European LCS All-Star SOAS will join us to talk about his top lane skills competition win. Plus, the All-Star Team tournament resumes with the semifinal showdown between the North American LCS All-Stars and the Korean LCL squad. The 2013 League of Legends All-Star Weekend will return right after this. Stick around.
Welcome back to the 2013 League of Legends All-Star Weekend live from Shanghai. And now, of course, we are happy to be joined by Europe's All-Star winner, and honestly, the only European winner of the tournament. It is SOAS, and what a fantastic top lane you had there. So as like straight away going into the picks and bans, did you feel that it's like he's left Nunu open, he's done this for a reason, and you selected it to start with, and then it was like, gonna change to Draven, to Darius? I get them mixed up all the time. They are brothers.
Yeah, I thought that he didn't ban Nunu, and I thought that he might have something against it, so I might change. So finally I picked Darius, but if I would have Nunu, I would have win easier against Darius. So I think it was really hard matchup for me, and since he had Flash, it was even harder. But yeah, my Zarya Ignite, he had Ignite Flash, so he was really safe, but I managed to grab him 2 times at the turret, so I could chase him a bit. And he did a small mistake that when he was like mid HP, I was running away, and then I just turned back and I managed to W Q him again. So this little mistake cost him the game. So it was really hard, actually.
All right, so let's talk about your other matchup then in this tournament. You had the Nunu versus Annie game. Let's actually start with champs like in the beginning, because that was your first match. Why were you banning the champions you were banning, the AD carries?
Well, we tried a lot of things. Like Diamond and me were playing a lot one-on-one, and we tried a lot. Like Queen is really strong one-on-one. Maybe she's the strongest one-on-one beside Draven. So because of the blind mostly. So Queen is really strong. Kennen also because of the stun and the 1v1, but it was not the final or whatever. It was just a match, and it's just like a fun match. It doesn't like mean much because it's mostly about like picks, summoners and stuff. It's not really about skill that this one-on-one is. So, but I'm still happy to win the tournament.
It's good to see. Good to see a smile on your face. So that is Soaz. He is the winner of the 1v1 top laners. Unfortunately, it does mean that Europe is also out of the tournament. Went out yesterday to the North Americans, of all people. We are going to head back to the desk, though, over to Riv, Joe, and Jat.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And the skill competitions kind of, climbed a hill there in intensity. It was a little lackluster in the beginning, but we see everything that can really come from these. And like I said, it's still a learning experience for everyone.
There is definitely a lot going on. So if we were to hold these at any other future event, I expect the game would still be completely different because we saw definite progression from game to game, and everyone had a different approach.
Yeah, a lot of people, didn't really realize how to come in and play that one. And as you rightly said, things progressed through, and the finals here definitely were. They were quick and they were full of action.
Absolutely, and there is only more action to come, but now it's time to head down to the stage for a League of Legends.
德玛西亚，五运必彰，准备受死吧！天赋、荣耀、信念，我从不退缩。
驱逐所有暗影，我从没想过失败。
人在塔在，德玛西亚，
陷阵之志，有死无生。 英雄们，你们效忠于谁？
德玛西亚！
英雄们，你们为谁而战？
德玛西亚！
那么，全军出击！德玛西亚！
好极了，血流成河。
开始大杀特杀吧！
真是可怜，速战速决吧！诺克萨斯，血洗一切！
First blood. Double kill. Triple kill. Quadra kill. Shut down.
诺克萨斯无所畏惧，德玛西亚无可匹敌。
Aced.
召唤师们，英雄联盟的历史正等着你们前去超越。在星辰的指引下，书写新。
真理之翼与我同在。非常迷人，你关不住我的，没问题，百发百中。
全明星赛场战火已经点燃。
为了均衡教派的信仰，
为了诺克萨斯的荣耀，
为了德玛西亚的正义。
召唤师们。
And you know, guys, this is one of my favorite things about League of Legends around the world. Last year at the Southeast Asian Regionals, they, again, you know, put dance. It's part of the Asian culture, the ceremony, and it's always amazing. They do a fantastic job, and it's different all around the world to see what everybody come up with.
Yeah, and I like
amazing.
even though you have competitive League of Legends fans, you still have people that are interested in just the characters themselves. So
yeah, and the actual costumes themselves there were absolutely incredible. It's not often we get to see that many amazing costumes in one performance. So
only on
that
YouTube.
was brilliant. Only on YouTube.
All right, guys, so you have sent us a ton of awesome questions today on Twitter. I wish we could answer them all, but we only have a couple minutes before the team tournament matches start. So let's get these out.
So let's start with then the first one from @WangAllen95 asks, do you think that international events like the All-Star Weekend will lead to an international rather than a regional meta?
I think that's a pretty interesting thing. There's already a lot of crossover because everyone gets to watch each other. You get to see the different playstyles interact, but I definitely think that there is this distinct difference between the Chinese game compared to the North American game or even the Korean game. So the more they...
I'm going to go ahead and say Europe being last place. Honestly, I didn't expect that to happen. I knew that they were going to have a tough time. They've openly said that they've maybe not practiced as much as they should have, as much as they wanted to. And, you know, again, North America deserved that victory yesterday. They played spot on. But I still think that that is one of the bigger upsets of this tournament.
And they did have 53% of the fan vote on allesports.com, so technically that is an upset.
Yeah, you know, I actually have to, you know, agree to that, because if history would have repeated itself, it kind of would have been the same way. So, right there. All right, so we got the next one, Sir Nathan Bathan. I like it. What strategies do you guys think that North America will need to use in order to have a chance against Korea?
It's a very big question right there. I think they need to be able to shut down top lane, because that's something that the European team was not able to do, and Shy came in big, because I feel like Doublelift and X Special are going to get going, just the way they do. There's enough farm that you can't necessarily shut down Doublelift in these games. For North America to beat Korea, I think they have to shut down Shy.
And I think another key part of that is probably getting rid of that Lee Sin. We've seen what inSec can do with that so far in this tournament. And honestly, it was just incredible. The entire time that he's played Lee Sin, just the moves, his mechanics are so good. And we saw him beating Diamond earlier on as well, so he's definitely warmed up with that Lee.
From both EU and NALCS here in Shanghai, this is the perfect time to look forward to the summer splits. Let's check out the teams.
Well, in Europe, Fnatic will be defending their spring split title against Gambit Gaming, SK Gaming, Evil Geniuses, and the X-Wolves, of course, now Ninjas in Pajamas, plus the newcomer teams of Alternate, Sinners Never Sleep, and Meet Your Makers.
And in North America LCS, it'll be Team Solomid trying to repeat their championship performance against Good Game University, Vulcan, Curse, Dignitas, and CLG, with the newly promoted Quantic and Velocity Esports teams joining the mix.
So what are you guys looking forward to in the next summer split? Because you got another 10 weeks to go.
So the thing about Europe, I think it's the overall quality has in fact improved coming into this one. I mean, it has improved steadily as the LCS has gone, and that's natural with a weekly competition, you know, and these teams practicing. But I think the caliber of teams that have come in, the teams like Meet Your Makers, who we all expected to qualify for the spring split, that didn't happen for them. You've got Alternate in there. Sinners Never Sleep are a very promising team as well coming in. And then you look at the Ninjas in Pajamas team now, of course, the former Copenhagen. It's just amazing the talent that we've got in Europe right now for LCS Summer Split.
And even in North America, near the end of the season, what were the bottom 4 teams came out in the playoffs. So I think we have the same type of thing going on over in North America. And to add to the things that I'm most excited about, I'd say how much being on the All-Star team affects the top 4 teams, and whether or not that can actually bring them above once again, because it's almost like, if I'm thinking of the NBA, the Dream Team, all those guys talk about that experience of playing on the All-Star team of the entire league and how much it added to their individual games and how much they could bring it back to their teams. So I want to see if we see a similar thing over in North America.
All right, guys. So the LCS Summer Split kicks off in North America on Wednesday, June 12th, with a 20-game Super Week live from Los Angeles.
And the European LCS, the Summer Split kicks off from DreamHack on June the 15th.
Right, but of course, we still have 2 more All-Star matches to go today, so don't go anywhere. Coming up next, it's the North American LCS team throwing down against the Korean LCL All-Stars for a spot in the Team Tournament Finals. The 2013 League of Legends All-Star Weekend will return right after this.
It's really been an honor playing with Doublelift. Before boot camp, you know, he has been playing so well, so I mean, I had a low ball estimate, but he's been doing really well, I've been doing really well, and together we've been playing extremely well.
I love playing with Special. He's got 3 years of experience, he's smart. The plays that he made early game, they were godlike plays. I can't even like describe.
Bot lane, like, it's not just AD or it's just support, it's like the synergy, and when both sides do well, you're gonna do well as a whole.
Welcome back to the 2013
series. Will move on to face the Chinese LPL squad later today in the Team Tournament Finals.
So let's take a look at these rosters. What do they have in store? In the blue corner, it's the Korean LCL All-Stars. In the top lane is Shy, jungling inSec. Ambition in mid, Prey at AD carry, and MadLife on support.
And in the red corner, the North American LCS All-Stars. The top laner is Dyrus, the jungler, Saint Vicious. In the mid lane will be Skara. The AD carry is Doublelift, and at support is XiaoXiao.
All right, so coming into this match, most of the world isn't giving North America a chance against a Korean team that melted Europe in 2 games.
Well, honestly, you look at Korea and you're like, man, they have 2 members of Azubu Frost who won the World Finals. Of course, now there's CJ Frost. I mean, their individual skill is
loaded. Most of them actually reached the finals of the skill tournament.
They have 2 of those victories.
Yeah, exactly. Their 2v2 and their jungler actually won the skill tournament, so they're just stupid good. I mean, you saw the 2v2 finals was against the North American squad, and they won. Prey and MadLife beat those guys. We'll see if that changes in this match, though.
All right, but I think North America has been surprising people by how well they have been playing this weekend. They brought out an extra little boost of energy.
They tried really, really hard for this. They've started out strong every single game. Saints ganks have been super strong as well. So, that's really, really big. Doublelift has also been on point. You heard that in the interview. Special said he was in good shape. Pulled out a pentakill yesterday against Europe. That was huge.
Both of them complimenting each other, just back and forth.
Exactly. The players individually are on point. The only problem they have is closing out games. Their scrims have gone so well, they haven't had to fight for a victory yet.
A plague of North America for quite some time.
Yeah.
So coming into this match, there has been a lot of smack talk flying from the Korean All-Stars. And with 3 players winning their skill competitions, including the 2v2s matchup, so far they've been putting their money where their mouths are.
제 생각으로는 제일 잘하는 선수 몇 명이 눈에 띄는데 그 선수들을 막고 나서 저희가 생각하는 전략을 쓴다면은 쉽게 북미를 이길 수 있지 않을까 생각하고 있습니다.
세인트 루시어스 선수가 초반에 많이 휘졌는데 이제 그걸 막아보도록 하겠습니다.
탑에서 당연히 다이러스보다 1인분 이상 더 해야겠죠.
제 생각엔 한국의 더블리프트 선수보다 뛰어난 선수들이 더 많다고 생각합니다. 제가 몇몇 선수들이랑 좀 많이 친한데 말해보면은 자기가 다
into the arms of all this hype and fame that we just got. But it would feel a lot better if we just crushed these smug Asians.
Before we get into Champion Select, let's check out who you think is going to win this matchup, because I think the teams already have their own opinions. According to LOLesports.com, 60% of you think that North America will advance to the team tournament finals to face China. They've had that much of an impact.
I mean, it's a Western site, so you could maybe consider bias there, but the NA squad have looked very good. Let's consider the facts, right?
That's true.
Game 1, Korea versus Europe, they faltered early on. They got hit a little hard by Diamond's ganks, and they had to come back for that one. And North America has always had a strong early game. And, I mean, again, they nearly beat the finalists here, right? They nearly beat China in Game 2. Certainly, there's a lot of validity behind getting behind the NA squad here. They've looked better as a region than I've seen them in years.
So how do you feel about the defensive strategy?
Oh, we're just better players. Let's win because we're Korea and our individual skills so good. But at the same time, I mean, I want to see that being proven here because individual skill can mean so much. It's kind of how Quantic won the North American promotion tournament by just winning their lanes and be like, well, we're up 10,000 gold. We'll just close the game out now. I want to see if that happens here.
All right, we'll have to see what goes down through picks and bans. The Globals getting a bit of respect here between both teams. And as we were discussing before, once Korea gets into their picks, they like to kind of give you that ambiguous. You're not sure if it's the top or mid, but you've been saying Ambition has been a big choice for them.
Ambition has gotten the first pick from Korea both games so far. First game was first pick Jace, and then that got banned out, so they first picked Diana.
And it's banned out now?
Yep. Yeah, and Diana is a choice champion for Skara. They say, no, Rumble is more important. That was actually Dyrus' big pick. I think they banned... Dyrus was banned... Rumble was banned against Dyrus three times so far, and the Koreans say, look, Rumble's more important to us than Diana here. They've already banned out they've already banned out the Shen, so they've removed a lot of choice champions from Dyrus. The other champion I can think of him playing is Malphite here, and he played Malphite against PDD's Rumble and lost that lane. So, the North Americans grabbing Diana away from Ambition.
It's kind of could give them the safety they need to start off the early part of the game as well.
Kha'Zix surprises me a little bit here from the North American team. Unless they've been practicing it in secret. It's not really a Dyrus or a St. Vicious type champion.
Right.
More of a Scar. Ooh, wow. So, okay, so the interesting is both Diana and Ryze are Skara champions.
Yep.
And I haven't really seen Dyrus play Diana, let alone top lane Ryze either, so I'm curious to see where those picks go.
On top of that, right, they're taking away Diana Ryze from both Ambition. Shy's Ryze has been ridiculous lately.
Yeah, he's been crazy on point. He played it in the OGN quarterfinals. He played it both games on the first day of the All-Star weekend overall, and he's been super on point there and hasn't been shut down. He's been carrying his team. And so, yeah, both these teams are really stealing away picks from each other.
And it's super safe lanes. Like they said, we guard and we'll do that. We can sit back, hit out with Thresh, leave Rumble in the top lane. If he gets a few kills, that's going to be damn good for us because Rumble just starts going very early, but they have a team fight comp as well.
Exactly. This is gonna
equalizer.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to watch what happens here because Rumble saw that from the Chinese LPL squad actually in their most recent victory. On the other side, though, you've got a lot of opportunities here from the North American team because you can follow in with Diana here, you can follow in with Lulu, and then is it going to be a Graves who follows up as well, or is it going to be like an Ezreal or Varus who sits back?
Well, they want to play safe, and what we've seen from North America, and they were even saying in their interviews, they're like, holy crap, everyone is flash engaging, flash hooking. Saint did it every time Flash was up, and Xpecial was trying to do it as well. They don't have Thresh this time, but maybe Korea won't be able to play safe.
It's going to be really difficult for them, right? They've got Diana, they've got Nautilus, they've got Lulu. All three of them are able to start out fights. You talk about the flash hooks. Those are really, really big. Rammus would be a pretty good pick, I suppose, to help start fights. I mean, there's a lot of opportunities really here. They've got pretty much their choice of jungle, aside from Lee Sin, which is banned, and the Nautilus that was taken, but everything else is basically available here. Honestly, it just depends how they want to play it. They can go any way with this.
Ooh, I like the picks that are showing on the screen right now. Personally, we'll have to see if they decide to lock them in. Looks like they could have very safe lanes here from what they depicted in their interview. So really just trying to test North America and see what kind of damage they want to put out here.
This is a really life miserable. Rumble, Kennen, Zach, they all do very well when you jump in on them. The way the box works as well from Thresh, if you're running away as Thresh and put the box down, they've got to run through 2 walls to get to you instead of just one wall to get out. And so as a disengage or counter-engage team, this Korean lineup works really, really well for that. They're really safe, and they can crowd control everybody.
And this is more than once that the North American team has left Doublelift to be the last choice on this. There's CLG ask, what can he do? What can he be safest on? And then we'll find out how to protect that.
I think he's still got to be able to go in with his team. Ezreal makes a lot of sense here. True Shot Barrage will... Yeah, he got a pentakill last time. He's got great cleanup potential as well. He's a second threat there with Ryze as someone you really can't easily get rid of. And again, True Shot Barrage will participate in that fight. When the rest of his team dives in, you don't want Doublelift to dive in, but he can at least press R, and he will participate, much really like Rumble's equalizer. So he'll be part of that dive comp.
We'll see if he decides to wound this one out and Arcane shift aggressively into the fights. Both teams have been locked in. Saint absolutely loving Nautilus recently.
Yeah.
Didn't really work for, I believe back in MLG it was tried, and then the Volibear, but it was kind of like, wow, that looked lackluster from them. And then something changed between now and then. He is absolutely...
And it's one of the new top junglers here. And it's worked well for Saint. He's practiced it so much. He's got a good feel for what the champion does, what he can get away with. And honestly, his early ganks are what's going to separate this game apart, because I think the North American squad needs to start out strong. They need to get to the point where even though they're fighting a Kennen and a Zac and guys like that, they can still dive in with a gold advantage and win that fight.
All right, so we're going to see this coming up. North American LCS All-Stars taking on the Korean LCL All-Stars. There's Shy on your screen as they are poised and ready to match this one up. Freak with the momentum. What are you thinking about this one? If Korea can come in this, they want to play lax, but usually they're the one to be taking turrets right away and going for objectives. How do you think this is going to work against North America?
It's really weird because you can't, in League of Legends, you can't play to not lose. You have to play to win, right? You can't be like, well, we'll just never screw up and then the fates will align and we'll just win the game because we're Korea. You can't do that. You can't be the favorite and just be like, well, we won't make any mistakes. You've actually got to do things to win the game. You actually must try and actually make some moves. You can't just prevent turrets from going down. So
it's true.
There needs to be some kind of aggression here from the Korean lineup. Now,
we are North America versus the Korean LCS All-Stars, and we are underway onto the Rift for Game 1 of the series.
All right, so right off the bat, it's an early aggressive play from the Koreans. You're seeing them all run towards the top side. It has to be the support putting the ward down. Now, this is a smart play already from the Americans because they've made sure that they warded this tri-bush, expecting that sort of invade. So everyone knows where everyone is right now.
Slowly moving around. Not many wards towards the Wraiths just yet. They are going to try to position themselves a little more effectively here, but Korea putting a lot of aggression towards the top side of this, and they want to look to hinder Saint's jungle right away.
Well, so what I want to figure out is if North Americans see those champions yet, because they know the Koreans went into the jungle, and they might have warded and recalled, or they might have played super aggressively and tried to steal things away. Now, the ward that just came down from Skara would have spotted prey, so they know at least someone has left that jungle. They don't know how many. Never mind. There's Thresh, there's Rumble. They know that the Koreans have left their jungle. It's warded out, but they know there's no invade.
Just thwarting what the jungler could do, and they were really trying to hurt that. We'll see if they can put the same pressure on inSec. Right now, it looks like they will again put the AD support mid and try and get that pressure on the jungle.
That's going to be really important for them. It gives them a lot of places to move. They've sent Skara into that sort of
I would have said garbage 1v2 lane, but he is running to the top lane there. I'm trying to see where the Koreans move, and actually they're going to match almost every fight straight up. So we've got normal lane matchups just in weird locations. Dyrus will be 1v1ing Shy. Double Phoenix Special will be 1v1ing Prey and MadLife. So reading this one out though, I actually really like the Ezreal Lulu lane here though.
We'll see what they can do. It looks like Korea has put their AD carry support mid, as said, and they will try to push that down. You see there's not going to be as much pressure to the jungle here, so we'll have to see if North America can again react to this. They did not get this the last time in their game, and they will have to play this differently.
The funny thing is actually, the junglers, yeah, they're getting revealed, but they're not getting stopped. They're gonna get their level 3. And it's weird because they'll both get spotted making their way down to the side lane. Oh, fight on Doublelift.
Doublelift has to cleanse right away. The attack from MadLife. Oh, they flashed in for the shot. It's one more, and MadLife picks up first blood.
Absolutely beautiful play by MadLife, proving himself the all-star. And hey, these guys won the skills competition. They're winning the game right now. Already 3 minutes for first blood.
Without even a ward in the lane. inSec will put himself in, but Dyrus able to use the bush just for a bit of cover and easy safety.
Really good flash by Dyrus, and I didn't actually track it, but the thing is he has a ward in the tri-brush and would have seen if inSec went from Lizard through brush and into the river. And I don't know if he hopped the wall or what, but I mean, Dyrus should have known if he did go that way that inSec was waiting for him.
inSec playing in the mind of Skara in the bottom lane. Have to see what they can do. St. Vincent from the right side. He gets netted out. They give, he runs towards it. He just gets the outside of the lantern, but Saint is going to pursue. They have vision on him so they can move in the correct position. A great catch on the Prey. The crowd control is there with Riptide. They continue to go down Special. Can he get the glitter lance on? The lockdown on. Will it be up for Doublelift? They're waiting for him to get the auto attack in. It's only going to be one more. It's going to be a net over the wall. It's going to have to go to Star on this one.
And they're fine with that. Getting Rise started early is so huge. Doublelift will get minion farm anyway. No one cares if he really gets kills early on. He'll still scale up, but Skara getting a fast tier, Skara getting a fast run of ages, that's where they want kill gold to go.
Very big for them, so they have reacted. I spoke too soon. North America did find themselves a kill. They just needed Saint out of the jungle, and it looks like he will be presenting himself once again towards the den. Prey back into the lane. MadLife getting in there as soon as possible to shield on so they can stop this wave from getting to the turret, reset this lane up.
So I want to compare them in minion kills right now, because now that both AD carries have died, Prey's actually sitting here at a minion kill lead anyway. So again, this 2v2 is very much going to the Korea side, which is a big risk here, because the Americans put so much faith and so much trust in Doublelift. If he doesn't actually get going this game, I said he'd farm, but if he actually doesn't, that's one of the major threats gone from this North American team.
Korea LCL team going with quite a few Dorans here. 2 for Caitlyn, 2 for Ambition as well, as he's heading off versus Scar in that top lane.
And it's going to be a really fun matchup to watch overall. So far, they've held the kills pretty standard. The minion kills haven't gone anywhere. There's been no real jungle pressure from either one. The funny thing is, if jungle pressure does start, Ambition gets away easily, Star does not.
Oh, Doublelift doesn't have to cleanse from the last fight, and a very easy kill. He didn't have a support there and playing way too aggressive.
Now that is harsh for Double right there. MadLife and Prey, neither of them had to flash.
Moving down again to the bottom lane. This is going to be very pressured here, if anything, just to soak up some experience again.
He knows there are no wards at all. If Dyrus plays aggressively, he'll get caught out here. The shield's going to be on cooldown now. We'll see if inSec goes for anything here. He just can't find the opening.
Dyrus playing that smart Saint also with the 6th sense and the wards and in the river. He's going to be able to walk down on this one, knowing Shy is there, or knowing rather the inSec was there, and they're going to be able to back this one off. Looks like he's going to soak up extra himself.
Whoa! Oh, he lands the
top lane. Few more auto attacks. The Doran's coming up big for Ambition.
That was absolutely great by him. The early attack damage from Kennen is so good. He has great attack range, and just he will constantly put that poke down and Rise. Rise can't play long range. He only can click on things at basically Kennen's auto attack range. He'll always take that poke. You saw him get worn down there.
And already just quick damage being purchased up here. Prey goes back, gets a pickaxe already for damage in the lane. It's a scepter for Doublelift.
This is interesting because I actually watched one of Doublelift's scrims a while ago, and he said, man, it's disrespectful to buy a pickaxe early on. You need to save for a BF sword. And very rarely do you buy a pickaxe early, but Prey says, look, I want to get as much attack damage
way more effectively than regular.
He does 25 more damage than Doublelift right now. Double has some extra sustain, but that's about it.
Here we go, MadLife still sitting in the backside, but it's going to be Saint from the right as they push this lane. They try to get a bit of an advantage here. At least pull some pressure, maybe, from the jungle.
Yeah, this tells me that Doublelift wants to maybe back No, he doesn't actually have really any items to buy for himself. It's just kind of some loot experience, but Scar's not in good shape.
Oh, Scara enters the lane and exits the lane just as quick.
Oh my gosh, this is looking so good for the Korean team. They said individually we're better, and they're really showing it here. No matter where these guys are going, it's looking better for the LCL. Gyro's getting harassed, he lost its minions. I mean, every lane is honestly going the other way.
And that was a rough call there. Scara just went down in the top lane. Dyrus wasn't exactly really putting Shy down in the bottom lane, so he went into another lane where he was under-leveled. It's really hurting them right now. Got to make better decisions. Double very low on mana. inSec in the jungle. These guys are everywhere. That NA does not want them to be. Ace in the hole there. Elastic slingshot. They can actually...
Amazing. The skill shots are landing. 6-1 the kill score now. The Korean LCL are starting this game out strong. Forget what I said about playing not to lose. They are playing to win. They're finding advantages, finding kills over and over. And this is really, really good lane play from them.
I don't even know if they are playing with safety. They're playing with true aggression. They are already onto that top lane. The slingshot onto Dyrus. And it looks like they're going to give him even more harass. inSec very low here, but he may be able to get himself out of this one. The buff's still on. And Dyrus flashes himself out of that situation.
Ambition has a... No, Summoners up. Couldn't quite reach Dyrus. The number of bloblets inSec picked up there. He was taking damage, then healing as he got out. And just enough crowd control hit Dyrus. He missed the last Q there as well. He just barely snuck out of that battle. So, I mean, really, really nice fights here. The Koreans are just barely coming out ahead. And some of that actually comes from the fact that, you know, the fights that would have been close are now snowballing away because of the experience and gold advantage.
Dyrus just hitting level 7 as he gets to the lane to a level 8 ambition as he tries to pressure, teleporting back in as he just got pushed out. Break this down.
I mean, it's early on in the game. We're just hitting 10 minutes now, so they're getting their build started out. And all I can really point out is some early Magic 10 from Shy. He's got the fast haunting guys, standard item for him, but it really means that he's going to do a lot of damage to his opposition. Scara has no bonus resist. He only has that Ruby Crystal. He will lose a 1v1 so hard against Rumble here. He's got to get zoned out.
Sight stones for both supports to keep, obviously, that vision on the map, but we've seen that just controls the entire game. It's been brute force for the Korean LCL team so far as they start to throw down the wards. We'll see how the pressure continues.
Well, the next major objective for them really is Dragon. They've got control of it. It's really theirs whenever they want to go for it. They just got to push out the lane, make sure they don't miss out on minions, and then they have 1,000 gold is waiting for them when they want it.
Only looking at that one death on Prey right now that he got caught out, and they have played so positionally, or they have positioned so well after that it hasn't been a chance NA has been able to grab, and really we haven't seen Saint been able.
A while ago, this same thing would happen to Shy.
It looks like Scara getting a little bit of damage down to him. He should be okay though. inSec just up on the wing could have been some trouble.
All right, here's Saint making his next move, looking for MadLife and Prey, but minions are gonna stop Saint. He's not gonna get anything out of that one.
Yeah, such an unfortunate thing. You have to time a wave to gank with Nautilus, and that was mistakenly timed.
It's kind of like the story of the game for this American squad, really. They're looking for opportunities, and we just didn't quite get it. We almost killed inSec and forced the pass. Nope, that didn't quite work as well. It's kind of over and over there. And the thing is, because they're now down in gold, it's going to happen more and more. Fights they should have won will get turned around by a level in gold advantage.
And that becomes stress on the mental gameplay. You go in and you think it's going to be that last bit of health you can get, but the cookie crumbles in the wrong way and somebody gets the shield out. Like you said, it's been happening over and over again, and it's going to start deterring North America from really wanting these engages and only looking for the mistakes from Korea, which, like I've said, are pretty far from there.
Yeah, that's pretty damaging. Right now for North America, they're going to have to give the Dragon. They can't fight a real team fight. What their team does do very well is open up for picks. The Saint Vision's ultimate, the Dyrus dive into Rune Prison, and all the Ezreal damage. The ability to just like find someone out of position is there. You know, it's one thing that the Chinese team did very, very well in their last game that we saw yesterday is if you find someone, you can't kill them. You have the damage.
It's again, Saint always going for that buy first to create openings.
It's interesting to see sort of how Saint has I guess, matured as a player, because we used to always call him this carry jungler, right? He would never play champions like Nautilus and Maokai. It was surprising when we first saw him start playing it, but he's playing the more supportive role for his team. It's not that he's deferring farm, he's clearly got a lot of minions for himself, but you know, his role on the team, he's got guys like Scara and Double F who farm so incredibly well for a living that he's had to play a little bit more of a supportive role, and he's learned more of these supportive tank junglers, and it's worked well for him, actually. He's usually getting pretty well.
Oh, an Ambition, level 10 versus a double level 7 double lift and special. It's going to be a 2v1 for him in that lane if he wants the kills. inSec meets with him, and anytime soon, inSec picking up the blue buff right now. Looks like he's going to start heading towards that top lane.
Really, he doesn't have to give blue to anyone else. Scar, though, it could be the, that's Scar burning down. There you can see the 1v1 potential from Shy. So strong.
Shy still having his way with anybody that has been in his lane. It was Dyrus, then it was Scar. Like I said, these guys are levels 10, above the 8s and 7s. Here comes Prey on the side. They're able to take one down. That's special first. They are hardly taking any damage as they die. MadLife actually taking aggro. He's going to stand there and eat the turret shots for his team. Beautiful play, and they're still going in. Double it, low on mana, low on health, low, and in the death chamber, the turret to follow.
That was absolutely great by the Korean squad. As you called it, MadLife said, all right, I'll sit here and take turret aggro. I don't do much damage at this point. My CCs are down. They got no cooldowns. I'll just let you guys finish the dive. No big deal. And the thing is, right, inSec's passive was not down. He just got to tank the rest of the turret aggro and just split the bloblets. A 3 for nothing is huge for them. They're going to get another turret for it as well.
And a finished item here coming up for Rumble is going to be an Abyssal Scepter. That's going to synergize with Zac, with Slicing Maelstrom and Kennen on Ambition. They are about to get so much stronger in team fights, and they're just pushing the lanes right now.
And that's really one of the brutal things is you talk about gold leads and how much it means for an individual player. Man, Shy can 1v1 Scar. Okay, true. But think about how much it synergizes here, how much it means for their actual team fight. Because right, the Abyssal Scepter, as you mentioned from Shy, is going to make Zac and is going to make Kennen deal more damage. Kennen so far, he got to get 2 4v3. You saw it happen. They got 2 turrets and 3 kills for nothing there. The lead just keeps growing for the Korean squad. They're playing it beautifully.
Kennen Ambition so close to Azania's right now. 15 minutes into the game, the Infinity Edge finished at 14-20 on Prey. These guys are items, mounds, and oodles ahead right now.
All right, so let's see if the North American team can do something to around. I still feel their only opening is finding some kind of pick. They still have mechanics. They have the ability to start fights, and here it is, a 2-on-1 against Shy.
Looks good. Dyrus able to do a bit of damage there. Shy is going to be in a 3v1 here. They are going to get Scar some damage. Wow, he's almost able to take out Dyrus. They are not killing him just yet. The death charge across the wall. Good damage. The final Q from Scara, but it took quite a bit to take down one player.
Took a heck of a lot of effort. They burned a couple of flashes as well. Dyrus and Scara both lost theirs just for the one, but they got a kill and they got a little bit of shutdown gold, I believe 350 for a 2-0 champion. So better than nothing, but they've got to find a lot more of those pretty quickly.
Everybody helping, synergizing, and doing well. Even MadLife 2-0-4 right now on the kills. He is actually looking to build a Locket for his
magic damage. So Locket and Runic Bulwark make a lot of sense here for the North American team. They really need both and need them right now. And that's actually kind of one of the funny things about Saint's build is, you know, Spirit of the Ancient Golem is very good. It's a strong item, but it's 2,000 gold you've spent on not Locket, not Bulwark. And because none of his ganks have really worked, he's had so little kill gold and no global gold. He's so behind in items. There just aren't any auras for the Americans, and over the next 10 minutes, there still won't be any auras.
And a thing that spells power, a thing that spells confidence, see inSec picking up a needlessly large rod for his second item.
That's really, really surprising to me.
Who does this?
Yeah, it's not common at all. It's him saying, look, I'm really, really powerful. Now,
yeah.
You know inSec kind of considers himself a carry jungler, and he's kind of played that way, but you still would normally see an aura come out of that guy and just be like, yo dog, like the idea of a carry item for Zac is like Spirit Visage. Like, I'll heal more and have lower cooldowns, not I'm gonna build a death cap.
All right, we'll see what they can continue to go. We got a few haunting guys instead. Oh God, coming in from the side, the ace of the Hulk and Scar. Wow, down to 400 HP, a few more attacks. Wild Growth just off to the side, the saving grace from Xpecial.
And look at that, inSec gets to dive a turret against Rise, take turret aggro, get knocked up by Lulu, and then walk out saying, well, we tried, no big deal. Like, that's how powerful and how far ahead they are.
It's the dive for that crowd control to be wiped.
And that's really what happens to the Korean squad. They're so very effect-based that if they try to kill any one member, they'll still probably hit everyone else on top of that anyway. So it's not like they lose out by focusing on a support, because they're still hitting the entire enemy team.
Oh, the top, there's a flash! The execution goes in! They are gonna try to get on St. Vicious, and they do take him down!
That's just so much damage from them. A great hook from MadLife, a great knockup as well from inSec. These guys, they don't have a ton of cash, but if the right guys hit spells, they're going to get a free kill.
Dyrus doing what he can, trying to throw out some Qs, but it looks like they will be able to grab this turret. They are already knocking on the front door here. All outer turrets have been taken down before 20 minutes.
That is so fast from them. So again, never mind about them playing not to lose. They are completely running in here and finding advantages. inSec dives the turret for 3 minions killed. That's how.
vision.
Yeah, he was like, yeah, you can't kill me. You don't have enough crowd control or damage or anything. I'm Zach. Bring it. And then
it's going to be scary because you now have a Zanyas on Zach. He went from that needlessly large rod and said, oh, wait, another paycheck just came in. Bam, finishing that. 2 Zanyas before 20 minutes for these guys, both Ambition and inSec, 3-0 and 2.
So now all they have to do is look at how they close the game out. The individual play has been very, very good. A lot of this has come out. Dyrus going to get found out by Shy.
There we go, going in on his Dyrus. He knows he's got to stay. Fight it, nose to nose. He goes down, and Shy takes his shield.
God, they're just huge right now. Again, you know, the lanes, they all won without jungler help. They just beat him straight up, and Devil's going to lose control of the Ambition. Only 127 gold for that kill. Doubles had a pretty rough game so far, 0-5-1. They've got 2 guys off the map. They can take an inhibitor here.
They have taken the most 1v1 skill matchups, and it has seemed like the lanes have been won in their skill matchups here. 13-2. It's going to be a 12,000 gold lead 20 minutes into the game with 6
Really, really worrying. This is 50% extra gold from our opposition. Like, honestly, I suppose they're not going to surrender because the game means a heck of a lot, but I mean, this is a clinic for how to.
This is the CLG Legion. This is where NA needs to figure out how and why they are doing this, install it, so they can not let it happen in the second game. They need to figure out what Korea is doing so well.
At this point, I would say your discussion turns to not this game anymore, but look, we'll defend, we'll do whatnot, but let's figure out the picks and bans. You only get so much time between a game to prepare yourself. Champions like itself is only so long. They've got to say, okay, look, what went wrong here? Was an individual play that went wrong? You know, we heard from the interview with Liquid. He talked to the team after the Chinese game. He said, okay, what mistakes we made? 1, 2, 3. Okay, anyone else? You. Okay, we'll move on. Here's what we fixed. Right, play on to the next match.
About to see if they can do it this time. They do need to bring that thought process back around. Very grim here for the North American LCS team, but another match to go. It is a best-of-3 series, and they know everything needs to be put on the line for the second game. This one not yet over, but very grim, like I said, for North America. Korea is just kind of waiting for that last final push. They have more core items in general than
for what it's worth, is growing. He's getting himself towards the Archangel staff. He's only like 700 gold away still, but if the Koreans actually give him the time to farm for the 6 waves, he'll have that. I mean, the power is still going to grow from the American squad. Just
teleport coming in from Dyrus. There's the ace in the hole. They try to put damage on him right away. Shy flashes into the fight behind Dyrus, so he doesn't get locked up. And it's 36, taking so much damage. Ambition just taunted them in front of their base. Low health, and they're still alive to push 5 on in.
This is going to be probably the next for the Korean squad. Shirelli's going to pop them. They dive on forward. That is actually the surrender coming out. 22 minutes and 50 seconds in. North America says GG, well played, guys, and an absolutely well-deserved win.
Amazing game by Korea, methodically planned out, one step after the other. It was great by North America to pick up that kill coming onto Prey, but really, I think that was the only time that Prey fell in the game. After that, was it that one kill, right?
They got 1 kill on a Prey fairly early on from the Saint gang, and then make sure, right, if you're a North American fan, you got to hope that your players are focused, that they are discussing and talking about it. We've seen teams shut down after a loss, right? You know, before game 1, they're joking around, yeah, we know what we're doing is going to be great. Game 1 loss, and you just like zone in at your monitor, you don't talk. You've got to get the discussion going. You've got to make sure you know what to do and to change in game 2.
Fresh is scary, but that's what NA has to do. They brought out that, it wasn't new where they put the support in, support AD carry mid, but they pressured the jungle so much that it shut down the roam of their opposing team. They have to do something different because they tried it again and like, we'll shut down the roam, and they said, we'll just put our guys mid, and we completely countered your strat that won you your game.
Yeah, that 2v2 lane was so incredibly powerful for those guys. The MadLife Prey lane was super on point. They won the skill matchup. We said that a few times already.
Yep.
But the Thresh hooks were great, and there's a reason they call him Godlife, right? They grabbed his Thresh early on. It wasn't even the first pick. Like, it got through 3 picks before they said, okay, no, seriously, we want Thresh at this point. I mean, that's got to be a forced ban for North America in less special.
This game, because the Koreans came out flying, and they didn't once take their foot off the gas pedal.
You know, this game really went from bad to worse to just an absolute catastrophe. And this was one of the moments towards the road of just destruction.
Yeah, and we already knew how strong the Koreans were going to be coming into this tournament. But when they turned up, obviously their win against Europe earlier on was a very, very strong game. They looked unstoppable here in Game 1 against North America, if we're honest.
And specifically, it was with their fearlessness. Let's get into this clip, actually, because Korea already had a fairly large lead in this game. You can see 21,000 to 15.7 thousand, but it's just NA thought they had a counter gank because St. Fitch was waiting in the turret, but Korea was one step ahead, and then they fearlessly dove. So let's actually roll this clip. Right now, you can see inSec gets hooked in by St. Fitch's, but immediately just starts bouncing around. And North America at this point was already so far behind that they didn't have the damage. The thing to note in this is how well Korea does this tower dive. MadLife recognizes his job. He had the most health coming in, and he also does the least damage. So he doesn't even think about trying to get involved. He makes sure he gets the turret.
Exact, you know, the fact that he is a master tower diver, because if he does get his passive pops and he goes into those 4 blobs on the ground, the turret actually switches aggro out to someone else, so he can quite freely have that passive come in for him and stay alive at the end.
And on top of that, when he had so many allies around him, you're not going to stick around to be able to finish off the blobs when North America was already low on damage. So, I mean, Freak was just talking about how many, how they might not want to let Thresh through in bans, but there was a little bit too much threat all over the place. It wasn't just Thresh, it was everybody on Korea.
So let's talk a little bit about Game 2. That's going to be coming up here in just a little minute. They're going to be moving over onto the blue side here in North America. What do they need to change in terms of bans and picks? We were all almost not cringing, but saying, ooh, when a few of those champions actually got through for Korea.
I think the biggest one where we all went, oh crap, is when they got Rumble. When Shy was able to lock in that Rumble. Because we've seen PDD dominate with it absolutely all weekend. And that's definitely one of the adjustments for North America.
Well, thanks a lot, Jack. We'll be back after game number 2 to break down a little bit more from that. Guys, don't go anywhere. The second game in this best-of-3 between the Korean LCL All-Stars and the North American LCS team is just moments away. 2013 League of Legends All-Star Weekend will be back right after these messages.
Welcome back to the 2013 League of Legends All-Star Weekend. It's almost time for our second game between North America and Korea. But first, I'd like to welcome Dadris, Darius' dad, to the interview lounge.
Hey.
So really just right off the bat, what was your impressions on that last game?
Wrong picks. I like the Korean picks right off the bat. But we'll see what they do the second round. They seemed right out. They seemed to fall behind real quick on that one. And I think they were just trying to stay alive just to end, farm up. But the Koreans being so aggressive wasn't going to let them do that. And so it was a surrender type game. I was waiting for that to happen.
Yeah, and obviously
the Pro Bowl, that's like a top honor. And the fact that 2 of TSM members got picked, X Special. I like St. Vicious in the jungle. Scar is a good mid laner. He's always respected. And of course you got Double Lift, Mr. Pentakill himself, that nobody can take away now that he's got this. So yeah, it was unusual. Plus it's China. China's opened up some of its markets and stuff, and you can actually visit it with feeling like you can leave afterwards. So it's pretty good.
What do you think of the performance of your son? How has he been living through this year in the LCS? I mean, we've heard him in an interview beforehand when we were playing China, and he was like, we're going to crush them to the ground. Is that the kind of Darius you know? Or?
No, that's the kind of Darius I want him to be. Whether win or lose, go in with confidence that you're going to win. And then whatever comes up afterwards, that's what it is. But never go in weak, Right. So, yeah, I like him. I like that persona coming out of him. He's probably, in my opinion, been just average, the typical Darius. I think Double Lift and X Special, and along with St. Vicious and even Scar's Carthage Walls, that made a big difference. Smart players.
Well, thank you very much, Dadris, for this awesome interview. And it's great to see you coming out all the way to Shanghai and almost all the events to support your son and in the All-Star game. So that's it from here at the desk. And let's head back to Freak and Riv for Game 2.
Thank you very much, Jat, Shox, and Dadris. We're just about to head into Champion Select for the second game between Korean LCL Squad and the North American LCS All-Stars. If you were on the North American team, what would you have to say to your teammates right now, Freak?
Guys, forget the last game. Let's get something else going, like run a different strategy. That's really what happened in the North America-China game. Game 1 was rough. Not quite as rough as this one, but still really, really rough. The lanes kind of lost. The whole game was harsh. Game 2, they were like, something new. And dominated the first 20 minutes. They looked so good at the beginning. So we've seen them come back from something rough. We've seen them come out with something new and have it work really well against an amazing team.
It's got to be fresh. It really has to be, because if that was Korea's "we'll play it safe and guard," holy crap if they go through the front door with a battering ram. We're going to be in a picks and bans right now, Freak. Let's break it down.
All right, so some early sort of same picks, same bans. They're getting rid of Lee Sin and Jace anyway, respecting inSec, respecting Ambition. LCL says, look, we really respect Rumble. That's still the thing we're going to get rid of. And the funny thing is the North Americans have not changed their bans at all. So right now, the Koreans can get almost every single champion the same if North America doesn't steal away.
See, Dyrus does lock in, possibly a Skara as well. So Diana being picked, the ambiguous one to come out first.
I want to see it on Skara. I think he will do better in general as Diana. It's not one of Dyrus's most played, and just to me that makes more sense to let him run with something kind of more in his forte, right? Who can win the lane or at least go more even and whatnot. So we'll see what the North American squad actually does to revolve around this, but they're going to get that rise back from the Korean side, and they get to replay the Thresh as well.
They do pick it up, and again, Thresh not being in the secondary pick, but not in that first round pick coming out here. So he has, once again, just kind of found his way down through the middle after being such a huge force for these teams, and something for other teams to be reckoning with. But Korea now seeing Diana, they saw it last game, so they got to feel comfortable already.
Exactly. That really, especially when you consider that you had Zach going zone and things like that. There was a little bit of disrespect in the last part of that game where they're kind of buying whatever they want.
Yes.
I mean, and you heard in the interview as well, the Koreans feel super confident, right? This is a game they think they're really going to win. They expect their destiny to be into the finals. They beat the Europeans. They're nearly beating the Americans. They're hoping they can play China, take first place, get their extra spot. And that's kind of in their sights right now. And the thing is, you look at this champion select, and it just looks so similar that, right now North America hasn't done anything different.
What could Skara go for here? They choose to pick out something we haven't seen much of this weekend.
The Sona pick I like a lot. It's a little more team fight based. It's interesting to see because I think Lulu 2v1's better if you want to push down early turrets and play aggressive. Lulu works better in turret dives at level 3 as well. Sona's more of a team fight pick. I'm curious to see if the North American team can actually get to team fights this time around. If they think, oh, it's just like, a small error here, a small error there, we can totally fix it, we'll be fine from now on, or what their plan is, because I still don't see something super new from them.
We'll have to see what Doublelift decides to choose. He is up to pick. It's going to possibly be, again, that Dyrus Kha'Zix. Doublelift needs to be on his carry game this time around.
He's got the pick of the litter here, really. There's not been a lot of AD carry bans. The Caitlyn's been grabbed. He's a big Doublelift pick. I wonder if they're going to go back to Vayne for him, for example, here and play that late game status. They'd have to dodge Caitlyn if they do it, but sure, why not? I just keep looking at the Korean side. They got every single thing that they wanted. Praise played Caitlyn now 4 times in a row. He's not played a single other champion yet so far. They are going to switch things up. Doublelift looks for Graves here. All right, this is a bit of a new setup here. This is hyper aggression. This is start things out strong, burst a guy down, give Kha'Zix a reset. This is a bit of a new look for the North American team.
And really the consideration in that pick is, I'm literally like, could almost see into Doublelift's head, like, probably don't want to go up against that Caitlyn Thresh lane. They first blooded us last time. Let's choose a lane that we can play safe and try to avoid them in the first part. Hopefully they don't match up with us.
Yeah, Graves has even less tools than Ezreal to deal with that lane. He can't missing shot from far away. Right? He can't poke out nearly as hard. Quick Draw has a longer cooldown and moves you less far than Arcane Shift. You could quick draw dodge a Thresh hook, I suppose, if you're really on point, and then that way he can maybe dodge everything out. But as far as fighting a 2v2, being 125 range down against the other support, that's a rough one.
Yeah.
I don't expect Double to do well in a 2v2 if they find it.
We have to remember what Doublelift did on Graves.
Yeah.
Farm Master Flex coming in here. Just about over 500 farm when he did it. So North America, like you said, they do have that fight team that says, let's engage once Doublelift has 7 items.
Every single one of them, exactly. Every single one of them engages super, super hard. And if they can get that first pick, they give the Kha'Zix a reset. It's going to be Dyrus on Kha'Zix in the top lane. Skara's going to be on Diana in mid. Teams very rarely give Skara Diana. I want to see him show up here and smash faces if we want to see a game 3.
And when Skara does get a Diana, he does get his Karthus. They usually put him in that side lane. However, on blue side, they may choose not to do that. Like we said, I think it's Doublelift and Xpecial that are really trying to find the 2v1 lane here without Korea matching it up.
It's going to be interesting to watch because, again, I don't like the Graves of Caitlyn matchup. It is going to be a rough one for Doublelift.
Right.
And so what I want to see here is the shell game. Is, you know, the ball's under one of them's the double lift. We're going to move them around a little bit. Which one's it going to be? Mid lane? No. Right, bottom lane. Yes, you found the double lift, and that I feel like is the gameplay right here at level 1.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we jump into game 2 of this series, it is North America All-Stars versus the Korean LCL All-Stars. Rivington the Third and Freak bringing it to you live from Shanghai Grand Stage in China, and we are underway and on the Rift.
The Korean team making the exact same play as last time. They all ran down toward the tri-brush to look for the red buff and get a ward down early. The thing is, the Americans have not put a ward there themselves, so they don't see this as easily.
inSec and Scar dancing out in middle. A little camaraderie here. But they know where the jungler is, so it may be safe. Dyrus right on the right side. Dyrus hopefully not watching these guys dance around in middle, because he is just on the other side from the red buff. Dyrus gets locked up, and it comes down for his blood for Ambition.
Oh my gosh, the level 1. Yeah, they pinged out just there. That's where they came through. They came through the bottom lane. No one was watching that one at all. That's a miscommunication already. This is not a good thing for the North American team. Normally you would see someone like Doublelift sit in that tri-brush and watch, and he was like, no, I'm afraid of getting threshold. I'm not going to look for this.
They danced in mid on purpose. They were distracting everybody. That was a cheeky play. That is exactly what they wanted.
Oh my gosh, already a good opening here for the Korean side. Now they are going to send their 2v2 lane up to the top. Actually, no, I take that back. Shy is going to do that top lane rise, and Bitch is going to stay on Kennen, of course, but it will be the 2v1 mid again here for the Koreans. They're actually not making any major moves. So North America, they're sending Scar. They're going to 2v2 this.
Late invade to see if they can get in, possibly get a ward down. Doublelift looking for pressure onto this inSec. He does have to take a little damage from the previous camps. Doublelift trying to pressure them even more and make it look good for his team. Power chord going on. They're really focusing the damage on either or, so nobody's getting too low. They're kind of taking good damage here.
The thing is, I don't know if they quite have the damage because they're not really going, oh, that MadLife hook would have been death for a special. But Ambition puts out enough damage. He's actually forced them out, and it's just blue anyway.
This is a super scary play for North America. They're putting wards in only the positions they've walked, and they have them in the top jungle. For an invade like this, they're being very risky.
Well, at least, the very least, they saw Shy, and they saw that Prey was not leaving his mid lane. So they could deduce who was left, who could have fought them. Thankfully, you know, XSpecial did dodge the hook. For what it's worth, they did slow inSec down. They took some damage, but he had to burn his own smite on blue buff, and he killed it much more slowly. So as long as farm wasn't really lost, it does come out as a lead for NA.
So the kill on Dyrus, going over to Ambition, as we said, assists going around. And we'll have to see how he plays that out. Kazak's still going to be a formidable threat towards the later part of the game if Korea LCL lets that happen. They did not last time. We'll have to see. 3 minutes in with a little bit of action already. The fire has been ignited.
So right now, there's not a lot of easy moves here for Ambition. It actually looks like last game here. Here comes Saint for an early level 2 dive on Ambition at 3 minutes. Ambition does not know about it. There's no wards here at all.
This would be perfect. Kennen usually does not take that speed movement until level 3, but he has taken it into knowing he's in the 2v1 lane. Dodge, no, he did not. They get the Aegir toss. There's the slow cord coming out. Will they be able to get it? Actually goes for damage on that one, and they do pick up the equalizer.
That is absolutely massive. Ambition will lose so much experience and gold out of this. But as long as Dyrus doesn't get traded out here, there's going to be a huge level advantage for those high-impact champions. But Dyrus dropped so low, and inSec's still winning around the corner.
Just one combo from inSec. Once these minions are cleared, we may see the full go, the full bore coming in. Here comes the next wave. inSec may be deterred here, but he is slingshotting. Here it goes, Freak. They are going to bounce into this one. Dyrus feeling it. No, he goes back. They didn't.
At this point, the wave, he's zoned out from his wave. Dyrus has to get that one up. The bottom turret already went down as well. Despite the first blood, North American team did not collapse on themselves. They said, look, guys, there's still a way to win this game. Let's slow it down and be smart. Dyrus actually runs his teleport, again, to try to keep up in minion farm. He's only 4 behind Shy, and he's way the hell above Ambition. This is a decent opening for the American team.
This is very much more historical and present than what Korea does in their matches. The turrets dropping fast. The mid one looking to be their first objective to take that.
This is just so good right now. So the Koreans are going to look for that mid lane pressure. You're seeing Saint show up, but the hook's going to come across. It's bad for him.
inSec was just on the side. They get good damage on the Saint. The exhaust is there to keep him in range. They want the double buff, and it goes over to MadLife.
He might just die to the turret, though. Scara!
Saint.
Buff transfer complete. Scara got a red buff.
Great job back and forth again to keep it equal now at 5 minutes. Everybody is pressuring both teams out for blood right now.
This is a crazy game right here of all these guys diving. I mean, the Koreans are basically making the same moves they made last time. They're playing super aggressive. inSec is finding kills. He's finding ways to go in, and he's doing a beautiful job with his ganks, to be sure. But the Americans have finally found their own openings. They're not playing straight 2v2s. They're finding dives. They're finding turret kills. Doubles is farming his face off if he can. And they're going to try to transition through this.
We'll have to see if this works in their favor. This is the call from North America to put the AD carry support middle now, the one that didn't allow them to do it at level 1. But now at level 3, they may have that resistances they need to fight this match.
With a Vamp Scepter and a level 4 Sona, they're pretty much fine. Most Sonas do not learn the Song of Celerity until level 8, and that's what's happened here. He's got 2 points in that heal. The Caitlyn poke's going to stop being so annoying for the American squad, and with the levels for mana regen as well, Special should be fine here. So, yes, Graves will be okay to do this, and Ambition has been denied so much. He's level 4, Scar is 5. If Scar fights a 1v1, that's a win for Diana.
And even the difference in things that have been happening causes Saint to even go for mobility boost before his Spirit Stone.
Exactly. This is Saint Vicious playing that supporting jungle. This is the point I failed to make last time, is he's now rushing a lot of boots of mobility. He's looking for ganks so much instead of saying, well, I'll get jungle clear speed, I'll get the Spirit Stone, I'll get Madrids. He's looking for kills for his team.
The ward keeping them privy to St. Vicious's position at this moment. Prey taunting it out too. He's like, I'll hover top side. You want to go into the turret, and then MadLife will pull you right in as long.
Oh, very close one there. It's like MadLife is still mayor of Hook City.
He's really baiting those things out. We'll have to see who comes up with the big plays between those two towards the end or the middle fighting phase of this matchup. Still 100 gold between these two teams, so really nobody with the advantage on that. At 7 minutes in, Doublelift going back to wave clear Doublelift. Looks like he's going to get that CS game on again, which is actually tied at the moment with Prey.
I actually really like the idea that they put Graves in the mid lane. He waved through as much as possible, and then because Wraiths are right there, he can clear them out. And Graves is so good at area effect clearing as well. As long as he can shove out mid and go back over and over, Double will build himself up a lead here. You're seeing it's now only 57-59. That was much worse 2 minutes ago.
So the way the game has been playing out, it's really causing Scar to move around. Down in CS, he did get that kill, so that's helping bolster, you know, a few waves into his cash flow. But right now, they're without focusing that, they're able to pressure him and make him lose lane.
Yeah, that's what happened is Scar went over to that bottom lane. The problem is Ambition froze it up until now. When that turret went down, the lane has been frozen until this point. The minions are flooding back in. Scar can finally get some minions for himself. You'll see him catch up really quickly right here. He's now above 30. But yes, it was frozen for so long, he missed out on probably 20 minions that fell with no one around the spot.
We'll see how they coordinate their fights and attacks as we get up towards about 10 minutes into the game. See where the items are coming from. inSec looks to position himself for a fight here. Quick boots onto Prey, actually. So with that attack speed, going for turrets for these guys, really.
It's a cool build, really. I mean, he wants people to get away from the ganks right here. Certainly, there's a couple ways you can think about it, right? So in one case, you could have gone for a pickaxe here and gotten the 25 damage, or you could get Berserker Reach for basically the same cost. He says, look, I actually want to evade the Nautilus ganks. I want to not get caught out, because I feel like I can do fine in my lane and farm it out and play for the late game or whatnot, because I'm really more afraid of Nautilus here.
See tier picked up on both the top laners, Rise and Kha'Zix. That's Dyrus and Shy in the top lane. St. Vicious picking up his red, finally got that Spirit Stone for himself. He is boots up on Zac, so maybe he can find himself a way around the jungle and cause inSec to have to follow, but right now, no team's dictating anything. We're now waiting for the next move to be made and really where it's going to flow to.
And the funny thing is everyone's happy with this sort of equilibrium status in their lanes. Dyrus will have teleport soon, so if he can start putting a lot of pressure top lane and making a play for Dragon, that's an opportunity here because Shy does not have that spell, right? He doesn't have the way to global back in for this. So North America will teleport up now. This is their time to say, look, we'll aim toward Dragon, we'll try to take control of it, we'll get a Dyrus.
inSec happily saying, don't worry, Shy, I'll stop the minions before the turret, as he actually walks them back and trails them in for Shy. Ambition taking some good damage here. The next Q follows the flash from Saint. We said it before, there will be many flash hooks seen today.
That's actually really good for the North American team because Nautilus functions just fine without flash. I mean, flash hooks are nice and all, but he's still Nautilus. Kennen cannot easily engage or deal with things without Flash. It's much harder for him. Again, Dyrus' teleport, there's the big word from NA. They know Ambition is low as well, so without Flash, without health, he can't even team fight here. And that gank, even though it failed, is a dragon for NA.
And it's already a different buy. You can see Ambition knows he's in a different type of game, doesn't have the 2 Dorans, quickly going for armor resistance here. They pick up the Ninja Tabis in the end.
I can't see the Koreans defending this right now. I'll get to the Ninja Tabi in a second, but like they're posturing for it. They came down, but it was like Dyrus showed up. Now he teleports back top. That's the great thing, right? He said, well, look, I can run down to the bottom lane. I'll save teleport just in case, and he gets to take the wave for it. So as far as the Ninja Tabi is concerned, honestly, a lot of physical damage from the NA squad, a lot of magic damage from the Korean team. You know, just makes a lot of sense that you buy what the resistance is.
It looks like he's actually just piecing together the Seekers. It was slow, but he's like, no, need the snacks. I don't need the abilities home. It's not going to be Ninja Tabi for him. He can go with that pen. So as we move on here, 10 minutes, 11 minutes into this one. Still a 30 CS lead in favor of Ambition over Scar as they match up, but it is going to be level 8 to level 7, so that may matter in that fight as well. Dyrus pressuring the top lane as we do see MadLife now starting to roam with inSec. They're going to lead Prey in mid to farm.
Oh, he is a Caitlyn with Berserker's move. There's a very, very safe champion. His turret is still alive as well. It'll be hard to kill off that Kate. So, yes, MadLife's going to go look to make some moves. There's his TP is down. His flash is down as well. Shy and him got an altercation about 2.5 minutes ago, burning Dyrus' flash. They're going to go for the dive.
He takes the aggro right there, knowing, and this is something Joe said, Zach can go in like that, and the Blobs will retarget. It would have been on minions, and they would have had a great dive.
Yeah, but instead they get a turret, which is honestly just fine for the Korean LCL squad. They took the mid turret in response to the Dragon a little while ago. They grouped up and said, we'll take this for it. But now they grouped up for the top lane. This is such
Depth charge goes down. He's not going to be able to get away, but how are they going to be able to close the gap? Oh, minions in the way.
Minions in the way. It's kind of the story for Saint, unfortunately. He's lost a lot of mid lane ganks to minions, unfortunately. Purple melee minions this time. A little bit too OP on that one. So, great escape by Ambition. I mean, that's one of the small weaknesses, but Dyrus is confident.
Dyrus did get caught out, getting a little bit antsy there. He returned to lane and thought everybody left after he did all that damage. MadLife just walking by to get the assist with Shy's Q.
So great pick up there. That roam support so effective, and you saw it there. And that is the one thing that the Koreans are doing right now that's kind of far and above what the Americans are, is XiaoXiao is still playing defense duty for double this, right? He's not been able to use the crescendo for anything. He's not made other ganks happen, whereas MadLife has opened up a turret and opened up a kill.
This game, more testing what is going to happen in the fighting skills than really the laning phase. A bit of back and forth. Towers have been dropped, yes, 2-1 in favor of the Koreans. But as they move on, it looks like they're going to be focusing quite a bit towards bottom, allowing Prey to pick up more CS, and they're really staying on the backside as opposed to in the face of the NALCS All-Stars last game with that chokehold strategy.
So certainly the lanes have gone a lot better for the Americans than it did last time. The mechanics are still solid for the Koreans. They've done very, very well. They've only really died in hardcore gank scenarios, so they've been reserved enough. And their team comp in general even plays it out as well. It's a come to us team composition. You've got Rise and Kennen, both of whom don't engage all that well without trying super hard to force things. But if you walk towards them, they're like, we're in presence side from Maelstrom, a bunch of people die over. Like, it's just an amazing team fight comp. And which is well picked by them. It's sort of like, yeah, we can play for the late game. We have good scaling. Bring it.
There they go on to Ambition. They know he's going to be able to use that light slicing Maelstrom, but there it is. He pulls it back. The crescendo with Expresso. They're going to be able to get one. Can Scar it out? Let's bounce. No, he does not use it. It looks like he tried his shot, but the exhaust kept him in.
So Scar was forced to flash away. They still got the 1 for nothing. Great crescendo from XiaoXiao as well. So that's really the big thing that shows you a top level team. How well do your teammates participate in fights? Can you get a bunch of people involved there? Scar started out saying, I know my team's here. I know they'll back me up. Started the battle out. Sure enough, everyone showed, got the kill.
There's the flash hook, one more after the other. It's MadLife this time. The box goes down. They're trying to put him right under here. St. Vicious still right next to the side. The play's been used, so MadLife there again for the Lantern assist to come in. Prey picking himself up and kill the game.
Great little optimization there. Almost let them get a second one as well. If Rise could have just stayed in range and landed a Rune Prison on Luke Special. But even still, a great counterattack. There's a long cooldown on Crescendo, especially early on. So it's a really great opening just to jump in.
Few core items coming out here as we see the lanes somewhat back to farming, somewhat back to that pressure. Korea, once again, on the strength of trying to get these turrets down. MadLife hitting another one. They're going to be able to get some good damage off of this. Will they finalize the kill? The collateral damage has already come out. There's the ace in the hole. And they say, I'm good. Do not protect that.
That was an incredibly close fight right there from all sides. And I knew the Azul was ready. You saw the American team was like, look, we can't all in this. We're going to take too much damage from Caitlyn in the end. It's a good sort of reservation on both sides.
Oh, the movement from Shy is so big right now because Doublelift stopped going back. Only because of St. Vicious. They don't know Shy is gone. Right around the corner. Doublelift gonna go down. They will keep diving this. And Saint is gonna find himself in the death chamber as well after a few more attacks.
Absolutely great gank there from Shy. Going through the darkness. The American squad immediately pings out the route that he took to get there. They're still communicating. They're still saying, look, we can find these mistakes and plug them up, but this game is still live. But in the meantime, the Koreans have built almost a 3,000 gold lead. Started out really, really strong for them. America came back, but now they're finding the opportunities.
Dragon in a minute 30 as we see it. And Misaya getting jumped on here. We'll see how strong these two are in the 1v1 situation. Dyrus not taking an extreme amount of damage. Looks like he may be able to get a kill here. Almost finalizes with the spikes. Can he get back in here?
No minion.
Going in. Oh, the turret's on him. He tries to. That was a big baby jump.
Yeah. He's trying to do the thing. There comes inSec. He finds that one, turn it around. And again, good players drove to help their teammates. Even though he did die, inSec found 300 gold and gave his friend an assist.
We'll see these guys always in the right spot at the right time. I do not know how they do it. There's always just somebody walking out of the fog of war to clean up those kills. Korea and LCL players right now just playing out of their minds.
They absolutely are. And Dragon is now up. Dyrus and Ambition are both dead, but Dyrus does have teleport. That might be a big factor here for the North American team. Oh, Saint, he got that one. He saw it coming in, dodged it away, but it's still their red buff.
Oh, he tries to go back in for it. He knew they were there, but he didn't know 4 were there. Saint's going to be going down, and they cannot help him on that one.
That's just a really weird mistake there. He'd already dodged away, and he came back. Now, I mean, because Saint's dead, because there's no spike, there's no way the Koreans can lose out on the Dragon. This is just theirs.
Right place at the right time. It almost seems like they have the timers and the buffs better than the North Americans.
Exactly. The first time Dragon did go down, it was pink warded. They saw the Americans kill the ward. They postured for it, said, okay, guys, we know roughly when you took it down, and answered for a turret.
Right.
This Dragon had been up for a while at this point. They had already had it warded out. They just said, okay, look, we'll do the standard homework, do the standard prep. Let's go into your jungle, see who you guys are. You know you don't have a Dyrus, and they found openings.
Two very big core items coming out here as we see Dyrus piecing together items, looking for the Zhonya's, looking for the Abyssal Scepter at some point. The Bloodthirster is onto Doublelift, but it's to the Infinity Edge, and a Zhonya's as well. A Rod of Ages stacking up onto Shy. This right now is movement for Korea. They have good momentum, and North America is finding out how to stop this. They're putting the wards down. They're trying to stop the advantages right now.
And they've got to. The North American team is still one about picking and getting these individual kills so quickly and out of nowhere, and they've got assassins to do it. The problem is that there's no one to shut down anymore from the North American team. There's no one who you're going to haunting guys. He knew he had to rush the zonas to be useful in team fights, so he made that adaptation there, but now it's kind of with Zhonya's. You're good at that point. Prey has Infinity Edge done. He's fine. Ruby Sight's on a MadLife. He's fine. All the big items are done for the Koreans.
See what they continue to go. It looks like even inSec may be picking up the Abyssal Scepter this time as it was Shy in the previous matchup. And they continue to go on. We'll see where North America decides to position themselves. Where Korea is standing right now, they actually have 3 wards just running down a line. They have complete control of this. No real part of the jungle is North America's right now.
No, they just took the lizard buff, they took the dragon, and they took the blue buff. Every part of the map right now is theirs. They're up 3 turrets to 1. Even Dyrus has to run away in his own lane to a second turret right here. And Korea are saying, look, where's our next opening? Second inner turret.
They found the pressure on the bottom turret. But to push that lane, they're farthest away from the most important objective here, towards the mid-game. So they need to find a way to crush middle. They need to find a way to crush top. But how do you do that when they're always in your face?
You look for the split up team. Prey right now is far away. They can jump in on this.
Split up like this. Shy is going to be caught out, and they may catch it. But MadLife on the side. They're going to be able to stop a little bit there. A good flash by Shy, and they get out. And this has been the story. They keep getting out with such low health. So much is used, and the chase continues. They tunnel down on this. Slicing Maelstrom. A great shot from Doublelift. They're going to be able to finalize the kill on Ambition as well. And the double kill for Doublelift was doubly needed.
That was huge. He needed those kills right here. Now Saint finds inSec, but there's still a numbers advantage. Like inSec's buying time to let Prey push a turret, but they can still collapse.
Oh man.
Maybe they can. MadLife shows.
MadLife coming in from the side. It looks like they are going to have XiaoXiao, and he may just take that one for himself. No, XiaoXiao gets the heal on, make it out the box, keeps him closed in. The one kill. The turret as well from Trey as he's all by himself in the bottom lane. Still pressuring everything. Multitasking right now for Korea. That really matters. That's good money. That shutdown on Shy went to double it. He's been able to pick up a few more damage items, and he did put a Zeal under his belt. The Oracle coming in right now for XiaoXiao after going down. He's died one time. He's been a part of 5 kills in the game, so they may be focusing that Oracles out, knowing he can stop the advantages of Korea.
No, he just bought one now, though. I don't think he was wearing one when he went down the first time, so yeah, it wasn't anything special. So now I do want to see if he really gets focused, right? He is Sona. Sona is a squishy champion without the W aura on. The Oracles does make him a pretty big prime target, but this still tells me that North America are keeping their head in the game. They know it's vision time now. Baron is on the table for both these teams. Both squads can actually kill it very, very quickly. Infinity Edge sealed Caitlyn with a fed Rise. That kills it fast. Diana and Graves kill Baron very, very fast as well. It's on the table for both these teams here, and now the ward sweeping game really must start.
Looking around, a lot of boots too coming out here, and finalized items for the Korean team, giving them quite a bit of chase, but really that engagement they need to follow up on inSec, to follow up on something that Ambition can do with Kennen rushing in. Like we said, when those flashes are up, those engagements are a lot scarier.
Yes, they're engaged. They don't force engagements well. You know, MadLife flash hooks are great, but only when he's got flash. The hook itself, it's hard to follow up on that sometimes. So this is kind of the thing, is Korea can't as easily force things in North America.
Good, a bit of harass there. Seeker's arm guard keeping him healthy. Looks like he's actually going to pick up a Rylai's second on this. Very good pickup for Kennen, and looks like the jump in elastic slingshot. They get the slow. The red onto Prey may be able to secure a kill onto this one. The depth charge goes back. Is anybody going to come in? Dyrus from the backside. He's going to teleport into this one, jumping into the fight. It's already been 2 kills, however. Korea has just acted quickly onto this one. Dyrus is able to pick up the Prey. He picks up the red buff on that kill. It looks like they are still going to be attacking down. Everything is on the same benches, but he's taking so much damage to the team. Another 1 for 1. 12 to 9 overall on the kills as they finalize another one. MadLife with a grab. The Hex Trigger really preventing any of the damage to come through from anything else. And it looks like he is going back in. Dyrus for another kill, but he's going to be taken down by Prey, and that's a Shy, and that's a shutdown.
That was a crazy, crazy fight right there. I thought North America had it because they had Dyrus teleporting in and Shy was far away. It was a 5v4, and that's why NA took the fight. So look, stand our ground and go for it. But XiaoXiao and Doublelift died so fast in that fight. And I don't even know how he died exactly, but he died first, and that was so massive. If it was anyone else but Double, that would have been the easiest NA team fight ever. But you kill the AD carry first, and your life's gonna suck.
That was a flicked switch. They saw a teleport coming in. It's like, you know what? We're either doing the most damage we can, or we're gonna run out of this with a tail between our legs. And like you said, I didn't expect the special to die that fast. I don't even
is now up. His flash is about to come back. There's a small window of not having enough summoners there for the North American team. Right, Double didn't have flash either. No summoners, hard to team fight. Meanwhile, the Koreans, they did. They actually burned a lot of flashes there. That's how they won that. I say won because it was a 4v5 when they went equal. They kind of won that fight.
Already charged. Seraph and Brace are going into Shy here. Will he decide to use that? He doesn't even have to. Keeps the fingers steady on the Seraphs, and he just walks right out of that one.
That was really impressive. They actually, I don't think they necessarily tried too super hard, but they actually canceled the Lantern pullback with another knockup to override it. So it actually managed to make Shine burn his flash that he wouldn't have had to.
Relation Shroud coming out for him. We know what the obvious next buy is for that rise. From 13 to 11, the kill score looks quite close, but again, Korea finding a way to accumulate that gold lead. 41,500 to 34.5 in favor of the Korean LCL All-Stars. 5 to 1 in turrets is also giving them map pressure, and with the way they control it, it is exponentially harder for North America to come back right now.
Yes, they've got to move so far out of their own territory to make aggressive moves that it increases the chance that they get caught, right? They're playing so far away from Dragon and Baron because their waves are pushed that reacting to Dragon and Baron takes a lot more time. Getting their own buffs is like the North American buffs are in neutral zone, basically. They actually have equal standing over those bottom side red and blues, and North America needs to make something happen, somehow sweep out wards and somehow get a Fog of War advantage to turn this around.
And make something happen is really the name of the game right now. We saw it a bit in the North American LCS. Thresh here on, or MadLife on Thresh, picking up the mobility boost right after his stone buy. They are really looking to get any fights they can of somebody out of position here.
So here we go, inSec and Shy starting things out right across the wall. They realize that the North Americans do see them. They are sensing this one. They do back out, but again, as we see, Baron is on the table for these guys 25 minutes in. North America, they're the ones in darkness. Korea gets to start those fights, and then, well, we'll back out. We see you coming.
Great siege clear here for Korea. They will not take too much of the turret. MadLife on the right side. There's the slingshot in, but did not catch anybody. The gap close just was not there for them.
It actually, yeah, and it's not okay for the Americans to all in inSec right now. He's got his passive backup. And and again, you look at the build, right? Spirit Visage and Spirit of the Ancient Golem. He's
That's what we said last time would be the build,
yeah,
not
right?
the Sanya's.
So that's the more legitimate item when you're giving your opponent this back. And that tells me that the Koreans feel it too. This game is much closer this time around. But you're not going to kill that inSec very quickly. He's got good farm again. The Giant's Belt came in there. 2, 2, and 6. Good minion score right there. The tanks are tanky. The damage dealers are damagey. And everything in between is pretty well in between. Ambition's got some durability and some AP.
So it is strength in the AP composition for the Korean LCL All-Stars coming into this matchup twice in a row. They're running heavy and deep in AP, and they look to synergize with each other. This time it's not the Abyssal Scepter right away. It's the slow to keep everybody in the fight and the engagement to continue. St. Vicious trying to build a bulwark, but the Baron is going to buff these guys up so much with these free stats, it may not matter.
And the beautiful thing about this is they all did it from across the wall. inSec can hop over, MadLife can hop over, toss the lantern back and pull in a homie, and Kalen just shoots from behind the wall in the first place.
Yeah.
Even though there's wards dotting the river, they just saw Ambition with a bunch of purple bling on, and they're like, oh my gosh, they just did that.
Yeah. Let's see what they can do. Now that they know, Star playing very safe here, going in for only when he needs to, and still trying to keep himself in the game. Only 20 CS behind Ambition right now. To look at the AD carries double lift, has found about 20 CS after that Baron engagement. But the Baron, really a whole bunch of CS himself, so that does not matter. But he's still strong, trying to reach that mark where the team can protect him, so they can peel for him, and really allow him to carry these team fights as Pentalift.
He'll have good, yeah, one of his 4 Smurfs. He'll have good damage, honestly. Not, I don't know how to compare it against Caitlyn, because certainly the items are better for Kate. She's Infinity instead of a Bloodthirster.
Right.
But Graves does more damage than Kate. He has an attack speed steroid, has a bunch of burst damage in his abilities. They're going to be pretty similarly active in these fights. And on top of that, remember that his team is one with the Aegis. You've actually got Aegis and Asuna Bulwark from Saint. inSec is building selfishly, so there's no auras at all outside of maybe offensive ones if they actually build an Abyssal at some point. So Double will have really good impact. There's not a lot of armor on that other team. He can shred through some people. It is back to Double, you're absolutely right.
And besides, we see that Abyssal Scepter coming out. Not really going to affect too much other damage besides Nautilus coming in. A little bit of Sona, but how really are they going to be able to react to these fights? There's just too much, not selfish lane purchases here as we see Doublelift going down to Ambition, but it's been the Hexbreaker for Dyrus so he can stay alive, right?
Yeah.
Spend those items for yourself, and we see MadLife picking up the aura items already for his team.
You got a 4v4 inside the base right here. inSec's going to start it out fast.
Oh man, they take down the turret. The danger is gone from the aggro. Back and forth. Oh, he gets it. Will he get the Q to him? What? Oh, he dodges that. It's going to be back and forth between these guys. The bottom lane. Oh, he gets Doublelift down. Beautiful camera play there as we come into the next fight. Scar now getting locked up. The box goes down. The Zanyas is there, but it's only for the Polaroids and family pictures. Shut down onto Skara. 15 to 11 at 30 minutes right now. And the base looks to be Korea's.
They're going to go right on in. inSec happy to take the turret. They're going to, nope, they pull it back with the Lantern. That's a cheeky little move right there, but they still have Nemesis advantage. They can push down at least one turret.
That is a very big taunt by inSec. He threw himself in with his escape, and he's like, yes, we're doing this right in front of the fountain. We're going out the door. He does it again. Tries to crowd control him, so they cannot get to that crescendo. They couldn't gap close on any of that damage. It was only to stop damage to the turret. Everything is in defensive reaction right now.
And Ambition pushed the bottom lane the entire time right there after winning the duel with Doublelift, getting a lot of damage onto it. However, NA is alive. He'll have to leave with Lightning Rush.
Ambition, a few more down. It's like special is going to be able to hold off a few of those. They will back off. They will be able to get themselves another objective. This is pretty much LCL map right now. There's a Vagabond down on the NA side. They need to find a way to bring this back. They've lost the inhibitor towards the top side, and the Baron has been perfectly utilized by Korea right now. It's going to be a tough matchup, but NA is getting the items on the belt that they need. The Bulwark is going to be immensely helpful, and it needed to come out possibly sooner. After getting the boots of mobility, it did help him, but there was so much of a lull there that the AP is just taking over for Korea now.
It is pretty rough right now for North America. Absolutely. They're behind in gold, they're behind in items. They're trying to catch up right here. Death Cap just got completed for Ambition, so right, you really, really want that runic bulwark. Problem is, Void's Tap's already there from the side. I mean, there's a lot going the Koreans' way, Baron Buff and all that. So right now it's, can North America pause? Hard engage is not easy for the Koreans. It's inSec face taking a turret after an elastic slingshot, and that's their way in. And they're gonna hope Ambition can follow up with Lightning Rush in the ultimate. And that's not a guarantee for sure. That's not a foregone conclusion that Korea starts to fight. It's them poking a turret with Prey and hoping it doesn't have damage.
Really, that MadLife trying to get a hook onto Dyrus, and I would have seen that possibly going to an engagement towards the middle turret here. Even MadLife trying to get a shot down. They know one turret shot's not going to hurt. Dyrus from the backside. There's the lock on. Couldn't get over the wall. Dyrus is waiting to get into this one. He got himself stuck. No, there it is. He gets in, but MadLife peeling perfectly for Prey. The shot's coming out now for Prey. He's alive inside the box in almost full health again. Beautiful team coordination here for Korea as they execute onto a teleported in fight by North American SCS team.
Absolutely great job. They saw the TV coming in, backed out a little bit, and you saw the right guys zone out the opposing team. You had, Prey was kept alive by MadLife. Shy turned back around and killed Dyrus. The rest of the team knocked on the front line. There's the surrender for North America. Korea, they're into the finals.
An amazing matchup by Korea. They came out showing strength, and like it was said, they put their money where their mouth was.
Absolutely. These guys played great from start to finish, from 0 seconds in game one to the end out. Beautiful from the Koreans.
You see the players pulling themselves on stage. A good handshake and the friendly game played here at the All-Stars. The camaraderie has been amazing this weekend. Despite the chatter between the teams we did see in the last videos, it has been, people saying, I learned a lot from this player. They were the ones I watched in the beginning. These guys have the utmost respect for each other.
Exactly. That's one of the cool things about this, is that even though some people are going to trash on North America a little bit, they lost to the Chinese, lost to the Koreans and whatnot, they were kind of they were the first ones in the scene. inSec, in his interview, right, to be more specific to what you said, he's like, I learned from Saint. Like, he's the guy that kind of got me to start jungling. Like, he's the one who got me started. And it's this cool, like, my mentor, I've now surpassed you. This is such an honor, right? That like they get to, meet their old heroes here in China in the All-Star weekend, and then kind of prove their worth. It's cool.
We kind of had the same thing last year, right? Like Rapid Star and Toys, they were both the same thing at the World Championship. Toys is like, I look up to this guy a lot, and it's always been that way between the players. I mean, you can advance.
Eastern scene seems to be doing the best. That's fine. Of course, we can always. We've got of course another match here in the tournament itself, and of course we got the Season 3 World Finals to, settle the score once again.
Settle more scores, definitely. Now let's send it over to Ja and Joe, who have the highlights from Korea's semifinal win.
Thanks a lot, Riv. I'm here with Jack once again on the couch. And Jack, a much better performance, at least a much closer game in the, through all of it really. I mean, Korea, yeah, of course, they did start to pull ahead after a while there, but North America, the team were a lot more impressive out of the gate than they were in game one.
Their laning phase in particular was actually really solid. They got the first turret of the game. They were able to actually come back from a really tricky first blood play that the Korean team was able to pull out on them. And they showed a little bit of mettle in that game, but in the end, it seemed like Korea always had an answer for everything North America did.
And that seems to be, I mean, even if you look back to game one, yeah, of course, it was a different story overall, but that was how it went. North America had a plan, but Korea seemed always one step ahead in almost every move that was being made.
And we actually have a really good representation of that in this replay that we have, if we can get into it right now. Get into this clip right away. We've mentioned in the past how to get Nautilus's threat down, you have to hit him a whole bunch. And instead of just running away, Prey makes sure to break Saintfish's shield before Saintfish can do damage, which means they don't get the kill on a MadLife, while the whole time they were just stalling time for Shy to be able to come down. So even if Saintfish's would have been able to get a kill onto one of them, it still would have resulted in this Rise double kill. So not only did they have the presence of mind to attack Nautilus going in, they knew ahead of the situation, as soon as they saw Saint coming, that they already had an answer for it with Rise.
And Doublelift is actually back in and almost finished his recall there, where he cancelled it when he noticed that they were edging a little bit closer to him. Actually, if he'd have kept on that recall there, he probably would have got home to safety.
Would have been
the
fine.
funny thing about it, ends in a double kill. And of course, the Koreans win 2-0 here. That sets us up with, I guess you could say, an all-Asian final, China versus Korea. You and Demon are going to be commentating that one. Really, really looking forward to things, Jack. But coming up, Evil Genius's jungler Snoopy will join us to talk about Korea's dominating wins. Then it's the 2013 League of Legends All-Star Team Tournament Finals between the Chinese LPL All-Stars and the Korean LCL squad. 2013 League of Legends. All-Star Weekend live from Shanghai, China. We're just moments away from the All-Star Team Tournament Finals between the Chinese LPL All-Stars and the Korean LCL team. But first, I'd like to welcome the Evil Geniuses jungler Snoopy to the interview lounge. First of all, Snoopy, you were watching that last game. Give us your breakdown. How do you think that, well, we know how it went in the end, but what were your opinions? Starting with game one, obviously, was a bit of a one-sided affair for the Koreans.
I feel like game one, I would have liked to have seen Saint Vicious capitalize on that early kill that Scar got top. If he could manage to do that, I think it would have been a little bit better. The problem was that Doublelift got caught a bit too much by MadLife. Like, MadLife's an exceptional player, but he got caught a bit too much by those hooks in mid lane. If that didn't happen, I feel like Saint could have played the map a bit more and then focused on getting Scar, like letting Ryze power up basically, but didn't get a chance to do that.
And then in that second map, I guess they would have banned out Rumble, but the Koreans banned out Rumble themselves, but there's no banning them out apparently, because even though they built they had a better game, but they just couldn't get it.
I think that the one thing, basically the guys, but they never did it. So basically Korea read them really well. And the second game, I feel like they got the early advantage bot lane when they caught out Ambition. Saint and Xpecial, they're really good follow-up, and they caught out Ambition, but they never capitalized on that early game advantage that they got.
Where do you think the strong points lie in this Korean team? I mean, they almost don't look like they're an all-star team that have just been put together. They look like a coordinated unit that have been playing together for months and months, maybe, I don't know, maybe you could even say years, the way that they are. Where does that strength come from straight away?
Well, individually, the players are exceptionally well, like very, very talented. All the players here are. But you can see it in the Asian teams especially, that they just seem to click together way better than the European or the North American team. And I'm not sure what it's down to. Is it just the kind of environment that they're in, that they just focus a lot more maybe, but it's definitely noticeable in the games.
Maybe broadening this a bit to the rest of the season that's coming up. You've had a lot of experience playing teams all over the world. Do you feel that the gap is just as big as it was last season between the North American and European scene and the rest of the world?
I wouldn't have said there was that big a gap last year. I think you're doing a bit of an injustice there. We had top 4 finishes for Europe, but I think this surprised me a little bit. Yesterday as well, it surprised me quite a bit. So I hope this wakes up EU a little bit. I think it will. The second split is really serious. We only have 2 spots for Worlds. We don't even have a bye in the groups anymore. We need to step up our game.
And that obviously makes it harder for you. I mean, that's obviously why you're here in China, to watch this and support Europe, so that, maybe your LCS summer split would actually become easy, because the fact is we're not going to have that extra spot. The top seeded team is not going to go through straight through into the playoffs. They're going to have to play through the group stage and what have you. So that's actually really, really difficult, and that makes your job in the next 3 or 4 months, obviously starting a DreamHack on June 15th for the first weeks of the summer split, much harder.
Well, speaking from our point of view in Evil Geniuses, we had a strong start to the first split, and then a bad mid split, and we finished strong at the end of it, but we still only got top 3, and that's not going to be enough to get us to Worlds. We have to be top 2. So it's really, really competitive at this, and there's all these new teams that have came in the second split, or the summer split. It's going to be really, really tough, and I think, I get back on June the 4th, and we have 9 days or something to prepare for the start of the season. That's really, really intense. So, and all the teams are going to experience this, the Americans and us.
Don't you think you should be cutting your holiday shorter then?
Yeah, need a break at some point. I need to see the Great Wall of China. I'm not sure it quite compares.
Well, thanks a lot, Snoopy. One final question here, a short one. China or Korea to win the tournament?
I'm going to give it to China. I'm going to say China's going to take it. Home field advantage, I think they're definitely going to take this one.
Well, thanks a lot for joining us, and enjoy the rest of the tournament here. We're going to send it down to chat now over in Replay Central.
There was a little hiccup there.
You guys here is the All-Star game. Korea really out-savvied North America. This was risked from the first blood. Let's watch how they walk around. First off, you can see Prey was scouting that brush in advance with his Piltover Peacemaker. When it didn't hit, they realized that Dyrus was not in that brush, so they knew he couldn't check him. That's when MadLife preps the hook, gets the crowd control, they stack it just right, are able to get first blood. So that was the first really good tactical move that Korea made in this game. And as Snoopy was saying, the overall skill of a lot of these guys was pretty close. It was just either coordination or tactical savvy that carried it through. And in this second clip is no way better of explaining it, because Korea, in the second clip, realized that when they took the Baron, there were so many wards in the river that they would have been able to jump across. So really, the tactical savvy of this team, if we could get to the Baron clip, let's roll it right from here because we can start talking through with it. North America had been afraid of Korea this entire time. So North America, if you can look at the mini-map, had all of the river warded, and Korea knew that. But they also knew that 3 of them could jump over this wall, and then Prey would be able to shoot it in from behind because he has extended range with Caitlyn. Aside from Tristana, the only AD carry that can attack it the entire way. That play really set the game into a new direction, and they didn't even have to team fight for it. They just had knowledge of the map, they had faith in themselves, and they knew what the North American team didn't know. That entire time, Korea one step ahead of North America, and that's why they get to face China in the finals. Let's send it back to freaking River the Desk.
Thank you very much, Ja. And now let's head to the Twitter sphere. It's all time to answer your All-Star questions. And the first question is Wisely asking, why do you think North America didn't ban Thresh?
It's really a matter of priorities. Certainly MadLife's Thresh is super good. And if I were there, I probably would have done it myself because I'm alarmist like that. But at the same time, think about their other bans.
You get, like, if they do that, right?
Right, exactly. It's like Ambition's Jace. Yeah, you don't want to let that one through. Twisted Fate, unfortunately, Skara can't play it very well. So even on blue side, they're still forced to ban it, the North American squad. And in, like, tell me with a straight face you're not going to ban Lee Sin from inSec. That one's not going anywhere. So they decided that Thresh was the lesser of the 4 evils.
Yeah.
And they said, you know what, we're going to let that one go through.
And that's just accredited to the the Korean All-Star team in their champion pool, right?
Yeah.
Can't ban it out. So Reggie Mope asks, how do you think nerves play into individual performances?
It can be a lot. It can absolutely be gigantic. Your arms are shaking. You actually don't click very well.
Absolutely.
Your brain isn't there. Like, I've had days where there's a big day ahead of me. Like, NA players are starting, and I can't go to bed the night before. And I'm like, great, I'm casting on 2 hours of sleep. And, you know, these guys can have the exact same things happen to them. That said, these guys have all been competing for a long time. Every one of them has had a ton of big stage experiences. So I want to say these guys aren't getting affected too much.
And to bring out an example to that, we just heard Xpecial yesterday talking that D-Man said, you know, everybody would have thought you were MVP for those games of the day. And he was saying to himself, I was in my own head, and I felt like I was dropping the ball multiple times. So performance was affected a bit, but they can still pull through it in some instances. He picked up that awesome first blood. So it goes both ways depending on where the adrenaline's flowing at the time. So the next question at Mezzamete asks, which league caster would you choose as your partner if you were in a 2v2? Absolutely. So, guys, keep those questions coming. We're at LOL Esports. Use the hashtag All-Star. No, we didn't plan that. And we could read your questions later on in today's show. So, speaking of later today, remember that immediately following the last game in the team tournament finals, we will have the world premiere of the League of Legends cinematic, A Twist of Fate.
We wanted to show our appreciation to the amazing League of Legends community. We're very excited to share this brand new cinematic with all you guys.
Absolutely. But first, it's the All-Star Team Tournament Finals. The Chinese LPL and Korean LCL All-Stars battle for the title and an extra spot in the Season 3 World Playoffs. The 2013 League of Legends All-Star Weekend will return right after these messages. Stick around.
Welcome back to the 2013 League of Legends All-Star Weekend. I am Lee D-Man Smith, and beside me is, of course, it's Joshua Jack Leesman. and we are ready for the final. It is now time for the tournament finals to begin. It is going to be Chinese LPL All-Stars, and they are facing off against the Korean LCL team.
And if yesterday was any indication, the Chinese fans are a little bit excited right now.
As are we. I think it's safe to say, because they were pretty loud. I was surprised, right, by the crowd, how much they were cheering on North America in the elsewhere. They were not cheering Korea at all. They wanted North America in the finals.
And even from the first day, we saw kind of how intelligent the Chinese team was. When they see Rumble first picked in, they're just like, yeah, we got this one. And just from that, they're just like, we want to see North America, because they felt like North America was the weaker team between them and Korea.
And how do we feel that, you know, Rumble is not going to get through, surely? This is one. If there's one thing I think we're 100% certain of,
I hope not.
Rumble is not going to get through. Oh, both teams are amazing on Rumble. What is going on?
Yeah, well, Rumble, actually it was Jarvan who was slightly more picked during the season, but he has been changed around a little bit, whereas Rumble had just been nerfed in like the 3.7 patch on the live service, so he's still the supercharged Rumble.
Only for a week.
For now, he's the supercharged Rumble.
Right, I mean, what are we thinking here? I mean, China-Korea, it's kind of the final everyone thought was going to happen, and it has happened, sure enough. You know, in a roundabout sort of way, these are the kind of teams, what we've seen from both of these teams has been phenomenal. You know, China were in dominant form against the Korean All-Stars, and Korea have just looked like a team that have been together for months.
And both of these guys have actually gotten to play two sets already. I'd have to say the Korean team has looked slightly more dominant than the Chinese team. The Chinese team had that one game against North America because that's a common enemy we can kind of compare them against, where NA was really coming back strong in that second game, and for the most part should have taken a game off of China.
Okay, something we want to maybe think about is we've seen a little bit of level 1 shenanigans from both of these teams. Do you think they're going to go aggressive? What do you think? Being that it is the grand final now, are they going to suddenly move into that passive mode? It's game 1, feeling each other out, not sure what way it's going to go.
So as far as level 1 goes in these matchups, the only kill I think we've seen at level 1 was Korea in that very last game against North America. And aside from that, what's happened all weekend is they will go in for their wards, but they will then just kind of back out. And a lot of times they will trade the red and blue buff, split it on the map instead of taking their own, if that makes sense.
Which is always strange. I've always wondered, it's like, we've gone for the invade, we've got the red, we need to run straight around back to our red, and then they just went, oh, well, they took their red.
Yeah, I kind of expect more of that of these teams because they don't necessarily need the game to be decided at level 1. I don't think either of these teams is in an either underdog scenario or a scenario where they don't respect the other team enough at level 1 to try to do something. And I think they're just going to be playing the game like what got them here and just hoping they win based off of their earlier preparation.
And in terms of lane setups, we've seen Korea running pretty much 2 people in the mid lane, I think, for every game, or close to.
Close to.
But China haven't done that yet. Do you think they're going to have to adjust and maybe counter it? We saw America trying to counter it there. North America, I should say, although it is just America because there's no Canadians in that one this time around. But, I mean, what do we think? Yeah, bless Canada.
Sad.
We've still got Canadian here, guys, don't worry. And England is still in the final.
So, as far as that goes, we've always been, we were talking earlier about how the Korean team was one step ahead of North America, and how I feel like they are almost the best reactionary team in this tournament, whereas China is all about just going. Because all of China's games have been them judging a situation really well off the bat and then executing. It's not really them letting someone else act on them and tricking them into situations, whereas Korea's been doing a lot more of that.
Well, we saw North America, every time they seem to, like, okay, we're going to make a play, we're going to go for it. Korea always seemed to be that one step ahead. It's like, oh, they're about to make a play here. Let's get ready for it.
And this is probably a bit of a stretch, but because Najin Sword, like the Do Dive team back in Korea, was so dominant up until just recently in the OGN Champions Series, I think a lot of the players and teams themselves have gotten very good at reacting to all-out aggression, which is actually kind of how I feel IG and Team WE for Team China have been playing. So it'll be very interesting to see if Korea can set traps for the Chinese team.
We'll see whether those traps do get set. Let's have a look at the teams themselves. In the blue corner, of course, it is going to be the Korean LCL All-Stars. We just saw them qualifying, beating North America in the semi-finals. In the top lane, it is Shy, that dominant beast of a top laner. And in the jungle, well, he's the 1v1 champion. It is inSec. The mid lane, it was Ambition. He went down to Toys in the 1v1, so it wasn't quite to be for him. But, well, he is CJ Enter's Frost's main man, so won't be surprised if he carries something out in this match. Prey is the AD carry from Najin Sword, and of course, the man, the legend, it is MadLife, or GodLife as he really should be known, on support.
And on the red side, it's the Chinese LPL All-Stars, top lane PDD.
He is the
like
David Beckham or Michael Jordan or whatever you'd like to call him these days.
It's what he's turned into, at least with this tournament. Troll in the jungle as well for them has been supporting him as well. Misaya was the top vote getter amongst all players.
And it shows.
And it shows in that 80 carry, Weixiao. He actually had the best of a lot of 80 carries throughout all time. Everyone looks up to this guy. He is the standard that 80 carries have been measuring themselves against. And then on support, it's XiaoXiao, who has complemented him so well in this tournament.
And we were discussing yesterday whether it was China they were chanting or whether it was XiaoXiao, because everybody thinks he was actually the MVP because he was landing hook after hook against the Greener All-Stars.
Almost every fight was initiated in the second game when he was hooking actually a mistake. Support on support and just making the fights happen. So we do have a very intelligent audience here, and a lot of those people realize the impact of support plays.
And again, the room is lit up. It is ready to go. So it is, the teams are just about ready, and we're about to enter Champion Select. So let's see who you guys at home think is going to win the All-Star title. According to lolesports.com, we do actually have a tie, 50-50 split, and that is actually pretty much true, because asking everybody here, nobody can really give an outright answer. You know, we even asked in the interviews earlier, and they were like, oh, well, it's probably going to be China or Korea. It's like, well, sit on the fence, why don't you?
It's so fitting that it's 50-50. It's like, I think it'll be a 2-0 in either direction. It's like, what? That doesn't help. That's just saying 50-50. Or even a 2-1. We haven't had a best of 3 actually go all 3 games. Everything has been 2-0. Even though we've had a lot of really close games, the results have always been straight across.
Absolutely. So, I'm not going to put you on the spot. I'm not going to say who you think is going to win, because we need to try and be a little bit unbiased. Well, we could be biased, but that would be a little bit wrong in the commentating. But we are into the picks and bans, ladies and gentlemen. Hecarim does get banned out. And, you know, these bans, these teams actually do know each other a lot, because W and IG have made appearances in the Korean leagues. The Korean teams have also made appearances in the mixed leagues. There's a number of mixed leagues that have happened.
In the Stars Wars League, they played a lot against each other in that. Stars Wars, was it 2, where we actually saw it was IG and W in the final. So in that league, they came out on top.
Well, we will see which way this one swings. Hecarim and Jarvan are the bans. Kind of standard, the heavy jungler bans as well. And surprise, surprise, Rumble is taken out of there. Kennen actually removed from Ambition.
And the luxury, actually, that the LPL team, the Chinese team has, is that they were thinking that they were most likely facing the Korean team. They will have spent the entire time scouting and only preparing for one opponent, whereas if Korea wanted to prepare for this, they would have had to essentially look past North America. And we're not sure if they did that, but because Kennen was so effective in the last few games, China's just been sitting back and watching.
Well, Kha'Zix has been banned out. We did see PDD going pretty wild on Kha'Zix against the Garena All-Stars, and Rise is taken away from Shy, but it does mean that the 100% ban in Korea has pretty much got through untouched, and it looks like Twisted Fate may well get selected.
That was actually a pretty big cheer, considering it's not Misaya playing Twisted Fate if they end up going for the
just love seeing him.
Twisted Fate in the game. Sometimes it's a rare occurrence. I know in the OGN Champions League, he was 100% pick ban. He was not 100% pick ban in the LPL. It was much down towards 70 or so, which tells me that China has something ready to counter it, because it's not 100% feared there.
Well, we do see them getting locked in. There is PDD on your screens. It looks like Zach is going to be the champion of choice, along with Caitlyn. We saw Weixiao and Caitlyn against the Green All-Stars, and it was pretty good.
And both of these guys, Frey and Weixiao, have played ridiculously strong Caitlyn's in some of these games. The lane control that it's going to offer in this matchup, specifically if they want to get control, that is China, to be able to dive in, is so important.
Well, look at that. It's going to be MadLife on Thresh. That's what I like to see. MadLife will be on Thresh. And of course, the other choice was Jace, which I'm guessing will be Shy in the top lane. Is pretty much where it's going to go. We have seen an AD carry Jace, but I don't think it's going to be the same one.
That's got to be a top lane, yeah. He was so good at Jace near the end of the season, as they're still not even over with the season, but so good at Jace right now that they're banning it out in almost every game that he plays in. It's just since it's an all-star team, and since they hadn't been using it recently, China decided to go with other bans, but that Jace is going to be a really difficult opponent for whatever LPL decides to lane against it, whether it's a 2v1 or whether it's just a top lane matchup.
Well, Diana looks like it might get selected. Actually has been on the losing side in quite a few of these matches lately, but has really been a favorite choice here in China, as well as Korea, and I guess the North American and European scenes.
And specifically for China, it will really help them keep the enemy team together. They're going to try to combo in with Zach and Diana for these team fights to really just keep them. We saw that 3v5 5-man kill yesterday, and that was really in large part because Diana kept them there. So for the type of play that China likes to do, Diana really fits. It just, the low percentage was mainly because North America was playing it against the two teams in the finals.
And that's a champion I like to see. It is Lee Sin getting locked in. iNsec's like, yep, I'm in that one.
Didn't get to play it against North America. He was ridiculous on it. No, he did.
He played
against Europe. Getting my games mixed up. That is awesome.
It was. I mean, we saw the Q land. It was like zip, zip, zip. Like kick Pete, poor Pete, straight into the turret.
Killed
and like the
Diamondprox.
waiting 5-man spider jumping on him.
And he killed Diamondprox with it earlier.
Yes, of course.
So he's
1v1.
3-0 actually on Lee Sin if we count the 1v1 game.
That's a little harsh against Europe.
Let's talk about Lee Sin.
Well, technically Lee Sin, but it is all against Europe.
I mean, if you want to be harsh, you could say North America is the only team that didn't win a 1v1 or the tournament.
Oh, that's kind of true. Yeah, that's a little harsh, but we do see actually the AD carry getting locked in, and it is Tristana. That's the champion we've not seen in a while, but we see Nocturne locked in as the jungler for China.
And this is really awesome to me because when you pick a champion like Tristana, you're signaling, I want to be the late game hyper carries, especially when they're trying to combo with Jace, who also scales ridiculously well. Then when they pick Nocturne on top of that, Nocturne is a champion who peaks out really early and dives super hard. So I feel like China's going to be going all out aggression and trying to stop Korea from getting late game composition. I love games like this.
So what do we think? Early game pressure. Which way is it going to come from? Because clearly Korea, with the Tristana in there, they want to get a little bit later. But with Twisted Fate, they're going to be making moves in the lanes.
Yeah, so I think LPL is going to be attempting to put all the pressure on them. They are the ones that have the initiative too, but it's going to be on inSec to try to stop that. What Korea's done with this team comp is they have a bunch of late game champions with the early game power of Lee Sin to try to negate that. And then when they hit 6, they're going to try to get through the mid game with Twisted Fate. So they have 2 stopgaps to try to stop China from coming through, and it's going to be about whether they can hold.
And you've got that potential, of course, obviously with the paranoia now. Just saw Diana had selected teleport as well, so Misaya's going to have the teleport available. So they could all potentially clump onto one spot at the same time.
And that's something they have to be very concerned about if it's the area of effect composition coming in from China. We see what happens when teams all clump up against them.
Absolutely. So what, guys, we are excited. It is the grand finals here, the all-star grand finals in a pretty much a packed house, it has to be said.
Man.
No doubt about it. There is lights, neon lights everywhere, neon signs that get shown all across there. You can see it's got LOL. There's a number of WE and IG signs as well, certainly in the top right-hand corner, but we are about to get underway. Here it is. It is the Chinese LCL team, Korean LCL team on the blue team. LCL and LPL, guys, I'm going to get
not going to get
as well as
confusing, don't worry.
Not at all, not at all. But it is the Korean LCL team, the League of Legends Champion League. Whew, that's a mouthful to say right there.
Versus the League of Legends Pro League.
Pro League. It's the All-Stars, China versus Korea. You guys all know at home what it's going to be. And the red team looking like they may well go walking straight headlong into Shy here. Will he face check that bush?
Oh,
it's going to be a very dangerous move, Jack.
And we were wondering if there was going to be some level, and actually Shy and MadLife trying to go!
They're going straight in for it. That's going to be the build up onto MadLife, but the acceleration gate had to be picked as the first skill for Shy. That may well actually hamper him when he goes into lane phase.
Only a little bit. I've seen so many Jaces start the game with the gate just for that level 1 positioning, and since he's ranged, he can quite easily play passively up until that level 2. But because China got the harass down on both MadLife and Shy, they're going to be able to take some positioning here in the blue buff.
We'll see whether China stick around or whether they're going to back off. They're actually backing off in the bush, but that's quite clever because they know there's the ward on there, and it's actually going to keep Korea guessing. They've all gone back.
And we talked about the Korean mind games that happened against North America just now. That was a great Chinese mind game right there, because now Korea's got to be extremely careful about where they go. On top of wards.
We're looking at inSec, and he's thinking, looked like he was thinking of going towards blue, but they've actually hung around, and they're going to check it. Look at it, they're still pinging it. They're still unsure. They still don't know whether to go in.
Even though they're unsure, the only thing that's going to be a detriment to them is if they actually avoid the buff entirely, because China's not making any aggressive moves off here. The biggest benefit is actually going to be, never mind, there is something big happening because they're doing a delayed invade. They may have guessed wrong.
They've guessed wrong, and they're going to walk around the corner, and they've gone, oh, China are here. Hold on a minute, you guys are meant to be on our buff, and now it might well be a spike fight. Who's going to get it? It is going to be inSec. Can he get away? He gets the exhaust out, but he's on the backside. Will they go Explosion comes down, puts the slow card on Misaya, and all of Korea back away from that one. A great invade.
Really dangerous invade. A little bit touchy, but it definitely will pay off for them. The fact that inSec was able to take that away from Troll will mute their early game power right now. We knew inSec was the stopgap to try to let their lane survive, and that is a fantastic start, not only denying the mana, but the early game pressure from Troll experience-wise.
Wow, so what a start here. The blue buff, of course, is up in inSec's jungle, and he is heading straight for it. Not surprised there. That may well hinder Troll quite severely here. You can see he's trying to take down the red buff now. Had to go for the alternative. There's, of course, still got Smite available because he didn't win out that Smite fight. Didn't want to use it earlier on. Looks like he will pick up that red buff.
And this also confirms that Korea is getting 3 buffs to just the 1. A lot of times when we've seen the invade buff steals, they just trade, but because it wasn't a trade, it was actually a contest, it's a 1-for-0, not a 1-for-1 trade.
It does, of course, mean that actually the lanes didn't gain any advantage from this one. Shy maybe did because he was up there early, because he's at level 2 before PDD in this top lane. And what do we think of this one, the Jace versus Zac?
Zac's gonna have to really survive, I feel like. Shy is such, I mean, Jace in general is such a potent laner, but Shy in particular, because Shy wins lanes with champions he shouldn't win lanes with. It's crazy what he does when he has a champion who should win lanes. So he already pushed up, plus he knows that Troll is set back early. The only thing he has to worry about, actually, is Misaya maybe teleporting in behind him, because I feel like Shy is going to be pushed up as far as possible on Jack for a real long time.
Speaking of problems right down in that bottom lane, they both just hit level 3, and Prey he's still at level 1. Both of them are level 3, he's still level 1, only just hit 2 now. And this is actually surely a factor because they went for that blue invade, but they didn't take those golems in the bottom lane.
And another one of the side effects of the blue invade was the fact that he lost his flash and his barrier in that little trade. So we thought it was a huge advantage for inSec, but I didn't have time to factor in all the summoner spell usages. I feel like Korea burned more getting away than China burned chasing.
Well, we'll see whether inSec can gain an advantage back for his team. He has just picked up that red buff, looking like he may well try and come visiting in this bottom lane.
Does have to back off, though. The board does get pinged out, and I think he sensed the play of Weixiao and XiaoXiao just kind of staying a little bit back as he was coming through.
Well, he is a blind monk. You know, he's going to sense these things, as we've seen, of course, against Teemo. But as it stands, it is the mid lane. We just saw Misaya actually coming back, teleporting back in towards that mid lane, but it's going to be the bottom lane where they dive in on towards Weixiao. They do manage to get the kick. There's going to be the jump. Forces the flash from Weixiao. The hook comes out from MadLife. Doesn't quite find the hole, and they escape successfully.
That was extremely close to working and getting Weixiao down, but he waited just in the right moments to use both his flash and his 90 caliber net to get away. Really, the execution power of that gank was so high, and I do think it was still a good gank despite not getting a kill.
XiaoXiao very low in that bottom lane. We did see, actually, looking in towards the jungle, you can see Troll. He's come around and he's counter jungling. He realized that inSec was down that bottom lane. He's come straight around, taking the walls out there. Let's see whether he can gain any more advantages, because it is Korea pushing on this bottom turret.
And what he needs to do now, that is Troll, is he has to go into a lane and actually shove. Taking one jungle camp away does not negate this pressure that Korea has on the bottom lane.
It is going to be pressure. We do see it's going to be Weixiao returning to the lane. I'm not too sure he wants to get too close to this turret. No, he doesn't, because in Korea have taken it. They've got enough of a creep wave there to take the turret inside 6 minutes.
So a very quick turret there for Korea. That will give them a little bit of bolstering in the lanes when they decide to go back and get the shop trip on. It'll also give them a chance to maybe shut down Diana a little bit, who honestly Ambition won't be able to do. Now Ambition has even more freedom roaming the map since there is no turret protecting Weixiao farming. If China wants to actually shut down Weixiao a little bit, which is nearly impossible in most games on Caitlyn farm, because he's farming in that empty turret, Ambition might have a chance to.
Well, we do hear Ambition using the taunt there on Misaya. Wow, this seems like a bit of a grudge match in the mid lane. Using the Get Real kit, I think it was, on towards Misaya as he pulls out that stun card, gets level 6. And actually, we haven't really had a chance to talk about these mid laners, how they've been doing against each other. You can see 42 to 46 CS, very close between them. Both have just hit their ultimates, and actually both have gone for very similar builds.
And the Double Doran's ring is more common on Twisted Fate against Diana because he needs a little bit of resiliency just to make sure the jump on doesn't instantly kill him. The Double Doran's on Diana is a little bit more curious since he went for the Crystalline Flask as well. Usually you'll see Double Doran's in top lane, but Diana might go a little quicker for either just straight up magic resist or whole bunch of ability power.
This top lane is PDD under a little bit of pressure there. You can see the Tear of the Goddess was picked up early on by Shy, so he's going to start stacking that out. You can see he's clearly winning the CS battle, as you would expect. Jason's going to be able to clear those waves out very quickly. PDD really had to go with simple defensive, but there's going to be two members coming up there. We do see inSec and Shy, but it's quite clearly visible.
And actually, MadLife forces the flash in mid lane, but I want to get back to this top lane matchup because Shy has spent this entire game pushed to PDD's turret, and it's really showing in the way that PDD hasn't been able to roam around. 20 minion kills already, and just now Troll is starting to come up top, but because of the way inSec outstole the blue buff at the start of the game here, Troll still isn't level 6, so Shy, for a little while longer, can still feel safe keeping this far up.
Now I want to look at what's developing in this bottom lane. There's a big CS advantage starting to build here. 38 CS for Prey, and 54 for Weixiao.
Here's your answer.
Going in. It's going to be Twisty Fate. It's going to be Weixiao's the target. There's no turret to fall back on. That's going to be the flash kill. He jumps on towards XiaoXiao, gets the slowdown and the stun card. That will be 2 kills. It will be Korea that takes it. Ambition picks up the second.
And that was exactly the moment where Ambition wanted to go down. That has been set up for a while. Since they'd taken the turret earlier, we knew that Weixiao was going to be a little bit unsafe in that lane, but he was continually pushing up because he was trying to punish Prey's early game on Tristana. That's why Korea punished. That is the reactionary play that we've lauded Korea so much more. They might get a dragon as well.
May well take a big advantage here. That's going to stretch their gold lead to around about 3,000 gold. Just coming up to 8.5 minutes in this game. That is a sizable portion of gold already this early on.
Really, really huge lead. 3,000, 8 minutes in, considering how dominant China looked in some of their games. But Korea, as we said, has been the most dominant team throughout this one. They've really punched China in the face really early on here, and China really will have to, I'm saying really a lot, have to come back here.
Well, it really, really is a problem for them because if there's any way in any sport to silence the home crowd, it's to put their team on the back foot very early on, and that is exactly what you're doing right now. The Koreans are in a dominant position. Can they continue to hold it, though? We've seen teams certainly going up against China before. North America comes straight to mind in game 2, but it's actually Paranoid and Pop. They're diving towards Shy in the top lane. This could be the first kill for China. Shy does flash away from this one. Will he be able to escape Troll? Surely we'll be able to land that Q in just a moment. He's going to be dead, you feel. There it is. It's going to be Troll picking up the first kill for China.
And Troll's really going to have to make that kill count because that was the first time he's impacted the game in 9.5 minutes. Shy had been punishing PDD this entire time, and that was the very first time that he got punished for that. Troll will have to wait a while on his next ultimate cooldown, but if he doesn't make that kill count, it might not be worthwhile.
So I feel that PDD is saving up, maybe wants to get that Giants belt in there, but meanwhile you see Shy, he's going aggressive already. He's got that Brutalizer. The Tear of the Goddess has been stacking for a good few minutes already, and that longsword to go with it. He is going to be a problem right now.
And it's because of the extremely strong laning phase of Jace, plus the shutdown that happened on Troll early on in the game. So Shy, not sure if he's just going to continue to lane against PDD and try to press that advantage, or whether he's going to press mid a little bit to allow Ambition to roam around.
Well, let's take a look at the AD carries. Look at Prey. He is rushing that Infinity Edge. He's already got the BF sword and the pickaxe comparison to just Berserker Greaves and double longsword. In terms of damage, that is a huge difference.
And it's a really good thing that his team has been getting him kills, that China has a turret and that China has a dragon, because 48 mini kills on Tristana, 10.5 minutes into the game, is abysmally low. Weixiao and XiaoXiao have been doing such a great job shutting down his CS in that lane, but he's been getting it back in other ways, so that's why the damage is actually that high.
We'll see whether that is able to sustain as this game goes on. inSec picks up the red buff, and we do also see Troll going around, looking at maybe trying to set something up. We've got the AD carry and supports of MadLife and not MadLife and Weixiao. Dream team right there. XiaoXiao and Weixiao, which is another dream team. Certainly China's dream team have moved into this mid lane. They're now up against Ambition.
And this may be trying to stop Ambition's roam here, but it was just the one Twisted Fate gank on Weixiao. Maybe they're trying to make sure Weixiao can't get ganked by TF by just staying next to him and not having to worry about it. Have to wait to see how that one plays out.
It does, of course, give free roam for the bottom lane. Prey is going to get some of that free farm. Nobody anywhere near him right now, so he can just keep on shoving. He's got good ward coverage. We do see 3 members of the Korean All-Stars moving in towards this mid lane. MadLife joining Ambition, and that is going to be inSec just bouncing around, safeguarding around those wards.
And something that's quite underrated about the Lee Sin jungle when you go Sightstone is the immense amount of just random ward coverage you're able to create. Since he can use it for combat effectiveness, the Sightstone, the Lee Sin really just has the gank power as well as the map control, which may allow Shy to continue to push up since they have double the Sightstone of a normal team.
look at PDD's build. He did go for that giant spell, but he also went for a second cloth armor. So he's stacking up really in a mixed match of what to build, whereas Shy, he has full control of that lane, it seems. But the CS difference is not that great because Zach is quite happy just literally absorbing it on the tower.
But the big difference is Shy hasn't had to build any reactive items. If Twisted Fate goes up against PDD, he will be completely vulnerable to that magic damage. That's the reason, you know, even though he's absorbing it, it's the build that's going to cost him later.
Paranoia comes out, but inSec is right there. This China going to dive on them. They won't be able to get the damage down in the meantime, but here comes Ambitious to join the party. He's going to come in, gets the stun card on PDD. Shy gets away with absolutely nothing, and that is going to be the passive proc. But Prey and Misaya going at it as well. It's going to be Misaya that picks up the kill for China, but it's Korea that comes out on top with the double kill in the top lane.
Big time reactionary play right there. You have to say they sniffed out the troll ganks from Nocturne, and Twisted Fate ran into position to stop it. They drew out the fight long enough that he was able to get out there. And then in the bottom lane, Prey actually thought all the action was happening up top. He forgot that Misaya may actually be roaming down to hunt him, ends up getting a kill for himself as well.
So Misaya may well put some pressure on this turret. They've got a double wave with him. They may be able to take this one down. MadLife and Ambition back in this mid lane, of course. Weixiao and XiaoXiao keeping that pressure going. There is a CS advantage still building between the AD carries. It is around about 33 minions right now, and it's Prey that's definitely falling behind. That's going to be Misaya taking the turret down on the bottom. Will MadLife come in time? No, he won't. And now MadLife may be in trouble. Gets the flight just at the right time for Misaya. He really throws out. He does look like it is. That's going to be Prey taking the dark passage. Will he be able to jump on towards Misaya's head? The rocket jump is available. He does go for it. And now you can see it's actually China that are getting ready for this one. We have Troll coming down. He doesn't have his ultimate available. That's going to be a kill. And it's Misaya that goes down. But now Prey will maybe target. Shy's going to come down. It's a 3v2 for Korea here. They're turning around. Weixiao getting massacred there. Absolutely knocked him back. Flashes away from MadLife's hook.
That was amazing judgment there by the Korean team to know to go in, because it seemed like a very foolish endeavor trying to chase down a Diana that far away, since he had just killed Prey previously, and you think there'd be a bit of fear still in him, especially considering the length of the chase. The fear of a collapse coming in from China is really high, but they judged it right, got out with the kill, and now they're up 5-2.
Well, they just judged it because, I mean, even looking across the board, they all had the boots. That anyone that was likely to get remotely close to that fight, the boots were there. But it is Korea that are continuing to shove on the mid lane now. They may well be able to take the turret. They did get the blue buff a moment ago. It's MadLife that lands the hook, but PDD comes in. He gets less bounce going. MadLife does get the shield out. He will go down. Troll flashes away from this one. Now can they turn it on towards inSec? We do see in the top lane, where is Ambition going? He's just going to back off, as are the rest of the Korean team. It's now 5-3 in kills.
PDD really trying to make an impact now. He's out of the laning phase against Shy because his turret has fallen, and we may see more plays like that. Let's Bounce is not on an extremely long cooldown, and he can fly all over the place with that elastic shot.
So we'll see how China do react. They've clumped together into a 4-man team right now. We do see Troll off the distance. He has got Paranoia available as well. And of course, it looks like China will split out. They need to start trying to put some pressure on the turrets. We see Korea. They already have 2 turrets. That middle turret is very, very low as well. So that's almost certainly going to be the place where Korea starts to put the next pressure.
And this could be a bit of a breaking point for the LPL squad if they can't turn something around quickly, because we know with the Tristana pick and the Jade pick, once that Muramana transforms and once Tristana gets 2 or 3 items under her belt, the game is going to get much, much darker for China. But they're losing this hit. They're losing it now.
They're losing it now because Misaya just got absolutely destroyed. Shy and inSec, they seem to be roaming and working very well together. Very mobile champions, and Dragon now is the target for Korea.
And they are going to try to burst this down as quickly as possible. They cleared the pink board to block the Misaya teleport if they were to come in about 18 seconds when he reses up. A great Dragon after kill, but they're trying to turn on Ambition.
They pull the Paranoia down, but the stun card came straight out, and he's Troll that may well get taken down. Yes, he is. They're going into the dark passage. They pull Ambition away, and he walks away with a kill. It might not be the last, though, because PDD is the next target. Weixiao also gets focused. There's a exhaust down on Shy there, but PDD, it's inSec that's jumping towards him. Doesn't quite land the Q. PDD
mid-lane deflected.
They're on to Shy. They get Shy. It's a Misaya that comes in there this time around, and now Prey may be the next target. Oh, PDD, you stuck around. inSec has found you. That's the power available. The passage is up, and now let's bounce on inSec. He tries to get away, takes the dark passage once again from MadLife, and walks away. Wow, what a game.
Are you kidding me? I think that was was a 1-for-1. They were fighting for about 45 seconds. Such execution, but after that, look at the gold lead, D-Man. It's almost 6,000 right now. So Korea, despite the hecticness of this game, must realize they're getting quite a big lead here.
You see Ambition, oh, he backed away just in the right time there. I thought maybe Weixiao and Troll might find him. But wow, what a game. Definitely going for it now. And like you mentioned, I think China realized the situation they're in. Like, we have to create something. We can't afford to let this middle turret go. MadLife hooking on the minions. It looks like he's going to say, well, I'll take a few just before Shy gets here.
May as well. They're going to be going to nothing. And I got to point out the 173 farm that Ambition has on Twisted Fate over Misaya. That is a monstrous advantage. I think some of that had to do with the AD carrying support coming mid lane and actually relegating Misaya a bit to a side lane later on in the game, and that's one of the reasons Ambition's getting up there, but that first pick Twisted Fate is actually paying off right now.
Paranoia is not available, but Misaya doesn't care. He goes in on towards inSec, and well, takes a chunk of damage from Ambition for the pleasure. That turret, though, in that mid lane is incredibly low now, and it's inSec actually coming around, putting that ward down in preparation for that tower to fall. They know the blue buff is actually going to be up soon.
And the turret's so close to falling that LPL cannot be safe in here.
There's going to be inSec, there's the turret, Troll's in trouble, he gets caught out, but inSec may well go down in the process. Yes, it is, it's a 1-for-1, but the turret goes to Korea, and Weixiao was the one that picked up the kill. There's going to be Misaya getting caught out, he gets stunned up, Ambition comes in, and Shy picks up the double kill.
Just gifting the kill there to Shy at the end because Ambition had done such a good job chasing Misaya through the jungle. China should not have been waiting at that sliver turret because the flank was there and they are quite far behind.
They are very far behind now in Korea. Not needing the minions here, keeping the pressure straight on that turret, getting some hits in it. Here comes the conga line of minions and his PDD. He's charging up, he's thinking of going for this one. Elastic slingshot bounces in there, but straight into the play of MadLife, and that forces him back. Now MadLife puts the hook down. PDD is going to get dropped. He gets the passive straight away. Can they clear out the passive, or will China be able to defend it? They will, but you can see Ambition, he wants it. He's going to throw the wild card through. Not going to be enough. Paranoia comes out from Troll. He's going to chase in there. He will get the fear leash. Ace in the hole lands out for his coming down. Is it enough? Stun card comes in. That's going to be a shot blast from range, and Ambition walks away for the safety.
Woo. So he got a little bit greedy trying to finish off all the bloblets, and Troll tried to punish him for it. But in the end, that cost China again more than it costed Korea, and they continue to press this lead.
Big difference. Where is Misaya going? He's going at the top for Troll. Ambition, sorry, hadn't finished him off there. I'm so used to seeing Twisted Fate Misaya, I just got completely excited. But it is inSec, he's looking for the kill here. He's sniffing around, lands it on Weixiao, forces him away. He can take his pick here, but then again, China could turn around on him.
I feel like that Twisted Fate ultimate served a dual purpose because it seems rather foolish to try to use that TF ult just to kill Troll since you can spell shield your gold card. But he was also giving inSec vision to maybe try to pick up another kill. Because China was safely enough away and in their turrets, it didn't happen, but it was that dual purpose Twisted Fate ult.
Look at the pressure that inSec is keeping on Misaya here. Keeps coming in, poking around that. It's going to be Misaya that goes in, goes aggressive, but they're still keeping on that blue buff, and he's just going to safeguard straight away to MadLife. Doesn't he need the Dark Passage?
That was rude.
That was rude.
There was nothing that Misaya could do to actually get that blue buff. Complete safety by inSec and MadLife. Really just toying with Misaya on that blue.
They are having fun, it seems, here. The Korean LCL team, Misaya clears out the wave. Let's have a look across these minion waves and the items, and that lead that's building up between Weixiao and Prey is pretty huge. It's just shy of 50 minions, or just over 50 minions, but more importantly, as you pointed out, Ambition versus Misaya. That swings completely the opposite direction. In gold terms, it is nearly 4,000 now.
And it's 4,000 for the mid laners, but it's still even for Prey and Weixiao, which is why they're completely okay having the Tristana here as really safety. Because they've won the early game and mid game thanks to the Lee Sin and the Twisted Fate. And if it gets to late game, then Prey's going to be able to take off because he's sticking solid with Weixiao despite getting punished early game.
Well, and of course, you've got to take into account, obviously, the Twisted Fate passive that he gives you. So you're going to be gaining gold everything you do, every little bit of time. 21 minutes into the game, it's got to be around about 1,000 plus already just from that passive.
Yeah, I mean, quick math, that's about close to 600 minion kills, so an easy 1,200 gold just taken because of Twisted Fate. One of the underestimated facts of Twisted Fate sometimes, not only does he get global presence, he just gives people monies.
He gives everybody the money. It's a personal piggy bank right there, but as it is, Shy is going up the top. He's completely dominating that lane. He was putting the pressure all over PDD, and PDD is simply being reactive the whole time. He's not been the monster that we've seen throughout this tournament so far. It looks like his last exchange clock will get charged up, if only I could say the word, and he does manage to clear out the way, but well, they may be in trouble here.
And the even more dangerous thing is Shy is pretty much much at a perfect point for his item build. Merman transform with the Brutalizer and the Last Whisper. Well stacking armor penetration, and Korea has no qualms about turret dives and finishing games early.
Ooh, XiaoXiao taking a big hit from the shot glass. You see inSec landing that Q once again on PDD, and I think it's safe to say the best Lee player in the world right now, as has been proven between the two. Weixiao there, just getting taken low, and again the Q lands. It's Weixiao, he wants to get it on though. You can see the pressure continuing to be put down by Shai, and the Korean team setting up for this one. Misaya and Ambition in the mid lane, they keep holding off that lane against each other.
And Korea's really just trying to find a window here. They have the jungle in between the two lanes completely littered with wards, thanks to inSec Sightstone and MadLife's Ruby Sightstone. When they find a window, they might go, or they're just keeping LPL scared and making sure they can't get snuck up on.
Kept the pressure down. inSec does manage to finally get in there, looking to get on Weixiao, and look at that. Ambition kept the pressure on, continuing. They do manage to go in towards Misaya there as well, putting the damage down, but that's another 2 turrets picked up, and the gold lead now is 9,000.
5 turrets to 1 as well. This is actually the turret number that happened in the North American game when I was sitting up with Joe on the couch and we said, yeah, this game is probably over at this point because it's so hard to come back from this 10,000 gold lead this early on in the game. Korea's just going to continue to let it grow, and as long as they don't make a mistake, I think they have this one.
I do think they have it. We do see Prey heading down the bottom. He's going to keep that giant wave pushing along the bottom. The bottom inner turret is the only one standing now. So that almost certainly will be Korea's next target, but they are starting to go back and build some more items. We do see the Rabadon's Death Cap, Abyssal Scepter on Ambition already. In comparison, Misaya, well, look at it. He's only got that Abyssal Scepter and Sorcerer's Boots, and he is missing a complete item, and that is the big difference in the goal.
And it's not like he's missing a little tiny item. He's missing a Rabadon's Death Cap, the second, I think the second most expensive ability power item in the game. That's actually wrong, but it's a very expensive ability power item. It's super expensive is the big thing to note here. Not a good sign. We've seen so many different Twisted Fate builds coming out. We've seen Lichbane rushes, we've seen just Zhonya's Hourglass rushes, but because he was laning against a Diana, Abyssal Scepter to make sure he didn't get spiked out, and because they're so far ahead, he decided to go for that Death Cap so he can just destroy someone in the combo.
And in terms of the supports as well, we're also seeing a bit of a difference. They've both got the Ruby Soul Stone, but you can see the Philo Stones, but there is a boots of mobility compared to no boots at all.
And I think a lot of that also just has to do with the general gold advantage. Lulu would love to have boots of mobility, so she could run in and just snare people with Glitter Lance, but there's no luxury, and the Ruby Sightstone is much more of a necessity than boots of mobility.
And then in terms of junglers, you can see it's actually more of a support from inSec. He's going for that Runic Bulwark, and he's going to have the Runic Bulwark very soon, of course. Also went for that Sightstone, a pretty expensive item in itself.
And we knew coming into this that someone on the Korean team was going to have to make sacrifices as far as to make this team work, and so far it's been inSec.
Oh my god, Shai from range just pokes down and drops where XiaoXiao where he stands, and that is the third inner turret now down.
And some of that has to do with the sacrifice that inSec has put in. As he goes in, might try to start this fight. He's just having fun with his jungle gym right now.
You can see, just safeguards. He's got that dark pass. He's just like, I'm just going to bounce around the map. Keep the cameraman on his toes. The pressure now being put on towards this inhibitor turret.
And it's because of the 74 mini kills on inSec that those Shock Blasts are killing, and that Ambition has so many mini kills. inSec is a support role right now. He is an initiator who will go in, kick someone back, and that is his job. They have enough late game awesomeness on their team that they don't need him to scale up. So all he's doing is building tank utility and making fights happen.
And because of the difference between the two AP players, the mid laners Ambition and Misaya, we're seeing Ambition continuing to keep split pushing, keep that pressure on the mid line, and simply put, Misaya can't beat pound for pound right now.
They can't fight any of them pound for pound, which is why we're actually seeing this kind of triple push, because they know Korea does, wherever they go, no one on China is going to be able to duel them. China will have to force a fight at some point. Maybe it'll be now.
Well, PDD goes in and takes a chunk of damage. It's not quite all the abilities they were hoping for. Paranoia does get used, but he's going to be suicidal if he goes in on that one and chooses wisely to back away. But nevertheless, that's an ulti burn.
And it's okay, just the one ulti burn, as well as Misaya will be on cooldown. I have to give credit where it's due to MadLife here. Every time Diana is ulting in, he is starting a play, and it's actually preventing the damage from applying on that Diana ult because she never connects with her target.
And there's going to be the middle turret going down. Is PDD they're going to target on? They throw out the wildcards and the stuns. Misaya goes in on inSec, forces him away. But Weixiao and XiaoXiao had already backed away from that turret. They may well get a second inhibitor turret from this one. They choose to back away. They haven't taken the inhibitor down, but it doesn't matter. Two completely exposed inhibitor, that is disastrous for China.
They need to do something really drastic and very quickly. I'd have to say every play that China will make for the rest of this game is going to be low percentage. So they're hoping right now that Korea tries to go for Baron or that they backed in different situations from each other. inSec is a little greedy sticking around. This might be LPL's small chance.
Well, we see Troll going in, but he immediately gets ulti kicked straight away, and Weixiao and XiaoXiao, they can't chase this one up. Only single boots for XiaoXiao. He's not going to be able to chase it down, but MadLife is there. He thought about maybe closing the gap. He had that Oracle ready. He wanted to clear out the wards, but inSec kind of led the Chinese team straight to it.
Yeah, inSec had so many free ways of getting back in that one, and that's one of the reasons I think China didn't overchase. He still actually had 2 charges on his Cyclone, so we could have war jumped if things actually would have went badly. So total safety, even though it looked a little greedy.
Looked a little greedy, but look at the damage items, the difference. Shy compared to PDD. PDD has had to go complete tank. He had that Sunfire Gate built a while ago, but really is struggling to build anything else because all of China are having to clump up as a unit to defend. And Shy, meanwhile, well, he's a farming machine right now. Black Cleaver, Last Whisper, and the Muraman have completed. Well, it's not even a close fight.
Scary. It's just a little bit scary. Prey is also starting to reach that late game Tristana, so the insurance is paying out even though they didn't need it. So they're just rolling in money right now.
Absolutely rolling in it. Weixiao being a long way up lane here, to be fair, with that many exposed items. He really hasn't got a great ward coverage in that jungle either, but the rest of the Chinese team were lingering around there, sort of all as a complete protective unit.
And Korea is continuing the triple push. They're not trying to do a Baron because they realize that might be a situation where they lose the game. They'd rather skirmish around the 3 inhibitors, whittle them down, get the inhibitors down, and just win the slow and steady way.
And they've got a creep wave coming in. Remember, it's just about 2 shots left on that turret.
They might fight here.
In 1. It is going to be 1 shot. Prey makes just 1 more. We'll finish it off. There goes the turret. 2 down, and there's going to be the shot class once again on Weixiao, and it is doing chunks of damage to it.
And they're showing Korea is a surprising amount of restraint because they might have twisted fate off in LPL trying to make a play.
They're diving on towards Ambition. The Paranoid comes out. They do manage to get on towards him, as does Misaya. There's going to be the wild growth, but it is simply put not enough. And Korea, as a full-strength unit, now move in. There's going to be Misaya surely getting dropped down. He'll go down. PDD, he's bouncing around the team, but the rest of them have had to back off. The passive comes out. That is going to be PDD over and done with. And that may well be close to the game for Korea.
Another last-ditch effort by China. You cannot fault them for going in on that, but they lose their 2 biggest damage dealers. Weixiao, the only person who does damage to escape this. All 5 are up for Korea. They may try to push this one through without super minions.
Oh, we see there's going to be the second inhibitor down. Looks like they may back away from this one. Korea playing it safe, and why not? The game is in the palm of their hands. They have no reason to risk it and go for the game.
And especially with the Oracles on MadLife, while running this way back through the Baron Pit, they can not only check to see if they got seen running towards the Baron Pit, they can check in the Baron Pit, what they're going to see right now. They realize LPL doesn't have the capacity of stopping this one, as Troll has no ultimate up.
Well, I believe it was called the freight train move there, as all 4 members go over the wall and take the Baron.
I never understood why a freight train jumps over walls.
I don't know what walls a freight train can jump over. Maybe it should be called something different.
Maybe.
But it worked anyway, nevertheless, and it is Korea that are stomping their way through this one. It is 8,000 gold lead, and more importantly, it's 8-1 in turrets and 2 inhibitors currently down. So what do China have to do to turn it around in the next match?
China's got to do a lot of thinking, and I think one of the big things is find a way to punish more early. Since they picked a very early game composition, then lost it, inSec had a huge amount of pressure, I think. North America may have had it figured when they were banning out Lee Sin. There's so much to try to take out against these teams, but inSec's Lee Sin, I feel, was the MVP for the Korean team in their first round, and it may even be into this game, even though he's only on 77 mini.
Ooh, inSec trying to get on towards Weixiao, and the shot glass catches on. It takes him down to half health. And as you mentioned, you know, the fact that the turret went down first, it was Korea that actually used effectively a Chinese tactic. Oh my God, inSec is going deep on this one. It's going to be, well, Ambition will join him. No, it doesn't matter because the surrender has come out. And wow, would you believe it? A strong, dominant performance from Korea in game 1 there. They just looked unstoppable.
And it looked like inSec had lost his mind a little bit there at the end, and I was actually ready to go with it. It's like he saw a window, he's going, oh wait, there was a surrender. Well, okay, that makes sense.
I mean, who are we to question him? He's just absolutely dominant on Lee Sin there. Maybe that's one of the bans that may well have to come out there.
I really think you got to take away that Lee Sin. I was not a believer before coming into this. I thought Lee Sin, you sit back early, you ward against his gigs, you kind of let the other team have a bit of an edge, and then late game he falls apart. But the way the Korean team is running this, with inSec still having a monstrous impact in team fights because of his ability to do the incredibly complex ward jump kickback, and then just being content building utility items with the rest of the Korean team building really good late game champions, I feel like the Lee Sin is the key to that strategy, and they need to bat it up.
We'll see what they do. Of course, it seems that the Chinese team, they looked a little down there, as you would expect, but I would hope the fact that they have gone with that surrender, they spent that time to talk about what do we do next.
And that's something that every team should do in these tournaments when they are down almost insurmountably in a game. If you surrender right away, the game is just over and you don't have much time in between matches. But they may have been talking for quite a while. They figured out their plan. They said, all right, let's get back in the last game before we get demoralized. Surrender, go into the next one.
Well, we'll see whether they do. Of course, we are going to send it over to Riv and Freak for a breakdown of one of the biggest plays of the game.
Thank you very much, D-Man. Chilling out here with Freak. We're going to do a few replays for you, and really the momentum of the Korean team coming from game one against, or the series one, I should say, against North America 2-0 here, looking for another 2-0, carrying that momentum. inSec carrying with Lee, and I think the replay here, we talked about it in the first game, it's Korea being in the right spot at the right time, all the time.
Yeah, this is actually a really, really beautiful counter gank coming in from inSec. Let's actually roll the clip out because you can see that inSec is actually waiting in the brush to counter gank when Troll comes in, and he just turns it around, and Ambition makes his way up to also counter gank. Now Shy does amazing duck dodging and diving to get out of this one overall, but this kind of just tells the story of how good the Korean team was in this entire match. They found every counter gank. Prey gets caught, okay, that was a little silly, but for the rest of the time, I mean, even MadLife had come up through the tri-brush at that point. They all collapsed in for kills. inSec was ready to counter gank. It was a really, really just beautiful set of game from them. They were always in the right place.
Freak, how do you plan a second game strategy with two of the most impactful champions on two of the most impactful and all-star players, and inSec on Diamond, inSec on Lee Sin, and MadLife on Thresh? They let through that time. They can't let it happen again.
It's really interesting because it depends on how you want to play the game, all right? If you say, no, XiaoXiao is a better support than MadLife, and a lot of people would say that's probably not the case, or, you know, look, if our jungler can out-jungle your jungler, right? You don't have to always pay respect to the enemy team. You say, look, pick what you want, we'll pick our stuff, and we'll just win. The thing is, that's kind of what the Chinese team has done the entire time, is say, or the Korean team, I should say, has done the entire time. They say, look, we know what we're going to play, and it's going to work better. And, I mean, we've seen time and again, the other team will try to ban someone out, and it almost never actually works. It doesn't actually do anything. Right. inSec's Lee Sin got banned in the match against North America, and it didn't matter. He was great on Zac. And you've got to be able to say, look, what are we actually going to do for ourselves? Because they got to stop trying to ban out everything.
Absolutely. And coming into that first series, like I said, game one was a surrender into game two. They've managed to do it again, now versus the Chinese LPL squad in their series for the final matchup. So coming up is the second round in this fight between Korean LCL squad and the Chinese LPL All-Stars. And with one more win, Korea will take home the title and earn an extra slot for the LCL in the World Playoffs. The 2013 League of Legends All-Star Weekend. We'll be right back. Stick around.
Welcome back to the 2013 League of Legends All-Star Weekend and the finals of the team tournament. Now we're just moments away from Game 2 between the Chinese LPL squad and the Korean LCL All-Stars. But first, I'd like to welcome North America's All-Star support, XSpecial, to the interview lounge. I'm here with Freak to ask him a couple of questions. Now, XSpecial, you just come out of the game against the LCL All-Stars, the Korean team, and you guys didn't play bad, but it just seemed like they were one step ahead.
That's a pretty fair statement. They came out really strong. We prepared, but it's hard to prepare against a team that has so many strong picks. Honestly, we need like 20 bans in order to just have a huge impact on the game. And they just have so many strong champions, and we had a tough time, and they played really well.
So then what do you do then coming into a match like that instead of prepare? Can you prepare your own like multiple strategies for yourselves and get your own roster up to date, or what could you have done differently maybe?
Well, we had we knew our weaknesses going into this tournament, and that one of that was just our champion roster. It wasn't as wide as I had hoped. And against a team that had twice as many champions available, it just showed that these guys know their champions, and we were kind of pigeonholed into certain picks that you guys kind of saw in the first game, for example, Rise, and it just didn't turn out the way we wanted to. But
in the end, I think we came out strong in this tournament, so I'm not upset.
Right, proud of the tournament as you should be. Now, I've noticed that a lot of people have been saying, well, Xpecial is playing so good. Well, they've seen you playing in the LCS for 10 weeks. Do you feel yourself that you have stepped up here? And if so, why is that?
That's a tough thing to say. For me personally, I always try to improve. I don't really care about being the best. It's really more that every time I play, I want to be even better for the next game. And coming to the All-Stars, I've learned so much from LCS, and I've learned so much in boot camp, and I've learned so much in this tournament. And once I go back home, I'm going to put all these things I learned, and I'm going to be a better player. And that's really my goal. And I mean, if I eventually do become the best, I mean, that's part of the step. But I always want to improve.
Can you share some insight with us? What kind of things have you learned? What kind of things can you apply to your team or yourself back home?
One big thing is my ability to, since I understand the game at a fairly high level, I should share that with my teammates. I should be making calls. I should let my team know exactly what I'm thinking and to give my shot caller a higher understanding of the situation. And that's something I haven't really needed to do since Reginald has always been a really phenomenal shot caller. But after playing with the All-Star team, I feel like I can even help him be even better at shot calling. So that's one of the big things I learned.
Picking a lot up from this tournament and making it more global, what do you feel this has taught you about the entire scene right now, worldwide, and where the strengths are and the weaknesses?
It's really clear with this All-Star tournament that China, Korea, the Asian scene in general, they look really, really strong. And I think it's fair to say that NA has been stepping up, but at the same time, Korea and China are also stepping up. It's really a question of how fast can these NA teams improve, and with the LCS, teams have been improving a lot. I am looking forward to Cloud9. They are a really strong team, new to LCS, and they can really, really put a huge mark in the North American scene and potentially the world.
So last question for you. Looking into the future, the summer split's coming up soon, and after that comes the World Playoffs. How do you see the North American teams stepping up to the World when it comes time to play for the World Championship?
Every team will try their best, that's for sure. Now with Cloud9 into the new LCS roster, I really feel that NA has a pretty good shot. There's going to be stuff coming out with TSM Snapdragon and Cloud9 that will likely impact just how well we do at Worlds. And like I said before, my biggest goal is for NA to have a huge shot at Worlds, and that's really my biggest goal.
All right, thank you very much. And of course, for those of you guys who didn't catch the news at home, Cloud9 is the old Quantic squad that qualified into the LCS. That was a pretty recent sponsor change. So just clearing that up for you guys, just in case you didn't know that one. Special, thank you very much for your time with us. Of course, we do want to get the other games in our way. Let's please send it back over to Demon and chat at the desk.
Thank you very much, Freak and Shox, and of course XSpecial. And it's interesting, really, to hear his words and how he's saying like the Asian scene really has stepped up. And honestly, it has. I mean, we knew that kind of coming into this, but it's definitely going to be a bit different for them.
And the biggest thing to take away as we move into this next game is him saying, we need about 20 bans to stop that from happening, because everyone was saying, how could they possibly let Thresh and Zach through? But then in that last game, you and me were talking in between the break, what do they need to react to for China? How do they stop them? Because Twisted Fate and Jace and Lee Sin just kind of seemed unstoppable, but that's going to have its own consequences if they try to ban that out.
And absolutely, and you know, he kind of mentioned it like you were just saying. It's like he needed 20 bans, and we were literally between the break going, they can ban this, but then it's going to be this, and then they need to leave this open. It's like, and actually, that's basically what the teams are going to do. They've got to take that little strategy break and discuss it. So which way do we think it's going to go? Because now it's blue side for China. They want Rumble to sneak through because, honestly, either Rumble or Kha'Zix for PDD, because Zach just hasn't been that impactful.
No, PDD's two biggest games were on Kha'Zix and on Rumble, and I feel like both of them are going to get banned in this game.
Well, we will see. It is going to be the picks and bans, of course. They could mean that Twisted Fate may sneak through for Misaya. Who knows? We just saw Ambition on it.
There's a chance of it, but if we consider the Korean game to be more fearful of Twisted Fate, the 3 bans are clearly not those 3. Maybe he's going to sneak through.
Maybe it will. We do see Hecarim Rumble. We're expecting to see Kha'Zix maybe banned out here. Kennen and Lee Sin have snuck through. We'll see what the next bans are. Of course, they could be a big difference. Rise targeted at Shy again. I'm not sure about that ban.
And I actually am kind of sure at that ban. The Rise was so dominant. They've been watching, not only in this tournament, the top lane Rise was destroying in the OGN Champions League as well. And I feel like they can play against Jace maybe if they pick a more aggressive counter.
Oh, man. Maybe they've gone straight for it. XiaoXiao, if you remember, was landing the hooks day and night against Mistake and the rest of the Garena Premier League All-Stars, and that is definitely a strong pick for them straight away there. You see it getting locked in on those great big monoliths. Of course, Shox did mention, we are going to try and smuggle them back to Cancun. I'm not too sure the customs may allow it through.
Good luck with that one. The Kazakhs and Jace being picked right after each other really blocks a lot of stuff for PDD in particular to play, because his Kazakhs, as we said, and Rumble were his two biggest things, no longer available.
Absolutely, even of course the fact that Shy has taken Jace once again. Have they got a plan to figure it out? Jarvan, as you predicted, off air by the way, they said, you know, they're going to leave Ban through, they're going to have to just live with Jarvan, and sure enough, they have let Jarvan through. There is Zach again for PDD. A little bit surprised on that one.
And there is a slight chance that we're going to see the Zac in the jungle and the Jarvan in the top lane, because way back in the Season 2 World Championships, PDD's top lane Jarvan was just killer. But with what we've seen recently, Troll's Jarvan is the most likely scenario for them.
We'll see whether it comes out that way. Looks like it's going to be Prey this time on Caitlyn. That's got it selected currently. Just having the discussion right there on your screens, trying to decide. Ambition, of course, the other champion of choice. Probably going to go for the support here.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure, because when you pick your two solo lanes so quickly like that, you're just saying, well, we're going to pick anything we want. They need to pick a good support against...
Wow.
I'm going to stop for a second.
That's just thrown everything wide open. Ambition says, you know what, I'm going to take Gragas. It's the final, I'm going to have some fun. I'm going to have me some alcohol and see how it goes.
Is it a jungle Kazakhs then?
Oh my god.
I think it's got to be inSec's jungle Kazakhs.
And funny enough, if you remember the Korean fun games they had, the All-Stars versus the runners-up, they actually did run Gragas in the jungle. inSec was having fun with that. I don't think they're going to rock that out in the grand finals, though.
I don't think so either. The most likely thing is a jungle Kazakhs, but that throws the LPL team for a bit of a loop, because now they're trying to figure it out as well. That's most likely what we're going to be seeing. This could be a bit of a return. We'll get to that.
I don't think that's not going to get selected.
The Vayne lock-in is, I think, what the big cheer was for them, because Weixiao was almost a Vayne play before double it.
Well, that is very true, and MadLife is a huge champion for China, and it has been locked in. Okay, break this one down. That is either a mid lane MadLife or a mid lane Zac, and either one of the top or the mid. They're going to be which way or the other.
I think it's mid lane MadLife for sure, especially when IG ran this composition. They would run Z-Tai on MadLife and then Zac top for PDD. Probably the most likely scenario, even though the same composition was ran over in Europe in the finals, but they had Zac in the mid lane and MadLife in the top. So you can clearly do it in either
way, yeah, definitely.
In either role. But this is so much about just everyone flying in from over 1,000 units away and just trying to kill.
And you know, the exciting part is that inSec's playing inSec.
You think he's playing inSec?
Well, I can't see any other jungler in there unless they do go
really,
something,
Dan? What about
something
Lulu?
crazy. They could just pull something completely bonkers out there. Who knows? But it looks like Lulu will get selected. MadLife is still hovering over it. There is still discussions. And remember, Blitzcrank is available, which they may well switch around to, but I doubt it.
Especially because of the incredible dive that's coming out from the Chinese squad. They need the Lulu to just let Prey survive a little bit as everyone comes for him.
So they are the teams locked in. What are we seeing from these two teams? That is a very tanky team from China.
I'm seeing the Gragas being the jungler right now. They actually did trade it away initially. And that's going to be the thing that's probably on the top of my mind as I try to go through this. But the Chinese team is extremely aggressive, mainly because everyone will be able to dive in at once. Their team fight up front is extremely potent. After that, they really have to rely on Weixiao's main.
Okay. Question put to you, if this stays this way, Gragas, legitimate jungler.
inSec rune page that is selected right now, it's not locked in, is 20 ability power and 15% attack speed.
What?
That tells me he's doing it. That tells me he's doing it.
I want to keep that screen up, and we think he's going to do it. He pulled it out in the runner-up All-Star game in Korea that was broadcast by the OGN, and Monte Cristo kindly broadcast it to the rest of the world so we could see this that happened. And they were very, very strong with that. I'm not going to lie. Coming out the jungle with a belly slam, those explosive casks, that could be a problem.
They're going to win a lot of style points if they win this game because that is a jungle
Is
Gragas.
that rude, though, to China? Is that like a slap in the face?
I don't know.
On home soil?
I can't tell yet because the first time that Diamond picked jungle Volibear, people were saying, what's he doing? He's just messing around.
Yeah, and he was like, And this is inSec. This is inSec. This is the #1 jungler in the world. He won the 1v1 competition, beat the double Lee Sin fight-off against Diamond Prox. If you missed that earlier on, you can check it out on lolesports.com. But we are live into the game, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be the Chinese LPL as the blue team. They are 1-0 down against the Korean LCL All-Stars. And would you believe it, we have inSec on Gragas. Tell your mother, your grandmother, and even wake up your stepdad.
I totally agree. He's like, man, you can't believe the fat character that is picked in the jungle. He's wearing Hillbilly Gragas. Let's go watch this guy.
Yeehaw! I don't know where the Hillbilly came from, but nevertheless, he's got Hillbilly Gragas. So as it stands, though, let's have a look. Are they going to go for anything bonkers in this level 1 fight? Will we see any standoffs? We did see some hooks, of course, coming out from the Korean team against the North Americans with that Thresh. I don't think there's going to be any invades, though, this time around.
Yeah, I don't think so. But if anyone's to invade, I mean, Gragas can hop over the walls at level 1. This is going to be a tricky one. And you know about element of surprise. Korea definitely has it here with the jungle Gragas.
I wonder if China have come up against this. I'm sure some statistician will check it out. I'm sure it definitely didn't come up when we were looking at the highest percentages of picks and bans,
No,
that's for sure.
Not very close to that one. And I think you're right about the level 1 jungle scenario here. We're not going to be seeing a contest smite as far as I can tell. We don't even really see many deep wards. There's a lot of wards in the river, but nothing that really gives too much knowledge.
Well, everybody's standing by. PDD looking like he will be in the top lane, so it means the AD and support of China should be down that bottom lane. They're currently lingering around there along the red side. MadLife and Prey also will be down the bottom lane, so this may well be standard meta. I think it's safe to call all, if you can call it that.
Standard meta
with the
Gragas jungle.
I fear for solo queue right now, I really do.
So there was a time where jungle Gragas was actually really strong, like way back in Season 1, when you could build Leviathan and just body slam around with Max W. Those times are long ago.
Leviathan, I forgot that item ever existed. I'm trying to cast it out of my mind, but it is going to be shy in that top lane. PDD will be roaming on his way up there. There is already a ward there, so he may take a knock to the face as he goes up. But Weixiao and XiaoXiao have set themselves up in the mid lane, and Prey and MadLife are responding to this one.
So they're trying to reactionarily come back to this, but this will put them back in the mid lane a little bit because Weixiao and JJao
go straight bottom.
Messed up those names. Weixiao and XiaoXiao don't want to do that. They want to shut down Ambition because they've actually seen Ambition's Kha'Zix before. He tries to get that 350 minion kills by 30 minutes Kha'Zix, and as much as they can shut him down early, as much as they can prevent that.
Well, we'll see. And who benefits from this idea of swapping again? That's who's going to benefit from it. It's actually going to keep... The more that China switch around, they are the ones that are losing out the wave. We saw actually Korea stuck around for that wave. Now they're heading back down the bottom. They're going to pacify that ward, and they are insistent on keeping these lanes equal.
I think it more depends on who initiated the swaps in the first place, because it was actually Korea who decided to do the first swap.
To go back to...
Someone should get calm the next time they swap this. The jungler should be catching on if they're going to continue to do these swaps.
Well, the jungler of China, Troll, is just lingering off the side there. They have 4 members currently around that mid lane, so they may well try and catch out Ambition if they suddenly see him coming out there. Look at them. There's a lot of experience being lost by China doing this, though.
They had 4 people just sitting in the jungle while both the lanes were pushing up for quite a while. Now they're going all the way down. I'd say the mind game advantage there definitely comes out for Korea, as they still don't have the lanes they want, but they did get an advantage. There's the catch.
John, there is going to be Troll going in, but it's Prey and MadLife. They may turn this back around on him because they're mid-river, and they are starting to head the way back up the top there. It's generally Prey and MadLife that initiate and do manage to go up that river, but this time, Weixiao and XiaoXiao, they're hoping they can stick around and keep it a little longer. There is a giant creep wave in that mid lane that's keeping pushing in, and actually Ambition's just they think, this is brilliant, I'm going to get a lot of farm.
And he really needs to get that, because if the only, he's not even giving it up. If the only goal of what LPL is doing right now is to keep Ambition down, it's being successful because he's at 7 minion kills as they continue to just bounce back and forth.
He's like, fooled ya, coming back. And Ambition goes back in there and does pick up that big creep wave as well. And look at this, MadLife and Prey is still sticking there. It's like, you know what? We're all going to stay in the mid lane.
Let's just have a good old ARAM here at the end. please don't. But they're going to be able to maybe get some aggression on. Nice knockback. We are seeing damage in all this madness.
Well, it seems that Prey and MadLife are saying, well, we're happy to stick up against you here. Weixiao taking a big slunce of damage there, is backing off. So it seems they're going to go back and buy it. Ambition is going to get his wish and stay a little bit solo with Misaya for a short period.
So I almost forget what the point of this was. Ambition has what he wanted. He wanted the 1v1 lane, even if he's against MadLife, who will stack armor against a mainly physical damage Kazakh, which is dangerous in itself. Oh, XiaoXiao misses the play.
The flash play, the hook goes on to MadLife, but it's a little too close to the turret to follow up. China forced to back away from this one, but it is Korea backing away. Let's have a look how things have shaken out here, because this top lane, we've really ignored it. PDD and Shy going against it, and again, we do see Shy starting to build up the CS lead though, but we can see PDD, he went for a different build this time around. He got 2 Rejuve builds.
And it was maybe because Shy put too much early harass on him in the last game. This time though, Troll was distracted with all the lane swapping, trying to make a play happen, and still was not able to help Shy's early lane push. But because of the double rejuve beat, I have to say, the minion kills are much closer.
And actually, while all that was going on as well, Troll did come in and try to interrupt him. He tried to get involved, but you can see in terms of the CS difference between them, inSec just carried on farming. He just carried on doing what he's doing.
inSec spent a little bit of time in the top lane hoping to get a gank, but he's farming up pretty solidly on that jungle Krakus. I really want to see how his build progresses after that Spirit Stone.
And the AD carry as well, you can see it's pretty even between them. We do see differences in the item builds coming out here. We see the Vampiric Scepter being picked up by Weixiao, and Prey in terms, he went for the Berserker Greaves early on.
And I feel like that could just be a lane swap game. I need to run back and forth from the lanes even faster because of Berserker's Greaves. But at the same time, almost every Caitlyn we see does go Berserker's Greaves, and a lot of that has to do with, since Caitlyn outranges every other AD carry, if you bring move speed, you kind of keep that tether away from them and they can never close the distance.
I've lost count of how many switches we're at. I think it might be 5. Or maybe 6 right now, because it's happened again. Weixiao and XiaoXiao back down the bottom lane against Ambition this time, but the closer Ambition gets to 6, the less it really matters, because once he has those spikes that evolve there, he's just going to be clearing those waves quick anyway.
And because they've been swapping so much and so liberally, he's gotten enough. No one has actually lost out hugely on this, and when the game does devolve to the free lane farming, the 30 CS that he's maybe lost in the first 7 minutes is going to get made up in a couple seconds if he gets a giant stack.
Yeah, he's just like, boom, there's 6 minions gone straight down. Of course, he hasn't got the Tear of the Goddess. He's delayed that building up, which we can see Shy with right now. The belt's coming out from inSec in that top lane. Prey does manage to get a couple of shots on towards XiaoXiao, but he tries to maybe hang around, and he's actually very close to landing that hook. But again, it is China that want to be in that solo lane. It looks like they were heading up towards the top, but they're going to linger around in this bottom lane, so which means it will be Misaya, which we haven't really taken a look at yet.
No, and we may have actually been focusing on the wrong things with all these lane swaps, because we thought it was maybe Ambition versus Misaya that's the strange matchup. Gotta be careful, inSec's got his body slam.
He has got his cast. Oh, he's not going level 6 though. He's going to roll out the power. Does get the body slam down. PDD just bounces away from that one. But that was his ultimate used. Where is the teleport going? MadLife thought about going some there, but wait, he didn't go for it unless he just teleported back to lane.
I believe he teleported. He canceled his teleport's at half the cooldown as it should be, so definitely cancel this teleport or something around this line. I'm just messed up.
Well, we do see an invade in the jungle. PDD is going to get his popped. It will be the passive though, and he's on the turret. There's a giant creep wave coming in. This may well be first blood for Korea if they can focus the right target. He's going to wait till he gathers up there. It will be first blood. It's PDD that gets taken down, but now Korea are trying to get on towards Troll. Troll was pushing in. He went and got the blue buff, but you can see it's MadLife that just picks up the double stack.
And that is huge for the LCL Korean All-Stars. Perfect play at the top lane at first by Shy, because he actually waited for the Blobus to get really close, then boom, Shock Blast, kill all of them at once. So there was no way the Blob was reforming under that. And then we were focused on the top, but there was the extended steal attempt by China, which was then reactively punished by China to give them the great early lead.
So, double stack on MadLife. Well, he's going to be having fun at least.
He's got more buffs than he does minion kills so far in this game with all the lane swapping, but he's going to have so much fun with that. And I do have to say we may have had the wrong focus when we were thinking about the lane swaps, because we didn't consider Weixiao versus Prey and how Vayne was actually wanting to get the extra mini kills in that lane, and that was actually fairly successful for them until recently.
Now at 64 and 76, build order cut. This has been complete. inSec just dashing away from PDD in that lane. Misaya, of course, he's been a very just out of it, really. Honestly, just sat quite happily farming, quietly doing his thing, because Malphite will become very strong in the late game. And if that Malphite Unstoppable Force can set up Weixiao very nicely, it is going to be trouble for Korea.
Let's do the unstoppable bounce, maybe, for PDT and Misaya, because they're going to be picking the same target and just going with Troll, and maybe with a little help from XiaoXiao when they get into the team fight. So even though they're down a bit now, I feel like there is a mid-game point where their team fight will be able to get them some advantages if they play it right.
So Tear of the Goddess was finally picked up by Ambition. He's going to start stacking that one out. Brutalizer on Shy already as well, though. He's once again building up very heavily. We may even see a Warmogs coming out from PDD early on here.
And the Shy versus PDD matchup in the top lane is just another example of the too many champions to ban. Because the Jace is something that is feared and often banned, but because there were so many potential champion threats, he gets to play it again. This is not like PDD picked into this matchup because it went well last game. He kind of did it out of necessity.
Taking one for the team. We do see inSec looking at maybe sneaking around towards that blue buff. You see he dashes through, does put the ward down, he's ready and waiting. They know that, of course, Troll is going up towards that top lane. PDD wards out the tri-bush to try and be defensive against inSec, but Misaya, he knew this was coming. He's ready and waiting to get away from it.
He will be able to get away, and inSec's not even going to be burning any kind of explosive cask here, but inSec is farming up quite a storm. I keep forgetting that we have a jungle Gragas in this game, and it's just normal day because Korea's winning just fine with it.
Weixiao taking no, but PDD won't have his passive, and he just gets slammed into the ground by Shy.
And this is with the tier still stacking up for him. He has not been shut down, he has not been ganked, and that Brutalizer is wrecking PDD in that top lane.
Destroying, we saw Weixiao taking a pilt over just before that, and he takes another. We do see Troll also heading in the bottom, but inSec is coming to join the party. This time the explosive cask is available. Look out, Hawkins play they're going for. He's going to get out of this one. Explosive cask comes down. Oh my god, he's landing on a trap, XiaoXiao. Would you believe it? Of all the luck, or was it skill? Oh my god, MadLife in the flash. He wants to go to XiaoXiao, uses his power go, but now we see there's going to be Misaya coming around. He gets up towards inSec. Troll has picked up a double kill now, and they're chasing on, but Ambition is back in the play game. MadLife is there as well. Will they push on towards the tower? They're going to keep on chasing.
I think that the turret will be salvation for Troll and Misaya at the end of this fight. They really used that teleport well to come down and punish the slight over-aggression of the Korean team. After such a great explosive cast by inSec to separate XiaoXiao, they thought they would be able to have it and dive through, but they did not factor in Misaya's teleport, and Troll comes down.
Let's have a look across the board. Items popping into view as everybody does manage to go back and buy. It looks like it's going to be a potential Brutalizer. Interesting to see how Ambition builds this actually, because we saw some very strange builds coming out from it was Toys. It was Toys early on in that mid lane. But I've seen Ambition's build before, and he goes the standard route, or which is now the standard route.
And unless he's forced off of it, I see no reason for him not to go for that Tear of the Goddess. The Muramana is such a ridiculous item since he can use it with his Q late game to just assassinate, eat people. And there's no reason not to. Even though he was late to his tier, he still went for it, and I think it's the right choice.
So he is backing off. Brutalizer probably will get popped in there. We'll see what he goes towards. It is going to be a Muramana complete. So a Mana Immune, not Muramana.
He was slow to
complete.
starting his tier,
Yes.
so he's going to try to be faster to complete it. Once you get the Muramana, it's not only on mana cost, you can get your charge on an auto attack as well. So he's really trying to catch up and hopefully sync his Muramana transform with Shy a little bit so they can go make a play, power spike, right as Zaka and Malphite were trying to get back into here.
And honestly, that is a lot of poke. If you get the Shock Blast and the Void Spikes.
And Gragas.
Vorpal Spikes, Void Spikes, I can't even remember the name.
They have
Void Spikes.
They have a very pseudo poke comp here, because Gragas is often in poke comps as well, just never out of the jungle. Then you think Relocate, that's as well as Troll is getting eaten.
Troll is getting eaten and destroyed. It's inSec with the explosive cast. Ambition wanted the kill, and well, it's just like, no, big barrel of booze.
That was a huge amount of burst.
And there's another huge amount of burst.
I didn't even realize there were blobbits on the ground.
I didn't see the blobbits on the ground. I couldn't quite catch it in the reflection, but we do see Shy going once again 3-0. And honestly, that has really only been one help from inSec there. The rest of them have just been all Shy.
Shy's been destroying PDT, and that's after PDT has had probably the best tournament of anyone up until the finals. So that is such an amazing performance by Shy there in the top lane. Fitting for the finals of this All-Star game, but this they could be on their way, Korea, to a 2-0 because they're looking so good early.
And speaking of it, we talked about it in the first game, how quiet this arena has been made from that first game. The home team crowd has definitely been absolutely shock and awe, really, effectively, is the word I could use from the Korean team right now.
They've never been able to get into it. They haven't had a lead early game. They're trying to make some cheers when things happen, but every time they're cutting to a kill, it's usually a Chinese all-star team member falling, and I don't even think I heard a cheer for that last kill in Jason the top lane.
No, I don't think so. It is inSec in this top lane currently. You can see those barrels are really strong now because he's got the Cage's Lucky Pick and the Doran's Ring in there, so he's got a bit of ability power that was well as stacking it up early, and now he's keeping the pressure on Misaya in the top lane. He's just going to ground slam and clear that wave. Weixiao, let's have a look at him. 109 CS to 124 of Prey. So even in the CS exchanges that happen early on, Prey has built up a bit of an advantage.
I think as far as a Vayne to Caitlyn matchup, that's a pretty good trade-off for a Vayne, but when you consider the rest of the map, it kind of becomes bad because they spend so much effort lane swapping. The fact that they still weren't able to get an equalized CS number is a bit of an advantage for Korea.
So Shai's going to pick up that red buff, and those shock blasts are going to hurt more and more with that little dot that's going on the back there. Weixiao taking some spikes in the back. I gave up remembering what the first name is. It's Ambition that's building it. And that CS, you know, it's starting to stack up. As you mentioned, once he gets that level 6 evolve on towards them, and he's just going to wipe out those waves very, very quickly. As you see so often with the Kazakhs, the CS tends to get a little bit out of control on them.
And he's escaped that early game laning phase to try to take it into the team fight phase and maybe power up late game. But Shai he's chasing down a different monster here in the top lane and just wrecking Misaya.
He's absolutely wrecking him, and he's going beyond the tower dive here. Misaya has got his unstoppable force available. Will he delay it long enough? He might turn it around. He didn't even use it instead. He just dies flat out to Shai. 4-0 Shai now.
There was a little bit of respectful applause after that one because they realized how strong he is. He missed his shock blast Q and still came out on top. inSec getting a little greedy.
He's going in. He may well be able to belly slam away from this one. Yes, he does. He walks through there. He has got the cover as well. Ambition in the jungle as well as MadLife, and he escapes without any harm doing. And that is a turret going down, the first one of the game, and it's the Korean LCL All-Stars that take it.
And even though it hasn't been a defining moment in the member of this game, inSec's jungle Gragas, I'm trying to kind of piece together why it would make more sense if it wasn't just a crazy pick. When you first pick a Jace and a Kha'Zix, you're telling the other team that you have two physical damage solo laners, which immediately cues China to say, well, we're just going to stack super huge armored divers to come into them, which is what they have done with Malphite and Zac. I don't remember the exact moment of the picks, but in that scenario, if there was no AP from the jungle, then it would be much more effective and easier to do. But since they've been able to fit in that jungle AP threat, it might be a little bit to offset that composition, but he will need to get a lot more farm, and the game will have to get a lot closer for that to start to matter.
And honestly, the pressure that Korea have been applying is really not giving XiaoXiao any chance to try and land those hooks, go aggressive like he was against the Greener All-Stars. And now PDD, he is getting absolutely mauled by the hammer of Shai right now. He has no cares about that. He's like the tower, he's like, I don't care about this tower.
Shai is not killing that tower intentionally because it's making it even more difficult for China to lend help to that lane. Everyone is seeing how dominant he's being as they have to help him as they dive in.
They dive into towards XiaoXiao. He gets taken down. The explosive cast from inSec, and that is going to be the mid turret going down the first time. XiaoXiao gets a barrel in the back as well for his pleasure. And Shai, like you mentioned, he's just farming between lanes. The minions will take the top lane down as well. That is going to be 2 turrets for Korea.
This is just so much control right now. The goalie ballooning to 8,000. China maybe trying to make a counterattack, but the poke is keeping them at bay as well as the deaths they've already suffered.
Misaya was trying to linger off at the side there and maybe make a play and come in. He teleported there, I think. I'm not so sure whether he came in from the bottom or not, but Korea already seen him. He walked straight past the ward and they immediately moved towards this inner top turret. It's going to be PDD using less bounce on Shai, but the rest of the Korean team are here to help out. Troll does jump in, but the Cataclysm is not enough. Shai survives that one. PDD, he takes the tilt over Peacemaker. Ambition there comes in. He pops the 4 spikes down. Misaya comes in now. Has got his Scotland for force. Lands in as well. It's going to be Prey getting focused on. He actually manages to catch Prey on towards the back. The splay comes out. Misaya gets targeted. It's another kill for Shai, and they are dominating now Korea. China trying their best to make some plays, but every time Korea is there once again.
Just the counter attack by Korea has been amazing all throughout this all-star event. They are still poking down despite Shai having a sliver of health, getting another turret just because they can.
Just because they can. It's 10-3 in kills, and that is almost a 10,000 gold lead 19 minutes into the game. It makes the turrets 4-0 right now for Korea.
This is quite an impressive showing. Not only have they picked in a jungle Gragas, he's 3-1. And Shy, with barely a sliver of jungle help, has just turned himself into a monster. I'd say, as far as an individual performance goes, this may be better than what PDD was playing like yesterday.
Absolutely, he's got that Black Cleaver. The Mirror Mana just completed as well. That just popped into vision, and he is unstoppable. And look at this, a Morello Necromon built on the jungler of inSec.
And this is actually kind of a fun interaction that Jace has when he builds a Black Cleaver, because Black Cleaver applies the stacking armor debuff on every application of physical damage. So when Jace swaps into his range form, that's one application. If he has his Mirror Mana active, that's 2, and his auto attack counts as a 3rd. So on his first hit in range farm, he gets 3 shredding stacks of the Black Cleaver, which is a bit of pain coming in for the Chinese All-Stars.
That may be what the Russians would call OP.
Maybe a little bit, and if he builds Blade of the Ruin King, full stack on 1 hit.
Well, we see the ping ward fight coming out. inSec is going to clear out that wave. Ward's going down left, right, and center. And well, inSec is ready to throw out that barrel. XiaoXiao is going to stick around, taking a barrel in the backside. Took down about a quarter of his health, and Shy continues to shove that top lane. They have to do something to deal with him. They're going to lose 1 turret here.
And they're getting poked so hard because this is essentially a poke competition in disguise by the Korean All-Star team. LPL, in order to stop the poke competition, would have to hard engage, but because there's the Mirror Mana transform and so much power right now on the Korean All-Star team, a hard engage might be the last thing they want to do.
It would be a hard engage for sure, but it'd be hard for China, and they would get destroyed, I feel. They are way down now in gold, way down in items as well. Looking across the board, Infinity Edge versus a Blade of the Ruin King. Right item, honestly, for Weixiao, but just in the wrong moment. And as you mentioned, back early on, oh, we do see actually jumping in. Ambition pounces in there, demolishes. XiaoXiao, I didn't even see him on the screen and he was dead, but we do see an explosive cast on PDD. There's another barrel rolled out. They're going to go in towards Troll. Hammer comes down. Oh, what on earth happened there? He slid in, slid straight out. Troll gets ace in the hole, comes in. Weixiao tries to come on. He gets taken out. Shy gets demolished in. And that is Korea absolutely demolishing China in their own base. They haven't even taken the inhibitor down, but they're just going to wipe the base instead. 5-for-0 kill almost out of nowhere. First off, XiaoXiao disappeared, and then they just all hopped into the base to make work of the rest of the Chinese squad. The death timers are maybe too low for them to be able to end this game, as they have to back away. Wow, just destructive force, and that is simply put Korea knowing how strong they are right now. So many times we see teams get in this strong position, but they are well aware of their strength, and they were quite happy to go all in on the turrets.
And there was some ridiculous timing on the Jace knockback right there. This may not be the case forever for Jace, but right now, when he has the angle of the knockback started, even if you move block away, it's going to take your initial position into account when he knocks it back. So since he was knocking him out of the base before he flashed in, it knocked him completely out of the base once he did go.
He was like, what? And had to flash away straight away, but it was too little too late. And he did finally get in there. 7-0-3 for Shy right now. He was dominant in game 1, he is dominant in game 2, and honestly, to be put it frank, against North America, he was very dominant, and Europe absolutely smashed them as well. 5-1-3 from the jungle. inSec on Gragas.
I think it's safe to say the Korean All-Star team is dominating the world in this event, because every game has just been really a roll-through for them. They have played so amazingly well, and the style points at the end with the jungler Gragas are a nice touch here, as they're probably going to look to end fairly quickly.
And without, I'll get to that in a moment, as they dive in towards inSec. Actually, he just walks away from that one, or effectively waddles away from that one. Shy continues to shove in that bottom lane. XiaoXiao, do you really want this one? I'm not sure you do, but they are going to get a kill on Prey, and that's a big kill for China. Can they try and make something from it, like a Baron?
And China will have to continue to push. The Baron is out of the question because they're getting collapsed on by 4 other strong members of the Korean team. This could be a very game-defining play.
They've managed to find Shy, but I'm not too sure they can land it. The hook gets rolled out, but inSec has other ideas. That's going to be the wild growth in Weixiao. He's going to get focused on, can he take the dark passage? No, because it was a passage to nowhere, and Ambition comes in, and inSec picks up a kill, another one. inSec goes leaping round, Shy drops the hammer, and it is going to be yet another ace for Korea.
4 for 2 in that one. Troll just got out of there. It was very close to an ace. That's definitely what it seemed like, because despite having no AD carry in that fight, they had enough just straight up damage, because they really did have an AD carry in that fight. His name was Shy, and he came from the other side.
Came from the other side. That seems to be how it is all working out for Korea. And what I was about to mention as they pick up the Baron is really, if any seed
is deserving. And deserving is a harsh word because there's a lot of top teams in the world, but I feel the Korean scene right now is definitely one that may well want that extra slot in the Season 3 World Finals.
If they're able to finish off this game, which they have an extreme chance of doing, there is such top to bottom depth in the Korean scene right now that that extra team will still probably have a chance of competing for the championship in the World Finals. It won't just be an extra team that they end up sending.
Absolutely, we'll see, of course, who that could be. Managed to keep out your eyes on the summer seasons in the OGN Champions, as well as all the other summer splits that are coming up. But right now, it is Korea versus China, and China are in desperate, desperate trouble on home soil. And could we see another 2-0? We've not seen a single best-of-3 go the distance yet.
It's a little bit of luck, and I think a little bit of Korea just being amazing throughout this entire tournament. The reason we haven't seen a game actually go all 3 sets, because these have been very, 3 games, these have been very dominating performances.
Very dominating indeed. We see another Black Cleaver being picked up. This time, of course, it is Ambition. He's got that as well as his cooldown boots, which he will be stacking. Well, LPL, they're sat waiting in the bush, but I'm not sure it's the right time. inSec goes in, throws out the barrel. He may well get taken down here. Weixiao does manage to pick up one kill, gets that shutdown, but Troll gets melted. Ambition leaps back out there. Misaya goes trying to get away from this one, and the poke on towards Weixiao there. Ace in a hole gets blocked off by PDD, and again, it is a 1-for-1 trade, a 2-for-1 trade. Sorry, I didn't even see Troll go down.
Some of these people are just disappearing because there is so much damage at first that comes out from Kha'Zix and Jace combined when they jump onto that target, and that is not even a transformed man immune yet on Ambition. It's at about 670 right now, so it will be soon if this game makes it that far.
And the Abyssal Scepter being picked up by the jungler, why not?
May as well.
May as well just get a bit more ability power as the Shock Blast lands on Weixiao, almost takes half his health off, and that turret is getting shredded down by the Korean All-Stars.
And this is going to be just poke upon poke, or maybe just a whole bunch of brute force, because they just tanked up that auto attack turret, and the inhibitor goes down super fast. Those hypercharge, and one shot from Caitlyn is what did that to that turret.
Absolute demolition. The Chinese team happens to defend off their super minion stack that was coming up the mid lane. They will hold off once again as Korea do back away to buy here. They may well buy themselves just that tiny amount of time, but it is not a great deal of time, and you can see, honestly, on their faces, their concern, and the concern from the home fans as well. This is a very quiet 8,000-seater stadium right now.
This is such a passionate crowd, and was yesterday when China won their spot in the finals, and they just have not had a chance to get into this one. We just realized there's an 18,000, soon to be 20,000 gold lead, only 27 minutes into the game.
The final inhibitor turret does fall, and now all inhibitors are exposed to the Korean All-Stars as they start breaking down the door of the Chinese LPL All-Stars. There is not a great deal right now they can do to defend this one. inSec is simply waiting for his moment to land that explosive cask on Weixiao, and that will open up the attack from Korea.
And it's just a matter of who Ambition wants to eat first, I'm pretty sure, because it was XiaoXiao in their last ace, and he's going to nom on a few minions in the bottom lane. He's got the Merman and transform at this point.
I'm not too sure what they can do to stop Shy either. He's 9-0-4, and honestly, from the very beginning, there's not been a lot to stop him. That one little bit of help. Oh, they flash engage. Is it the right time? I'm not too sure. The Wild Growth, this is an all-in move from China, and it is going to be all out as well, because it's Korea that turn it around, and they just melt everyone in the Chinese All-Stars. Look at Ambition leaping on. Can he get on the fountain? Weixiao does manage to escape. Ambition takes a lot of tower hits there, but it is going to be the Korean All-Stars that will be taking the world by storm and taking their spot rightfully at the top of the World All-Stars.
That was such an amazing performance by the Korean All-Star team, getting the last hits here on the Nexus. Start to finish, domination.
Absolute. There you can see the Korean team, MadLife, Prey, very happy with their victory. Ambition in that mid lane. Really, this is a Korean team made up of 4 different teams that have come together and dominated the world.
This was a statement, I have to say, by the Korean All-Star team. They only had a week to prepare coming into this one.
They're still active. They're still playing.
They're
the
still
semifinals.
in the middle of their playoffs right now. All these teams coming together and actually sharing strategies, sharing their tendencies with each other, because they know in the long run it will be better for their league and themselves getting that extra spot.
Beneficial to them all. Actually, you've got to wonder, Misaya is distraught there, bless him. You've got to wonder if this would
this has helped the Koreans, the fact that they are mid-season, but China as well, they are mid-season, they got their playoffs to come as well. So both of these teams, oh, he wants a hug from PDD Shy there. I'm not too sure whether it's a hug or it's just like, what happened, man? That was pretty one-sided. I was expecting a bit of a challenge. PDD shaved his head yesterday after losing to Soaz, and may well have to shave more of his body hair because that was being dominant performance. I'm not too sure what bets he may well have had shot with Shy there.
Yeah, that was just a showing by Shy as well. At the end of that game, 9-0-7. World-class, above world-class play.
World-class indeed. And honestly, you've got to think really, it wasn't that close of a game. It was Korea showing the world that they are the best at League of Legends right now.
I mean, even a couple stats, 54,500 to 32,000 in that game. It went on for a while. I think because it was the finals, China definitely didn't want to surrender. In front of this crowd, not want to disappoint. Every single last resource was devoted, which actually made it seem a little more one-sided than another game where a team just surrenders.
So what do we realistically take from this? Obviously, it's been a bit of an exhibition, the All-Stars. It is for a serious point. It is for an extra spot in the World Finals, as well as, of course, those buys that they got through the group stage. But what do we take from this? Do we see the Korean seed? What is so great about the Korean seed right now that is putting them so far ahead of everyone else?
I think one of the things is their OGN, like their Champions League, has been going on for quite a while and has been highly competitive the whole time. Because we think of the North American and European LCS as something that's actually only been happening for about 4 months. But the OGN Champions seasons have been going since when North American teams were going over to Korea to play. So they've definitely, even just in League of Legends, not even counting other games, have fostered their competitive environment from an earlier time, which may be one of the small things that contributed to this.
And actually, if you think about it, the competitiveness, the high-pressured nature of the OGN champions that they have is the fact that some teams that were in there that won it maybe before or were close to getting there, even in the quarterfinals, semifinals, didn't even get through this time. They got knocked out in the playoffs because there's so much competition, and suddenly you see teams and players coming out the woodwork. I think back to Shy, you know, obviously you think the adjustments that Frost had after season 1, they shuffled around, you're like, oh, I'm not sure that's going to work out. Frost have been dominant, Blaze have been dominant, Najin Sword, of course, won it before. Now we're seeing the likes of SK Telecom coming through, Team 2, they're in there, MVP Ozone. There's so many strong teams in Korea right now. How do you set them all apart when you can see them just grouped together like that on the stage and dominate the world?
I really think that it's going to be a question that the rest of the world has to answer before they make it to the World Finals, because even though this is the All-Star game, we absolutely know that Korea have the strongest team.
Yeah, and you can see they're obviously on the stage receiving their plaudits from the Chinese crowd, and it was a respectful applause, I think. It would have been a bit of a bigger roar if it would have been the Chinese, but I think, you know, even speaking to some Chinese fans that we've had here that have come up to us that do speak the English, and they basically said, you know, how impressive Korea have been. It was like, when I asked them, it's like, well, China-Korea final, who do you think is going to win? They're like, Korea. So they're predicting, they were right in their predictions because
it's a 50-50 vote, and we saw them all these
but you don't expect the home fans to say Korea will win.
It speaks to the knowledge of these fans as well.
It speaks
you can't say
volumes.
enough. I mean, a lot of it has to do with the compositions of these teams, because we have to remember, the LPL All-Star squad for China, the #2 team in that league, OMG, didn't have a single representative of the All-Star team, whereas the Korean team was made up of the top players from 4 different top Korean teams.
Absolutely fantastic stuff. Fantastic stage, by the way. You can see it there. I'm sure you guys have been all talking about how this setup has been working. Hopefully we're going to see some more fantastic stages. Don't forget, of course, the Season 3 World Finals are to come later in the year. The summer split will be coming up shortly. It's already been announced that the European LCS will be starting at DreamHack. Of course, the American LCS will be kicking off soon as well. And, you know, looking across the world, you think of the Garena Premier League, the OGN Champions, which is still ongoing. Of course, they're going to have another season. Don't forget to miss those. Don't miss those semi-finals. Don't forget to miss them. Definitely don't miss them, because those semi-finals will be fantastic. The fact that Frost and Blaze are going to be facing off against each other, SK Telecom and of course MVP Ozone, they're facing each other. Meanwhile, in the Chinese LPL, which you've just seen there, IG are facing off against OMG, I believe, or is it the other way around?
So
no, they're playing Positive
playoffs
Energy.
have just started, so they haven't
WWE face OMG. No, they're seeded. They're set. Yeah.
Was it the top 4 that made it into the playoffs?
Yeah, 1v4 and 2.
Yeah, it's absolutely W versus OMG,
which is in itself a big game. And OMG is a team we've not really talked a great deal about, but they actually finished second in that, and they did manage to get through. But we are going to send you down, ladies and gentlemen, to the main stage. You can see Dustin back.
Hey everyone, That was an incredible weekend, and congratulations to the All-Stars, everyone who's here, and to the team tournament champions, the Korean LCL All-Stars.
大家好，这是一个难忘的周末，让我们再次将掌声献给这支我们获得冠军的 LCL 韩国全明星战队。
It's been a huge honor to be here to watch these games play out on such a grand stage and to see everyone come out to support the All-Stars.
今天我感到非常荣幸，可以来到这边和你们一起见证这些伟大选手以及伟大英雄联盟的玩家朋友共同奉献的精彩赛事。
On behalf of Riot Games, I want to thank China, the city of Shanghai, and all you great fans here today for being such amazing hosts.
在此，我仅代表 Rush 公司感谢中国上海，感谢每一位来到现场的玩家朋友们，你们太棒了！
And thanks also to everyone who's watching and playing, not only here, but around the world. I want you guys to know that you are all the reason that's made all of our esport efforts possible.
同时，我要向全球所有正在关注本次全明星赛事直播的玩家朋友们表示感谢。正是因为有了你们，才能让 All Star 的周末变得如此精彩。
We're going to continue to make 2013 the best year ever for esports.
让我们一起携手，将2013成为电子竞技这项运动发展史上最具有里程碑意义的一年。
So, anyways, without further ado, guys, we have the world premiere of the League of Legends cinematic, A Twist of Fate.
gentlemen, a twist of fate. And honestly, if St. Vicious was around, he could have smited that Baron down, no problem at all.
Well, I think St. Vicious was not quite in that video. He was not a character quite in League of Legends, but, you know, good one.
It's a fantastic video nonetheless, and you know, it's great to see the reaction of the fans. I'm happy that things like that still get created for you guys at home. Absolutely love it.
That is by far the best League of Legends cinematic I've ever seen.
Absolutely no messing around. All right, guys, ladies and gentlemen at home, that about does it for us here. But remember, if you missed any of the incredible All-Star action this weekend, you simply want to relive the excitement, you can check it all out. The matches are on YouTube/LOLesports or lolesports.com.
And coming up in just a couple weeks, it's the return of the League Championship Series. The North American LCS Summer Split starts with a 20-game Super Week live from Los Angeles on Wednesday, June 12th.
And then on June 15th, the European LCS Summer Split kicks off live from DreamHack. I'll be there, everyone will be there, all the teams, you've got to be there.
Well, that's it from Shanghai, China. Congratulations to all the skill competition winners and all All-Star Team tournament champions, our tournament champions, the Korean LCS All-Stars.
And on behalf of myself, Jan here, Freak, Riv, Joe, Shox, and the rest of the broadcasting crew, I'd love to thank them all, but we haven't got time. Thank you very much to you guys, the fans at home, for tuning in. Good night.
Oh my gosh! MadLife going in there and expensive! Oh, it's going to go down! Okay! All of a sudden, all turns as they are going to go in once again.
This could be it!
There it is, Diamond in.
Oh!
Teleport coming in from Dyrus. There's the ace in the hole. They try to put damage on him right away. Shy flashes into the fight behind Dyrus so he doesn't get locked up. And Infinity taking so much damage. Ambition just taunted them in front of their beast. Beautiful team coordination here from Korea as they execute onto a teleported in fight by North American LCS team.
No, 괜찮아.
And 54 for Weixiao. His ambition going in. It's going to be Twisty Fate. It's going to be Weixiao's the target. There's no turret to fall back on. That's going to be the flash kill. He jumps on towards XiaoXiao, gets the slowdown and the stun card. That will be 2 kills. All the luck, or was it skill? Oh my god, MadLife with the flash. He wants to go to XiaoXiao, uses his fall growth, but now we see there's going to be Misaya coming around. He gets on towards inSec. Troll has picked up a double kill now. But it is going to be the Korean All-Stars that will be taking the world by storm and taking their spot rightfully at the top of the World All-Stars.
Yes, okay.